Qin Wangchuan, the legitimate son of the Xianxiang family, was born and awakened the immortal body of eternal life under the nourishment of 1,080 supreme bones and 108 immortal bones that are in his family. There are countless emperors, and the holy bodies are as numerous as clouds. Even the longevity peaches they nibble on can cause lower realm cultivators to fight over them. With an unbeatable identity, background, and strength, he also awakened his system. But there was something a bit off about this system. Congratulations to the host for awakening the cold door counterattack system. Looking at the system, and then at the several emperors standing around him, the newly reborn Qin Wangchuan was a bit confused. System, are you crazy, or am I crazy? As a child of a cold door, even the maid dares to bully the host. Please teach the maid a lesson within 5 days and make her kneel and beg for mercy. Wait, which maid are you talking about? System, I suspect you bound the wrong person. Self-checking. Task is correct. By the way, the probability of this system making a mistake is as low as the destruction of the world. You're quite stubborn. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Task reward. Origin 5. Simulation count 1. What kind of broken system gives out origin? Detected the host's doubts, issuing a beginner's gift pack, a low-grade yellow rank technique, Qi induction technique, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of Qi gathering pills. Please check, host. Qin Wangchuan looked at the pile of meager items before him and genuinely felt that this silly system had bound the wrong person. Task completed. Starting simulation. Year 0. You were born in an inconspicuous town at the foot of the Qin family's ancestral land. Year 1. You were born blind, and a midwife, replacing your crazy mother, named you Yi Jiani. Simulation paused. Qin Wangchuan. Wait a minute. Who the hell is this? System, you truly have a serious problem. Chapter 1. A golden birth, but unfortunately encountered a silly system that in the Thousand States, the Outer Star Sea, atop the Tiangong Pavilion. 12 bronze ancient mirrors floated in midair, reflecting the anomalies of the Qin family's ancestral land. 108 immortal bones, 1,080 supreme bones. The old man of Tiangong traced the star map with his bony finger, his murky eyes reflecting the shattered celestial phenomena. The Qin family is truly going to create an unparalleled immortal body. The 12 ancient beings in the hall fell silent simultaneously. With the Heavenly Emperor not present, even if they knew, no one could stop the Qin family from violating taboos. It is said that those born at the beginning of the heavens and earth are immortal, able to pluck stars with a wave of their hand and shatter great realms with a breath. Later generations call them the primordial divine race. After the era of the primordial, a new kind of person was born, one who is a saint from birth, immortal and indestructible. Later generations call them celestials. However, the bloodlines have evolved, and no one in the world today possesses even a trace of the primordial or celestial bloodlines. Yet, there's a method that has been passed down to it is said that by applying secret techniques to refine 108 immortal bones and 1,080 supreme bones into a furnace, it takes 100 years to reclaim the source and return to the ancestors, giving birth to the primordial divine race that governs all paths. This is a forbidden method. The primordial Qin family does not aspire to this. They believe in another legend. By nourishing a fetus with supreme bones and immortal bones for 100 years, they're sure to give birth to an immortal body. What they want is an unparalleled immortal body, a Qilin child, in the Thousand States, the 10 Directions Immortal Court, the Imperial Domain, Central State. The Chongqing Emperor clan, Qin family in this world, there are lower Thousand States, middle Thousand States, and upper Thousand States, collectively known as the 3,000 Dao States. At the peak of the upper Thousand States, there exists a supreme heaven that surpasses all realms. Lower realm cultivators respect it as heaven above heaven, but those who truly reside within call it by its true name. 10 Directions Immortal Court. This name originates from the 10 great emperor clans residing here, each occupying one celestial threshold, like 10 suns ruling all realms. One of the 10 great emperor clans. The Qin family's deep foundation is enough to shake the heavens and the worlds. Not only does the clan have nearly 100 emperors, but there's also a supreme heavenly emperor who can suppress eternity with a mere gesture. At this moment, outside the robbing heaven tower deep within the Qin family's forbidden area, more than a dozen terrifying auras enveloped the surroundings. These figures are the most powerful elders of the Qin family, each an unparalleled emperor who has lived for tens of thousands of years. And because emperors cannot be directly gazed upon or named, the ones descending here are all emperor avatars. Yet even as avatars, a single stomp can cause the 3,000 Tao states to tremble. At this moment, they all wore solemn expressions. Their gazes were fixed on the tightly closed bronze giant door of the Robbing Heaven Tower, their eyes revealing a hint of urgency. Above the Robbing Heaven Tower, 1,080 supreme bones spun around the outer circle like 1,080 stars. Continuous golden energy was drawn from them, converging inward. Inside the inner circle, 108 immortal bones were arranged into the mysterious Robbing Heaven Great Array. They refined the energy delivered by the supreme bones layer by layer, ultimately transforming it into strands of chaotic origin that injected into the Yedo-Bebrn fetus within. The Robbing Heaven Tower IT has already been 3 days. The elder Qin Wangchuan's voice was hoarse, his hand unconsciously stroking the dust whisk. The Qin family had prepared for this for a long time. If there was any accident during the birth of this immortal body, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Beside him, the second elder had his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed calm, but the slight trembling of his sleeves revealed his inner unrest. Although the younger generation of the Qin family also had decent physiques, if another immortal body were to emerge, the chances of victory in future great world contests would be even greater, but it's starting. A voice seemed to come from the distant sky, falling into everyone's ears. This was the ancestor of the Qin family, a heavenly emperor. Although he did not descend, he was equally concerned about this scene. As his words fell, at the moment the last trace of energy was drawn away, the outermost layer of 1,080 supreme bones suddenly broke through the void, transforming into countless stars that adorned the sky. The 108 immortal bones erupted with blinding divine light, akin to 108 great suns crossing the sky. Then, like returning birds, they all merged into the body of the fetus within the tower, bringing with them radiant divine light. The entire forbidden area shook violently, the void cracking inch by inch, as if unable to bear this terrifying power. Qin Fuhai stood atop the Robbing Heaven Tower, his dark robe flapping in the gale. His deep gaze pierced through layers of clouds, looking towards the far-off array of symbols that obscured the sky and sun, rippling as the stars formed by the supreme bones passed through. That was the 33 heavy, mysterious dome great array that the Qin family had spent 1,000 years specially arranging at a top-tier formation that combines offense and defense. Unmatched. This shows how much the Qin family valued this birth. The child is born, a midwife shouted, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Behind her, the cries of Yin Xiaoying pierced through the palace, each sound tugging at the heartstrings of this great emperor. Inside was none other than his daughter-in-law and grandson. Boom! Suddenly, the entire building trembled violently, countless runes lighting up from the immortal bones. Qin Fuhai's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw a pillar of light shooting up from the birthing room into the sky, instantly piercing through the 33 great formations. Wow! With a clear cry, that brilliant celestial light exploded completely, illuminating the entire imperial domain. When Qin Fuhai trembled and accepted the baby in the swaddling cloth, this unparalleled being who dominated the 3,000 Tao states was momentarily stunned. He saw that the baby in his hands was surrounded by a layer of hazy, chaotic celestial light. The celestial light was like mist, seemingly there yet not there, but containing an ancient aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. As the celestial light flowed, the baby's skin was as clear as jade. The immortal bones within were transparent like glazed glass, and one could vaguely see the golden Tao patterns of 3,000 paths flowing through the bloodline. Each one seemed to carry the power of time. What was even more shocking was that with every breath he took, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a vortex. With each inhale and exhale, the void trembled, and the spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide, yet in an instant was refined into pure longevity material, nourishing his entire being. The newly born baby actually began to cultivate. One breath in and one breath out is a small realm. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the 5 extremes realm and ascended to a higher realm, reaching the Dao Kai Jing. The Dao Kat is the foundation for cultivators to draw energy into their bodies. and usually requires rare heavenly materials and treasures to lay a solid foundation. Even a prodigy with a heaven-defying physique would take several years to achieve it. But this child managed to reach it in just a breath. Moreover, the stability of his realm seemed innate, not something built with external forces or flashy treasures that are hollow and impractical. One of the elder emperor's pupils suddenly constricted, and his voice trembled. The manifestation of the great Zhao, the surge of spiritual energy, the innate celestial bones, and the longevity power in his bloodline. Could it be? The longevity, celestial body. The ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Tai, slowly appeared and spoke, his weathered voice carrying a hint of barely detectable excitement. Welcome, Ancestor. Although everyone knew the Ancestor was watching, they didn't expect him to make an appearance. The longevity, celestial body is inherently defying the heavens. Although it takes time to accumulate, the Qin family has an abundance of time. Not to mention, he has celestial bones all over his body. The Ancestor looked increasingly pleased with the child and reached out to take him. Come, let me examine him closely. The longevity celestial body, as the name suggests, is a physique that inherently grants longevity and guarantees ascension to immortality. The downside is that the cultivation speed is extremely slow. But the advantage is boundless lifespan, with realms slowly increasing over time, and there are no bottlenecks whatsoever. As long as there is enough time, as long as one does not die, they will definitely become an immortal. What is an immortal? Above the quasi-emperor is the great emperor, above the great emperor is the heavenly emperor, and only above the heavenly emperor is the immortal. That is a boundary that no one has ever touched. Everything is unknown and speculative. But one thing is certain: absolute strength far surpassing the heavenly emperor. For ordinary families, the longevity celestial body becomes a burden, as it takes at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years to grow. By the time it rises, the family might have long since perished. But the Qin family has no such worries. The Qin family has existed since ancient times, and now it has been over 1,000,000 years. A mere tens of thousands of years is nothing. This child is the best gift for my Qin family. The Ancestor lifted the infant high, his gaze never leaving the tender face, and without turning his head, he asked, "What is his name?" "Good. Qin Wangchuan, the youngest of the direct line, shall be the unparalleled prodigy of my Qin family in this generation." At the same time, countless ancient beings awakened from their slumber, gazing in shock towards the Qin family. The longevity body. The Qin family has actually produced a longevity celestial body in this generation. If this child grows up, the Qin family will continue its glory for another 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, Qin Wangchuan, held in someone's arms, was wide-eyed, looking at the several old men around, feeling that everything was so sudden. That's right, he is a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was also a young master who wanted to seek thrills, but unexpectedly, it ended in death. After his consciousness awakened, he only vaguely remembered being in a dark place for a long time, and he just opened his eyes, but he didn't miss a single word spoken around him. So, I have crossed into a fantasy world, not only with an extraordinary physique, but also as a top-tier, second-generation immortal. Qin Wangchuan thought, blinking his eyes. A gleam flashed his eyes. Since heaven has given him such a perfect start, how could this soul that inherently craves excitement settle for mediocrity? He immediately set a grand and magnificent goal in his heart, to travel through the myriad worlds. But before that, Qin Wangchuan suddenly squinted, his expression becoming strange. "Hey, if my eyes and ears are fine, then the one who's mad must be you, right?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Cold Door counterattack system. This system will help the smallest and least favored host from the Cold Door to reshape a glorious life and open a path to counterattack. System loading 0.0.002. Who wouldn't be confused looking at these words? Cold Door? In the sight of the hall filled with celestial mist, the surrounding figures trembled to space with their breaths. Is your Cold Door like this? Anyway, one of them has to be crazy, either him or the system. Chapter 2: Completing the Task. Simulation Count 1. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. The Qin family's heavenly calamity plan could not be hidden, nor did they intend to. For most of these 5 years, Qin Wangchuan had been sleeping, but his realm did not lag behind others at all. Even while sleeping, he could automatically cultivate. It was simply delightful. Not only the clan, but many outside also knew that a Qilin child had descended. As the youngest of the 9 sons of the Qin family, he was the most favored one. Although the eternal life immortal body did not require cultivation to increase its realm, comparatively, the realm's enhancement was slower than that of other sacred bodies. Cultivation in this world begins from the 5 extremes realm, with the hands, feet, mouth, nose, and eyes being the fundamentals of humanity. After that is the Tao realm, where one draws energy into the body and nurtures the spirit as a fetus. Cultivating the 5 extremes, nurturing energy in the Tao realm. And only then comes the 3rd realm, the spiritual platform realm. This is the true beginning of cultivation. Those who reach this realm can absorb the world's spiritual energy to store in the spiritual platform, draw energy into the body, greatly enhance themselves, and also perform various divine abilities and spells. Ordinary people in the 1,000 states need 15 years to reach this realm, while prodigies take 10 years. In the Qin family's small world, the Wangchuan pavilion, the scent of sandalwood wafted. Qin Wangchuan, holding a jade slip, was explaining cultivation essentials to the 5-year-old Qin Wangchuan. This teacher, personally appointed by the ancestor of the Qin family, appeared to be a refined scholar on the surface, but had actually lived for 30,000 years. Young master, although you possess the eternal life immortal body and have no advantages in cultivation, you still have the enhancement of the immortal bone. So I believe 8 years will be sufficient. Before Qin Wangchuan finished speaking, the sitting Qin Wangchuan blinked innocently and asked, "Does it really take 8 years? But I just broke through after waking up this morning." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, and a thick pressure of the spiritual platform realm slowly spread out. The spiritual energy in the spiritual platform flowed like a rushing river, connecting the 5 extremes. And the Tao rhythm was already faintly visible in his every movement. Qin Wangchuan's pupils constricted, and he almost crushed the jade slip in his hand. He maintained an air of teacherly authority, but his heart was already in turmoil, spiritual platform realm. Moreover, the foundation was solid, and the spiritual energy was as condensed as substance. Remembering how he had to cultivate hard for 11 years to barely step into this realm, he felt a heaviness in his chest compared to this. But after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. After all, this was a freak born with an eternal life immortal body. How could he be measured by common standards? Qin Wangchuan lightly coughed and pretended to be calm. Not bad. It seems the young master is exceptionally talented. I underestimated you. After saying that, he looked at the young boy with complex emotions. A 5-year-old child, with a face still holding a childish innocence. But those eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, as if containing endless mysteries. The immortal body combined with the immortal bone truly surpassed human intellect. Qin Wangchuan sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from outside the hall. Mr. Qin, a green-clad maid rushed in, respectfully bowed, and said softly, "The family head has sent a message, asking you to go to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for a meeting immediately." Qin Wangchuan frowned. It was likely to inquire about the young master's recent cultivation progress. Then he relaxed. Qin Wangchuan had already figured out the situation of the Qin family. His father, the head of the Qin family, was fighting outside, while his grandfather was in charge of the family. So he had been quite busy lately. Watching his teacher leave in a hurry, Qin Wangchuan casually picked a crystal-clear peach from the table and took a bite. This peach had faint golden patterns swirling on its surface, sent by the Ancestor specifically. It was a real immortal peach. It took 10,000 years to bloom, another 10,000 to bear fruit, and each harvest produced 1,200 peaches. If a person from the lower realm was fortunate enough to smell its fragrance, they could live for 470 years. Eating one would extend their life by 36,000 years. Although it was just a thirst-quenching fruit in Qin Wangchuan's hands, in the eyes of people from the lower realm, it was the elixir of immortality. Just as he took a bite, suddenly, system loading 9,999. Ding. System loading complete. Detecting that the host's current situation is difficult, resources are scarce, and he is neglected. The cold door counterattack system is at your service. Qin Wangchuan's expression became quite interesting. Not to mention that your broken system took 5 years to load. Difficult situation? Not to mention the peach he just ate. Even a single peach pit could cause holy places across 1,000 realms to fight over it. Scarce resources? His Wangchuan pavilion's warehouse was already filled with gifts sent by the Ancestor and others, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a treasure house. Neglected? Just yesterday, the Ancestor personally came by, fearing he would have any mishaps in his cultivation. You were originally born in a cold cultivation family, but suffered from your mother's lowly background and your innate waste body, leading to neglect from the family, with resources being cut off, making it difficult to obtain the most basic cultivation materials. At first, you were fortunate to move out of the muddy alley and into a large family, only to discover that this was a deeper abyss. As the youngest of the 9 illegitimate sons of the family, You not only have never seen your father's face, but have also been bullied by your siblings. And even the servants dare to cut your cultivation resources to your face. Are you really willing? Looking around. Do you not want those who once looked down on you to kneel at your feet and tremble? As long as you complete various counterattack tasks, you can rise from the cold door and become an unmatched noble family. Techniques, divine weapons, and beautiful women will all be at your fingertips. The system's voice was full of temptation, and just listening to it made Qin Wangchuan furious. But the problem is, system, what you're saying isn't me at all. You've got the wrong person. System self-checking, no errors detected. Host Qin Wangchuan, the youngest illegitimate son in the cold cultivation family, suffers from bullying due to his innate waste body. The Qin family's emperors are countless, with the heavenly emperor presiding over matters. Do you call this a cold door? In terms of status, he has already reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world. How else can he counterattack and dominate the world? Listening to the system's serious nonsense made Qin Wangchuan want to laugh. An innate waste body? His eternal life immortal body is an unparalleled physique that even emperors envy. System self-checking, no errors detected. Please do not aim too high. Only by abandoning fantasy can you take the first step towards a counterattack. Newbie task released. As a cold door illegitimate son, even the maid dares to bully the host. Please teach the maid a lesson within 5 days, making her kneel and beg for mercy. Wait, I have over 200 maids here. Which one are you talking about? Rubbish system. It seems like you've got the wrong person. Looking at the task on the panel, Qin Wangchuan didn't know what to say. Not to mention the system's absurd description of his background. He, as the 9th legitimate son of the Qin family, had over 200 maids in the pavilion competing to show off for just a few personal maid spots. Just daring to say one more word would count as their bravery. How could he possibly be bullied? Self-checking, the task is correct. By the way, the error rate of this system is as low as the likelihood of world destruction. Quite stubborn. Detecting the host's doubts, a newbie gift pack is issued. 1 low-grade yellow tier technique Qi drawing technique, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of Qi gathering pills. Please check, host. Qin Wangchuan looked at the pile of shabby items in front of him, completely speechless. Is this really a newbie gift pack? Yellow tier techniques, he had never even heard of. He was cultivating imperial tier techniques. Moreover, it was specially marked as yellow tier, low grade, making it seem like something used in a newbie village. As for low-grade spirit stones, that was even more ridiculous. He usually used imperial-grade spirit marrow liquid for bathing. This was the hard currency of the 10 Directions Immortal Court. Qi gathering pills. He had heard teacher Qin Wenhe mention, seemed to be used to temper the body in the lower realms, specifically in the lower 1,000 states. In the upper 1,000 states, it wouldn't even be fed to dogs. Who were they trying to send it to? Please complete the task as soon as possible. Task rewards. Origin 5, Simulation Count 1. Current host Origin, 250. Conversion, 25 times. You, a broken system, give me Origin? Qin Wangchuan's expression instantly became quite interesting. Origin, as the name suggests, is the root of a person. It fundamentally determines a person's potential and cultivation speed. The advantages of his eternal life immortal body are very obvious. Automatic cultivation, breaking through without any bottlenecks, and a future that will undoubtedly lead to immortality. But the drawbacks are also very obvious. The cultivation speed is too slow. Slower than that of most holy bodies. The higher the origin, the faster the cultivation speed, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings of the physique. Only emperors can increase their origin. But now this broken system can actually provide it directly? This dog system unexpectedly has some value. Let's give it a try? Without hesitation, he immediately waved to a maid in the distance. There was no need for Qin Wangchuan to speak. As soon as she walked over, she knelt down and quietly awaited orders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Origin 5, current origin, 255 times. Feeling the strange power surging within him, Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but stretch. Every inch of his skin felt much more relaxed. That feeling was like a missing puzzle piece finally falling into place, making him feel more complete. Very comfortable. Chapter 3 Life Simulation. Remaining lifespan, 999 years. Current origin, 255. Conversion, 255 times. Adding 5 points, from 25 to 255. Does this multiplication refer to cultivation speed? I just don't know what others' cultivation speeds are. After waving the maid away, Qin Wangchuan sat down and pondered. 255 times. This number is definitely not against the heavens. Some holy bodies with cultivation bonuses may far exceed this figure. But don't forget, this is just the beginning. As long as it can increase, right now it's 2 times. In the future it could be 5 times, 10 times, 100 times. System. What is this simulation count? Before his rebirth, Qin Wangchuan had seen simulation novels, but he didn't know if this foolish system's simulation was what he thought it was. Once a day, consume simulation counts and a certain amount of lifespan to simulate and predict the host's future. After each simulation, you can inherit one of the following 3 items. 1. Lifespan. 2. Understanding of techniques. 3. Origin. Note, as a waste material. The most precious thing for the host now is lifespan. Spend life to become stronger until you make a comeback. Spending life has risks. Please act according to your ability. With a reminder in parentheses, that's quite considerate. Qin Wangchuan glanced at the lifespan required on the system interface, and the next moment, he suddenly chuckled. First simulation. Lifespan consumed, 30 years. Host remaining lifespan, 999 years. Although it's true that spending life as a waste material is a thing, does this system really take itself for a waste? How could a celestial body have only 999 years of lifespan? Even a drop of his blood could extend the lifespan of cultivators in the lower realms by 1,000 years. Of course, that is if they can withstand it. Clearly, this broken system can only display 3-digit numbers at most. I don't need lifespan. Origin is pretty good, and if the understanding of techniques is at the imperial level, that would be nice too. Qin Wangchuan didn't rush to be happy. This broken system is full of oddities. If you say it's trash, it can reward origin. If you say it's powerful, it clearly has the wrong person and is still stubborn. With my physique, becoming a celestial emperor is absolutely feasible. But I don't know if I can reach above the celestial emperor. Without further ado, he immediately chose to start the simulation. Simulation starts. Year 0. You were born in an inconspicuous small town on the edge of the Qin family's influence in the Shifang Xianting, in Xixiao town. On the night you were born, the heavens moved slightly, and 5 babies were born in the town at the same time. The twins from the blacksmith's family, the young son of the grain shop owner, the daughter of a beggar woman, and the daughter of a mad woman. Year 1. You were born blind. The midwife, replacing your mad mother, names you Yi Jiani. Simulation paused. Qin Wangchuan, wait. System, who the hell is this? It's the host. After a moment of silence, he pointed at the words, Yi Jiani, on the light screen and questioned, can you read what these 3 characters say? The system has no authority to view the simulation content. Qin Wangchuan, this is not me at all. It's a person named Yi Jiani. Her name has 3 characters, and my name also has 3 characters, so I am her. Reasonable. System, you really have a serious problem. Taking a deep breath, he wanted to see just how absurd this broken system could be. Simulation continues. Year 2. You have developed consciousness. Although you cannot see, you are unusually sensitive to spiritual energy. When your mad mother occasionally regains her senses, she will hold you and mutter, Jianwei knows the subtle signs. Year 3. You learn from the words of the people around you about the reason for your mother's madness. She was originally a courtesan who sold her art, but not her body. Abandoned after being deceived by a young master of the Yi family, and since then has been mad and unable to recover. Year 4. This year, the new emperor of the Zhongzhou dynasty ascends the throne. You take care of your mad mother while helping the neighbors with work to supplement the family income. Dreaming of earning enough money to exchange for a house that doesn't leak. Year 5. Your mother tries to stop the Yi family's carriage on the street and gets hit. Your mother passes away on a rainy night. Before she dies, she suddenly regains her senses, grabs your hand, and says, Jianwei, you can't live alone in this world. Rather than suffer in life, it's better to go with me. Although you want to go with your mother, you can't let her body be abandoned in the wilderness. You attempt to sell yourself to bury your mother, but find no buyers due to your blindness. In despair, a mysterious person passes by and gives you a broken jade slip, lightly saying, some things cannot be given. Blind one, learn to play the piano. You receive a broken piano and a fragment of the 9 Heavens Piano Emperor Sutra. Year 6. You begin to cultivate. Following the method in the Imperial Sutra, you successfully step into the first realm, the 5 Extremes realm. Year 7. Xixiao town is attacked by a beast. The twins from the blacksmith's family are devoured alive. The young son of the grain shop owner is rescued by a cultivator from the Qin family. The daughter of the beggar woman goes missing. You hide after hearing the commotion early and manage to survive. Year 8. You steadily break through to the second realm. At this point, you find that your hearing has become increasingly sensitive, even able to hear the sound of mice moving in their holes. Year 9. During the reconstruction of Xixiao town, the tavern is short of staff. Seeing that you can play the piano, they recruit you as a helper, finally giving you a place to practice the piano. Year 10. One day while practicing in the tavern's backyard, you overhear passing cultivators chatting. Have you heard? 2 bold people from the Qin family, Qin Xian and Chao Xiangwen, actually colluded with outsiders, stole a secret treasure, and defected from the Qin family. Now there's a good show to watch. You silently think to yourself that big families are not good people and continue to strum the piano strings. Simulation paused. Wait a minute, defecting from the Qin family? Qin Wangchuan looked at these lines and began to ponder. The new emperor of the Zhongzhou dynasty ascended the throne in the 4th year, which was the year before last. meaning that Yi Jiani is the same age as I am. This year we are both 5 years old, and the defection happens at the age of 10. Although the simulation is not of my future, I can still use this to glimpse a corner of the future and learn certain things. At this point, Qin Wangchuan already had an idea. Traitors definitely cannot be spared, but there's no rush for now. Simulation continues. Year 15. You break through to the third realm, the spirit platform realm, and your piano sound can captivate hearts. One day, a drunken cultivator, attracted by your beauty, attempts to force you into marriage. After being rejected, he becomes furious and tries to attack you at night. With a flick of your fingers, the sound of your piano shatters his soul. Year 16. As your piano skills improve, you accumulate some wealth. Your originally frail body stretches out, revealing a stunning figure. The number of times you are harassed increases. You grow more and more disgusted with men and begin to think it's time to leave this town. Year 18. You appear to be a blind performer. But in reality, you have already broken through to the fourth realm, the spirit way realm, where the sound of killing is as solid as substance. Year 19. You infiltrate the Yi family and kill the eldest son of the Yi family among the wives and concubines to avenge your mother. At the same time, you learn that the Yi family of Xixiao town is just a small branch. You were pursued and offered a bounty by the allied branches of the Yi family. Year 20. You left Xixiao town, traveling under the identity of a blind musician. Since no one believed that a blind person could cultivate, you were able to hide your identity. Year 30. You broke through to the fifth realm, the spirit sea realm, and your music could transform into sword energy. You began to evade the Yi family's pursuit while traveling to seek the continuation of the Nine Heavens Qin Emperor Classic. In the same year, you learned that the tomb of the Qin Emperor was opening and decided to go. Year 55. You broke through to the sixth realm. When the Emperor's tomb opened, you witnessed the 10 great imperial families for the first time, among which the most dazzling was surrounded by stars. You learned of his origin. He came from the imperial Qin family. Even a strong family like the Yi family appeared as mere villagers in the eyes of the imperial families. His name was Qin Wangchuan. Could it be that I would meet him? Qin Wangchuan stroked his chin, regretting that he did not know his own realm at that time. Year 56. The Qin family's divine son, Qin Wangchuan, swept through the emperor's tomb, seizing all opportunities. But you also gained a lot, finding the complete Nine Heavens Qin Emperor Classic. A divine son? It seems that many things have happened over the decades. Year 80. You killed the head of the Yi family's branch, thinking the feud was settled. Stronger opponents began to pursue you. Year 150. You risked a breakthrough to the eighth realm, killing all pursuers in one fell swoop. You began to focus on cultivation. Year 248. You broke through to the ninth realm, and your Qin skills reached great success. To release your unplaceable loneliness, you established the Tianyin Pavilion and recruited many disciples. Year 411. The Tianyin Pavilion became a significant force. You remained hidden behind the scenes, and the world only knew that the pavilion master was a mysterious blind Qin musician. Year 1700. You broke through to the 12th realm, attempting to enter the Tao with the Qin. Year 8650. You broke through to the 22nd realm, becoming an emperor. The sound of your Qin would forever stabilize the heavens and earth, and later generations honored you as the Qin emperor. To become a great emperor is indeed rare. Qin Wangchuan nodded, but the simulation seemed not yet finished. Year 51,600. The world gradually forgot your deeds. But when you reappeared, you had already reached the 23rd realm of the Heavenly Emperor. You became the first Heavenly Emperor in history without family support. Simulation conclusion. Final achievement. Qin Heavenly Emperor, entering the Tao with the Qin, sounds stabilizing the heavens. Lifespan, unknown. Conclusion. You entered the Tao with the Qin, becoming a generation's Qin Emperor, transcending worldly matters, indifferent to the affairs of the world. So it turns out he is the Heavenly Emperor, he whispered. This is not something that can be achieved just by luck. As the Ancestor said, timing, location, and harmony among people are essential. Since he knew she would become the Heavenly Emperor in the future, wouldn't it be invincible to take her under his wing now? Chapter 4. Another breakthrough. To the fourth realm. 10 times the cultivation speed. There are many emperors in this world, but even if the 10 great imperial families are combined, they can only muster 3 heavenly emperors. Qin Heavenly Emperor from the Qin family, Ji Heavenly Emperor from the Ji family, and Li Heavenly Emperor from the Li family. The 3 share the world, hence they are also called the 10 heads and 3 heavens. 10 families, 3 heavenly emperors. In this situation, if there were another heavenly emperor in the family, it would not simply break the balance. The entire cultivation world would have to be surnamed Qin. No matter how strong one is, it is never too much. To become a heavenly emperor in just 50,000 years without family support is already incredible. If provided with sufficient resources, the extent of their defiance of heaven is simply unimaginable. Qin Wangchuan's gaze narrowed slightly, giving birth to the illusion that she was the protagonist. Please choose from the following rewards to inherit. 1. 1,000 years of lifespan. 2. Imperial level cultivation method 9 Heavens Qin Emperor Classic and its key insights. 3. Source 810. Rewards are linked to performance in the simulation. Lifespan is the least useful, so I will eliminate that first. Although the Imperial level cultivation method is very tempting, to be honest. The Qin family does not lack this. Moreover, as long as I find Yi Jiani, the 9 Heavens Qin Emperor Classic will not belong to him, even if it is just a fragment. I choose 3. Qin Wangchuan did not hesitate at all. That familiar feeling surged again, not just a simple influx of power. Qin Wangchuan felt his immortal bones tremble simultaneously, every inch of flesh and blood rejoicing. Chaotic immortal light surged from deep within his marrow, rushing through his meridians like a heavenly river flooding back. This was far beyond the subtle enhancement brought by the previous 5 points of source, but a life leap triggered by a qualitative change in the source. Crack. Just a trace of the long life source that leaked out caused the immortal peach on the table to suddenly crack open, with the pit sprouting from the flesh. The spiritual energy of the entire Wangchuan pavilion spontaneously formed a vortex, wildly pouring into his small body. Current source, 1,065 times. 106 times means that both my cultivation speed and comprehension speed are 10 times that of others, perfectly compensating for the long life immortal body's slow cultivation speed. Qin Wangchuan clenched his fist, and suddenly a subtle cracking sound came from within him. He broke through. 4th realm, Spirit Path realm. This was a realm that in the simulation, Yi Jiani only reached at 18, while Qin Wangchuan reached it at 5. It is enough to show the unparalleled nature of the source. At this moment, the breath brought by the elevation of the realm naturally attracted the attention of this strong person. Qin Wangchuan suddenly raised his head, and before Qin Wenhe could speak, he proactively stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I want to find a city, meet a person, and kill 2 old dogs, named Xianxian," implying he is from the main family or a branch of the Qin family. Referring to such a traitor as an old dog is already elevating him. Of course, this is not the main issue. It's enough to leave it to Qin Wenhe to handle. He is the teacher and also half a protector. The focus is still on Yi Jiani. Qin Wenhe paused, looking seriously at the young boy whose height barely surpassed his knees, a hint of surprise flashing between his brows. He had only been absent for a moment, and yet he had broken through? At the same time, he knew that although this young master was only 5 years old, due to the long life immortal body, his mind far exceeded that of his peers. At this moment, suddenly raising such a request must have profound meaning. What city does the young master want to find? Who does he want to meet? Which 2 old dogs does he want to kill? Qin Wenhe pondered his wording, clearly not wanting to lead the young master astray. As for those 2 old dogs, the child's tender face showed an arrogance that did not match his age. Qin Xian and Zhao Xiangguan, who would conspire with other families and betray the Qin family 5 years later. Although this is a matter for 5 years later, they probably had colluded long ago. Using soul searching should reveal some clues. The person before him is a core member of the Qin family. There is no need to hide anything. Just tell him everything. Betrayal? Qin Wenhe's pupils contracted sharply. The Qin family has existed since ancient times, and there have been many who have betrayed for various reasons. But what surprised him was not this, but that the young master could foresee the future, and even found a heavenly emperor, let alone a heavenly emperor. Even the birth of a great emperor is accompanied by great karma. Even the Tianji pavilion cannot fully foresee it. How did the young master know all this? Qin Wenhe squatted down and stroked his beard, asking. As for the excuse, he had already thought of it. I dreamed. Dreamed? Yes. Qin Wangchuan blinked innocently. I saw it all in my dreams, just these. At this moment, he became pure again. Qin Wenhe observed all of this, although he had some doubts. But more was belief. Yes, he believed. Qin Wangchuan had spent 3/4 of his time since birth sleeping, and he could break through every time in his dreams. The key is that he is the first person in history to possess both an immortal body and immortal bones. Although seeing the future in a dream is absurd, it makes sense for him. Qin Wenhe slightly leaned forward, gazing gently at the young master before him, his tone carrying a hint of deliberation. What does the young master want me to do? Command someone to find Xianxia town, and after finding it, I will personally go there. Those 2 old dogs are up to you. After speaking, Qin Wangchuan gave a thumbs up, looking very optimistic about him, quite playful. Sometimes pure like a child, sometimes complex like a monster. It's not difficult, but old man has something to ask the young master. He gently stroked his beard and lowered his voice a few notches. What name should I go in the presence of those 2 old dogs? Seeing Qin Wangchuan tilt his head in confusion, Qin Wenhe looked him in the eye and patiently explained. If it were the nonsense of a 5-year-old child, I would need to discuss it with your grandfather before making a decision. But if it is the order of the heir, I can act first and report later. However, If I kill the wrong person. Qin Wangchuan was a clever boy. By this point, he understood clearly. The 9 heirs of the Qin family were the priority. As for the others, to put it bluntly, killing 1 or 2 wouldn't matter much. It would have some negative impact, but not significant. The question was under what name to kill. If it were in the name of his grandfather, Qin Fuhai, regardless of who was killed, he alone would bear the responsibility, whether it was right or wrong. But if it were in the name of Qin Wangchuan, killing the right person would definitely be good. But if the wrong person was killed, it would undoubtedly affect his reputation within the clan. Qin Wen has stared intently at Qin Wangchuan's youthful face, his gaze filled with scrutiny and expectation. This was a test. The Qin family had expended countless resources, even using 1,080 supreme bones and 108 immortal bones to create this child of the Qilin with a long-lasting immortal body. The rarity of supreme bones and immortal bones could not be replicated. He was not only the future of the Qin family, but also the hope of the entire imperial clan. Now, at just 5 years old, how would Qin Wangchuan react when faced with doubt after clarifying his goal? Would he back down and let his grandfather take action? Or would he display the spirit of the heir and shoulder it all, regardless of the outcome? The hall was silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling the tender peach tree buds outside. Qin Wangchuan blinked and suddenly smiled. However, before the smile could reach his eyes, his gaze abruptly froze. The clarity of his eyes instantly filled with frost, and the aura around him became restrained. Teacher. As the 2 words fell, the sandalwood scent in the hall suddenly dissipated. Qin Wen's breath also halted, as if he were looking at not a child, but a proud genius. In the name of the heir, kill. With that word, the hall was suddenly filled with wind, and clouds surged. It was an absolute confidence in oneself. A glint of light flashed in Qin Wen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This was the spirit that the Qin family's Qilin child should have. He was very satisfied. I will obey your order. Meanwhile, Qin Wenha ordered someone to investigate the whereabouts of Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen. This was a pair of master and servant. The former was a disciple of the main family of the Qin clan, while the latter came from a subordinate family. At this time, Qin Xian was located on a floating island of the Qin family, sparring with someone. This place was a martial arts arena specifically designed for the clan's disciples to compete and practice. The circular floating island, several miles in diameter, was entirely made of dark black stone, surrounded by 7 slightly smaller martial platforms, connected by rainbow bridges. The edge of the floating island was shrouded in clouds, and one could vaguely see over 100 young disciples of the Qin family sparring on the various platforms. As Qin Wenha entered the martial arts arena with the elder steward, his gaze swept around like lightning. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the next moment his voice, wrapped in thick spiritual power, resonated throughout the arena. Where are Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen? Come to see me at once. Chapter 5. The 9th heir commands the execution of traitors. At the moment he spoke, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. The Qin family disciples who were sparring all stopped, looking toward the source of the voice with uncertainty. Someone whispered, "Isn't that Elder Qin Wenha, who has long served by the side of the Ancestor? Now that you mention it, I remember seeing him from a distance a few times. What's happening that has brought such a significant figure to the martial arts arena to look for someone?" Before the murmurs could cease, Qin Wenha's gaze swept across the arena like lightning, and his robe moved without wind. The invisible pressure caused the nearest disciples to involuntarily take half a step back. "Young master, what is this?" Xiao Xiangwen hesitated, glancing at his young master, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he had something to hide. Qin Xian also frowned, but it quickly relaxed. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. Perhaps it's about the earlier rumors that the clan is selecting 10 disciples. Maybe he is here to bestow an opportunity. Not to boast, but he was confident that among the younger generation of the clan, his strength and talent ranked high." Adjusting his robe, he strode toward Qin Wenha. In the martial arts arena, the disciples willingly opened a path. Qin Xian walked with a calm demeanor, his garments fluttering, exuding an air of arrogance. He approached Qin Wenha, cupped his hands in greeting, and said loudly, "Disciple Qin Xian, greetings to the elder. May I ask what the elder summoned us for?" Xiao Xiangwen followed closely, bowing respectfully but always keeping his head down, not daring to meet Qin Wenha's gaze. Qin Wenha's eyes were like a deep pool as he quietly assessed the two before him. After a moment, he said lightly, "You are Qin Xian?" "Yes." Qin Xian lowered his head even further. His gaze shifted to the other person. "You are Xiao Xiangwen?" Disciple Xiao Xiangwen greets the elder. After confirming their identities, Qin Wenha's gaze suddenly turned cold, and his aura enveloped the entire martial arts arena like an abyss. He slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "The 9th heir commands the execution of the traitors Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen to uphold the clan's rules." As soon as these words were spoken, The entire arena erupted in an uproar. The ninth heir, isn't that the Qilin child with the long-lasting immortal body? But he is only 5 years old this year, right? Qin Xian's pupils constricted, and his face changed dramatically. Traitor? Elder, why do you say this? I am utterly loyal to the Qin family, with no second thoughts. Xiao Xiangwen trembled all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead, instinctively taking half a step back. However, Qin Wenhe said no more, only moving his mind. Poof! Before the two could react, they were instantly beheaded. Qin Xian's head flew high, his eyes still frozen in disbelief. He was a genius among the younger generation of the Qin family, almost unmatched among his peers. Yet, in front of an ancient monster like Qin Wenhe, he was not even a chick, with no chance to resist before his head was severed. Xiao Xiangwen didn't even have time to let out a scream. The moment his neck was broken, blood gushed out but was restrained in midair by an invisible force, unable to spill. Strangely, the two did not die. Qin Wenhe's gaze was indifferent as he lightly tapped his fingertip, a strand of the power of law landing on them, forcibly locking their life force and placing them in a state of being alive, yet not alive. Soul search. He snorted softly and waved his hand. The elder steward beside him immediately understood, stepping forward and taking out a memory stone from his sleeve, preparing to perform the soul search technique. There's a restriction. The elder steward had just prepared to act when he suddenly exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Within Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen's bodies, there was actually a restriction specifically designed to prevent soul searching. There was indeed a problem. If it were in another family, this restriction might have been difficult to deal with. Once forcibly broken, the person under the restriction would immediately have their soul obliterated. But this was the Qin family. The elder steward snorted coldly, flipped his palm, and a green leaf appeared. This was not an ordinary leaf, but a divine leaf from the Qin family's immortal tree. The divine might surged, instantly shattering the restriction. Then, without hesitation, he performed the soul search technique, forcibly extracting the memories of the two. Although Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen had been beheaded, their consciousness remained clear. At this moment, being forcibly soul searched, they were in excruciating pain, almost on the verge of collapse. Their souls were peeled away inch by inch, with memories since their birth unfolding like a scroll, subsequently recorded by the memory stone. The earlier memories were relatively normal. Qin Xian had exceptional talent since childhood and was highly valued by the family, while Xiao Xiangwen was a diligent disciple from the Qiao family's branch, eager to make a name for himself. However, as the memories progressed to a few years ago, the scene showed a figure in black quietly appearing in the Qiao family's ancestral hall, using the Qiao family's connections to find Qin Xian. Initially, Qin Xian refused sternly, but soon, under the black-clad man's persuasion, he agreed to the other's demands and received many treasures that enhanced his qualifications. The onlookers from the Qin family were in an uproar. Qin Xian was actually a traitor. I said his talent was strange. Clearly, he was only average before, but in the blink of an eye, he surpassed me. It turns out he was colluding with outsiders. Even more shocking was the memory of Xiao Xiangwen. It turned out that the Qiao family had been a nail planted by the outsiders from the very beginning. They had been lurking in the Qin family's affiliated clans, secretly gathering intelligence and waiting for the right moment. The Qiao family had pretended to be loyal for all these years, but it was all part of another clan scheme. They disguised themselves so well, these scoundrels. After the soul search, the elder in charge had a dark expression and murderous intent surged in his eyes. The Qiao family had appeared to be one of the loyal and capable groups among the affiliated clans, yet they turned out to be spies. After speaking, he looked at the person beside him with admiration. Thanks to the Lord. If it hadn't been exposed today, the future would be unimaginable. It wasn't me. Qin Wenhe also didn't expect things to be so serious. He coldly scanned the crowd, his voice tinged with confusion and admiration. Everything today was arranged by the ninth prince. He discovered the traitor, and the execution order was also given by him. Now that the evidence is conclusive, traitors will be killed without mercy. As his voice fell, he waved his sleeve, and the bodies and souls of Qin Xian and Xiao Xiangwen instantly shattered, turning to ashes and dissipating. The venue fell silent. All the disciples were as quiet as cicadas in winter, their hearts shaken. Qin Wenhe's gaze was icy as he slowly spoke. Today's events should serve as a warning to everyone. After a pause, he added, the ninth prince is watching you. This pressure was palpable, and all who heard it gasped in shock. Their respect and fear for the unseen ninth prince deepened. A 5-year-old child, not only possessing an immortal body but also able to foresee the future, and his methods were decisive. He commanded someone to come over, offering no chance for explanation before executing the traitors. When Qin Wenhe found Qin Fuhai with the recording stone, the latter was also visibly shocked. Did he truly say it was knowledge from a dream? The teacup in Qin Fuhai's hand cracked with a snap, and the amber tea slowly seeped out through the crack, dripping onto the black jade table. This unparalleled powerhouse, who had presided over the Qin family for countless years, rarely trembled in voice, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the recording stone with his fingers. My grandson is a 5-year-old child, yet he can foresee the future and even find a celestial emperor? The immortal bone has such marvelous uses? Qin Wan has stood with his hands down, confirming that the prince had indeed said it was knowledge from a dream, and the traitor had already verified its authenticity. That Yi Jiani should still be in Qixia town at this moment, according to the prince. She is a blind girl and is likely the future celestial emperor. The hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Qin Fuhai slowly rose, his dark imperial robe billowing without wind, and the Tao rhythm around him surged like tides, indicating his inner turmoil. Just as he was about to say something, the entire hall suddenly froze. Time seemed to be pulled away. Even the drifting fragrance of tea was frozen in midair. Chapter 6, the Zhao family, which begins and ends in itself, is at the top of the resource supply. Qin Fuhai trembled violently, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a loud crack. The two men did not hesitate to bow respectfully. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Ripples appeared in the void, and an old man in a hemp robe materialized out of thin air. He had white hair, yet a youthful face, wearing a dark Tao robe that billowed without wind. And there was a faint aura of great Tao being born and extinguished around him. Most striking were his eyes. The left eye was as deep as the vast starry river, while the right eye was bright like the rising sun, with the dual energies of yin and yang swirling within. The ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Tai. This celestial emperor who had lived for countless ages took the recording stone, and with a light tap of his finger, a giant light screen appeared in the room, displaying the memories of Qin Xian and the others being soul-searched like a flowing river. The left eye's starry river rolled back, while the right eye's vitality stagnated, and the two gazes penetrated the memories, reflecting reality. Across billions of starry rivers, above the ancestral land of the Zhao family, one of the top 10 imperial clans, a Tao eye that could cover the sky appeared. Even the powerful protective formation set up by the imperial clan was easily pierced like thin paper under this gaze. Found you. Before the Zhao family's emperor could react, the voice of the Qin family's ancestor seemed to echo from ancient times, and then countless Zhao disciples, including the black-clad man within, suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist, even their remaining souls being peeled away inch by inch. Even though they were one of the top 10 imperial clans, and even with an emperor guarding their home, as long as there was no celestial emperor among them, they were still like ants. If it weren't for the agreement among the 3 celestial emperors, the Zhao family could be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. The Tao eye slowly closed. It was the Zhao family. I have already given them a small lesson, and the compensation matters will be handled. They dared to make small moves in my Qin family. I will have to empty their family's coffers. It's actually the Zhao family. Qin Fuhai suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Qin family had been dormant for too long, and some rats dared to disturb the great powers. The ancestor waved his hand, his gaze suddenly turning to a certain direction as he began to calculate with his fingers, saying, "Go and thoroughly investigate the Qin family's internal affairs, including all affiliated clans, and get to the bottom of it. Anyone with issues will be executed without mercy. I do not wish for Chuaner to be threatened in the slightest, not even a bit. The world only knows he possesses an immortal body. But perhaps this ability to ignore causation and foresee the future is the most terrifying." Oh, Qin Tai's hand stopped the spell, and this celestial emperor who had remained calm for 1,000,000 years now showed a childlike excitement. That boy's origin is growing at a terrifying speed. It has now reached a frightening level. What does a celestial emperor count for? My Qin family will soon produce an immortal emperor. 20 guards are not enough. Increase the manpower. From now on, the 9th prince's resources will be ranked at the top. Qin Fuhai was taken aback by this, his brow furrowing as he respectfully asked, "Ancestor, what is the top rank?" The Qin family's resources are divided into several tiers, top, middle, and bottom, each with 5 levels. The highest is top 1, and the lowest is the servants of the affiliated clans, bottom 5. The resources for the princes have always been equally ranked at top 1, meaning all resources are first given to the princes, and then distributed layer by layer. But this top 0 rank has never been heard of. It is something I just thought of. The ancestor slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Top 0 rank means that all resources within the clan will be prioritized for Chuaner alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall suddenly froze. Qin Fuhai's pupils constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. This meant that from now on, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, secret realm opportunities, and cultivation techniques of the Qin family would have to be selected by Qin Wangchuan first. And only if there were any leftovers would it be others' turn. This treatment has surpassed that of all previous family heads. Ancestor, Qin Fuhai hesitated over his words. What about the other princes? What? The starry river in Qin Tai's left eye suddenly shattered, and the terrifying pressure made the entire hall tremble. Do you find it inappropriate? Qin Fuhai quickly bowed, his mouth nearly splitting into a smile. How could he possibly find it inappropriate? He was just worried that the other princes might feel dissatisfied, affecting family harmony. Humph. The ancestor snorted coldly, waving his sleeve. If they show even half of Chuan'er's potential, I will give them top 0 rank too. Those grandsons and granddaughters of yours are either mad or hiding their talents, and very few are normal. The eldest one is not bad. He possesses the ancient sacred body and has the potential of a celestial emperor, but unfortunately, he's a fool. As he spoke, he condensed an ancient talisman with his fingertip and lightly flicked it. The talisman vanished into the void, instantly transforming into a golden decree that hovered above the Qin family's ancestral land. It announced that the 9th prince had achieved merit in exterminating traitors, and a divine seed was awarded. From this day forth, the ancestor's voice like a great bell resonated throughout the Qin family. The 9th prince Qin Wangchuan will enjoy the top 0 rank resources. No one is allowed to object. Each of the top 10 imperial clans has unique treasures of inheritance, which is the most fundamental difference between them and other families. The Qin family's heirloom, the immortal tree. A single drop of its nectar can grant longevity, and a single leaf can be transformed into an imperial artifact. The divine seed, which is the seed of the divine tree, when planted in the backyard, can turn the surrounding area into a divine land, making it an extremely precious treasure. Qin Fuhai's gaze penetrated the layers of obstacles to look at the decree in the sky, feeling both joy and sorrow in his heart. He understood that the ancestor was putting all of the Qin family's luck for the next 1,000,000 years on Qin Wangchuan alone. Grandson, your burden has grown heavy. Once the decree was issued, the entire Qin family was shaken. This was the decree of the heavenly emperor, as long as one was a member of the Qin family. Whether at home or anywhere in the 3,000 states, they could see it. In the hall of several young heirs of the Qin family, faint sounds emerged. It's unprecedented. The ancestor really loves to stir things up. In this world, the sharper the sword, the easier it is to dull. Only by hiding one's sword and concealing one's prowess can one remain stable. Is the 9th brother's birthday coming soon? I can make a profit again. TSK. The scientific funding will be reduced again, but I should go see the 9th brother. Meanwhile, outside the Qin family, at the Qihong abyss of the 10 Directions fairy court. At the bottom of the blood mist-covered abyss, the corpse of a crimson true dragon lay across the magma, its scales shattered, and its blood congealed into crystals. Qin family's 5th young master, Qin Xingzhong, stood before the dragon's head, her white dress stained with blood, the dragon blood on her sword still not congealed. The heart of the true dragon can help the 9th brother refine his body, she murmured to herself, suddenly tilting her head slightly, as if pondering. I don't know what color the 9th brother likes. How troublesome. I might as well get several. With a flick of her fingertip, the dragon's body split open. A pulsating crimson dragon heart was wrapped in cold ice and then pulled into the void. Within the crack of the void, several similarly frozen hearts were already visible, golden, red, and one purple. Suddenly a roar. The entire abyss trembled as the ancient dragon emperor awakened from the magma, its dragon eyes locking onto Qin Xingzhong, killing, intent surging. Human race seeks death. Qin Xingzhong blinked and unsheathed the accompanying imperial sword in her hand. Do you want to be a gift too? On the other hand, the Qin family was thriving, but the Zhao family was suffering. With just a glance from Qin Tai, the Zhao family's protective array was torn apart like thin paper. Their ancestral land disappearing by more than half, 13 immortal islands crashing down, and the scripture pavilion igniting with Dao fire, their 10,000-year inheritance reduced to ashes. Under the emperor, hundreds of thousands of Zhao family disciples exploded, their flesh and souls being slowly peeled away by the branches of the immortal tree, their wails echoing endlessly. When you kill someone in front of them, in the end, you still have to take the initiative to apologize. This is the heavenly emperor. When the heavenly emperor is enraged, even the imperial clans are like ants. Zhao family head Zhao Xianming knelt, coughing up blood, nearly going mad as he watched this scene unfold. I told you not to go, not to provoke the Qin family. Why didn't you listen? To be reasonable. No one can guarantee that their family is absolutely clean. Infiltration and being infiltrated are common in large families, mainly used to monitor the movements of other clans. But the problem is, the Zhao family had worked hard to place a nail within, and without doing anything, it was pulled out, bringing this unwarranted disaster. The other imperial clans naturally knew everything that happened in the Zhao family. The Zhao family was finished in this generation's great contest. They didn't even have the qualification to enter. The fact that the heavenly emperor personally intervened further proved the importance of the Qilin child. If that Qilin child were to grow up, the world only knows that the Qin family has given birth to a favored child of the Dao, but they do not know where its defiance lies. Despite having a cautionary tale before them, many still began to stir restlessly. However, at this moment, Qin Wangchuan, at the center of the events, was unaware of what was happening. He was already nearing Qixia Town. Chapter 7. I bought it, picking up the future Heavenly Emperor. Qixia Town is located on the edge of the Qin family's influence, a nondescript little town. The buildings in the town are mostly made of blue bricks and black tiles, with sparse pedestrians on the streets and the occasional sound of vendors calling out, making it seem ordinary and peaceful. Qin Wangchuan stood on the immortal vessel, already seeing the outline of the town from a distance. But on the other hand, he was also curious about the identity of the mysterious person. Your Highness, we left without notifying anyone this time, won't that? A guard behind him hesitated for a moment before speaking. Notify? Qin Wangchuan shook his head. Didn't we notify them earlier? The guards exchanged glances, not understanding what he meant. If the elders didn't allow it, how could we possibly stand here? In an instant, everyone realized. True. It's worth noting that the other young heirs cannot leave the Qin family before they turn 10. This is where the Ancestor dotes on Qin Wangchuan. He wouldn't think of restricting him, only of sending more guards. Qin Wangchuan was dressed in a dark brocade robe, with a unique jade pendant of the Qin family's direct line hanging at his waist. The chaotic celestial light surrounding him had been deliberately restrained, but those deep, starry eyes still exuded a transcendent aura. Behind him, 20 Qin family guards stood solemnly, each one a top-notch powerhouse, their breaths restrained like a deep abyss. With these people around, let alone a border town, even in high society, he could walk with arrogance. Young master, we have arrived. A guard stepped forward respectfully. Qin Wangchuan nodded slightly, standing on the cloud, overlooking the small town beneath him. A trace of composure appeared on his youthful face, inconsistent with his age. Where is she? Long before he arrived, the Qin family's experts had already secretly sealed off the entire town. However, Qin Wangchuan feared disrupting the future, so he hadn't allowed them to act rashly. Right below, the flying vessel circled in the air, and the other guards transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the void. Qin Wangchuan only took 2 people with him closely, stepping into Qixia Town. On the street, pedestrians turned to look. A 5-year-old child walking down the street was already eye-catching, especially since he was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary demeanor, coupled with the 2 cold, serious guards behind him. Their imposing aura was clearly not that of ordinary family's servants. Which family's young master is this? So handsome. Is he from outside? Hush, don't meddle. Look at that attire. He is probably from a noble family. Although the upper states were called the upper realm, and the 10 Directions fairy court was an unreachable dream for countless cultivators, there were still people with low cultivation levels existing here. They were the natives of this world, although their talents were significantly better than some people from the upper states. Due to the cultivation resources being tightly controlled by the 10 great imperial clans, they couldn't stir up much of a wave. At the crossroads of the town, several muddy copper coins were scattered on the damp bluestone slabs. Yi Jiani knelt at the edge of a straw mat, her fingertips exploring a spirit stone that a kind-hearted person had dropped earlier. She couldn't see, but she could hear. The whispers of passers-by filled her ears, laced with mockery, pity, and even a hint of contemptuous laughter. This blind girl is even selling herself to bury her mother? Who would want her? I heard her mother was the courtesan of the drunken immortal pavilion, but later went mad. It's better that she died, saving her from being a burden. Exactly. The Yi family's young master said long ago, whoever dares to collect this madwoman's body will be dealt with. The gossip slithered into her ears like poisonous snakes. This was the last makeup she had prepared for her mother. From the moment her mother took her last breath, Yi Jiani knew that from now on, there would be no one in this world she could trust. Even now, she still remembered everything that had happened when her mother was dying. A pair of cold hands tightly gripped her shoulders, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free, the sound of crying echoing in her ears. Jiani, you can't live on your own. Rather than suffer in this world, it's better to go with me. Everything that happened that rainy night felt like a nightmare. Waking up from it countless times, she had wanted to go with her mother, but in the end, she couldn't bear to let her mother's body be left on the street. Mother, wait a little longer, Yi Jiani murmured softly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. I'll go see you soon. Her whispers abruptly stopped. Quick, just ahead. Damn it. That little bastard really dares to collect the madwoman's body? Last time, it was the eldest brother who let her off. This time, I will cripple her. The iron hooves of the red flame steed crushed the bluestone slabs, sparks flying. The vendors on both sides of the street hurriedly packed up their stalls, and pedestrians retreated like a tide. Several children were knocked to the ground, but no one dared to speak up. The 3rd young master of the Yi family was notoriously domineering. Yi family. Yi Jiani trembled all over as she heard the familiar sound of hooves approaching like thunder. The small and frail body instinctively lunged towards the straw mat, hands frantically clawing at it, trying to roll her mother up and take her away. But she was too small, so small that she couldn't even tug at the corner of her mother's clothing. In just a moment, the sparks spewed by the fiery steed had already ignited before her. Dozens of Yi family cultivators dismounted aggressively, led by a man in fine clothes, his face sinister, with a cold gleam from the sword at his waist. The man was Yi Li, the third young master of the Yi family. Although his name contained the character for courtesy, he often assisted his elder brother in bullying others. Yi Li's gaze locked onto Yi Jiani like a venomous snake, and he suddenly let out a piercing cold laugh. I said not to collect her corpse. Looks like you don't take the Yi family seriously. After saying this, his gaze shifted to a wooden sign beside him that read selling oneself to bury mother. Yi Li sneered as he lifted his foot to crush the sign, then roughly lifted Yi Jiani's chin with his riding crop. Oh, even learning to sell oneself to bury mother? With your scrawny body. No one would want you even if you offered yourself. Before he finished speaking, a clear and cold child's voice suddenly pierced through the clamor. I bought her. Yi Jiani's hollow eyes suddenly contracted. Whether it was her illusion or not, upon hearing this sentence, the originally noisy marketplace eerily fell silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to freeze. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly shone down. Chapter 8. Who cares about the ants crushed underfoot? Which fool didn't see that the Yi family was handling things? If you don't want to die, get lost. The power of the entire realm burst forth, and even the edges of his palms glinted with a bloody aura. This was the Yi family's secret technique, the heart-crushing palm, which had once shattered the heart veins of a fellow cultivator of the same realm on the spot. However, bang. Yi Li's sinister smile froze instantly on his face. The explosive sound continued, like firecrackers racing up his arm, turning the flesh and bones of his entire right arm to dust in an instant due to some terrifying force. Yi Li didn't even have time to scream in agony before a hand covered in dark iron scales had already grasped his throat, lifting his 200-pound body as if he were a chick. His legs instinctively kicked in the air, and his left hand frantically clawed at the iron-like hand. But the hand that could split stones and shatter tablets in the past now felt like a mere tickle, leaving not even a scratch on the opponent's scales. The Yi family cultivators, seeing this, were about to rush to help when the entire world suddenly sank. Boom. An invisible pressure crashed down like the sky collapsing, causing countless fragments of the long street's bluestone to explode. The Yi family members, along with the nearby watching cultivators, felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their bodies uncontrollably crashing to the ground. Blood mist exploded from their knees, and their faces scraped against the stone slabs. Please spare me. Yi Li sensed something was wrong and began to plead for mercy, his face turning purple from being choked, but he still desperately squeezed out words of supplication. He was a fool for not recognizing the greatness of the mountain. At this moment, he had lost all the arrogance he had moments ago, replaced only by fear and embarrassment. His pleas fell, but the expression of the guard in front remained as cold as ice. Only a glance passed over Qin Wangchuan. The 5-year-old child was looking elsewhere, not even casting a glance in his direction. Seeing this, the guard immediately tightened his fingers. Crack! Yi Li's neck was brutally crushed. Dying in agony, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and under the overwhelming pressure, it bizarrely floated in midair, turning into a shower of blood droplets. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he was still thinking, is this an assassination aimed at me? Or an attack against the Yi family? But in the next second, Yi Li's dilated pupils suddenly constricted sharply. In his blurred vision, a 5-year-old child stood indifferently before the little blind girl, while another guard in dark armor stood respectfully behind him. So that's how it is. At this moment, he finally understood that this unparalleled powerhouse who had casually crushed him was merely a subordinate of this young master. It was neither a vendetta nor an attack, just a strong person accidentally stepping on an ant that was making a fuss. Who are you? The kneeling Yi family guard's voice trembled, shouting desperately while resisting. My Yi family has a quasi-saint ancestor overseeing us. A quasi-saint is barely considered powerful in 1,000 states. Once one advances to become a saint, they can establish a holy land and gather immortal disciples. He thought that bringing this up would provide some deterrence, but he seemed to have forgotten. This was the 10 Directions Immortal Court. Just the 2 seemingly ordinary guards in front of him, along with the many hidden guards behind, were all at the 21st realm, quasi-emperor realm. If it weren't for the fact that the emperor's physical body was inconvenient to move, the ones escorting Qin Wangchuan would not be at the 21st realm, but at the 22nd realm, the emperor realm. It wasn't that quasi-saints were weak, but that the Qin family was too strong. Qin Wangchuan remained calm, finally speaking, leave none alive. Perhaps due to his still tender voice, or perhaps by nature. When he said this, his voice was very soft, yet to the enemy, it sounded like the voice of hell. Quasi-saint Ancestor? The guard who received the order turned to look at him, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Slowly raising his hand, He casually flicked his fingertip. Puff. The Yi family guard who spoke didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded, the remaining body collapsing like mud in a pool of blood. A mere quasi-saint, not even worthy to hold my family's young master's shoes. Another guard sneered. Even if a saint or great saint came, they would just be a slightly larger ant. After saying this, with just a thought, the Yi family's dozen or so guards suddenly collapsed as if all their strength had been drained. Physically unharmed, but in an instant, their spirits were obliterated, leaving no chance for reincarnation. If it weren't for considering the young master's feelings, these people wouldn't even have whole corpses left, but would have directly turned into clouds of blood mist. People lying on the ground in the marketplace trembled upon witnessing this scene, quickly pressing their heads to the ground and beginning to pray. They were too powerful. This was not merely a gap in strength, but a crushing difference of dimensions. Next, Qin Wangchuan's gaze fell on the girl still kneeling on the ground. Although Yi Jiani could not see, she could hear the brittle sound of bones breaking and smell the heavy scent of blood. She bit her lip hard. The phrase "I bought her" clearly echoing in her ears, yet she feared it might be another hallucination. Just like those starving nights when she would hear her mother's call. She hoped it wasn't a hallucination, because if it weren't, she would have the money to bury her mother. The wise Yi Jiani. How could she not realize that the people before her might not belong to the same world as her? But she had no choice. Please buy me. Almost instinctively, Yi Jiani suddenly knelt forward. I just need 500 spirit stones. 5 years. No, 10 years is fine. I'm very capable. Her trembling voice was filled with desperate determination. Like a drowning person grasping at the last piece of driftwood, Qin Wangchuan silently stood in front of the straw mat, the hem of his dark brocade robe sweeping across the edge of the mat. He looked at this blind girl who would one day become the emperor of the Qin, kneeling on the ground like a beggar. Beside her, half of a finger was exposed from under the straw mat. That was her mother's final resting place. When Yi Jiani's forehead touched the ground, she suddenly caught a whiff of a refreshing scent of cedar. It had no trace of powder, clean as fresh mountain snow, yet inexplicably brought a long-lost warmth to her perpetually cold limbs. She liked this smell very much. Just as she was thinking, a dull thud suddenly sounded as a bag fell to the ground. Qin Wangchuan raised his hand, and the 2 guards behind him understood and threw down bags of spirit crystals. These were spirit crystals several times more valuable than spirit stones. Enough to buy her a lifetime. The boy's voice was pleasant, like clear spring water. It brought an unreal sense of dreaminess. And master, her voice was hoarse, her fingers unconsciously clutching her clothes. I am not worth that much. She had heard of spirit crystals. Even the head of the Yi family coveted them. If it were someone else, they would probably be overjoyed by now. But she only felt panic. A blind girl who couldn't even afford to bury her mother's bones. Why was she worthy of such generous treatment? Chapter 9. Meeting the mysterious person. The rain stains on the bluestone slab were still wet, reflecting the corner of the boy's dark-colored brocade robe. Qin Wangchuan lowered his gaze at this blind girl who would one day become the emperor of Qin. Yet at this moment, she resembled a drenched chick, trembling even at the thought of receiving gifts. He suddenly smiled. With such character, it was no wonder she would become an emperor in the future. Your life from now on belongs to me, and you will live only for me. The jade pendant felt warm to the touch. The front was engraved with the character for Qin, and the back had the number 9. Yi Jiani traced the pattern, and in a daze, she felt the warmth of the jade spreading through her fingertips to her heart, melting the ice left from that rainy night. Qin Wangchuan, she murmured, as if trying to carve these 3 characters into her bones. After she spoke, the eyes of the 2 guards suddenly burst with ecstatic expressions. Young Master Xia. The guards hidden in the shadows gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with unwilling envy. Spirit crystals were merely a resource for cultivation, distributed monthly by the family. But the treasures in the young master's treasure vault were all unique and precious. Anything he casually threw out could stir up a bloody storm. Even now, a ray of rosy light leaked from the slightly open spirit crystal bag, causing the surrounding cultivators to collectively catch their breath. Their eyes revealed obvious shock and greed. Had it not been for the earlier horrifying scene, they might have rushed forward long ago. Yi Jiani was still kneeling on the ground, lost in thought, her eyes slightly warm. Her mother wouldn't have to lie dead in the wilderness. This was better than anything. Qin Wangchuan stood still for a moment, casting his gaze around. According to the trajectory in his simulation, the mysterious person who gifted the 9 heavens Qin Emperor scripture should be arriving soon. Helping Yi Jiani up, Qin Wangchuan said, "Wait a moment. I need to wait for someone to eliminate a clan." After hesitating for a moment, Yi Jiani suddenly tightened her grip on her clothes, her voice trembling. "Young master, let us leave first. You killed members of the Yi family. They will come soon." She gently traced the 9 on the jade pendant with her fingertip, her voice growing softer. "My mother offended them and was killed. They even said they wouldn't allow her body to be retrieved. nor would they allow anyone to intervene otherwise. Yi Jiani couldn't see, and she had no idea what kind of purgatory lay before her. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have said such things. Qin Wangchuan nodded, sighing. The small family is quite impressive. No, the Yi family is very powerful. The two standing guards nearly laughed out loud at this. A family from a border town, even if there were 10, 100, or 1,000 of them, could easily be suppressed. Let alone this was within the Qin family's territory. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Qin Wangchuan interrupted her, suddenly looking up towards the end of the long street. The rain mist enveloped the bluestone slab, and a figure in a raincoat approached with steady steps. He was a man of about 30, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, carrying a fortune-teller's flag on his back and a bamboo tube hanging at his waist, inside of which coins jingled. As the little girl approached Yi Jiani, lifting his hat to speak, his pupils suddenly constricted. Where there was supposed to be only one person in the divination, there was now a 5-year-old child. The child was dressed in dark clothes, gazing at him with a depth of insight that belied his age. The fortune-teller's long fingers instinctively formed a calculation gesture. But he couldn't deduce anything. The heavenly secrets were chaotic, and the fate was completely non-existent. It was as if the one sitting there was not a living person, but a sharp sword that severed the river of heavenly secrets. How strange. The bronze-colored face of the fortune-teller showed signs of shock. Having traveled through thousands of states for thousands of years, he had never encountered a fate that was completely unfathomable. Forget it. Two little ones, I have a cultivation method here, since you two have a connection with me. Who wants it? The fortune-teller's gaze wandered between the two, only responsible for handing out the method, not caring who received it. He was secretly certain it would surely be this boy. The boy looked more mature, and the blind girl couldn't see, naturally unaware of the value of the object. But in the next second, he guessed wrong. Give it to her, Qin Wangchuan said lightly. Oh, the fortune-teller became interested, raising the jade slip in his hand. Do you know why I have this method? I don't know. Then why not take it? It's more suitable for her. What if I told you this is a treasure that could change your fate? Then give it to her. Then give it to her. Those 4 short words were like a fire, burning Yi Jiani's heart. She came from a humble background. It was precisely because of her humble beginnings that she had seen too much darkness. For someone to treat this method with such seriousness, it must be an extraordinary treasure. Yet he didn't hesitate for a moment and casually gave it to her. Why? Was it because she was too weak? Or did he feel sorry for her? Or perhaps he simply didn't care about this so-called treasure? But regardless of the reason, it shouldn't be like this. She had seen too many people fight to the death over a little spirit stone, some even harming their own family, brothers turning against each other. But now, it turned out that there would really be someone who would treat her this way. Not out of charity, not out of pity, but genuinely willing to give her something good. She suddenly felt her eyes warm, hurriedly lowering her head, afraid he would see her lose composure. In reality, Qin Wangchuan's purpose in saying all this was very simple. She is mine now. It makes no difference who I give it to. However, the fortune-teller was unaware of this. After he chuckled lightly, he approached, intending to examine this unusual boy closely. But how could the 2 guards allow him to come closer? The fortune-teller's fingertips lightly pinched, his gaze shifting slightly. Although he could not divine Qin Wangchuan's fate, the backgrounds of the 2 guards clearly emerged in the divination symbols passing through his fingers. He raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly as he whispered. So it's a member of the Qin family. The tone was flat, yet there was a hint of profound meaning. I still owe your family and old ancestor a favor. How about this? I have a 6-character sword technique here. I'll give it to you. Young man, learn the sword. Sword master. A sword crosses the cold stars. A lonely blade once illuminated the sorrows of eternity. Let the proud ones compete for glory. I shall remain steadfast above the clouds. Chapter 10. The Yi family is completely destroyed, and the ties of dust have been severed. Qin Wangchuan took the sword technique. Looking down at it, there was no gilded cover, no esoteric title. On the yellowing cover, there was only a single character for sword written in dripping ink. The brushstrokes were like swords, piercing through the paper. With just a glance, a chilling sword aura rushed toward him, causing a slight pain in his eyes. It should be known that Qin Wangchuan possessed celestial bones. Even imperial-level techniques could be casually browsed through. But at this moment, the single character on the cover of this sword technique pierced his eyes as if they were on fire. An imperial-level technique surpassed. Could it be from the Heavenly Emperor? The person before him was a Heavenly Emperor. Realizing this, Qin Wangchuan suddenly looked up, only to find that the fortune-teller had already vanished. Young master. The 2 guards immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively stood in front of Qin Wangchuan, vigilantly looking around, trying to find the trace of the fortune-teller. At first, they thought he was just an ordinary fortune-teller, but it wasn't until he suddenly disappeared that they realized something was amiss. Relax, that person is a Heavenly Emperor. If he really wanted to make a move, we would have died long ago, Qin Wangchuan sighed lightly, not blaming them. The guards were shocked. A heavenly emperor? Not to mention them. Even Qin Wangchuan didn't he expect that the one who helped Yi Jiani in the simulation would be a heavenly emperor. It was rumored that the heavenly emperor Li of the Li family, who traveled through the 3,000 states and practiced the path of cause and effect, formed countless good destinies. Seeing him today, one could understand that the rumors were not false. No wonder he chose to invest in Yi Jiani. It turned out he knew she was destined to become an emperor. At this point, Qin Wangchuan paused, recalling his own physique. Among the 3 heavenly emperors, only the ancestor of the Qin family stayed at home. The other 2 were wandering the world, seeking breakthroughs. It was also fortunate that no heavenly emperor intervened. The Qin family's plan to seize the heavens proceeded smoothly. Otherwise, would other families just watch you gather so many supreme and celestial bones? Did they really think they were kind-hearted? As the few of them conversed, Yi Jiani held the jade slip with trembling fingers. Although she couldn't see, she gathered from the few words that the Fortuneteller had an extraordinary status and the item given was certainly excellent. Young master, she suddenly knelt towards Qin Wangchuan. Raising the jade slip high, this is too precious, I cannot accept it. Besides, it would be a waste for me, since I cannot see. The water pooling by the street reflected her tense profile, her eyelashes fluttering. She looked just like an ugly duckling that had fallen into a muddy pit. Qin Wangchuan chuckled softly, reaching out to tousle her dry, yellow hair. Why worry about what's yours and mine? A wisp of chaotic celestial light emanated from his fingertips, quietly nourishing her parched hair ends. You are all mine now. Why care about these things? His domineering words suddenly relaxed Yi Jiani's tense shoulders. She lowered her head, pressing the jade slip against her heart, as if confirming that this was not an illusion, a small whimper escaping her throat like a little beast. Yes. For the first time in 5 years, someone cherished her as a possession, which felt more reassuring than pity or charity. Soon, the coffin was ready. She thought Qin Wangchuan couldn't hear, but he understood everything clearly. Mother, I can't stay with you. I want to live. Qin Wangchuan nodded slightly, thinking, that's right, Yi Jiani. Live on. As the future empress of the Qin family, as my support, live on. Once she grows up, along with myself. The Qin family can be called the foremost family in the world. It was a massive vessel, entirely black, its body engraved with intricate runes, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. Yi Jiani could feel the slight tremors beneath her feet and the suddenly dense spiritual energy around her, as well as the strength of the people nearby. It was a sensation that even made breathing painful. The Yi family naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, but there was no need to search for it. Where was the Yi family? The Yi family estate had a total of 527 cultivators, with the strongest aura in the center of the estate. All had been locked onto, with a sweep of divine sense. Not only the Yi family but the entire town appeared before him. Qin Wangchuan replied lightly, turning his gaze towards the flying boat below. The outline of Qixia town was faintly visible beneath the clouds, and the Yi family's enormous estate stood out even more. Within the high walls and red gates, pavilions and towers were lined up, and the glazed tiles of the central hall glittered with ostentatious gold in the sunlight. At this moment, several auras gathered in the courtyard, seemingly having discovered the tragic death of their young master. The family head, elders, and several heirs gathered together to discuss countermeasures. But so what? Destroy it. The 3 words, casually spoken, suddenly darkened the sky over Qixia town. Old Zhao, the tavern keeper, was wiping the counter when he suddenly felt the wine bowls on the counter trembling slightly. He looked up in confusion, only to see the birds outside startled, and the entire long street's bluestone slabs covered in spiderweb-like cracks silently. What is happening? Before he could finish speaking, a vast pressure descended from the sky. In an instant, the air on the long street seemed to freeze. The wine bowl in old Zhou's hand suddenly exploded, yet the shards bizarrely hovered in mid-air before falling. The drinking guests, along with all the cultivators on the street, changed their expressions drastically, their spiritual powers sinking like they were trapped in a quagmire, their knees uncontrollably slamming against the bluestone slabs, creating spiderweb-like cracks. This was not pressure. It was an absolute suppression on the level of laws. It was like ants suddenly thrown into the deep sea, where even struggling became a luxury. What is happening? Some managed to lift their eyes with great difficulty, their pupils suddenly constricting. Above in the sky, a gigantic palm of spiritual energy, covering hundreds of miles, was coalescing. The palm print was as clear as a ravine, and just looking at it made one's eyes sting and soul tremble. Moments later, the giant palm descended towards the Yi family. The Yi family members, including that quasi-saint, were crushed into the ground like ants under invisible pressure. Their faces pressed to the earth, limbs twisted, unable to move even a finger. Even some of the weaker cultivators were crushed into blood, missed the moment the pressure formed. There was no escape, no way to avoid it. No rumbling, no screams. as the giant palm and pressure dissipated. The once enormous Yi family estate was left with a deep pit of glazed earth, hundreds of feet deep. The entire Yi family was thus completely erased. The Yi family is gone? Old Zhao, kneeling on the ground, stared blankly at this scene, muttering to himself. A family so large, yet vanished in the blink of an eye. Shock and fear instantly loomed over everyone's heads. Just a quasi-emperor could wield the laws. What would happen if a true emperor got serious? Qin Wangchuan looked at the disappearing Yi family, thousands of thoughts swirling in his mind. The chaotic celestial light circulating around him, isolating the terrifying pressure from the outside. He raised his hand, a breath of energy enveloping. His voice calm and completely unlike that of a child. The Yi family is utterly destroyed. All ties have been severed. Find a good place to bury your mother. From today on, focus on following me in cultivation. Yi Jiani unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her clothes. Was it really for me? The nails digging into her shoulder from her mother's grip, the bloody smell seeping into the straw mat on that rainy night. Those nightmares that had entangled her for 5 years were effortlessly brushed away by the boy's words. So this is what it feels like to be protected. The crisp scent of cedar lingered at her nose. Yi Jiani lowered her gaze and softly replied, yes. This response was almost inaudible, but felt like the sound of a life lock clicking shut. My life is now yours. The celestial boat soon arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Qin family. When the flying boat landed on the celestial platform, Qin Wan and a group of attendants who had been waiting for a long time quickly stepped forward. He first cast a deep glance at the disheveled Yi Jiani behind Qin Wangchuan before respectfully saying, young master, the Ancestor requests your presence. Qin Wangchuan nodded, not in a hurry to set off, but turned to the guards behind him. Go and give her mother a proper burial. The guards respectfully answered, yes, young master. This youngest son of the Qin family commanded respect without anger. All the accompanying guards felt a sense of awe. After speaking, he looked at Yi Jiani. You should come along too, to send your mother off for the last time. Yi Jiani's body trembled slightly, and she said softly, thank you, young master. Seeing her tattered clothes and dry hair, Qin Wangchuan instructed a maid nearby. Take her to wash up and change into clean clothes. The maid understood and bowed in response. After giving the instructions, they followed the master to the great Ancestor hall. When Qin Wangchuan stepped into the hall, Qin Tai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep as an ocean. Chuaner, come here. Qin Wangchuan stepped forward, respectfully bowing. Ancestor. Chapter 11. The Emperor is the endpoint for ordinary people, but merely my starting point. A word of the great path manifested. The origin can be said to be fixed from the moment a person is born. After reaching the realm of the Emperor, there are some methods to slightly increase it. But there has never been anyone whose origin surged dramatically like him. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to care, but for Qin Wangchuan, Qin Tai had to be cautious. Qin Wangchuan blinked, tilting his little face, revealing a cute smile. He knew when to act silly. Qin Tai's bony fingers lightly tapped the armrest, causing ripples of Tao rhythm to spread throughout the hall. This emperor who had lived for over 1,000,000 years suddenly smiled. Are you truly unclear, or are you pretending to be unclear? The image of all things being born in his right eye suddenly accelerated. While the stars in his left eye abruptly froze. Do you know that ordinary cultivators reach their origin limit and cannot make any progress for life? Even for powerful emperors. It may take thousands of years to increase their origin by a fraction. Suddenly, the sandalwood in the hall solidified, sketching a phantom of an immortal divine tree between the two. Qin Tai's fingertip lightly tapped, and the divine tree burst forth with brilliant light. And you. The phantom of the divine tree suddenly trembled violently, projecting 10 chaotic halos around Qin Wangchuan. Each halo contained an aura that could make the heavens tremble. And the 10th halo even vaguely hinted at transcending this realm. Within 10 days, his origin surged several times, as if it had no upper limit at all. Qin Tai's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. This kind of miracle, even I did not witness when I attained the title of emperor. Qin Wangchuan's heart stirred slightly. He had long known that the origin rewarded by the system was extraordinary, but he did not expect even the emperor to be shaken by it. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw an ancient ancestor's sleeve release a bronze compass. The compass suspended in midair, its surface engraved with the phantom images of 3,000 states. Qin Tai reached out, and a drop of imperial blood shimmering with golden light fell in the center of the compass. I really don't know, so let me see what kind of existence is helping you. Boom. The compass spun wildly, and the spiritual energy of the entire Qin family ancestral land was instantly drained. After a moment, the compass stopped spinning. Strange. This heavenly emperor, holding the compass, stood up, the causality that even the heavenly machine compass cannot predict. You have a great secret. Isn't it a great secret? A foolish system. Just as he was about to say something, the ancestor suddenly bent down. His withered hand pressed on Qin Wangchuan's shoulder. There's no need to tell me the details. The fewer people who know about such a miracle, the better. Qin Wangchuan was stunned. He did not expect the ancestor to react this way. No questioning, no probing, only unwavering trust and protection. The grandson understood. He nodded seriously, a certain corner of his heart quietly loosening. Is this what family is? Even when facing miracles beyond comprehension, the first reaction is still protection rather than coveting. Her name is Yi Jiani. Qin Wangchuan's eyes lit up. His grandson foresaw in a dream that this woman would surely become the heavenly emperor in the future. Oh, the star river in the ancestor's left eye suddenly rolled back. Let me see. An invisible divine sense swept across the entire Qin family, instantly locking onto Yi Jiani, who was buried in the back mountain, her mother. After a moment, Qin Tai frowned slightly. Ordinary root bones, blind eyes. This is... The vitality in his right eye suddenly surged. So that's it. A natural Dao heart. Although one of the 7 orifices is damaged, it subtly aligns with the number of the great Dao has flaws. What a piece of uncut jade. No wonder Old Li would help her a bit. But he probably didn't calculate that in the end. He made a wedding dress for you. As a heavenly emperor. He naturally also calculated the karma of the Li family that Yi Jiani was entangled with. With just a snap of his fingers. He calculated the cause and effect in the matter of Qin Wangchuan obtaining the sword technique. Qin Tai suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Do you know why Old Li gifted you the sword technique? The ancestor suddenly laughed heartily. What a load of nonsense. That old fellow is the most shrewd. He must have seen that the karma you bear is even more astonishing than his back in the day. This is to form a good relationship in advance. As the laughter gradually ceased, Qin Tai suddenly became serious. Wangchuan. My Qin family and the Li family both come from swordsmanship. But do you know why the name of the heavenly sword fell to the Li family? I don't know. On one hand, it's because of the heavenly sword from the Li family's sword tomb. On the other hand, it's the sword technique. It should not be called a sword seal. He turned to look at the sea of clouds outside the hall, his voice suddenly ethereal. In ancient times, the Li family produced a great power who comprehended the 6-kill sword seal and established an imperial family. After countless descendants perfected it, there came the Li family's 7-kill sword seal, which is indeed terrifying in power. You should cultivate well. Perhaps you can comprehend their precious sword seal. So powerful. Qin Wangchuan took out the sword technique. The fact that the ancestor described it with the 4 words terrifying power was enough to show the horror of the sword seal. After thinking for a moment, he handed over the sword technique. Let us make a few copies and place them in the scripture pavilion for others to study. After all, Senior Li didn't say it could only be used by myself. Oh. A look of surprise appeared on Qin Tai's face as he gently rubbed the sword technique with his bony fingers, his eyes swirling with the star river. As if he was deducing something. You want to distribute this? Qin Wangchuan blinked, a hint of confusion on his youthful face. Is that not allowed? The ancestor shook his head and chuckled. It's not that it can't be done, but Wangchuan, his voice slightly deepened, carrying a hint of admonition. The reason why opportunities are called opportunities is that they are unique. If only you have it, then you are the unique genius. But if it is distributed and everyone has it, then your advantage will vanish. He lightly tapped the jade slip with his fingertip, his tone profound. The cultivation methods created by the Heavenly Emperor are indeed treasures for ordinary people, but if everyone cultivates, how can you ensure that you can still stand above everyone? Upon hearing this, Qin Wangchuan's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes carrying a rebelliousness not befitting his age. The ancestor is overthinking it. His voice was clear, but it held an undeniable confidence. No matter how strong the sword technique is, it's just someone else's path. To me, it counts for nothing. Moreover, he slightly narrowed his gaze, his tender little hand gently pressed against his chest, his whole body resonating with the immortal bones, emitting a subtle humming sound. The same cultivation method, different people practicing it, the effects are worlds apart. I possess the immortal body of longevity. My origin far exceeds that of ordinary people, plus the support of immortal bones. If I lack even this bit of confidence, what future can I talk about in becoming an immortal emperor? The emperor is the end point for ordinary people, but not for me. The heavenly emperor can only be considered a starting point. My goal is the immortal emperor, and even beyond the immortal emperor. With immortal bones, an immortal body, and a system, if I can't reach that realm, it can only mean that I'm too weak. Just as his words fell, the sky above the Qin family ancestral land suddenly changed dramatically. Although Qin Wangchuan didn't know, but Qin Tai saw clearly. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in chaos. Endless calamity clouds surged and gathered, forming a huge vortex that spanned 3,000 states. This could no longer be explained by innate talent, but was a symbol of the great Tao's mercy. In the cloud sea of the 10 directions of the immortal court, the Emperor Li, who was fishing in the cloud sea, suddenly felt his fishing rod snap. He abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing through endless void. Looking towards the direction of the Qin family. What is this? The usually carefree and unrestrained face rarely grew serious, his fingertips pinching the formula to deduce. But he only saw a void of chaos. For others to study? Interesting. He suddenly chuckled lightly. A rusty ancient sword in his sleeve emitted a clear dragon-esque roar. The Li family is hopeless this generation. Let you help me comprehend the eighth seal. In the 9 heavens of 1,000 states, the Emperor Yi, in the clouds of a high mountain, suddenly opened his eyes, and the space around him instantly froze. Above the immortal emperor, he looked towards the position of the Qin family in the sky, his voice hoarse like the clash of metal. After the end of the Golden Age, there are still those who dare to speak recklessly. It's truly a fearless child. After Qin Tai was shocked, he first froze, then laughed heartily, filled with gratification. Good. What a good immortal emperor. What a good statement of the same cultivation method different people practice. He clapped his hands in praise. Wangchuan, your temperament is even 3 points more reckless than I was back in the day. A great era is about to begin. My Qin family shall be the first clan in all realms. As the laughter gradually ceased, the ancestor's gaze became profound, slowly saying, since that's the case, I cannot let you pay without reward. He shifted his tone, gathering a piece of golden token in his palm, with the words engraved on the front. From today on, you may visit the immortal tree at any time. That is a true great opportunity. Qin Wangchuan's eyes brightened slightly, and he bowed. Thank you, Ancestor. Meanwhile, on the other side, however, he was stopped midway. A delicate voice came from the side. Qin Zhao walked over, her skirt held up gracefully. The 9-year-old girl already showing a slim figure. She twirled the tassel of the jade pendant around her waist with her fingertip. The golden phoenix embroidered on her crimson skirt shining brilliantly in the sunlight, swaying gently with her steps. When did our Qin family allow just anyone to enter? The girl tilted her head, her hairpin swaying lightly, her apricot eyes filled with innocent malice. Suddenly covering her mouth, she chuckled lightly. Ah, I misspoke. They're not even worth mentioning as cats and dogs. Chapter 12. The 8th young lady Qin Zhao, severely torturing the female ghost. The maid immediately stepped forward half a step to protect Yi Jiani behind her. 8th young lady. This is someone from the 9th young lady. Qin Zhao lightly tapped her toes, her golden skirt spinning gracefully. She suddenly leaned close to the maid, twirling a strand of hair with her fingertip, her eyes narrowing dangerously. You want to stop me? The maid immediately lowered her head. I wouldn't dare. She was not Qin Wangchuan's attendant, but belonged to the immortal boat platform, a type that anyone could command. Naturally, she wouldn't dare to provoke these young ladies. Qin Zhao snorted lightly, bouncing around to stand in front of Yi Jiani. Wow, she is actually a poor little blind girl. Her sweet voice carried deliberate pity. But in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. Why? Why does a 5-year-old child receive such favoritism from the ancestor? Why is it that everyone else is at the first rank, while he is at the 0 rank and can still obtain a divine seed? What exactly makes him better than her? Qin Zhao grew more and more angry as she bit her lower lip, recalling her mother's words. Zhao, you have good talent. But unfortunately, compared to Wangchuan, you'll always be just a green leaf. The words left unsaid, but that sigh was more piercing than any words. A blind girl. Qin Zhao suddenly lowered her voice, venom seeping through her sweet tone. How could someone like her belong to my Qin family? Yi Jiani's voice was hoarse. Her bony fingers tightened suddenly, nails digging into her palm. She wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. You're being outrageous. The guard behind Qin Zhao shouted. A massive pressure descending like a mountain. However, before the pressure could settle, it was dispersed by another force. It's you who is being outrageous. An angry shout sounded like thunder. Qin Zhao and the guards were caught off guard, pressed down onto the green jade bricks, hairpins clattering. Their clothes and skirts stained with dust, no longer resembling their earlier arrogance. She struggled to lift her head, meeting Qin Wangchuan's cold gaze. 8th sister. A clear, childlike voice, like cold spring striking jade, sent a shiver through everyone present. Qin Zhao forced a smile, her voice sickly sweet. 9th brother, I'm helping you educate your disobedient servant. Qin Wangchuan walked over with his guards. Though the 5-year-old's figure was not tall, his eyes made everyone present's hair stand on end. Even among the guards of the young masters, there was a significant difference in rank. Qin Wangchuan always had the best by his side. Yi Jiani's hollow eyes glistened with tears, her cracked lips trembling slightly. The emotions hidden in that call echoed too much, from despair to grievance, from helplessness to reassurance. Like a lost young beast finally catching the scent of home. It's all right. Qin Wangchuan reached out and brushed her withered hair. Just a few words loosened the tension in Yi Jiani's back. Turning to look at Qin Zhao, 8th sister, what great power you have, even disciplining my people. Truly impressive. Qin Wangchuan's childish voice carried a hint of playful teasing, yet his starry eyes were filled with frost. He lightly gave a glance to the guards behind him, and the pressure hovering over Qin Zhao and the others instantly dissipated. Qin Zhao, feeling guilty, raised her head, meeting those cold eyes. She instinctively forced out a couple of awkward laughs, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Having interacted with the young masters before, she found that the eighth young master, Qin Zhao, wasn't a bad person, just immature, spoiled, rude, and particularly exclusionary. Although she was an elder sister, she acted like a petty little girl from a past life. After being disciplined a few times before, it was surprising she still hadn't learned her lesson. Since she knew she was wrong, she should be punished. As soon as Qin Wangchuan's childish voice fell, Qin Zhao's pupils constricted, her fingers stained with rouge, unconsciously tugging at her skirt. It can't be that, can it? She thought. Two female guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, restraining Qin Zhao. What are you going to do? Qin Zhao's voice suddenly rose, a hint of panic flashing in her phoenix eyes. Outrageous. I am the eighth young master. Before she finished her sentence, the two female guards had already saluted neatly. Please forgive the eighth young master. Saying that, they held her arms, their actions respectful but unyielding. Seeing the guards remain unmoved, her voice rose sharply as she looked at Qin Wangchuan. But I am your sister. Exactly because of that, I must discipline you. Qin Wangchuan took a jade ruler from the guards, 20 times, a small punishment for a big lesson. Qin Zhao's face turned pale instantly, struggling to break free. No. No. I'm already so big. You can't hit my bottom. This jade ruler, named Guarding Heart, was a disciplinary artifact passed down in the Qin family. It wouldn't harm the body in the slightest, but it could strike the soul directly. No matter how powerful one was, they could not escape the piercing pain. Last time, Qin Wangchuan used this to hit her, and it was on her bottom. The female guards didn't care about that. They quickly held her down in their arms. The corner of her crimson skirt was lifted, revealing the silk pants underneath. The surrounding guards and maids all turned their heads in tacit understanding, not daring to look further. Smack! The jade ruler landed on her bottom, making a crisp sound. Qin Zhao's body trembled, her ears turning bright red. Qin Wangchuan. You. Just a blind girl. Is it necessary to go this far? Smack! The second hit was heavier, and Qin Zhao bit her lip, her eyes already turning red. As the jade ruler fell again and again, Qin Zhao gradually transformed from furious curses to soft sobs. By the 15th strike, she finally couldn't hold back and pleaded. Ninth brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Qin Zhao let out a sob. I shouldn't have bullied a blind person. Smack. She bit her ruby lips tightly, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. The moment the jade ruler fell, the sharp pain was like a raging fire burning her. But in an instant, it transformed into a strange numbness. Just like last time, it carried an indescribable pleasure, like thousands of ants crawling under her skin, itching all the way to her heart. Wrong to bully my people. My people. This sentence struck like thunder into Yi Jiani's chaotic world, making her eardrums buzz. Her hollow eyes widened slightly, her cracked lips trembling unconsciously. The punches and curses she endured in Qixia town suddenly felt distant. In their place was a subtle sense of reassurance. After delivering 20 strikes, Qin Wangchuan stopped, putting away the jade ruler and looking at Qin Zhao. Remember today's lesson. When Qin Zhao was helped up, her face still bore tear stains, but she didn't dare to act out anymore. She suppressed that strange feeling, covering her stinging bottom. Her voice choked with tears. I know. Ninth brother is the worst. She suddenly stomped her foot, crying out this sentence, and as she turned, the jingling of her waist ornaments clanged chaotically, almost tripping her over her excessively long skirt. Qin Wangchuan watched her retreating figure and said to Yi Jiani, in some sense, this place is 10 or 100 times more dangerous than outside, so don't harbor any illusions. Qin Wangchuan's childish voice carried an unusual coldness for his age. Turning to look at her, tomorrow I'll teach you how to cultivate, become stronger. Become someone no one can bully, no one dares to bully. Yi Jiani, who had been standing tall just now, lost all her backbone at this moment. She slowly knelt down, resting her forehead on the cold floor tiles. Her voice soft yet firm, I'll do as you say. This future heavenly emperor silently vowed in her heart. This is the first time. And it will also be the last time hiding behind the young master. Next time, and forever after, it will be her turn to protect him. Chapter 13. Colluding with merchants, the young masters of the Qin family. A few days later, she sat at the piano with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes gently trembling as she cautiously extended her hand while speaking, her fingertips tracing something in the air. After changing into a new outfit, the girl seemed to transform from an ugly duckling. Although still immature, she had begun to show signs of beauty, quite pleasing to the eye. However, her eyes were not merely injured but were flaws etched into the very essence of life. Even her spiritual awareness could not be used. It was a lack of completeness at the level of the great laws. In other words, her current state of blindness was, in fact, completeness. Even with the Qin family's deep heritage, they couldn't cure someone who was not sick. Only outlines, and without color. Was the world in the young master's eyes like this? Her voice carried a childlike curiosity and excitement. Qin Wangchuan quietly watched her, a flicker of depth in his 5-year-old eyes that was not appropriate for his age. He slowly shook his head. No, this world is much more splendid. He reached out to hold Yi Jiani's trembling wrist, guiding her fingertips back to the piano strings. Take your time. Qin Wangchuan's voice was soft, yet it carried a reassuring strength. This is just the beginning. You'll see much more in the future. Yi Jiani tilted her head up, suddenly grasping Qin Wangchuan's sleeve, her hollow eyes shimmering with light. So does that mean one day I will be able to see your face? If the sound of the piano faded, the outlines would quickly disappear. She didn't like that. Qin Wangchuan gave an affirmative answer. You will. But right now, it seems she was overthinking. The first step into cultivation requires channeling qi into the body to refine the hands, feet, mouth, nose, and eyes. However, in just 6 days, she managed to reach the eye refinement stage, and with a breakthrough, she would soon step into the first realm, the 5 extremes realm. Of course, the divine seed given by the Ancestor played a significant role. After being planted in the courtyard, the spiritual energy in the Wangchuan pavilion became several times denser than elsewhere. Yet, her comprehension and potential were also evident. Not bad. He was quite satisfied. However, reaching the second realm would be challenging. Laying a foundation requires time and the use of rare materials, something no one can escape. Of course, except for those with extraordinary constitutions. Next comes the sword technique. Yi Jiani was practicing the piano nearby, and Qin Wangchuan, of course, was not idle either. He was pondering the sword technique, with 10 times the comprehension. He had already thoroughly understood the book. He closed his eyes, and the 6-character sword technique appeared in his mind. Establish, slash, suspend, fall, control, exterminate. Each of these characters contains supreme sword intent. It's somewhat laughable. Not only had he mastered the piano technique, but he had also comprehended this sword technique 5 days prior. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind. The power of this sword technique was average. The first 2 characters could create connections, one establishing and one slashing. The middle 2 could suspend and cause a fall. The control character was for defense, and the exterminate character was for precise kills. While it could both attack and defend, was it really related to the sword imprint? Qin Wangchuan furrowed his brows. And what exactly was the sword imprint? Indeed, possessing extraordinary comprehension. Simply understanding the sword technique could not satisfy him. The fundamental question was whether he could further comprehend the Li family's sword imprint. Young master? Yi Jiani sensed something unusual and abruptly stopped playing the piano. Although she couldn't see, she could feel the sharp sword intent in the air. The next moment, the sword energy dissipated. It seemed he had reached his limit. He sighed and lowered his head. The sword technique was merely a method to deploy sword skills. Fundamentally unrelated to the sword, how could he grasp it? Perhaps I took a wrong turn. It seems I need to find someone who truly understands the sword. Aside from the Ancestor, the one in the Qin family with the highest swordsmanship was not the elders, but the 5th young master, Qin Qingzheng. This person was obsessed with swordsmanship. Born with the Emperor's sword, he practiced in seclusion for many years, rarely showing his face. If he could gain her guidance, perhaps he could glimpse the secrets of the sword imprint. I'll go out for a while. He stood up and glanced at Yi Jiani, saying, You continue practicing the piano. There's no need to follow me. Yes. Yi Jiani nodded in response and resumed plucking the strings, the piano sound flowing like water, merging with the spiritual energy in the courtyard. Qin Wangchuan walked a few steps with his guards. As he passed the training ground, someone called out, Oh dear, isn't this our 9th brother? The person wore a light yellow gauze dress, adorned with jingling jade pendants at her waist, and held a jade plate in her hand, the beads clicking as she played with them. Her eyes curved into a smile, sweet, yet revealing a cunning fox-like shrewdness. The 7th young master of the Qin family, Qin Miaoyan, was the richest. Even the elders had to borrow money from her. She was the biological sister of the 8th young master, Qin Zhao. Yet, their personalities were completely different. Qin Wangchuan paused, his expression unchanged. 7th sister, is there something you need? Of course there is. Qin Miaoyan leaned in, lowering her voice, and said mysteriously, 9th brother, I have a lucrative opportunity here. Would you like to join? Not interested. Qin Wangchuan tried to walk past her. If it were someone else, he might have listened a bit, but standing before him was Qin Miaoyan. To sum up her words in 2, she is a scheming merchant. She once conned a rival family out of a spiritual mine under the guise of investment and made them grateful. A single beauty-enhancing golden lotus pearl and 1,000 bottles of spiritual essence were given to her. Later, He found out that thing was worth at least 50,000 bottles of spiritual essence. There were many similar examples. Although he got some compensation after exposing her, he didn't want to discuss any collaboration with this merchant again. It was just as the saying goes, one can trick a stranger halfway, but a familiar person is a complete jackpot. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Qin Miaoyan grabbed his sleeve and smiled. This matter concerns you. Many people are offering high prices for your information. She blinked, like what you like to eat, your favorite colors, where you usually go, in short. All the information about you. Someone is willing to pay a lot for it. Qin Wangchuan furrowed his brow. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Qin Miaoyan spread her hands. With your engagement coming up, everyone wants to figure out your preferences in advance to please you. Engagement? Qin Wangchuan's eyes widened. Who is getting engaged? You are. Me? Yes, you. The two stared at each other, the air momentarily frozen. After a moment of silence, Qin Wangchuan slowly spoke. I'm getting engaged and I don't know? Chapter 14. The dragon has 9 sons, but all 9 sons are unwell. Huh. You didn't know? Qin Miaoyan feigned surprise. The Ancestor mentioned it a few days ago, saying although you were still young, it's time to start looking for a betrothal. You don't know, but once this news was released, the threshold was almost trampled. Many people have come to me. If we work together, we will definitely make a fortune. Qin Wangchuan. Betrothal? Does this world still do this? Seeing his subtle expression, Qin Miaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Ninth brother, are you shy? Don't worry, my information business is thriving. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee you will have the upper hand. You'll definitely be on top then. Besides, it's just a betrothal. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath and turned to leave. Since there's no avoiding this kind of thing, it's better to make some money out of it. Plus, he could get some information. Let us agree on how to split it. 4 to 6? Qin Miaoyan tentatively asked, of course. It's 4 for you and 6 for me. Qin Wangchuan looked at her expressionlessly. 3 to 7. What? Qin Miaoyan's eyes widened, nearly dropping her abacus. Ninth brother. You are being unreasonable. I have worked hard to contact buyers and bear the risks. It's 3 to 7. I get 7, you get 3. Qin Wangchuan interrupted her lengthy speech, his tone unyielding. Qin Miaoyan's eyes twinkled, and she immediately put on a pitiful expression. How about 50-50? Otherwise, if you don't agree, I will leave. Qin Wangchuan said, turning to leave. Wait. Qin Miaoyan quickly tugged at his sleeve. 3 to 7. Let us go with your 3 to 7. She bit her lip, adding with a pained expression, this is a loss-making deal. As she spoke, her abacus clicked rapidly, her lips twitching slightly. Trusting her to lose money is better than trusting the foolish system to have no problems. Qin Wangchuan glanced at her. Selling my information. What do you lose? Qin Miaoyan was instantly speechless, reluctantly letting go of her hand, mumbling something about needing to maintain relationships, and turned away dejectedly. Remember to write the preferences list in detail. Your favorite snacks, things, and colors, etc. You're quite in demand. Feeling a chill in his heart, he surprisingly hadn't noticed someone was very close. Following the sound, he saw a figure in a blue robe casually draping over the branches of an ancient tree. The young man looked ordinary but exuded an indescribable sense of leisure, as if he were one with this world. If it were an ordinary disciple, it would be impossible not to notice, but if someone was famous, they wouldn't have such an unremarkable face. This left only one possibility. Qin Wangchuan looked up and tentatively called out, second brother? The second young master, Qin Shuangji, born with a heavenly Dao body and extraordinary comprehension. On the surface, he appeared gentle and humble, but in reality, he was deeply calculating, adept at playing the fool to catch the tiger. He also liked to disguise himself. It was said he wore at least 20 to 30 masks, a real trickster. What brings you here, second brother? Qin Wangchuan asked. Following his gaze, he saw 2 figures in the training ground instructing the clan's disciples in their cultivation, or it could also be called one-sided torture. One person had his hands behind his back, clad in white as snow, speaking indifferently to a post. Your punches are neither fast enough nor fierce enough. It was none other than the eldest young master, Qin Wudao. Possessing the ancient sacred body, his combat power was unmatched. Hailed as the future heavenly emperor of the Qin family. Although he was powerful, he was a bit of a bully, but unfortunately, he was also face-blind. Like Yi Jiani, there are flaws in the physical level of the great Dao laws. Poor eyesight, notoriously unable to remember faces, often mistaking elders, and even confusing a wooden post for a person. Once, he mistook the Ancestor for a cleaning servant and told him not to block the way, resulting in being punished to face the wall for 3 days. Another person, bare-chested with bulging muscles, emanating an unmatched fierce aura, laughed wildly upon hearing this. Ha! Come on, let us fight. This one is the heavyweight 4th young master Qin Kuanga, who carries the power of the heavens. A martial arts fanatic, either fighting or on the way to fight all day long. The two stood together, one with hands behind his back, talking to a wooden post, and the other, like a masochist, happily laughing while being attacked by more than 10 people. TSK, it really is hard to evaluate. Qin Wangchuan listened and his expression became strange. To be fair, second brother, with your average face, you don't seem to stand out much more than them. Qin Xuanji chuckled at this, a hint of playfulness flashing across his otherwise ordinary face. Average? He raised his hand and wiped his face, instantly transforming into a handsome visage as smooth as jade. How about this? Qin Wangchuan. Inside this there are 10 innate divine sources. Though they won't be of much use, but better than none. After saying this, he suddenly lowered his voice. I have more detailed information about the engagement news. In fact, the Ancestor has already decided on a candidate. The rumors are just a ruse. Just wait for your 10th birthday banquet to announce it to the world. It's said that this banquet will be unprecedented in scale, with representatives from various sects coming. Do you have any special gifts you want? After putting away the divine sources, Qin Wangchuan thanked him and shook his head. No. Oh, in that case, I'll bring my own gifts. The Qin family has 9 sons. Although all the sons have their issues, their strength and harmony are undeniable. Except for a certain female brat. The interactions among the young masters are exceptionally harmonious, and Qin Wangchuan even feels like he is the one being spoiled. After chatting a bit more, Qin Wangchuan mentioned wanting to find 5th sister Qin Qingjing to discuss sword techniques. However, Qin Xuanji shook his head lazily. She is not at home. Oh. Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. She went to find you some body-refining treasures. Qin Xuanji said, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Wangchuan's already perfectly refined root bones. A playful smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She certainly didn't expect you to refine your body so quickly. Generally, it takes extraordinary talents 4 to 6 years to establish a foundation after reaching the 2nd realm, and it usually takes 4 to 6 years to reach the 3rd realm. Yet even among the Qin family, no one expected Qin Wangchuan's realm to rise so rapidly. This is the longevity celestial body, not to mention Qin Qingjing. Even Qin Xuanji didn't anticipate this. So terrifying? He secretly took note. After bidding farewell to his second brother, Qin Wangchuan found himself without a destination. The last time the Ancestor mentioned that the Li family's sword imprint was extremely mysterious, he was also at a loss. So who else could he consult? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him, recalling the token gifted by the Ancestor. He suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling. Right. The Divine Tree. Chapter 15. Against the Heavens Understanding, the female brat is in trouble again. About the immortal Divine Tree. Although he had never truly seen it, he had learned quite a bit about it through the influence of those around him. It is a congenital spiritual root that has taken root in the ancestral land since the beginning of heaven and earth, enduring countless years without decay. Some even say it is older than the Qin family itself. One leaf is an imperial artifact, one branch suppresses the ages. It is rumored that the Divine Tree not only possesses heaven-defying strength, but also understands the past and present, capable of answering all questions in the world. Since the Ancestor couldn't comprehend the Li family sword imprint, perhaps it could provide me with answers. Qin Wangchuan no longer hesitated, flipping his right hand. The purple gold token instantly appearing in his palm. He lightly tapped the token with his fingertips. A beam of blue light enveloped him. The next moment, Qin Wangchuan's figure vanished from the spot, appearing in a vast ancient land. The surrounding mist was thick, and the spiritual energy was so rich it almost became tangible. With ancient stone paths covered in moss beneath his feet. At the end, a towering ancient tree stood majestically, its trunk as thick as a dragon, its branches and leaves shading the sky, the bark covered in mysterious patterns, as if recording endless years. Is this the Divine Tree? Qin Wangchuan stepped forward. And just as he took a few steps, the entire space suddenly trembled slightly, the ancient tree's branches and leaves moving without wind, rustling. Following that, an ethereal female voice echoed from all directions. Qin Wangchuan. The voice was ethereal, yet clearly pronounced his name, as if resonating directly within his soul. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath and bowed his hands. Junior Qin Wangchuan has come with a question. As his voice fell, blue light flowed around the main trunk of the Divine Tree, and a graceful figure slowly coalesced. It was a woman in green, with a strikingly beautiful face. Eyes like stars, long hair like a waterfall, surrounded by a faint with spirit aura. She walked barefoot in midair, and in just a few steps reached Qin Wangchuan. Her eyes were particularly special. Although she appeared to be in her 20s, those eyes seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of countless ages. You came for the Li family sword imprint? She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her voice ethereal. Qin Wangchuan nodded. Indeed. Although I understand the past and see the future, this Li family sword imprint is indeed ingenious. The woman shook her head. I can't teach you anything. Qin Wangchuan was momentarily stunned, a hint of disappointment rising in his heart. But then he saw her suddenly raise her hand and point at his brow. However, I can let you see at once. What is the sword imprint? He saw a person holding a long sword, the hilt dancing, the sword tip sketching. At the moment a sword fell, a character for slashing manifested between heaven and earth. Immediately, a giant sword was born from the void, then slashed down, splitting the primordial chaos, dividing yin and yang. Wherever the sword light passed, all things perished and were reborn, the laws alternating. The sword light was pure to the extreme, devoid of any embellishment, yet contained the most fundamental truth of the sword path. So that is how it is. The sword imprint is not an imprint. The sword heart is not a heart. A beam of sword light exploded in Qin Wangchuan's mind. That sword light suddenly transformed into an eternal river, then condensed into a speck of dust. In the moment of eternity, the true meaning of the sword imprint was revealed. He seemed to understand. The next moment, an uncontrollable aura erupted from Qin Wangchuan's body, a sharp sword intent rising to the heavens. Even the surrounding spiritual energy was stirred into a tumult. He desperately wanted a sword. Any sword would do. It seemed she saw what Qin Wangchuan was thinking. The woman raised her hand and beckoned. A branch broke off on its own and fell into her palm. The next moment, the branch glimmered with blue light, turning into a wooden sword, the blade ancient, without edge or blade, yet faintly emanating a sharp intent. Then, she casually tossed it. Qin Wangchuan reached out to grasp the wooden sword, and in that instant, the sword intent throughout his body seemed to finally find a breakthrough. But he couldn't rush it. He shouldn't rush it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised the wooden sword, and traced arcs in the air. It was surprisingly a character for standing. As the character formed, the ground trembled violently. A 10-zhang-high spiritual energy sword tip erupted from the earth, shooting straight into the clouds, the fierce sword energy stirring in all directions. Even the surrounding mist was split in two. Qin Wangchuan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock. The woman's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Not bad. The younger generation of the Qin family all call me Ancestor. You possess exceptional talent. If you encounter difficulties in the future, as long as you are within the Qin family's domain and recite my name, I will sense it. As her voice fell, her figure completely vanished, and the divine tree returned to tranquility, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. He looked down at the wooden sword in his hand, his emotions surging. So this is the sword imprint. I've grasped its embryonic form. And have I found another backing? This what Ancestor is, in a sense, far more powerful than the Ancestor. After all, she has witnessed the rise of the Qin family and is revered as a sacred object. I have a new technique now. He was just pondering whom to practice with when suddenly, a cold notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. New mission. The humiliation ends here. Task description. With the help of the spirit stone and cultivation methods from this system, the host has begun to gain strength and has finally shaken off the label of being useless to start cultivating. But this is unknown to others. The family disputes are becoming increasingly brutal, and your sister wants to seize your remaining cultivation resources to gain an advantage in the competition. Task objective. Defeat your sister and make her kneel and beg for mercy. Additional condition. Defeat your sister without being verbally humiliated. Task reward. 1 simulation attempt. Unlock sign-in function. Additional reward. 10 origin points. Qin Wangchuan's expression gradually became strange as he listened. The first person that came to his mind was Qin Zhao. This child has always been in need of discipline. However, to be fair, the silly system is not only foolish, but also slow. Relying on your spirit stones and cultivation methods? What a way to flatter oneself. And you only issue the task after I have already taught you a lesson? What does that make the lesson I gave to the 8th sister? Just lucky? And I have to complete the task without being humiliated? At this moment, he recalled the 8th sister's trembling like a little chick upon seeing him. Does that little demoness have the guts? Sigh, I really don't want this. Qin Wangchuan sighed deeply, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. But since it's a task, there's nothing to be done, right? Qin Zhao was in her room, hands on her hips, scolding her servants, when suddenly she felt a chill run down her spine. The hairs on the back of her neck standing up, as if an invisible poisonous snake was slithering down her spine. Hiss, she abruptly shut her mouth, looking around suspiciously, even staring at the spider webs on the beams 3 times, and finally even bent down to peek under the table. Miss, is something wrong? Her close mate asked cautiously. Qin Zhao rubbed her arms and muttered softly. Strange, why do I feel like someone is trying to harm me? Could it be the 9th brother? Among all the people, Qin Zhao has only been outsmarted by one person, and that is the most annoying 9th brother. Chapter 16. The immortal body of longevity should indeed not be so against the heavens, but he is Qin Wangchuan. What? You want to compete with me? Upon hearing Qin Wangchuan's challenge, Qin Zhao was first taken aback. Then her mouth uncontrollably lifted into a smile, a glimmer of ecstatic joy flashing in her eyes. The immortal body of longevity has a slow cultivation speed. This is common knowledge. The ninth brother is only 5 years old, while she not only has the sacred body, but is also much older than him. Usually, due to the old ancestor, she cannot act. And even if she suffers a setback, she has to endure it. But now he has actually come to her door. Isn't this just a free chance to beat him up? What a good deal. All right, you said it. She was afraid that Qin Wangchuan would go back on his word and immediately responded loudly, even extending her pinky finger. Come on, hook and pull. Whoever goes back on their word is a dog. Qin Wangchuan had no choice but to hook his finger with hers. Qin Zhao secretly laughed in her heart. Let's see if I won't beat you to tears later. News of the competition between the two soon spread. The seventh son, Qin Miaoyan, Qin Zhao's sister, almost flew to the training ground upon hearing about the competition. Her fox-like eyes rolled around, the corners of her mouth curling up with excitement. Even her breathing carried a joyful anticipation of making a fortune. The betting has opened. The betting has opened. Qin Miaoyan shouted loudly, shaking the abacus in her hand. In a flash of spiritual light, a golden gambling table appeared out of thin air outside the training ground. Ninth brother wins 1-2. Eighth sister wins 1-15. She tapped her fingertip, and 2 lines of gilded characters appeared on the gambling table, then added, Spirit crystals and spirit marrow are all accepted, with a betting limit of 1,000 bottles of spirit marrow. Once you bet, it's final. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples gathered around, whispering, the seventh son is back again. Last time the eldest son and the fourth son fought, the fourth son won. And I lost 100 bottles of spirit marrow. Me too. Obviously, the eldest son is stronger. I suspect there's some insider info. Qin Miaoyan paid no attention, just grinning while fiddling with the abacus, her eyes scanning the crowd as if she could already see the wealth rolling in. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be a next time. Her voice was sweet, yet carried an irresistible temptation. Think carefully before betting. After all, the ninth brother might not necessarily lose. He is the favored prodigy even the old ancestor admires. As her voice fell, although everyone knew about the seventh son's merchant nature, many disciples still took out spirit crystals to place their bets. The spiritual light beside the gambling table flickered continuously, recording every transaction. Qin Miaoyan nodded in satisfaction. Secretly pleased, we're going to make a fortune. Several elders rushed over upon hearing the news, and their eyes flashed with surprise as they scanned the two confronting each other on the stage. Have these two finally started to fight? What's the reason? It seems to be a spar, and the ninth son proposed it actively. Proposed it actively? Hearing this, everyone was even more astonished. One is 9 years old, possessing the body of a peach blossom disaster, born enchanting, with a disposition that brings calamity. The cultivation speed is also extremely fast, having just broken through to the fourth realm. A 9-year-old in the fourth realm. This talent can definitely be called a peerless genius. And the other is 5 years old, with the immortal body of longevity and all immortal bones. Although the physique is excellent and the foundation of the immortal bones is also great, there is a drawback of slow cultivation speed. They should be incomparable, right? Not right. The elder in charge of the training ground was the first to notice something was off and urgently said, everyone, look closely at the ninth son's aura. Everyone focused their attention, and they saw that although Qin Wangchuan had the immortal bones covering his unknown realm, his aura was solid and even far surpassed Qin Zhao. Why do I feel like the ninth son seems to be at the fourth realm too? Not just that, he might even exceed the fourth realm. Several elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone knows that the immortal body of longevity has a very slow cultivation speed. One elder stroked his beard, frowning. The ninth son is only 5 years old. How is that possible? It really isn't possible. The Emperor Master. Several elders quickly bowed. Many people have become emperors under the guidance of Qin Wangchuan, who is the best teacher in the Qin family. Hence many respect him with the title of Emperor Master. Qin Wangchuan nodded slightly and continued. The immortal body of longevity indeed should not have such a cultivation speed. But the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a deep light flashing in his eyes. He is Qin Wangchuan, with all immortal bones, born with chaotic immortal light protecting him. He even exposed a traitor from the clan based on a dream. Whatever happens to him is not surprising. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily speechless. Yes, this ninth son has been different since birth. The immortal body of longevity should cultivate slowly, yet he has broken common knowledge. Not to mention his ability to ignore cause and effect and foresee the future. The Emperor Master teaches well. One elder couldn't help but flatter. Usually, he might take credit for this, but this time is different. Qin Wangchuan shrugged, his tone indifferent. I didn't do anything. What? Everyone was stunned. He cultivates by himself, breaks through in his dreams, and even chooses his own cultivation methods. Qin Wangchuan spread his hands, at most. I just reminded him once when he was practicing in his sleep. The elders, is this reasonable? Qin Wangchuan looked at the shocked expressions of everyone and chuckled lightly. If you don't believe it, you can ask. Upon hearing this, all the elders were surprised, their eyes sweeping over Qin Wangchuan's entire immortal bones, shaking their heads thoughtfully, and no longer spoke, focusing on the two in the arena. Ninth brother. It's still not too late to admit defeat now. Qin Zhao, wearing a pure white gauze dress with a jade pendant jingling at her waist, raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister won't hold back. What if I hurt you? Qin Wangchuan's mouth twitched, yet his youthful voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Eighth sister. Feel free to make your move. Humph. Qin Zhao snorted coldly, seemingly afraid that Qin Wangchuan would go back on his word. Then sister won't be polite. After saying that, her fourth realm aura erupted. The fourth realm of the spirit path realm can already summon spiritual power to enhance oneself or use spiritual techniques. The 9-year-old girl suddenly erupted with a blue light, her spiritual power overflowing and enveloping her entire body. Without using any magic, she lightly tapped her toes and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wangchuan, then threw a punch. Seeing this, Qin Wangchuan did not dodge but lightly tapped his fingertips, causing a character for control to appear in the void. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky as the violent attack was perfectly blocked by the sword blade that appeared out of nowhere. What? Qin Zhao's pupils constricted as a sharp pain shot through her fist, as if it had struck against an ancient iron block. She looked at the sword blade that had appeared out of thin air in disbelief. After being struck, it did not remain still but trembled slightly like a real sword, dissipating the impact layer by layer, ultimately leaving not even a trace of residual force on Qin Wangchuan. Is this spirit magic? Qin Zhao instinctively asked, then immediately reacted. You are also in the fourth realm. Chapter 17. One stand. Instant kill. Stand. The word was spoken, and the void trembled. A Tinjong high tip of spiritual energy shot up from the ground, pointing directly at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's pupils constricted, but she soon sneered, her figure leaping gracefully like a swallow. She tapped the side of the sword tip with her toes, using the force to flip back and land steadily several zhang away. Huh, ninth brother. So what if you are in the fourth realm? A smug smile curved her lips. Your spirit magic is too slow. It can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Just as her voice fell, Qin Wangchuan's gaze turned cold, his lips slightly parted. Slash. The standing tip of spiritual energy suddenly trembled, and the sword body instantly solidified, transforming into a complete giant sword, then slashed down with the force of thunder. Qin Zhao's expression changed dramatically, and in a panic, she tried to dodge, only to find that the sword's momentum had already sealed off all her escape routes. Boom. The sword energy swept across, and the ground was sliced open into a bottomless ravine. Qin Zhao was sent flying by the residual force of the sword energy, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the training ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The spectators gasped in astonishment. A 5-year-old in the fourth realm. The Qin family disciples and elders watching from the sidelines widened their eyes in disbelief. Moreover, this was in the same realm, and he defeated the 8th young master with a single move. The 8th young master is blessed with a sacred body. Those who did not understand were discussing animatedly, but those with real insight fell into deep thought as they looked at the ravine cut into the ground. Words become laws. Sword intent. Sword technique. But he is only 5 years old. Qin Wangchuan was not surprised by this scene, smiling as he looked at the crowd. See, whatever happens with him is not surprising. The longevity sacred body cultivates slowly. Someone chuckled bitterly. The 9th young master broke that common knowledge. Not only that, another elder added, don't forget, the 9th young master has all celestial bones. Celestial bones combined with the longevity sacred body, plus the ability to foresee the future and an extraordinary comprehension, someone murmured. This can no longer be described as extraordinary talent. Simply put, a monster. Everyone unconsciously thought of this term. In the arena, Qin Wangchuan showed no joy of victory, his youthful face bearing an expression of calmness that was incongruous with his age. He walked slowly to Qin Zhao, looking down at her from above. 8th sister, I concede. Qin Zhao struggled to half kneel and looked up at Qin Wangchuan. Biting her lip, she suddenly burst into tears. Woo-woo, 9th brother is the most annoying. Why are you crying? The last time someone bullied me, she didn't cry. Qin Wangchuan looked at the tearful Qin Zhao, the corners of his lips slightly raised. He did not take the opportunity to kick her while she was down, but gently brushed his fingertips over her reddened eyes. His voice was soft, carrying a hint of teasing, yet somehow comforting. All right, don't cry. Qin Zhao's crying paused, tears still glistening on her eyelashes. But she suddenly looked up and glared at Qin Wangchuan. Who asked for your fake kindness? She sobbed and swatted his hand away, her crimson-painted nails scratching red marks on the back of Qin Wangchuan's hand. You were the one who bullied me first. As she spoke, tears threatened to fall again. But she suddenly caught sight of the red mark on the boy's hand, and her cries instantly caught in her throat, unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Her blood-stained lips opened and closed several times, finally managing to stammer out a nasal whine. Does it hurt? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted asking such a stupid question. Her own bottom was still aching. After a few exchanges, the previously heavy competition suddenly became cheerful. Task completed, simulation count 1. Sign-in system has been activated, helping Qin Zhao up. Qin Wangchuan ignored the prompt in his mind about the task completion and stared blankly at the ravine cut into the stage. This was something he realized after experiencing the sword imprint. Even without a sword in hand, he could achieve this nearly word-based effect by using his body as the sword and his fingers as the medium. With a tenfold increase in the source, concepts that would take others years to comprehend, he understood in an instant. Moreover, he could apply it to other areas. It was simply against the heavens. In the distance of the training ground, the first young master Qin Wudao and the second young master Qin Xuanji stood side by side, both staring intently at this side with complex expressions. How do you think ninth brother is doing? Qin Xuanji asked, fiddling with an ancient copper coin in his hand. Qin Wudao placed his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering without wind, and glanced at the two stick figures on the stage. That sword was beautiful. Ninth brother's defeat was not unjust. As he spoke, he lightly raised his fingers, and an invisible sword energy gathered around him. But if I were to strike, it could be even more beautiful. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Xuanji suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, pointing toward the distant training ground. His voice filled with barely contained laughter. Look clearly. The one who won is ninth brother, and the one who lost is eighth sister. Qin Wudao furrowed his brows and focused his gaze. He really couldn't see any difference. All he saw were two stick figures standing on the stage. The air suddenly went quiet. Qin Xuanji sighed, pulling out a jade box from his sleeve and stuffing it into his hand. Didn't you eat the innate divine source I gave you last time? You should use it. You really need to replenish yourself. Otherwise, if I have to say it, your eyes are not worth having. I raised you so well. But how did you turn out like this? Indeed, the innate divine source given to Qin Wangchuan last time was actually a side benefit. It was mainly meant for Qin Wudao. With a deep sigh, Qin Xuanji's gaze returned to Qin Wangchuan in the distance. Thoughts of his recent exploits flashed through his mind. Ninth brother, oh ninth brother, he murmured softly, a meaningful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. How many more secrets are you hiding? The elder brother has grown crooked. Perhaps I can raise ninth brother? Facing upwards. Great fortune. Qin Xuanji narrowed his eyes, finding it interesting. Get stronger. The brighter the light, the larger the shadow, making it easier for me to hide. Just as his words fell, a mocking voice suddenly came from his side. Hiding and sneaking around is the way of a rat. How dare you, a blind man, speak to me? At the same time, in the cloud sea of the 10 Directions Immortal Court, Emperor Li sat quietly on the clouds with a blue bamboo fishing rod in hand, the fishing line dropping thousands of feet into the depths of the cloud sea. Suddenly, his fingertip paused slightly, and the fishing line trembled gently, as if a fish had bitten the hook. But the next moment, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze piercing through endless voids toward the direction of the Qin family. Interesting. He chuckled lightly, casually setting the fishing rod aside and turning to the person beside him. Old Qin, your little grandson is indeed defying the heavens. Emperor Li's voice carried a hint of admiration as he lightly tapped the void. Amidst the rolling cloud sea, the scene of Qin Wangchuan in the training ground appeared. In just a few days, not only had he thoroughly understood the sword technique, but he had also begun to grasp the embryonic form of the sword imprint. Given time, he would surely be able to truly comprehend the sword imprint, even realizing the 8th imprint. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back and scoffed. What he comprehends is his own. What does it have to do with you? Emperor Li was not angered. Instead, he laughed even more meaningfully. How does it not relate? What's yours and mine? In the future, we will all be one family, right? Humph. Qin Tai sneered, thinking quite beautifully. You, old Li, owe me a big favor. Hearing this, Emperor Li immediately glared, waving his hand. Don't pull this on me. The most talented girl from my Li family in nearly 10,000 years has already been given to you. What more do you want? Not enough. 2 words fell, and the sea of clouds suddenly churned, as if there were an invisible sword intent stirring. But in the next moment, this sword intent seemed to deflate and dissipate. Alas, forget it. Emperor Li waved his hand and picked up the fishing rod again, looking into the distance. There's no helping it. No helping it. I can't do it. And the disciples of the Li family can't do it, so we can only find a way from other places. Otherwise, the Li family will perish. As the only imperial clan that regards cultivation methods as sacred objects, the Li family's situation is actually not good. Cultivation methods will ultimately be limited by the times and become weaker and weaker if they stagnate and cannot update their techniques. They will be surpassed in the blink of an eye. By then, Even a large imperial clan can be easily destroyed. Let's just wait and see. After Qin Tai finished speaking, his figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, dissipating among the sea of clouds. Emperor Li looked in the direction he left. Shaking his head, the old fox really can't suffer any loss. Sending people away and also giving away cultivation methods. You better comprehend the 8th seal, otherwise, my Li family will truly suffer a loss this time. Chapter 18 Sign in, Level 9 Reward, Supreme Dao Heart. Additional task failed. The moment Qin Wangchuan saw these words, he suddenly looked up, and the first thought that came to mind was, did I not do enough? TSK, why would I not know that I was humiliated? But then he thought, with a brain-deficient system, it's normal to do something brainless. He shook his head, shifting his gaze to the system panel's sign-in words. Signing in at different locations can randomly obtain simulation attempts, cultivation methods, items, and spirit stone rewards. Note, considering the current strength of the host and the difficulty of the task, this system specially opens the sign-in function as an auxiliary mechanism. This function aims to provide the host with an additional growth path to help the host accumulate resources and enhance strength more quickly. Please use it with gratitude. Host, quite thoughtful. Considering that I might not be able to complete the task, it gave me a sign-in function, allowing me to earn rewards while lying down. But system, could you please fix yourself? Guess how I unlocked this function? If I weren't already used to it, I would have been angered to laughter. Sign in. Qin Wangchuan softly called out in his heart. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 9 reward, Supreme Dao Heart. As the system prompt fell, in an instant, a vast power as mighty as a galaxy erupted from within Qin Wangchuan. The Supreme Dao Heart condensed at his heart, transforming into a brilliant golden core of light. Like a miniature blazing sun, slowly rotating. The Supreme Dao Heart, the source of all laws. In this world, cultivators at low levels can only perform spiritual techniques. However, at higher realms, they must integrate their own Dao, transforming into Dao laws. Therefore, the struggle among the strong is also called a battle of laws. Yet, above the Dao laws, there is the Supreme Dao Law that transcends everything. The Supreme Dao Heart is the foundation for wielding the Supreme Dao Law. Even the same technique, when driven by the Supreme Dao Heart, can transform Dao laws into Supreme Dao laws, and the difference in power is as vast as the heavens and the earth. What is even more terrifying is that the spiritual power stored in the Supreme Dao Heart far exceeds that of ordinary people by tenfold, hundredfold, almost limitless. That is something that cannot be cultivated by acquired means. It is a gift that can only be obtained by those favored by the great Dao. Qin Wangchuan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Countless golden Dao patterns, like living beings, roamed beneath the tender skin of a 5-year-old child. As those patterns spread an inch, large chunks of flesh turned into a glass-like substance, shattering and then reorganizing in the chaotic immortal light. Boom. The moment the Supreme Dao Heart completed its fusion and awakening, the wind and clouds changed color, and the heavens resonated. A massive chaotic beam of light shot out from the top of Qin Wangchuan's head, illuminating the ancestral land of the Qin family, as if 9 great suns were shining together. Within that beam of light, countless Dao patterns flowed, each containing a chilling aura. Young master? In the courtyard of Wangchuan Pavilion, Yi Jianwei's hand broke a string on her Polonia zither with a clang. She didn't know that at this moment, Qin Wangchuan was kneeling in the center of the beam of light, clutching his heart. His flesh and blood continuously disintegrated and then reborn. And a phantom wearing an imperial crown vaguely appeared behind him. This phenomenon naturally alarmed others. The entire Qin family, whether it was the ancestors, elders, or the young disciples who were cultivating, all looked up at the sky, shocked by this astonishing phenomenon. Is this the aura of the Supreme Dao Heart? Qin Tai suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze bursting with astonishment. Who is it? Someone from my Qin family has awakened the Supreme Dao Heart. His gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, following the aura. In the next moment, confusion turned into joy. Chuaner awakened the Supreme Dao Heart? Not to mention others. Even his grandfather, Qin Fuhai, was wide-eyed in disbelief. He never expected that his grandson would be so against the heavens. An immortal body combined with immortal bones. And now with a Supreme Dao Heart. Will he be able to trample those prodigies underfoot in the future? This is something that others wouldn't even dare to think about. But it is quite normal for the 9th son. Qin Wenhao watched this scene, stroking his beard. As Qin Wangchuan's teacher, he wasn't very surprised. After all, he had seen too much already. He had already become Qin Wangchuan's first fan. Qin Wudao and Qin Xuanji had noticed the change in aura early on, standing high up and looking in this direction. See, I told you, great fortune. The Supreme Dao Heart is indeed extraordinary. Some well-informed people naturally knew that this was the phenomenon of the awakening of the Supreme Dao Heart, but ordinary disciples did not know. That direction is the residence of the 9th son? My God, The ninth son has broken through. Breaking through has caused such a commotion. Truly worthy of being our Qin family's precious gem. This is going to be extraordinary. The people of the Qin family were not jealous. Instead, they all showed joy, as if they were happier than if they had obtained opportunities themselves. They just didn't know that what was happening to Qin Wangchuan at this moment was far more against the heavens than just a breakthrough. In the next few days, guests flocked to Wangchuan Pavilion, almost breaking down the threshold. Moreover, each visitor was a big shot. No other reason. Although the Supreme Tao Heart is not as good as the Eternal Life Immortal Body, it can still be regarded as a kind of against the heaven constitution. It can even rank in the top 20 among the 3,000 constitutions. By the way, the Eternal Life Immortal Body ranks in the top 10. It can be said that even without the Eternal Life Immortal Body, without the system, just this heart alone would be enough for Qin Wangchuan to reign over the 3,000 Tao states. And it would be the kind that is unrivaled under heaven. The simultaneous appearance of two against the heaven constitutions is indeed rare, which attracted many people to visit. Naturally, there were explanations along the way. Fortunately, he was still young. Even if the explanations were not convincing, a cute act would suffice. No one would delve deeper. The ancestors and grandfather were, of course, overjoyed, taking turns to give him a large pile of rewards. The little treasury grew a bit more. Now, Qin Wangchuan, just by taking out this little treasury, could make even the ancient holy places in the 1,000 states envious. Qin Wangchuan sat alone in the quiet room, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. It was time to start the second simulation. After saying that, he decisively pressed the simulation button. Suddenly, as the light brightened and flowed, a look of anticipation appeared in Qin Wangchuan's eyes. Second simulation, lifespan consumed, 50 years. Simulation start, year 0. You were born into a humble family of cultivators, the Han family, in the Xianming realm of the 1,000 states. Although the Han family is poor, the clansmen are united, and life is quite comfortable. When you were born, light snow fell from the sky, and your father named you Han Han. Simulation paused. Qin Wangchuan stared at the light screen in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the speechlessness in his heart, and raised his hand to open the system explanation interface. After reading it, he deliberately paused, his tone clearly questioning. Does this mean that in the future simulation of the host will be called Yi Jiani one moment, and then become Han Han the next? Thinking back to the previous simulation, although this system has wrongly bound people and is quite stubborn, it cannot be said to be completely useless. By having Yi Jiani by your side, you can simulate her future to deduce your own future. But what about now? One moment simulating this, the next moment simulating that. Tell me how to use it? Qin Wangchuan only felt his temples throbbing. Ding. System self-checking, no errors found. The host has been previously warned. The probability of this system making mistakes approaches 0. You better not have bound the wrong person, and then the original body died, so you randomly bound someone to play dumb. Qin Wangchuan rubbed his brow, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Otherwise, not only are you foolish, but you're also stubborn. If there's a cure, take it early, or you'll definitely be drooling in the future. What else can be done? The attempts have all been used. Just continue. Chapter 19 Second Simulation. The life of a small character, Han Han. Year 0. You are born into the Han family, a humble family of cultivators in the Xianming realm of Qianzhou. Although the Han family is poor, the clan members are united, and life is relatively free. When you were born, the sky brought light snow, and your father named you Han Han. Year 1. You grow up under the care of your parents. Although there are no delicacies or spirit herbs at home, your father often takes you to the mountains to gather herbs, and your mother teaches you to recognize characters and read. Year 3. Your mother gives birth to another daughter, named Han Shui. You look at your chubby little sister and secretly think she is ugly. Year 5. You begin to show remarkable talent in cultivation. At just 5 years old, you can already draw upon the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Your father says with relief, Honor has extraordinary talent. In the future, we may be able to revitalize the Han family. At this point, you learn that there is a secret in the Han family bloodline. Those with extraordinary talent can awaken the power of their bloodline. As long as the bloodline power is activated, one can conceal all their aura and temporarily become an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to see through unless they were present in person. You jokingly say this is a useless ability. Year 6. When you were 6, you went with your father to gather herbs and accidentally fell into the bottom of a cliff. At the bottom, there was a 9-leaf Dao grass emitting a faint glow. In unbearable pain, you hastily plucked 3 leaves and swallowed them to stave off hunger, only to find your injuries healed instantly. This is a gift from heaven. You look at the remaining 6 leaves, filled with reverence. After much thought, you pluck 3 more leaves carefully and keep them, leaving the remaining 3 for this miraculous spirit grass. When you return home, you give these 3 magical leaves to your father, mother, and younger sister. Watching them glow after taking them, you reveal a satisfied smile. This secret, you keep deep in your heart and have never mentioned to anyone. Simulation paused. 9-leaf Dao grass. Qin Wangchuan looks at the herb on the screen and feels inexplicably familiar. Why do these leaves resemble the heavenly fortune transformation fruit so much? The more he looks, the more familiar it seems. The treasure isn't the leaves, but the fruit buried beneath. The heavenly fortune transformation fruit is not an ordinary treasure. It is extremely rare, even in the celestial court. After consuming it, one will not only naturally attract the fortune of heaven and earth, but also encounter continuous opportunities in the short term, turning misfortunes into blessings, and even slightly altering their fate trajectory. The fruit contains a trace of the true meaning of the heavenly path, helping cultivators briefly enter a state of resonance with heaven and man, making their understanding of techniques much more effective. Moreover, the medicinal power eventually settles in the bloodline, and future descendants may also receive its blessings, naturally endowed with deep fortune. Each of the 3 extraordinary characteristics is remarkable. He only took a few leaves, but left the most precious transformative fruit behind. Qin Wangchuan thought, if this thing is still here when the simulation ends, it will be his. Simulation continues. Year 8. A disaster befalls. Your father accidentally offends a disciple of the Blood Fiend Ancestor while gathering herbs in the mountains. The Blood Fiend Ancestor is enraged and orders the extermination of your family. Year 9. The Han family is annihilated. Your father is publicly beheaded, his head displayed at the city gate for 3 days. Your mother is turned into a human stick and tortured to death. Only you and your young sister, Han Shui, survive by hiding in the ruins. TSK, this treatment. Could it be that you're the so-called child of fortune? Qin Wangchuan clicks his tongue and says, he knows there are people with great fortune in this world. Let's hope it doesn't turn into 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank. Year 10. You wander with your sister, facing many setbacks. But you do not give up on cultivation. Instead, you work even harder, with only one thought in your mind: revenge. Year 12. Your talent attracts the attention of some loose cultivators who want to take you as a disciple, but you refuse. The Blood Fiend Ancestor is powerful. Ordinary cultivators do not dare provoke him. I must rely on myself. Year 14. Just when you think the road ahead is bleak, a mysterious person comes to you. He is cloaked in black, his voice hoarse. Han, do you want to take revenge? You watch him warily. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What matters is that I can help you. From his words, you learn that he values the power of the Han family's bloodline within you. You know such people cannot be trusted, so you refuse. But what happens next exceeds your imagination. Even the mighty Blood Fiend Ancestor is extinguished with a single finger from him. The mysterious person claims to come from the celestial court. You have heard of that place. The upper realm of the upper realm, where countless people spend their lives trying to reach the heavenly heights. He waves his hand, and your sister Han Shui suddenly appears in his grasp, unconscious. Shui, your eyes widen in rage, and you want to rush forward, but an invisible force restrains you. Don't worry, she is fine, the mysterious person says, but if you want to save her, you must do me a favor. What favor? Assassinate the 9th son of the Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. You have no room to refuse. Assassinate me? Qin Wangchuan stares at the text on the simulation screen, his youthful face revealing a hint of coldness not befitting his age. He taps his fingers on the table, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It seems someone has prepared a great gift for me at my 10th birthday banquet, but I already know everything. Are you not here to deliver it? Year 15. You are taken to the celestial court and become the pawn of the mysterious person, beginning of brutal training. Under inhumane abuse, you successfully awaken your bloodline and gain the ability to conceal. The mysterious person teaches you a forbidden secret technique, Void Step, which allows you to burn spirit power for a brief moment of invincible speed, but at a great cost of spirit power, and when the spirit power is insufficient, it will overdraw blood essence. He also shows you a pitch black nail. Remember, at Qin Wangchuan's 10th birthday banquet, you must make your move. As long as you stab this nail into his body, your mission will be complete. At that time, I will reunite you with your sister. You do not know what this nail is, only feeling a sinister aura emanating from it. The mysterious person handles it with extreme caution, fearing even the slightest touch. Later, you learn that this nail is an object from beyond the realm. Year 16. You secretly investigate the Qin family and discover that Qin Wangchuan is the youngest son of the Qin family. His talent is extraordinary, his strength formidable, and he receives countless favors. Why must he be killed? You are puzzled, despite your unwillingness. But for your sister, you have no choice. Year 18. Qin Wangchuan's 10th birthday banquet is held as scheduled, with major forces and imperial families from Qianzhou gathering, the scene grand. You blend into the banquet with the identity arranged by the mysterious person, secretly concealing that pitch-black nail in your sleeve. Just as the banquet is in full swing, someone proposes a martial arts competition. Seizing the opportunity, you suddenly spring into action. Qin Wangchuan. Void step activates. You burn all your spirit power, transforming into a fleeting shadow, aiming straight at your target. However, clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing reverberates through the hall, and your full force strike is effortlessly blocked by the boy's slender arm. You look up, meeting a pair of smiling eyes. Qin Wangchuan tilted his head to look at you, his tone playful. Who sent you here? As his words fell, the sound of the zither echoed in your ears, causing a splitting headache. You gritted your teeth and did not answer, launching another attack. However, despite being a genius who trained hard, you found it increasingly difficult to make progress against him at just 10 years old. This absolute power filled you with fear. In the next moment, the emperor of the Qin family struck. The overwhelming imperial might descended, and your bones shattered, leading to your immediate death. You heard the voice of the emperor of the Qin family beside you. A mere ant dares to move against my Qin family, heir? Struggling to lift your head, you looked towards the crowd where a mysterious figure stood, only to find he had long since vanished. Swear I'm sorry. Before your consciousness faded, you heard Qin Wangchuan let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Simulation ended. Final achievement. Failed to assassinate the emperor. Time survived. 18 years. Outcome. A life as a pawn, ultimately discarded. You were born into a poor family, raised in obscurity, and could have lived an ordinary life. But due to an unforeseen disaster, you were swept into the vortex of fate. In your childhood, you encountered the nine-leaf Dao grass and, with good intentions, spared its life. Yet failed to leave any blessings for yourself. Your family was destroyed, your loved ones brutally killed, and you survived with your sister, with only the fire of revenge left in your heart. However, when you thought you had grasped a lifeline, you were unaware that you had already become a puppet in someone else's hands. They granted you power, taught you secret techniques, but never gave you a choice. To assassinate Qin Wangchuan was merely a doomed scheme. When the emperor of the Qin family struck down, you suddenly realized you were not even a pawn but a discarded piece used and then thrown away. The last thought in your heart was, where's my sister? Where are the promises? Only Qin Wangchuan's sigh served to punctuate your absurd life. What a pity. It is a pity that your talent was exceptional. Yet you became someone else's wedding dress. A pity that you endured for many years without gaining a shred of opportunity, but more sadly, the sister you spoke of had long been tortured to death. Your life was destined to be a tragedy from the very beginning. Comment added, if you had consumed the nine-leaf Dao grass back then and dug out the spirit fruit to swallow, you might have reversed your fate. Yet, with good intentions, the cause and effect were already determined. How lamentable. Qin Wangchuan gazed at the simulation screen depicting Han Han's brief and tragic life, and an unusual complexity flickered across his youthful face. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, leaving 3 leaves for good intentions. Yet little did he know that good intention was the key to reversing destiny. How ironic. In the next moment, recalling the mysterious mastermind plotting to assassinate him, Qin Wangchuan suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a pity. Indeed, it is a pity. He stood up and pushed open the window, looking towards the direction of the heavenly pillar. That was the entrance to the lower realms. This pawn was cleverly utilized. Go to the 1,000 states to find someone, and they specifically targeted the bloodline power of that person. The mastermind was willing to invest resources, even bringing out extraterritorial items. They did not want to kill me, or perhaps they knew they could not kill me, so I suspect that nail is not fatal, but probably only meant to incapacitate me. Quite clever indeed. By now, Han Han had begun to wander, and the fortune fruit should be at the bottom of the cliff. After saying this, Qin Wangchuan waved his hand. Come here. As soon as he finished speaking, several dark figures silently appeared behind him. Kneeling on one knee. What are your orders, young master? Go investigate a place called the Xianming Realm in the 1,000 States. Find a location named the Suspended Sky Cliff. There is a fortune fruit at the bottom of the cliff. Bring it to me. The dark figures accepted the order and were about to leave when they were called back. No, wait. Qin Wangchuan pondered for a moment, then changed his mind. I will go personally. After giving the orders, he looked up towards the distance. I can dismantle your conspiracy within the simulation, and I can do the same outside the simulation. Even more so, I can become stronger than I was in the simulation. Chapter 20. Forbidden Secret Technique, Tai Su Step. The 9-year agreement. Please select from the following rewards to inherit. 1. 18 years of lifespan. 2. Forbidden Secret Technique, Tai Su Step, and its comprehension points. 3. 180 origin. Although 18 times the origin is not bad, it seems a bit meager compared to the last time. So, the remaining option is. Thinking this, Qin Wangchuan's gaze shifted to the Tai Su Step. Forbidden techniques are something that float outside the hierarchy of techniques, mostly very powerful, but also come with unimaginable costs. The Qin family does not lack such techniques, but the ancestors forbade their learning, fearing that they would go astray. I choose 2. Qin Wangchuan decisively selected the Taisu step. In the next moment, an arcane and obscure cultivation method surged into his mind. He closed his eyes and focused, carefully comprehending this forbidden secret technique. Taisu step burns spiritual power to exchange for ultimate speed. Each step can ignore space, shrinking a distance of thousands of miles to just a few steps. When cultivated to perfection, one can reach the realm of one step, one realm. Interesting. The corners of Qin Wangchuan's mouth lifted slightly as he took a step forward, the spiritual power within him suddenly boiling, and a faint silver light enveloped him. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing 10 zhang away. So fast. A hint of surprise flickered in Qin Wangchuan's eyes. This speed far exceeded ordinary movement techniques, even surpassing some specialized teleportation-type spiritual techniques. Although it consumes a tremendous amount of energy and comes with a terrifying price, if spiritual power is insufficient, it will burn oneself, being a technique that backfires. But he has the supreme Dao heart, and his spiritual power reserves are tenfold, even 100-fold that of ordinary people, allowing him to sustain multiple uses. This means that the cost can almost be considered negligible. Qin Wangchuan tried the Taisu step a few more times, his figure flickering in the courtyard, as elusive as a ghost. This speed is indeed astonishing. He stopped, his eyes gleaming. But now is not the time to indulge in cultivation. He lifted his head to look into the distance, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of clouds. Reaching the lower realm, just waiting to find the Xianming realm. Days later, young master, we found it. A dark guard knelt on one knee, respectfully presenting a jade slip. Qin Wangchuan took the jade slip, swept his consciousness over it, and raised an eyebrow. The Xianming realm, one of the 1,000 states, is located in the southeast of the Shifang celestial court, in a remote boundary with thin spiritual energy, mostly a gathering place for scattered cultivators and poor families. The suspended sky cliff is located in the northern domain of the Xianming realm, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, with miasma permeating the bottom of the cliff, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to venture deep. Very good. Qin Wangchuan put away the jade slip, a slight smile on his lips. Preparing himself, I want to go to the lower realm. He not only wants to obtain the fortune fruit, but also wants to visit the Han family. As the heir, going to the lower realm naturally requires notification. However, unfortunately, no. Qin Fuhai sat on the mat, not even lifting his eyelids, directly rejecting him. No. I have the supreme Dao heart, and I am protected by the chaotic celestial light. Ordinary cultivators cannot harm me. No. Seeing him silent, Qin Fuhai snorted coldly. At such a young age, you're already thinking about running around? Is the Shifang celestial court not enough for you to stir up trouble? Do you know that there is no shortage of geniuses in this world? Only those who can survive to the end are the winners. No matter how high your talent, if you fall halfway, you will just be a handful of dust. This was somewhat of an intentional scare tactic. For the Qin family, resurrecting someone is not a big deal. Of course, there are costs involved. Qin Wangchuan remained silent for a moment, ultimately having no choice but to withdraw. Then he turned to find the Ancestor. Unfortunately, he received the same response. You are too young and your strength is insufficient. Even with a protector, it is difficult to guarantee absolute safety, and so on. However, in the end, the Ancestor gave a deadline. By the age of 9, if you reach the 5th realm before you turn 9, I will allow you to travel to the lower realm. The 5th realm, Spiritual Sea Realm. The spiritual platform transforms into a sea, with spiritual energy surging several times, allowing the use of higher-level spiritual techniques. Even a genius with a sacred body would need at least until around the age of 20 to reach this realm. The Ancestor's condition is somewhat harsh. But Qin Wangchuan accepted it. With his talent, he was fully confident he could achieve it. Back at Wangchuan Pavilion, Qin Wangchuan sat at his desk, his brows tightly furrowed. If I can't go down to the lower realm, then my task is stuck too. He glanced at the system screen. New task, a strong man descends from the sky. After defeating your cousin in the clan, your status has improved, and resources are no longer being withheld. However, just when everything seems to be getting better, your childhood friend, the daughter of the Yin family, has caught the attention of Elder Imo Qianjue from the Qinglan Holy Land. Task objective, show your strength and intimidate Imo Qianjue. Additional objective, defeat Elder Imo Qianjue from the Qinglan Holy Land. Mid-stage of the 3rd realm. Task reward, 1 simulation attempt, 50 origin points. Additional reward, 50 origin points. Note, this task is of high difficulty, so the rewards are exceptionally generous. Please assess your abilities accordingly. Looking at the system's considerate reminder about the high difficulty, Qin Wangchuan felt no emotion in his heart, even wanting to laugh a little. An elder of the 3rd realm? Why don't you specify a location? Shaking his head, his expression was somewhat complicated. If someone at the 3rd realm can be an elder, it likely means the location is in the lower Qianzhou. But even so, with this little information, Finding them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, as long as there is time, finding someone with the Qin family's influence is just a matter of time. So I'll wait. If that Qin family girl dies before I find her, then the task fails, and there's nothing I can do about it. Qin Wangchuan's attitude towards the task was, do it if it's convenient. If not, then forget it. A task that wants to lead me by the nose is just wishful thinking. Not to mention there's also a sign-in system. Even without doing the task, I can still get simulation attempts. Next comes several years of closed-door cultivation. Before that, Qin Wangchuan waved his hand to summon his subordinates and instructed them to do two things. 1. Retrieve the celestial fate creation fruit from the bottom of the Xianyuan cliff. 2. Find a world with the Qinglan Holy Land in Lower Qianzhou. If found, check if there is a place nearby called Qingshi Town. If all conditions are met, then kill an elder named Mo Qianzhua from the Qinglan Holy Land. Anyway, it didn't say I had to do it myself. Who kills doesn't matter. Qin Wangchuan's gaze deepened, and he decided that he would have to personally go to Lower Qianzhou. He wanted to see if there was another Qin Wangchuan in that world. Chapter 21. The Qin family takes action. Turmoil in the lower realm. In the Xianyuan cliff of Qianzhou, northern domain, at the bottom of the blood mist-filled hanging sky cliff, a three-leaf Dao grass quietly grew in a rock crevice, its three crystal-clear leaves emitting a faint spiritual light. The bottom of the cliff was shrouded in strange miasma all year round, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to muster even a trace of spiritual power. Hence, it was also known as the Dead Cliff, because no one dared to step in, and because heavenly materials and earthly treasures could usually conceal themselves. This spiritual grass had been able to grow safely until now. Lord Bloodhand, it really is the legendary celestial fate creation fruit. A black-robed cultivator knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement, not knowing who was so short-sighted as to fail to recognize such a treasure, taking only a few leaves. But thanks to that, as long as you consume it, your chances of becoming an emperor will greatly increase, and in due time, you will surely become the #1 person in the Xianyuan realm. The middle-aged man known as Lord Bloodhand stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson robe moving without wind. His face was sinister, with a hideous scar on his left eye, and he exuded a suffocating pressure. Bloodhand Yanluo, the northern domain overlord of the Xianyuan realm, with quasi-emperor cultivation. He had single-handedly wiped out 3 major sects, his infamous reputation preceding him. If it weren't for me being besieged and having to hide at the bottom of the cliff, I would have never discovered it. After guarding for 2 years, I finally waited for it to mature. A flash of greed flickered in Bloodhand Yanluo's eyes, and he ordered to seal off a 100-mile radius of the hanging sky cliff. Anyone who intrudes will be dealt with. Before his words fell, the sky suddenly darkened. 12 black figures streaked across the sky like meteors, and in an instant, they stood at the top of the cliff. They were clad in uniform black battle armor, with a golden background and black characters embroidered on their shoulders. Qin. Each of them had a restrained but chilling aura. Who goes there? Bloodhand Yanluo shouted sternly, the blood mist swirling around him. This is my territory. Retreat immediately. Noisy. The leading shadow spoke lightly, waving his hand. Boom. Bloodhand Yanluo was struck as if hit by lightning, his body flying backward, crashing heavily against the cliff wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was horrified to discover that his quasi-emperor peak cultivation was as fragile as paper under this casual strike. The Qin family is taking action. Those unrelated should retreat quickly. The Qin family. In the local Xianyuan realm of Qianzhou, there were of course branches of the Qin family. But these people would not have thought that the few before them actually came from the higher-level Shifang, the main family of the Qin family. However, even as a branch, just the name Qin was enough to intimidate countless people. Master, spare my life. Bloodhand Yanluo, disregarding his injuries, rolled and crawled on the ground, proclaiming that he was a small person who had failed to recognize Mount Tai and did not know that the Qin family envoy had arrived. Upon hearing the name Qin family, the cultivators behind him instantly turned pale, kneeling in unison, their foreheads pressed against the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The shadows were used to such reactions. The leader walked straight towards the 3-leaf Dao grass, carefully uncovering its roots, and sure enough, he found the hidden celestial fate creation fruit underneath. Digging it out along with the root system, he placed it into a specially made jade box. The leader of the Qin family's dark guards held the jade box with trembling hands, the celestial fate creation fruit within radiating a chaotic glow. He recalled the 9th young master's casual reminder before departure to retrieve the celestial fate creation fruit. At this moment, each word rang in his heart like thunder, revealing that the bottom of the cliff truly concealed a treasure that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. After all, the celestial fate creation fruit had long been extinct for 10,000 years. But at this moment, the heavenly rhythm transmitted through his fingers could not be faked. The innate patterns flowing on the surface of that fruit were exactly the characteristics of one fruit and one creation recorded in ancient books. Until the jade box disappeared into the ripples of space, the tense spines of the dark guards finally relaxed slightly. Someone couldn't help but murmur. Even treasures hidden in such places cannot escape the eyes of the young master. He truly must have the ability to foresee the future. Quiet. The leader glared at the speaker, saying, "The ninth young master possesses vast powers. How can we speculate on such matters?" While several people were discussing, Lord Bloodhand Yanluo, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, hurriedly pulled out a brocade pouch from his bosom, saying, "This is the blood spirit mushroom that I have treasured for 10,000 years. Although it is not as precious as the celestial fate creation fruit, it is still a rare item. Please accept it, my lord." The Black Shadow leader glanced at it, revealing a look of disdain. "This kind of thing dares to be offered. Keep it for yourself." Bloodhand Yanluo did not dare to be angry, even repeatedly bowing. "It is a small person's fortune to serve the Qin family. I wonder if my lord needs a guide. I am very familiar with this area." "No need," the Black Shadow leader interrupted, saying, "We have other tasks." Before his words fell, the 12 figures soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant, leaving the cultivators at the bottom of the cliff dumbfounded. "The Lord just let them go like that?" a black-robed cultivator asked unwillingly. "This is a quasi-emperor. Isn't it said that quasi-emperors are incredibly invincible? How come they act like dogs?" "Shut up." Bloodhand Yanluo slapped the person, sending him flying and spitting blood, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Isn't the Qin family in the Xianyuan realm enough to be impressive? But as far as I know, that is just a branch of the Qin family. The real Qin family is stationed in the legendary heavenly realm, a colossal entity that even the heavenly Dao must avoid." His cold gaze swept over everyone, his voice carrying a chilling intent. "Today, they only took the spiritual medicine to give us face. If they truly provoke the Qin family." Bloodhand Yanluo suddenly grinned sinisterly, his fingers clawing into the air, and a distant mountain peak exploded with a bang. "Annihilation of the clan? That's the most satisfying way to die." After saying this, he looked with trepidation at the direction the Qin family messengers left, his eyes filled with awe. Losing the treasure is no big deal in this world. The vastness of heaven and earth, only life is the most important. Being alive is already a blessing. In the Kanglan Sea realm of Lower Qianzhou, Northern Domain, Qinglan Holy Land, at the peak of the mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, the bells of Qinglan Holy Land rang long and clear. On the square paved with white jade, hundreds of disciples stood in neat rows, their expressions solemn. Kneeling in the front row was a girl dressed in a plain white long dress, about 13 or 14 years old, with skin as smooth as jade and features like a painting. She lowered her head, appearing respectful, but her eyes kept glancing at the middle-aged man beside her. The third elder of the Qinglan sacred land, her master, Imo Qianjue. "Jiue, focus." Imo Qianjue transmitted a message, a warm smile on his face. "A great person is arriving today. Do not lose your manners." In Jiue nodded gently, but her heart was filled with cold laughter. It had been 3 years since she was brought to the sect by him. Over these 3 years, she not only relied on her own extraordinary talent to firmly hold the position of the saintess, but she had also long since perceived the true nature of this so-called benefactor. The inexplicably missing senior sisters, the chilling screams that echoed in the night, and the occasional scent of blood wafting from her master's room all hinted at a terrible truth. Her master had been collecting female disciples under the guise of kindness. But in reality, he was secretly practicing evil arts. "Even I am merely a furnace," he raises, "although I bear the title of saintess and have a noble status. The moment I grow up will be the moment he seeks to harvest me, reducing me to an object of his desires. If I can take advantage of today's event." She calculated in her heart, her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her dress. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky surged, and 9 beams of golden light broke through the air. "Welcome, Immortal." The head of the sacred land shouted loudly, kneeling first. Throughout the Qinglan sacred land, from elders to miscellaneous workers, everyone fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground. Inchiu stole a glance and saw 9 golden-armored cultivators standing in midair, exuding an immense aura. They all bore a golden background with black characters, Qin. While these golden-armored cultivators were not as suffocating as the group of black-clad individuals from the Xianming realm, the pressure they emitted was still like an unfathomable abyss, causing the people present to unconsciously breathe lighter. It was a suffocating feeling, as if a single movement could turn the entire sacred land to ashes. "Qinglan sacred land. Listen to the orders." The leading golden-armored cultivator's voice was like thunder. "By the command of His Highness, we are here to seek someone." The head of the sacred land trembled as he raised his head. "May I ask who the immortal is looking for? I will cooperate fully." 2 of the golden-armored cultivators ignored him, exchanging a glance. One of them took out a jade slip. Does this condition meet? The other scanned the crowd for a moment, then took out another jade slip. Qinglan's sacred land, Qingshi town. It should be correct. Is the daughter of the Yin family present? Yin Shiyue trembled all over, raising her head in confusion. She had never imagined that such powerful figures were coming for her. Shiyue, respond quickly. Mo Qianjue urged anxiously, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. Disciple Yin Shiyue is here. Yin Shiyue slowly stood up, her voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Yin Shiyue, I am the only daughter of the Yin family. It must be me. The golden-armored cultivator's eyes glinted like lightning, sweeping over her, and they nodded slightly. Where is Mo Qianjue? Mo Qianjue's face showed joy as he hurried forward. I am here. May I ask, Immortal? Bang! With a muffled sound, Mo Qianjue's body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The scene fell into silence. Yin Shiyue's eyes widened, standing frozen in place. The master she viewed as powerful as a deity, the nightmare that kept her awake at night, just died like that, instantly turned to mush. Not even a final word left behind. His Highness has ordered the execution of Mo Qianjue. The golden-armored cultivator retracted his palm, his tone as flat as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Task completed. After speaking, they intended to leave. Wait. Yin Shiyue suddenly shouted, her voice sharp with excitement. Who is that, Highness? Why do you want to save me? Save you? Laughter erupted immediately. Just a mere ant from the lower realm. Stop flattering yourself. Today's matter is of intent to His Highness. In a flash of golden light, the 9 figures vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the stunned disciples of the sacred land. Yin Shiyue staggered back and fell to the ground. She gazed at Mo Qianjue's mangled body, feeling as if everything was a dream. The fear that had clung to her like a parasite for 3 years was suddenly lifted. That Highness, she murmured to herself. A storm of emotions surged in her heart. What kind of existence was that? Why did these lords want to kill Elder Mo? What trouble had Elder Mo caused? What is your true identity? Various questioning voices surrounded her, but Yin Shiyue was deaf to them. She looked up at the sky. The clouds she could only see before suddenly transformed into an endless expanse. The sky was so vast, it seemed to stretch endlessly. Then, an unprecedented bold thought took root and sprouted in her heart. She wanted to meet this mysterious lord and personally express her gratitude. Chapter 22. Whose eaves hide a phoenix chick? One day its clear voice will resonate through the 9 heavens. Task completed. Simulation count 1. Origin 100. Current origin 1,165 times. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and this year, Qin Wangchuan was 7 years old. With the strength of the Qin family, even accomplishing what seemed impossible, like finding a needle in a haystack, only took a few months. Of course, this was thanks to the various branches and affiliates from all over. Qin Wangchuan lightly plucked the strings of the guqin, the sound flowing like a clear spring and like the mountain breeze rustling through a bamboo forest, carrying an indescribable rhythm. The art of the guqin, though small, could also evolve into the great Tao. He murmured to himself, then stopped playing, raising his eyes to Yi Jiani. Let's stop here for today. Yi Jiani was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully set down the sheet music in her hands, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Young master, your guqin skills have improved so quickly, it is truly astonishing. Hearing this, Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly, but said nothing more. With an 11 times increase in comprehension. It was no joke. This xianxiaofans had taken the maid a year to study, yet she still couldn't grasp even a third of its true meaning. But the young master only needed to listen to her play once to capture its essence, even playing it better than she did. She paused, a complex expression appearing in her heart. The young master's extraordinary comprehension could not simply be described as genius. Having been in the Qin family for so long, she had already learned of Qin Wangchuan's entire identity, the 9th young master of the Qin family. Initially, she felt it sounded familiar, but then she realized. Yes, it was that Qin family, one of the top 10 imperial families. And although her young master was merely the youngest of the Qin family's heirs, he was also the most extraordinary figure, born with supreme bones and immortal bones nourishing him, awakening the eternal immortal body. He was destined to become an immortal. Breaking through in dreams had become a common occurrence. First, he predicted and eliminated traitors within the family. Later, he awakened the supreme Tao heart, being hailed as the youngest to reach the 4 realms in history. And that astonishing comprehension. All of this increased her pressure immensely. To avoid bringing shame to her master, she had to practice desperately. 2 years had passed. Although she had fortunately broken into the 2nd realm in a short time and was already touching the threshold of the 3rd realm, she was still far from her master. A sense of inferiority lingered above her head. Relax. I don't know about others. Qin Wangchuan's fingers brushed over the guqin strings, his gaze resting on Yi Jiani's tense shoulders, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, his eyes suddenly becoming profound. But you, Yi Jiani, the young master raised his gaze. One day, you will become a top powerhouse resonating through the 3,000 Tao states. I am more certain of this than anyone else. After all, in the simulation, she had already become the heavenly emperor. Coming to the Qin family could only mean a higher limit. Yi Jiani's hollow eyes trembled slightly, her pale fingers unconsciously tightening the hem of her white dress. Though she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel that the gaze resting on her was devoid of any mockery or jest, serious yet gentle, like the sunlight melting the snow in early spring. Young master, she unconsciously called out, her ears instantly turning red, a warm sensation spreading from her cheeks to her neck, even her toes curling up unconsciously. It was obvious she was blushing like a monkey's bottom. With a delicate heart, not wanting her master to see her shy appearance, she immediately knelt down. The servant Yi Jiani pressed her forehead against the cold floor tiles, her once dry and yellowish hair now scattered around her. With a trembling voice, she spoke. I will not disappoint your expectations, young master. Ever since her mother passed away, she had vowed never to shed tears again, yet at this moment, a gaze burned her heart, causing pain. Her invisible eyes had already become moist, and tears fell uncontrollably. Clearly, she was a servant, and despite the small age difference, the young master had always cared for and trusted her like an older brother. Yi Jiani silently vowed in her heart for the young master. I would not regret even if I died. In the cultivation room, Qin Wangchuan flipped his hand, revealing a fruit that was entirely golden and radiated a chaotic aura. This was the fruit of heavenly fortune. On the path of cultivation, comprehension was undoubtedly important, but opportunity was also indispensable. He gazed at the fruit, a hint of profundity flashing in his eyes. Normally, the fruit of heavenly fortune would not lead to an improvement in cultivation, but that was for ordinary people. I possess an immortal bone and a supreme Tao heart. Perhaps I can break through by seizing this chance. With that said, he unhesitatingly placed the fruit of heavenly fortune into his mouth. Boom. In an instant, a vast power like a starry river erupted within him. Qin Wangchuan felt his soul tremble, and the scenery before him suddenly changed. He seemed to be in an endless void, with stars revolving around him. Looking down, he saw the laws of the great Tao woven into a net, enveloping the entire world. In this vast expanse where the great Tao intertwined, there were several shining points of light. Their mere existence disturbed the surrounding great Tao, drawing it close and forming special light points. A mysterious sensation surged in his heart. Qin Wangchuan even felt that at this moment, he was invincible. It was a powerful feeling that, if not careful, one could become trapped within it. I am the heavens. As the words fell, time seemed to freeze. The fruit of heavenly fortune not only contained the fortune of heaven and earth, but also allowed him a brief touch of another level. He grasped the heavens above, saw the laws of the great Tao, and witnessed the flow of fortune. And that fortune intertwined with the child of fortune. At this moment, Qin Wangchuan's aura surged like a dragon, ceaselessly entwined, as if every movement could draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Buzz, his spiritual sea roiled, and his supreme Tao heart throbbed violently, an unprecedented power flowing through his meridians. Crack! A certain shackle within him was instantly shattered. His aura suddenly surged, chaotic immortal light soaring into the sky, condensing into a vague shadow behind him. His heart thundered like a drum. With each beat, his spiritual sea surged and expanded by a factor of 2. Spiritual energy poured in like a tidal wave, sweeping through his meridians. 10 heartbeats, 10 transformations. His spiritual platform suddenly expanded tenfold amidst the roar. Like a vast starry sky suddenly unfolding, endless spiritual energy transformed into a vortex, crazily flooding into this reborn body. 5th stage of the spiritual sea realm, achieved. Qin Wangchuan slowly opened his eyes, raising his gaze towards the sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the endless void. He sensed the position of the person of great fortune. It seems that in this world, there truly exists a so-called protagonist. The scene of the spiritual energy surging wildly around Wangchuan was naturally seen by others. Look, the 9th young master has broken through again, a disciple exclaimed, pointing at the soaring chaotic light pillar. The light pillar was swirling with countless patterns, and the aura of having just broken through to the 5th stage had yet to subside. 5th stage. It's only been 2 years. Even Qin Wen and the Imperial Master were astonished at this scene. A 7-year-old in the spiritual sea realm. It's simply too outrageous. The disciples who were practicing in the martial arts arena all stopped. Some looked at the indistinct Imperial shadow and suddenly began to slap their own faces. I only broke through to the 5th stage at 20. If outsiders knew that the 9th young master's cultivation speed with the immortal body was not only not slow, but even incredibly fast. His companions beside him were already imagining that scene in a daze. Deep within the forbidden area, a black piece hovered above the chessboard. Qin Tai's hand holding the chess piece paused slightly, his sharp eyes reflecting the chaotic immortal light penetrating through the restrictions. Opposite the chessboard, the tender shoots at the fingertips of the wood ancestor silently unfolded, sprouting fine branches in the halo. The ancestor of the fruit of heavenly fortune suddenly chuckled lightly. To find a treasure that has disappeared for 10,000 years is impressive. After saying that, a piece was placed down, causing ripples to emerge in space. But even so, breaking through to the 5th stage at 7 years old. No one before and none to come after. Have I underestimated him too much? The wood ancestor's branches similarly lifted a chess piece and placed it on the board, falling silently. Unlike you, I have already regarded him highly enough. But I didn't expect him to still exceed expectations. As soon as the words fell, both of them chuckled lightly at the same time. Whose eaves hide a phoenix chick? One day its clear voice will resonate through the 9 heavens. Chapter 23. When you think you are the ultimate. Another 2 years passed swiftly. This year, Qin Wangchuan was 9 years old. In the blink of an eye, it was time for him to descend to the lower realm. In the Xianming realm, outside the Tongtian Tower, a major event was occurring. The Bone Demon Lord, in order to refine the 10,000 Souls banner, had slaughtered all the cultivator cities in this realm, causing billions of lives to turn into vengeful spirits. This provoked a coalition of 72 powerful beings from the Zixiao sect, Xiansword sect, and Qinglian sacred ground, vowing to eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. The Bone Demon Lord was no match and attempted to escape to another realm from the Tongtian Tower. However, everyone had already been lying in ambush for a long time. A great battle was about to break out. Demon, today is your day of death, the Zixiao sect master roared. And the 9 heavens divine thunder transformed into a 100-foot-long thunder dragon that crashed down. The Bone Demon Lord sneered, and with a sweep of the 10,000 Souls banner, he devoured the thunder dragon. Is this the extent of your ability? Seeing this, the 7 sword cultivators of the Xian sword sect immediately formed the Big Dipper sword formation. 7 life swords transforming into flowing light and rushing to kill. The Demon Lord did not dodge, allowing the sword edge to pierce through his body. But countless vengeful spirits surged from the wounds, instantly polluting the flying swords and causing them to fall to the ground. How is this possible? The sword cultivators were horrified. The 3 supreme elders of the Qinglian sacred ground exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, summoning the sect's treasure, the purifying Qinglian. Sacred light illuminated 1,000 miles, attempting to purify the demonic energy. It was futile. The Bone Demon Lord spat out his life's demonic blood, instantly staining the Qinglian red, as billions of vengeful spirits clung to it. And this treasured artifact, which had been passed down for 10,000 years, was actually corroded into scrap iron. You thought you had ambushed me? In reality, this was all my plan. Otherwise, how could I gather you all here? It's time to end this. The Demon Lord formed hand seals, and the array he had prepared long ago activated at this moment. The 10,000 Souls banner billowed in the wind, and the vengeful energy that obscured the sky formed a massive vortex. The treasures of the 72 powerful beings exploded one after another, their primordial spirits forcibly pulled from their bodies, swallowed by the banner amidst their wretched screams. As the last cultivator's body crashed to the ground, the Bone Demon Lord stepped on the shattered head of the Zixiao sect master. And the vengeful spirits on the 10,000 Souls banner let out a victorious screech. No, it's impossible. The shattered primordial spirit of the Zixiao sect master struggled in the banner. How could my Zixiao sect's legacy of 30,000 years? The Bone Demon laughed menacingly. Making hand seals, 30,000 years? After today, the Zixiao sect will merely be a thunder mark on my banner. Demon, the Grand Elder of the Xian Sword sect's sword soul let out its final clang. Our Xian Sword sect disciples will surely avenge us. The old demon crushed the sword soul with one hand, coldly laughing. Don't be anxious. Once I refine your entire Xian Sword sect, you will reunite within the banner. The last supreme elder of the Qinglian sacred ground's pure energy was about to dissipate, but he still spoke harshly. Old demon, do you know my Qinglian ancestor has long ascended to the heavens? His ascension has nothing to do with you. The old demon opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing that wisp of pure energy, sneering. Do you think mentioning an ascended ancestor can scare me? I don't even need him. I will go seek him myself in the future. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Only the 10,000 Souls banner flapped in the wind. The 72 new sacred souls roaming on the banner, each distorted face frozen in the despair and unwillingness of their last moments before falling. The Bone Demon took a deep breath, the rich smell of blood and soul power making him squint in pleasure. Now that's more like it. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha! What righteous sects! What heavenly justice! You fools, do you really think that more people can win? The Bone Demon Lord stands on 72 corpses, the soul banner in his hand flutters ominously, and the faces of billions of wronged souls wail in anguish. I have proven my path through slaughter, and today I shall become the great emperor. He raised his hand and grasped, pulling the last surviving female cultivator of the Zixiao sect from afar. The woman, dressed in white, was soaked in blood, her hair disheveled. Yet her stunning beauty could not be concealed. A mark of vermilion appeared on her forehead, the symbol of a direct disciple of the Zixiao sect. You all besieged me for 7 days. Did you think you came here to die? Although her face was pale, she stubbornly held her head high. The demon will be dealt with by my master. Before she could finish her sentence, dark energy surged into her palm. I said, pull someone closer. You're already dead. What good is revenge? She trembled violently, her jade-like skin visibly withering at a rapid pace, her autumn-like eyes quickly dimming. With a final, piercing scream, her soul was forcibly torn out, transformed into a white light that entered the soul banner. The old demon licked his lips, looking at the now withered corpse of the female cultivator in his hand, and sneered. A fairy of the Zixiao sect? Just a soul on my banner. After 26,000 years of hard cultivation, slaughtering countless sects, today I finally become invincible in this realm. The bone demon lord laughed wildly. The blood light of the soul banner surged, dyeing the entire sky dark red. Once I refine these 72 holy souls, it will be the time for me to ascend to the celestial court. He looked down at the battlefield, where blood flowed like rivers. Those once mighty righteous beings now serving as stepping stones for his ascension. Righteousness and evil, good and bad. This world only recognizes strength. The big ones are dead, and some juniors hide in the distance, thinking they are safe. Just as he was about to chase down those who had escaped, suddenly, the bone demon lord's figure paused, his eyes filled with bloodlight. He felt the demonic energy within him surging wildly. The billions of wronged souls within the soul banner all screamed, actively feeding him pure soul power. Is this a breakthrough? The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Rolling demonic clouds gathered from all directions. Spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius surged into his body, every inch of flesh undergoing a shocking transformation. Heaven helps me. The old demon laughed in ecstasy. Today, I will prove my path and become an emperor. Not just any emperor. He suddenly spread his arms wide. The soul banner swelled in the wind, transforming into a blood-red canopy that blocked out the sun. 72 newly acquired holy souls struggled painfully within the banner, forcibly refined into the purest primal power. With billions of living beings as sacrifices and 72 holy souls as guides, the void began to twist and crack, dark imperial patterns appearing on his body. Thunder tribulations gathered above, and as long as he endured 99 thunder tribulations, he could become an emperor. For ordinary people, thunder tribulations are terrifying, but in the eyes of the bone demon lord, they are incredibly simple. There is no need to withstand them directly. He can use the souls in the soul banner to bear the burden for him. This is an alternative path to becoming an emperor. Though it may not be as powerful as other emperors, it is stable. The bone demon lord had already begun to celebrate in advance. Today, I will become an emperor. As he spoke, he looked towards the distant sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, crossing the boundary, seeing another world. This realm is too small. It does not deserve me as an emperor. With my emperor cultivation, even in that heavenly realm, I should have a place. After speaking, he formed seals with his hands, and the soul banner swelled in the wind, growing to a height of 1,000 zhang, preparing to face the tribulations. However, at that moment, boom, the heavenly tower suddenly began to operate. Someone has come to this world. Encountering me, the emperor, can only be said to be your bad luck. Come and die. The bone demon lord struck out with a palm, filled with killing intent. In the next moment, the nine-headed sky-splitting hound shattered the void and descended, each step shaking the stars. Its body was covered in chaotic armor, and when its 6 wings spread, they stirred up a world-destroying gale. Its blood moon-like beast eyes flickering with flames that could burn the heavens. The carriage was made of black and gold, with a dark black base and golden patterns. The body naturally inscribed with the lines of the great Tao. The most striking feature was the character Qin in gold on a black background on either side of the carriage, each stroke seemingly containing the supreme rhythm to suppress the heavens. Merely gazing at it sent shivers through the soul. A glazed palace lantern hung high from the top of the carriage, with the Taichu bell lightly trembling at the corners. Each time the bell rang, the time and space for millions of miles would freeze. 100 black-armored divine generals stood solemnly on either side, like ancient statues that had existed for eternity. Their auras were completely restrained. If it weren't for seeing them with one's own eyes, one would not perceive their presence in the slightest. When the divine sense probed, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Compared to the ostentatious display of power, these people undoubtedly had a despairing gap in strength compared to him. When the bone demon lord realized this, it was too late to withdraw. His palm, capable of killing a heavenly saint-level powerhouse, wrapped in overwhelming demonic energy, had already slammed towards the carriage. However, this world-destroying blow strangely halted after flying 100 zhang. As if it had hit an invisible barrier. The demonic energy began to dissipate, and the bloodied hand gradually melted away, just like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun, naturally disintegrating. The entire process was silent, but it made the Bone Demon Lord's hair stand on end. How is this possible? His pupils constricted violently, and only one thought remained in his mind, screaming madly, "Escape! Run away!" Chapter 24. There will always be more impressive figures appearing. His body trembled uncontrollably. The Bone Demon Lord's mind at this moment had only one thought: run away. However, before he could make any move, this once arrogant master of demonic ways found himself unable to move. Was it a treasure? Or was it my own fear? In just a brief moment, countless thoughts surged in the Bone Demon Lord's mind. The next moment, those thoughts suddenly broke off, because he clearly felt a terrifying aura that surpassed the heavens had locked onto him. Beside the carriage, an ordinary-looking old man turned his head and glanced over. He was not like the armored guards, but a true protector appointed by the Ancestor. Bold. There were no long speeches, no exchanging of names. The old man merely flicked his finger. Uffed. The Bone Demon Lord's astonished expression had not yet faded when his terrifying demonic body began to crumble like decayed wood thousands of years old. The soul banner that devoured billions of living beings, the 72 holy souls on its surface, had not even had the chance to scream before they silently turned to ash, as if they had never existed. Even with a treasured artifact in hand, he still had no chance to scream or struggle, just like the ants he had once crushed, dying without the power to resist. The Bone Demon Lord's primordial spirit struggled wildly at the last moment, trying to escape, but was firmly bound by some invisible force. Forced to watch as his demonic body turned to ashes, the flames of his soul extinguishing bit by bit. Just one step away. Just one step, and I could reach the peak. No. I am the Emperor. The Emperor has not. Dream. However, even this final thought could not fully materialize, and in the indifferent glance of the nine-headed sky-splitting hound, it was completely obliterated. The once-slaying Bone Demon Lord, who had terrorized the realm, thus vanished silently, reduced to dust without leaving a trace. Inside the carriage, Qin Wangchuan did not even raise an eyelid. Merely asked Ly, "What is it?" Looking closely, there were more than one such incredibly powerful old man. There were at least 10 on the bright side. This was no longer the sun descending to the lower realms. It was the prince traveling, whom Qin Wangchuan lightly tapped the window with his fingertips, his gaze sweeping over the sea of blood created by the demon lord below, and he said Ly, a heavy smell of blood. As soon as his voice fell, the armored guard waved his hand. A gentle wind blew, and the corpses and bloodstains instantly vanished. Qin Wangchuan stepped out of the carriage, and his 9-year-old figure already showed extraordinary bearing. He was dressed in a dark black brocade robe, with the collar and cuffs embroidered with ancient Qin clan patterns in dark gold thread. As he walked, the robe swayed slightly, resembling the flow of stars. His face was sculpted like white jade, with clear and handsome features, thin lips like blades that, when pressed together, exuded an age-defying sternness, yet when he lifted his gaze, a unique, youthful vitality flashed through. Though his form had not fully matured, his every gesture already bore the aura of a dragon-esque stride and a tiger-esque pace. Notably, Yi Jiani was not accompanying him. She had initially been called, but she said she wanted to seize every moment to cultivate. Just look at how hard the future heavenly emperor works. So this time, only Qin Wangchuan came down to the mortal realm. He glanced at the spot where the withered Bone Demon Lord had just perished and whispered, "A strong one." The elderly man beside him paused upon hearing this. Strong? Half-step emperor, it seemed very strong. But in reality, at most, it was just a quasi-emperor. As long as one hadn't proven themselves as an emperor, they were nothing but ants. There was no chance of resistance. Even if one succeeded in proving themselves as an emperor and transcended the world, there was still a heavenly emperor above them, unable to stir any waves. They merely transformed from ants that could be casually dealt with into monkeys that required some effort to handle. After thinking for a moment, the elderly man still complimented. He is indeed very strong, but this kind of strength. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Wangchuan. I'm not talking about him. Qin Wangchuan suddenly turned, his gaze piercing through the void, landing on a seemingly empty cloud layer 100 zhang away. Since you were waiting for me here, why not show yourself? Who else could it be? Everyone's hearts trembled, their gazes unconsciously following the direction in which Qin Wangchuan turned. The clouds parted, revealing several figures standing in midair. At the forefront was a cold-looking female figure. Her ink-black hair was loosely tied up with a plain silver hairpin, and a few strands of hair fell beside her porcelain white cheeks, adding to her cool and aloof demeanor. Most captivating were her eyes. The irises were pale like glazed glass, but the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, carrying a hint of sharpness when not smiling. At this moment, she was looking down with lowered eyes, her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath, making her appear as if sculpted from the ice of the nine heavens, exuding an unapproachable chill. This aura made Qin Wangchuan frown slightly, his gaze lingering on the girl. Although it was their first meeting, her aura felt inexplicably familiar, as if he had encountered something similar before. The girl led the crowd behind her to slowly descend. As Qin Wangchuan was about to speak, he suddenly saw her step forward 2 paces. Her phoenix eyes widening slightly as she spoke with a hint of scrutiny. You suddenly stopped speaking, then looked at him more carefully. So the heir of the Qin family looks like this. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Good looking. She seemed quite satisfied. Good looking? Qin Wangchuan's expression shifted slightly, and even those behind the girl reacted similarly. To actually hear the words good looking come from their usually indifferent Miss Li Qingwan? Was this still the same Li Qingwan who was distant from others? But regardless of what others thought, Li Qingwan slightly raised her sleeve, performing an ancient and solemn greeting, then looked at him curiously and asked, I was indeed waiting for you, but how did you find out? You used an immortal imperial weapon. Even an ordinary emperor should not have been able to detect it. An immortal imperial weapon? You carry such a thing with you? Several elders gasped upon hearing this, but didn't pay too much attention. After all, the identity of the person in front of them. One of the elders transmitted to Qin Wangchuan, Young master, this is Li Qingwan of the heavenly swordly family. So it's the Li family. Qin Wangchuan nodded. No wonder it felt familiar. It was similar to the aura of that Emperor Li. After finishing, the elder briefly introduced some of her achievements. Li Qingwan, the legitimate daughter of the Li family, was known for her cold demeanor and dislike for crowds. Her exceptional talent was said to be a once-in-a-million-year occurrence. On the day she was born, the skies above the ancestral land of the Li family rang with the sound of 10,000 swords, and 3,000 rays of sword light descended from the clouds, transforming into a phoenix that circled for 3 days without dispersing. At 3 years old, while playing in the sword pool, she unintentionally triggered the resonance of the ancestral sword that had been dormant for millennia, shocking the emperor of the Li family with her sword energy. At 5, she began to practice the sword path, and after 3 days of sword training, she caused the phenomenon of sword energy transforming into a rainbow, with spiritual energy within 100 miles turning into sword shapes. When she was 7, during her retreat in the sword tomb, all 10,000 ancient swords trembled simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene of 10,000 swords converging. In the same year, she broke through to the 4th realm. 9 innate sword energies descended from the heavens, transforming into sword lotuses that supported her for 100 days without falling. Emperor Li had once personally declared that this girl was a reincarnation of a transcendent being in the sword path, destined to walk an unprecedented pinnacle of the sword path. Don't think she is only 16 now. Legends about her spread throughout the celestial courts. The 4th realm at 7, Qin Wangchuan nodded. That talent was indeed remarkable, but there was still some distance from him. Spiritual energy. He suddenly spoke, leaving Li Qingwan momentarily stunned. What? Qin Wangchuan repeated. I said spiritual energy. After saying this, he looked at her deeply. Wasn't she supposed to be cold? Why did she look a bit silly and easily deceived? Even if she concealed her form and retracted her aura, as long as there were cultivators present, the surrounding spiritual energy would be disturbed. Through the flow of spiritual energy, it was easy to discover. Perceiving the flow of spiritual energy? If that were the case, wouldn't it mean being able to ignore all hidden techniques and divine abilities? Li Qingwan's pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, shock appeared on her usually cold face. Is this even possible? Even with her clarity of sword heart, she had never heard of anyone being able to control the flow of spiritual energy. It was as difficult as an ordinary person finding a grain of sugar in a sea of white snow. This required an almost abnormal perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The young master could, let alone others. Even the elders beside her were pale with shock. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. This was a capability gained after consuming the fruit of heavenly fortune. His perception of spiritual energy had reached an abnormal level, initially thought to be useless. But now it seemed it might not be. This was no longer a matter of difficulty. Young master, you are going against the heavens. The elder who had acted earlier murmured to himself, now understanding why the heavenly emperor Ancestor had assigned several people to protect the path. Such a person who defies the heavens must not be allowed to perish midway. Li Qingwan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, lightly raised her jade hand, and her fingertips swirled with sword intent. This is not a place for conversation. Her voice remained cold. Follow me. As soon as her words fell, the heavens suddenly split open with a gap of 10,000 zhang. Boom. A giant ship made entirely of green jade burst through the air, its bow carved with a soaring phoenix, its wings spread out to 1,000 zhang, and every feather radiated a sharp sword intent. The hull was inscribed with anciently clan patterns, glimmering with a chilling sharpness under the sunlight, as if the entire ship was an unparalleled divine sword drawn from its sheath. Qin Wangchuan had never seen such a large flying vessel, but the several protectors behind him were well versed. This is the heavenly sword flying vessel of the Li family, the elder explained. It is said that this ship was forged by the Li family's ancestor with the 9 heavenly mysterious jade, tempered with supreme sword intent for 10,000 years. Once it sets sail, it can slice through the sun and moon. After finishing, he transmitted, since such a vessel has been brought out, it either means they value you, young master, or they have something to request. Li Qingwan's garments fluttered as she lightly stepped onto the wings of the phoenix statue at the bow of the ship. Please. Chapter 25. Cultivation, what a wonderful term. Wait, am I the one being cultivated? Just at the moment when the heavenly sword-flying vessel broke through the sky, several blood-soaked, surviving figures from the ruins below finally dared to lift their heads. They saw a cloud of blood-colored ashes drifting down from the sky, the only trace left by the withered bone demon lord's existence. Is it over? A young cultivator, stained with blood, stumbled out from the ruins, his robes soaked in blood, and his left arm twisted unnaturally. That was from half an hour ago when the withered bone demon lord swept past him with a wave of demonic energy, leaving a wound. He stared blankly at the empty space where there should have been piles of corpses. His senior brother, that honest man who always loved to rub his head, was just standing there, holding his life-saving artifact to protect the junior brothers and sisters behind him. But now, there was nothing left, not even ashes. No, it shouldn't be like this. The cultivator's lips trembled, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. He staggered forward a few steps, suddenly kneeling on the ground, his 10 fingers digging deep into the soil. At the very least, there should be a complete corpse. But now, everything is gone. It was as if an invisible giant hand had gently wiped away all traces of existence. The demon was dead? Another severely injured cultivator spoke in a trembling voice, his tone hoarse. He gazed at the dissipating demonic energy in the sky, still unable to believe he had survived. The confidence while besieging the demon, the shock when falling into the trap, the terror of his sect being massacred in an instant, and the fear of the demon about to break through. Everything happened in an instant, and yet ended just as quickly. Not far away, an old woman with white hair clutched a half-broken artifact, staring blankly at the sky. She didn't know who had acted, nor did she know where the palanquin and flying boat came from. But the overwhelming pressure that transcended heaven and earth made her instinctively kneel on the ground, not daring to look up. It must be a big shot from the upper realm, she murmured, her voice trembling. It must be a big shot from the upper realm. And further away on a cliff, several young cultivators were slumped on the ground, one of them staring hard at the sky, murmuring, "The demon just disappeared like that? Not even a chance to resist?" Another's voice trembled. What kind of realm must the one who acted belong to? They didn't know who was sitting in that palanquin, nor did they know which power the giant ship that broke through the void belonged to. They only knew they had survived. And all of this was not because they had intentionally sought rescue, but simply because those few mysterious existences happened to pass by. One of them in the sky murmured, unconsciously looking up at the heavens, a sense of unprecedented longing appearing in their eyes. What kind of place is that? They had known since childhood that the Xianming realm they were in belonged to the upper 1,000 states among the 3,000 Dao states. Below it were the middle 1,000 states and the lower 1,000 states. Compared to the lower realms, it was already a very good place. At the same time, they also knew that above the upper 1,000 states, there were even broader heavens and earth. But they had never thought it would be so terrifying. Half-Step Emperor. That was an unparalleled demon who could easily annihilate a realm, yet in front of that mysterious existence, it didn't even have a chance to struggle before being casually erased. They had heard that people from the upper realm were born standing at heights that we could never reach in our entire lives. Another's voice was hoarse, filled with both awe and bitterness. The cultivation methods they practiced, the spiritual energy they breathed, even the fact that they heard they didn't use spirit stones, but something even more powerful far surpassing this realm. Doesn't that mean that someone just had to swallow a mouthful of saliva? Their voice trembled. In our eyes, the unreachable supreme, the holy master, the quasi-emperor, might also just be ordinary cultivators in the upper realm. The crowd fell silent. In fact, there was another principle that everyone knew but dared not speak of. Since a half-step emperor is considered nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the powerful in the upper realm, would the supreme emperor also be? This thought was too shocking, to the point that they didn't even dare to ponder deeply. If that were the case, what did their struggles in the lower realms amount to? Ants? Dust? Or perhaps even less than dust? The first cultivator to speak suddenly let out a bitter laugh. We don't even have the qualification to be regarded by them. The crowd fell silent again, looking at the already calm sky. their hearts filled with both awe and an indescribable complex emotion. Longing? Fear? Resentment? Perhaps all of it. But in any case, what they witnessed today had completely overturned their understanding. Whether to regroup their emotions and turn what they saw, heard, and felt today into stepping stones on their cultivation path, or to be crushed by it, shattering their Tao heart, would depend on themselves. On the deck of the flying boat, the sea of clouds surged beneath their feet. My grandfather told you I would come to the Xianming realm, so please protect the Tao. Qin Wangchuan thoughtfully stroked his chin. But that doesn't make sense. The Qin family has many experts. How could they invite an outsider to protect the Tao? There's a conspiracy. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. A snow-white cloak embroidered with dark patterns of the Qingyuan gently draped over his shoulder. He looked up and met Li Qingyuan's gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her porcelain-white earlobes were visibly blushing. The flying boat was too fast, and the wind was strong. Li Qingyuan stiffly explained, yet her fingertips casually reached up to help him adjust his collar. At the other end of the deck, several elders from the Li family exchanged knowing smiles, a glint of unspoken understanding flashing in their eyes. Steady. It seems the marriage arranged by the Ancestor is even more suitable than imagined. Indeed, a marriage. In the matter of the marriage alliance for Qin Wangchuan, the one with the loudest voice currently is Li Qingyuan from the Li family. Their identities match, and her talent far exceeds others. However, Li Qingyuan not only has a cold personality, but also the same temperament as sword cultivators worldwide. Stubborn, proud, as long as she is not satisfied. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, it would just be 4 words, rather die than submit. But it seems now. The oldest elder in gray robes stroked his beard, revealing a honey-like smile, not even noticing the tea spilling over. How many years has it been since he saw this ice princess take the initiative to care for others? It seems the young lady has reached that age. Suddenly, a joking remark made a younger elder, holding a sword, cough violently, desperately signaling to his companions through his sleeve. The sword attendants over there were shaking with suppressed laughter. Don't laugh now, or it could be deadly. After all, no one expected that the young lady, who usually found it troublesome to say half a word, would now act like a clumsy bride, even covering her future husband's clothes. How precious. Li Qingyuan clearly noticed the commotion behind her. She tightened her jaw, and a sword cheese suddenly swept across the deck, interrupting everyone's conversation. But her reddening ears completely betrayed her state of mind. Ridiculous, Li Qingyuan scolded in her heart. But she didn't know whether she was scolding those onlookers or her own inexplicable actions just now. She had confidently sworn to the Ancestor before leaving that if that Qin Wangchuan was just a man of empty reputation. Don't blame me for severing this engagement on the spot. But at this moment, she slightly turned her head, her gaze carrying a hint of possessiveness as she looked at the young man beside her. Good-looking, monstrous talent, seems to have a decent personality. Just a bit too young. Still immature. Must wait another 7 or 8 years. Li Qingyuan calculated in her heart, and when her gaze swept over the young man's still slender shoulders, she unexpectedly felt a rare patience. At that time, as soon as this thought arose, the spiritual energy in her spiritual platform suddenly surged. Only then did she realize she was seriously considering the absurd matter of raising a Tao partner. Wait, is it absurd? Li Qingyuan suddenly reacted and then asked herself a question. In the cultivation world, most couples are formed for the purpose of cultivation or family, with little emotion involved. But if raised from a young age, once this thought arose, it was hard to shake off, truly terrifying. Even more terrifying was when imagining the scene of the young man standing beside her when he grew up. Her usually icy Tao heart unexpectedly stirred with a hint of anticipation. Qin Wangchuan was unaware of the dangerous thoughts in the mind of the person beside him. He only felt the atmosphere was subtle. Although Li Qingyuan's expression was cold, that almost imperceptible gaze seemed to stick to him like spider silk, difficult to escape. Her actions were also filled with care. First the cloak, then food, and finally, she even personally peeled a spiritual fruit and handed it over. No way. 90% of it was wrong. Chapter 26. You know, his comprehension has always been against the heavens. If one ignores her strange attitude, the journey was actually quite normal. It's just that the two of them were clearly not on the same wavelength in their conversation. She kept asking Qin Wangchuan about his preferences, while Qin Wangchuan focused on the Li family sword seal. The sword seal is the foundation of the Li family. Although she said this, it is not entirely classified information that cannot be revealed. However, before that, Qin Wangchuan first expressed his insights. Although he did not know the specific characters in your Li family's 7-kill sword seal, he looked at the mountains faintly visible in the sea of clouds and suddenly turned his head. But I guess there must be the characters for destruction and opening. At some point, the two people who were originally sitting across from each other had moved so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. They had started sitting opposite each other, but at some point, she had moved to sit beside him. Li Qinghuan's sleeve even pressed against the corner of his clothes. The scent of her youthful body mixed with a hint of cold plum fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Oh, she suddenly leaned in, her hair brushing against Qin Wangchuan's hand. How can you tell? The sword intent cannot deceive people. Qin Wangchuan subtly leaned back half an inch. I have seen people perform the sword seal. It is not merely about destruction, but a path of first annihilation and then creation. Li Qinghuan gazed at Qin Wangchuan's profile. At this distance, she could clearly see the profound light reflected in his eyes and smell the snow pine fragrance coming from the boy. She had seen countless sword cultivators comprehend the 7 kills sword seal. Some had practiced for 100 years without grasping the method, while others spent their entire lives trapped in the superficiality of the characters. Yet, no one had ever, with just a glance, pointed directly at the true meaning of the great path within it. Having seen it only once, it was impossible for her to finish her words. She was stunned first. What is impossible? Sword cultivators value the connection with the law, and the person before her seemed born to wield a sword. Thinking of this, her gaze sharpened, and her life-bound flying sword, the Qin Feng, suddenly unsheathed. Indeed, there were the characters for destruction and opening, but these 2 characters were not any of the seals in the 7 kills seal. The mystery of the 7 kills seal lies in the fact that it is actually formed by overlapping different characters. For example, as she spoke, the tip of her sword danced, and 4 characters slowly emerged and overlapped. Destroy, open, heaven. The Tao rhyme of these 4 characters combined is the complete first seal. In other words, the 4 characters constitute 1 sword. Of course, if others perform it, there may be more than 4 characters. 1 sword? Now it was Qin Wangchuan's turn to be surprised, and he asked, "Are you saying that the sword seal is actually composed of many characters freely? The sword seal each person performs is actually different?" Li Qinghuan nodded. "Exactly. So that's how it is," Qin Wangchuan murmured, his gaze passing over her to the distance, as if he saw something penetrating through mountains and clouds. He suddenly smiled, that smile sharp and bright like a sword blade unsheathing. "I understand." Li Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you understand?" "This makes sense now. No matter how perfect the technique is, it is still lifeless and cannot be revered as a sacred object. Your Li family's sword seal is a set of living sword techniques." He transformed his finger into a sword and began to dance like her did earlier. But Li Qinghuan suddenly snorted coldly. "If we are discussing swordsmanship, how can we compare without a sword?" Qin Wangchuan took the long sword, and the sword body trembled slightly, emitting a clear phoenix cry. "This sword is called Gulwan and has not yet recognized its master. I will lend it to you for the time being." She crossed her arms and stood. "So you can't say that my Li family's sword seal is profound but lacks physical verification." The boy's wrist lightly shook, and the sword tip drew a perfect crescent arc in the air. The azure gold Tao patterns on the sword spine suddenly came to life, flowing like a swimming dragon on the sword body, each turn of the sword's momentum precisely replicating the trajectory Li Qinghuan had just made, yet with an additional indescribable rhythm. Destroy, open, heaven. Each time a character was recited, the sword intent became sharper. By the time the 4 characters were finished, the sword tip had gathered a pure sword intent that lingered in the air for a long time. So that's how it is. Qin Wangchuan stood with the sword in hand. Whether it was the sword formula or anything else, these characters were merely appearances. The true core is to allow sword cultivators to combine them with their own Tao. In other words, this is a path to explore oneself. The person who intended to open this path originally did not want future generations to be constrained by fixed techniques. "I am unbound. My Tao is infinite." After speaking, Qin Wangchuan gazed at the Gulwan sword suspended before him. Wherever the sword light reached, even the howling mountain wind seemed to freeze. "It's a good sword," he said softly. As his fingertips brushed over the sword spine, a ray of rosy light burst forth from the point of contact, illuminating his smiling brows and eyes. Speaking of which, he is not a true sword cultivator and naturally does not have a sword. The only one he has is the wooden sword given by the wooden ancestor. It is time to find a sword that belongs to him, he thought to himself, and Li Qinghuan gazed at the lingering pure sword intent, her fingertips unconsciously tightening her sleeves. The person before her was undoubtedly a true genius. "This sword, if you like it," she suddenly spoke, her voice a few degrees lower than usual, "is a gift to you." Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. "A sword meets a wise master, and only then does it show its sharpness." Li Qinghuan paused for a moment, brushing aside her fallen hair. "It can show its brilliance better in your hands than in mine." Qin Wangchuan lightly stroked the Tao patterns on the sword spine and suddenly smiled. "Then, I cannot take your sword for free." Saying this, he took out a translucent jade fruit, the skin of which seemed to shimmer. "This is the 9 phoenix fruit of the heavenly sovereign, which has miraculous effects for enhancing beauty. If you do not accept it," he handed the fruit over. "This sword, I dare not take." Li Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. although she did not intend to give the sword for this reason. This fruit indeed has a great appeal for women. Who wouldn't want to be more beautiful? In the distance, the members of the Li family had already changed their expressions dramatically. Several elders' pupils dilated suddenly, and the sword attendants were also dumbfounded. Some even staggered back, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. That Gulwan sword was not the treasure the young lady was preparing to refine, just given away like that? Someone whispered. The others were also somewhat puzzled. When did the young lady become like this? Hush, do not speak recklessly. But this is clearly. Who would have thought that the usually aloof and composed young lady would lose her composure today, almost wanting to hand over her lifelong treasures? The two then engaged in a discussion about their ancestors. As they talked, it turned to themselves. Interesting. She suddenly turned her wrist. The Qing Feng sword drawing half a path of azure rainbow in the air. The sword hilt lightly pressed against Qin Wangchuan's Adam's apple. From this angle, she could see his fair and alluring neck. Then what is your Dao? The sword tip reflected the sunlight, illuminating both their faces. The guards on both sides immediately became tense. Qin Wangchuan's pupils slightly dilated, as if pierced through by this question. A long-standing fog was lifted. He looked down at the long sword in his hand and murmured, "My Dao?" The voice was so soft it almost scattered in the wind. Even Qin Wangchuan felt it was unfamiliar. "Young master." The old servant's voice suddenly interjected, shattering the stagnant air. The flying boat had unknowingly hovered over a ruined site. Decayed beams slanting into the scorched earth like a piece of hell. The Han family's ruins have arrived. Chapter 27. He began to ponder. How high must one's realm be to be stable? How strong must one's power be to protect oneself? After disembarking from the flying boat, the two walked side by side. After thinking for a moment, he felt that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. If it were me, when asked what path I seek, I could only shake my head. So, there is no need to rush. Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly at this, so gentle. At first glance, he seemed like a naive, cold beauty, but unexpectedly, he was quite gentle. Of course, he was not in a hurry. The great path requires a lifetime to seek. How could one be anxious for a moment? Gentle? Me. Li Qingluan's breath caught for a moment. This evaluation she had never heard before made her momentarily forget her actions. A strange ripple rose in her heart, and she instinctively wanted to refute, but found that the corners of her mouth had unknowingly lifted slightly. Unexpectedly. She did not dislike it. However, her soft demeanor made the expressions of the Li family members behind her become strange again. That cold beauty who always spoke harshly and resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement was now in this state. The two words, strange. The two walked slowly on the scorched earth of the Han family's ruins, the soles of their boots crunching over shattered tiles, making a faint sound. Li Qingluan suddenly grabbed Qin Wangchuan's sleeve. "Be careful." With a palm strike, she knocked down the crumbling wall nearby. Her gaze swept over the charred beams and cracked foundation, her fingertips gently brushing against the various marks on the remnants of the wall. No grass grew here, unlike ordinary vendettas. It was the work of a powerful adversary wiping out a family. She frowned and withdrew her hand, the cuff stained with specks of black ash, then asked, "Why are you here?" A gentle breeze carried the ashes past her fingertips. Qin Wangchuan suddenly crouched down and picked up half of a charred plaque. With only one side of the Chinese characters remaining, yet one could still discern the original elegance of the calligraphy. A home of an old friend. 37 people. The oldest not more than 60, the youngest just a year old. He murmured to himself, his fingertips caressing the plaque. Every year during the beginning of spring, we would hold a feast under the old plum tree in the courtyard. Deep gashes from swords marred the surface, as if recounting the final struggle. Though born into a humble family, it was harmonious and blissful. It should have been like this. Qin Wangchuan suddenly raised his hand, noticing the years of black ash on his palm. In the simulation, it wasn't just words. He could sense part of the emotions. When the Han family was exterminated, Qin Wangchuan had only one thought in his heart. How high must one rise to be secure? How strong must one become to protect oneself? The emperor could transcend. Li Qingluan's heart stirred, and she instinctively caught his wrist. A white handkerchief slipped halfway out of her sleeve, but then stopped. She suddenly realized that this action was too intimate. Fortunately, the young man did not resist. After wiping, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. But when she raised her eyes, she was taken aback. In the sunlight, Qin Wangchuan's profile was drawn tight. He lowered his gaze, focusing on the charred plaque, his eyelashes casting heavy shadows on his face. And in his eyes, there seemed to be a dark fire burning, an intensity that should not be present on a 9-year-old boy. A seriousness that was almost stubborn. Seeing such a Qin Wangchuan, Li Qingluan momentarily froze. She suddenly realized that the person standing in front of her at this moment was different from others. Those who had not felt the despair of being crushed like ants would naturally not understand. The emperor was enough in this world, but he was ultimately not Han Han. Nor was he in the Xianming realm. In the celestial courts of the 10 directions, being an emperor was truly not enough. Li Qingluan's red lips parted slightly, then the heavenly emperor. Not enough. The 3 words fell heavily, startling a few crows in the ruins. The plaque in his hand cracked with a fine line, and fragments fell softly onto the scorched earth. Before, Qin Wangchuan had been well protected at home, and his boast of becoming an immortal emperor was merely confidence in his talent. But now it was different. He had gained a deeper understanding. There's nothing left here. Let's go. His tone was as flat as if discussing dinner, and the previous suffocating pressure dissipated entirely. Qin Wangchuan brushed off the dust, and as he turned, he casually straightened a leaning wild grass. This time, he did not utter any grand declarations. He wanted to see more, to feel more. You. Li Qingluan was stunned in place, her mouth opening slightly. But she saw that Qin Wangchuan had already taken 5 steps away, casually picking a wild grass and gently twirling it between his fingers. The sunlight fell on the tips of his hair, making him look so transparent that one could see the unique vitality of youth flowing in his veins, sometimes deep, sometimes tender. Which one was the real him? Don't move. It's dirty. Her voice and movements were gentle, but in Qin Wangchuan's eyes, it was nothing. He thought she just liked cleanliness, like an elder sister. But in the eyes of the people accompanying her, the Qin family members looked up, meeting the meaningful gazes of the Li family's disciples. The glances crossed in midair, both corners of their mouths curling into a tacit understanding. Right. Since he was an old friend, why didn't he seek you out when his family was destroyed? If we must say, we are actually enemies. It's true that we appreciate each other, but as long as we are enemies, we cannot show mercy. If you cannot take action, I can help you. No need, I will handle it. With the azure spiritual light swirling around the boat, the flying vessel slowly ascended, setting sail once more. The purpose of this journey was to descend to Qianzhou, to the Kanglan Sea realm. On the stone-paved road in Qingshe town, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. The powerful beings who had descended upon the sacred land had specifically mentioned the daughter of the Qin family, and she wondered if it was related to her family. But the result brought no gains. The sacred land was a few days' journey from home, so she needed to set off early. As she turned the corner, she suddenly halted. In the morning mist, a boy was standing alone under an old locust tree, gazing at the leaves. Although young, his height and demeanor resembled that of a 14 or 15-year-old boy. He wore a black and gold brocade robe, and a green jade pendant hung from his waist, reflecting a gentle glow in the morning light. Most striking were his eyes, which, despite still being youthful, revealed a calmness beyond his age. Such a noble young master. How could he appear alone in a small town? Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated for a moment, then straightened her dress and approached, using a tone she considered amiable. This young master, are you lost? The boy looked up at the sound, his gaze lingering on the green lawn's sacred land token at her waist for a moment. Just taking a walk. His voice was clear as jade, yet carried an uncharacteristic composure for his appearance. I see. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled lightly, but her fingers in her sleeve unconsciously tightened around her clothing. How strange. He seems like an ordinary person without any aura, yet there is a sense of discomfort about him. At 14, she had already stepped into the first realm and officially become a cultivator. Moreover, her talent was so exceptional that she was called a once-in-a-century occurrence. The last time she felt this way was when she met those celestial beings from the upper realm. But how could a child younger than herself compare to celestial beings? Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head and continued. Although Qingshe town is small, the candy maker Zhang at the east end has exceptional skills. If the young master doesn't mind, you could try his osmanthus candy. I'm familiar with the streets and alleys around here. If you need help finding someone or asking for directions, I can assist. It was not that she was so courteous to everyone, but the person in front of her was truly too special. For some reason, she wanted to say a few more words. Looking for someone. I indeed have someone I want to inquire about. The boy raised his gaze, and the morning light fleetingly passed through his eyes. In that instant, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to see a pool of autumn water reflecting cold stars, clear and penetrating enough to chill the heart. Daughter of the Qin family, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Qin Wangchuan mentioned her name and background nonchalantly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it made her heart skip a beat. Where is your childhood friend? Chapter 28, Qin Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan. Grave. Although he was prepared, upon seeing the name on the tombstone, Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, the idiot system really bound the wrong person. The 3 characters Qin Wangchuan on the cold stone tablet were glaringly bright. The system should have bound Han family S. Qin Wangchuan, not the imperial family S. Qin Wangchuan. There was a 2-character difference. This meant that the one buried in the grave was the real master. However, it was unclear what kind of accident led to the originally intended cold door counterattack system being bound to himself. The system not only bound the wrong person, but had also read for a full 5 years. 5 years was enough for a talentless cold door boy without any golden finger to silently perish in family disputes. According to the plot described by the system, Qin Wangchuan could have relied on the system to rise from humility, play the fool to eat the tiger, meet various beauties, embrace them left and right, and ultimately achieve supreme dominance. Even transcending the world was not impossible, a perfect fantasy story for a male lead. But now, let alone a counterattack. The grass on his grave had already grown 3 meters high. He had died unexpectedly at the age of 4. Xianxia's voice was low, her delicate fingers gently brushing over the tombstone. Later, it was found out that a maid had secretly caused trouble. Though dealt with, the dead could not be revived. He remained forever at the age of 4. Moss crept into the cracks of the stone tablet, and a few dry leaves spun down in front of the grave. Xianxia raised her eyes to scrutinize the young master in front of her, a strong sense of confusion flashing in her eyes. I wonder what your relation to him is? An old friend. Qin Wangchuan threw the bouquet he bought in the future in front of the tombstone, a hint of an indescribable emotion lingering at the corner of his mouth. After all, the person was already cold, so it didn't matter what he said. The moss on the epitaph dampened his fingertips. Who would have thought that this young man, who was bullied to death by a maid, was supposed to be the protagonist of a story blessed with fortune? If only the system had awakened a year earlier. If only he could have held on for another year. In the end, being played to death by a maid was truly pathetic. Old friend. Xianxia frowned slightly, secretly thinking about how she had never heard him mention it before. Although this explanation could barely account for why he knew her name, she always felt that something was off. It was too smooth. The young master seemed to know her inside out, while she knew nothing about him. Forget it. They were just meeting by chance. It was useless to think too much about it. The morning wind swept over the grave, stirring up a few dry leaves that swirled around Xianxia's feet. If they were indeed old friends meeting again, he would surely be happy if he knew from the afterlife. Let's go together. This sudden invitation made Xianxia's breath catch. She looked up, and the young man was gazing towards the direction of the Qingshan sacred land. Those eyes, which should have been innocent, held a shocking depth. Is the young master also going to the Qingshan sacred land in the northern region? She tentatively asked, her fingers quietly forming a detection technique, but still sensing no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. There were only 2 explanations for this situation. Either he was an untrained mortal child, or their realms were so disparate that it was hard to imagine. In his line of sight, a semi-transparent system panel was floating before him. New task. Endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. The road of escape. Task description. To save your childhood sweetheart. You defy the celestial sect with your mortal body, unleashing astonishing power in a desperate situation, ultimately slaying Elder Mo Qianjue of the Qingshan sect. However, this act has angered the sacred land, and now the pursuers are approaching. Moreover, you discover that the evil technique seems to be related to the head of the Qingshan sacred land. Objective 1. Temporarily avoid the spotlight. Difficulty, hard. Escape from Qingshi town and survive under the pursuit of the sacred land. Reward, 1 simulation attempt, 75 essence. Objective 2. Endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Difficulty, extremely hard. Change your appearance and join the Qingshan sacred land to investigate the source of the evil technique. Reward, 100 essence. Objective 3. Astonishing act. Difficulty, nearly impossible. Defeat the head of the Qingshan sacred land, late stage of the 4th realm. Completion reward, 150 essence. Wow, how thoughtful. Just go and kill him now. The northern region is thousands of miles away. Even at the fastest speed, it would take 3 days. Xianxia couldn't help but remind him, young master, your family probably won't agree. She thought the young man was just curious and wanted to play. However, 3 days? Before her words could finish, Qin Wangchuan suddenly chuckled lightly. Then he looked up at the sky, and the next moment, the world suddenly changed color. Boom! The clouds were torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand, and amidst the violent spatial turbulence, the legendary sky sword flying boat shattered the void and emerged. Every feather of the blue phoenix statue at the bow erupted with dazzling sword light, causing birds within 100 miles to flee in panic. The moment the flying boat appeared, a violent spiritual pressure poured down like a celestial river, and Xianxia felt her knees go weak. Her whole body slammed to the ground. With her hair in disarray, she could barely prop herself up with her trembling arms. Just a few moments were enough. The young man's voice remained calm, yet it now carried the thunderous sound of the flying boat descending. Xianxia looked up at the flying treasure before her, which far exceeded the records of ancient texts from the sacred land, her throat tightening. Everything had surpassed her understanding. Young master, who exactly are you? My surname is Qin. He stood beneath the flying boat, looking down, his black and gold brocade robe swirling in the storm of spiritual pressure. Behind him was the massive green jade hall, every ancient Tao pattern on it telling of its extraordinary nature. This character should be familiar to you. Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted. Qin. This character struck her heart like a heavy hammer, causing her ears to buzz. The scene from 2 years ago suddenly surfaced in her mind. The character Qin embroidered on the shoulder of the golden-armored cultivator. The blood droplets that splattered on her lips when Imo Qianjua exploded. And that sentence, "You will never reach the heights of that great figure no matter how long you cultivate." She suddenly trembled violently, not out of fear, but a shivering realization. This young man before her was the prince spoken of by that golden-armored cultivator back then. The one whose mere decree shattered her nightmares. A redemptive existence was now standing right in front of her. 2 years ago, was it you who sent someone to save my life? Xianxia's voice tightened, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palm. In the shadow cast by the flying boat, the young man shook his head. I have my own purposes. It's not accurate to say I saved you. Just as Xianxia stared at Qin Wangchuan, her heart filled with shock and joy, the next moment, a cold voice wrapped in sword energy suddenly exploded in her mind. Have you seen enough? As the flying boat slowly descended, a woman stood on the deck. An extremely beautiful woman. She was currently staring at Xianxia with a cold gaze. Mind your eyes. Chapter 29. Beneath the Supreme, mortals are like ants. Qingshan's Sacred Land. The forbidden area of the back mountain. That girl has finally left. The headmaster, Zuan Mingzi, stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the stone chamber. Under the candlelight, his usually kindly face was now sinister like a ghost. It has been 2 years, his voice hoarse. Ever since that day when people from the upper realm came and killed Elder Imo, we have been walking on thin ice. For figures, all core elders of the Sacred Land emerged from the shadows of the stone chamber. Their expressions were grave, their auras obscure, lacking even a hint of the usual ethereal demeanor. We initially planned to fully support Elder Imo, allowing him to break through. At that time, our Qingshan Sacred Land could be called the first. But unexpectedly, a powerful figure from the upper realm made a casual move, ruining our decades-long plan. Using the name of Qingshan to engage in evil cultivation is truly helpless. After all, this world has more than just our Sacred Land. If we don't play our trump card, we won't even be able to sleep peacefully, regardless of whether the evil technique is good or bad, as long as it can make us stronger. The third elder spoke ominously, his bony fingers pinching a blood-colored jade slip. What should we do next? If we stop here, all our years of effort will be in vain. If we continue, then who will do it? Who will? The candlelight suddenly flickered violently, and the room fell into instant silence. Everyone involuntarily recalled the nightmare-like scene from 2 years ago. 9 golden-armored figures stood in the air, and even a trace of their aura was enough to crack the protective mountain formation of the Sacred Land. Imo Qianjua, in the mid-stage of the third realm, didn't even have time to scream before turning into a mist of blood in front of such existences. Until today, they only dared to gather here to discuss after Xianxia left the Sacred Land. The fourth elder suddenly slammed the table. Enough of that. Think of a way to deal with her first. Speak carefully. The first elder shot a cold glance. Have you forgotten the might of the celestial beings from the upper realm that day? What if she carries a mark from the upper realm? This won't do. That won't do. What do you propose we do? After nurturing her for so many years and investing so many resources, the headmaster suddenly said softly, that girl's Yuan Yin should be the best supplement. With a wave of his sleeve, the stone wall suddenly flipped, revealing a dense array of jade tablets behind it. Each jade tablet was inscribed with a name, and more than half had already lost their luster. These were the disciples who had gone missing over the years. We can't delay any longer. A blood-red light flashed in Zuan Mingzi's eyes. Since the upper realm hasn't paid attention for 2 years, it means that girl is merely an insignificant pawn. He crushed the jade slip in his hand, the blood-colored powder coalescing into the phantom of Xianxia in the air. We won't need the Yuan Yin. We can't be greedy for this moment. The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were all seasoned practitioners. It was impossible for them to take risks for the beauty of a young girl. Just as the few of them were discussing, the entire stone chamber suddenly trembled violently. The crowd rushed out of the secret chamber, but the moment they stepped out of the threshold, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Boom! The entire Qinglan mountain range trembled violently, and rocks tumbled down. Looking up, a massive jade-green flying ship, obscuring the sun, had unknowingly arrived at the top of the mountain protection formation. The shadow cast by its thousands of feet-long hull enveloped the entire main peak in darkness. This is impossible. The sect leader Zuni Ingzi uttered in disbelief. Is this a flying ship? How could there be such a large flying ship in the world? It's not that he hasn't seen the world, but the flying ship before him was simply too enormous. The statue of the Qinglan at the bow was larger than the entire Qinglan main peak. At this moment, it began to slowly descend, and the golden light curtain of the mountain protection formation appeared, clearly activated. Enemy attack. Quickly, channel all power into the formation. The elder in charge of guarding the formations I still didn't know what was happening and could only shout hysterically at the people beside him. as spirit stones were. The mountain protection formation's brilliance surged. However, with a crisp crack, this formation, said to withstand the full force of a five-realm powerhouse, crumbled like a soap bubble blown by a child under the gentle pressure of the flying ship, shattering without even lasting a breath. Amidst the golden light points falling from the sky, the flying ship continued to descend slowly. Zuniyingzi's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Celestial beings from the upper realm. In the face of true power, their proud mountain protection formation couldn't even slow down this flying ship. Just like ants can never comprehend how heavy the footsteps of an elephant are. Without a doubt, they are definitely powerful beings from the upper realm. On the deck of the flying ship, Xianxia looked at the crumbling holy land beneath her feet, as if in a dream. Not only that, the largest and strongest holy land within a radius of thousands of miles, which she was most proud of, was now collapsing beneath her feet. Just because of the spirit pressure storm emitted when the flying ship descended, it could destroy a holy land. This is what the beings from the upper realm are like, she murmured to herself. However, this sounded incredibly ridiculous to the sword attendant from the Li family standing nearby. He snorted, "Upper realm?" That tone seems to express extreme disdain for the words upper realm. Not from the upper realm. Xianxia suddenly realized that these terrifying beings in front of her indeed hadn't claimed to come from the upper realm. She hurriedly asked, "Then may I ask where the celestial beings are from?" Celestial beings? The sword attendant pondered for a moment, but did not refute. Where we come from cannot be spoken of or named in this realm. People from the lower thousand states often refer to the middle thousand states as the upper realm. While not entirely wrong, it is also not entirely correct. Only when you truly step into the upper realm and learn of the existence of the heavenly heavens will you understand our origins. In the lower thousand states and middle thousand states, uttering the 4 words 10 directions, celestial court will summon causality. While it is not a major issue, there is no need to elaborate for those before us. The heavenly heavens? The girl was taken aback upon hearing this and instinctively looked up. Just a few short words shattered her understanding that she had held since childhood. There is a heaven above the heavens. Chapter 30. Lazy Matchmaker, Clean and Quick Kill. Below, the Qinlan Holy Land was already on high alert. Welcome, Celestial. The entire Qinlan Holy Land, from the elders to the disciples and miscellaneous workers, all bowed their heads. Their foreheads pressed tightly to the ground, in an extremely devout posture. It was no different from the last time, yet it was entirely different. Xianxia followed behind Qin Wangchuan as they stepped down from the flying ship, her gaze slightly lowered. Their identities were different. Last time, she was one of the kneeling crowd. This time, she finally saw clearly. Or rather, she couldn't see clearly at all. She could only see the black mass of small dots kneeling on the ground. It was like watching ants. Xianxia thought to herself, then secretly glanced at the frontmost Qin Wangchuan, continuing to ponder. Has he grown accustomed to being worshipped like this? What is the celestial command? Zuniyingzi asked. His forehead pressed tightly to the ground, trembling. His luxurious purple-gold Dao robe spread out on the bluestone slab, the intricate cloud patterns on the cuffs now covered in dust. The auras of these few celestial beings were even stronger than those who had visited last time. That invisible pressure felt tangible, making the surrounding air thick and heavy. From Xianxia's perspective, she could see that the backs of the few elders kneeling in the front row were already soaked with cold sweat. Yet they didn't even dare to wipe it away. It turns out that even a powerful sect leader is no different from an ordinary person. She suddenly realized that if they were unacquainted, she too would appear no different from a celestial being in the eyes of these worshippers. And what was even more terrifying was that unlike those pretentious young masters she had seen before, the young master seemed to truly take this for granted. As if it were innate. His calm eyes showed not a trace of fluctuation. As if the worship of the people beneath him was just as ordinary as the morning dew sliding off the tips of leaves. Qin Wangchuan looked down and casually glanced at him. You are the sect leader of Qinlan? His voice was unhurried. The kneeling Zuniyingzi trembled slightly, but still did not dare to fully straighten his back. It is this old servant. Whatever the celestial commands, please do so. The entire Qinlan Holy Land will spare no effort, even if it means going through fire and water. Before he finished speaking, a drop of cold sweat slid down his temple, splashing a barely noticeable droplet on the bluestone floor. After Zuniyingzi finished speaking, he lowered his body even further, almost resembling a frog lying on the ground, the back hem of his Dao robe embroidered with gold thread gently trembling in the morning breeze, as if even the fabric was shivering in fear. After confirming the identity of the person before him, Qin Wangchuan did not waste words and directly raised his hand to draw a character in the air. The moment the golden rune solidified in the air, a sword energy shot out. Swish. Bloodlight burst forth. Zuniyingzi, who had presided over the Qinlan Holy Land for hundreds of years, didn't even have time to show his shock before his body bizarrely dissolved and vanished at the center. Where the golden sword energy passed, flesh and bone evaporated silently, leaving only the two halves of his body maintaining a kneeling posture, frozen in place. The luxurious Dao robe lost its support and slowly tilted to the sides like a butterfly with broken wings. And this once powerful sect leader turned into two separate corpses that crashed to the ground in full view of the crowd. Afterward, the sword energy did not stop, cascading down like the Milky Way, traversing dozens of miles in the air. Where it passed, mountains crumbled, clouds parted, carving a bottomless ravine on the ancient path of the Qinglan Holy Land, ultimately plunging into the azure lake at the foot of the mountain. As it stirred up a 1,000-foot water curtain, the entire lake was split in two, and then fell silent. Objective 1. Complete. Simulation Count 1. Origin 75. Objective 2. Failed. Objective 3. Complete. Origin 150. Congratulations to the host for completing an almost impossible task. According to the system's calculations, the success rate of this task was only 0.000000000000001. Yet the host created an unprecedented miracle with reverse luck and relentless spirit, listening to the exaggerated praise from the system in his mind. Qin Wangchuan felt not the slightest sense of accomplishment or joy from completing the task. At this moment, he had only one thought: I want to laugh. However, this casual strike not only shocked those around him, but even the sword genius Li Qingwan was stunned. What you just executed was a sword seal. But why could you use it without a sword? Current origin, 195 times. Current simulation count, 1. He had gained a few simulation counts from signing in at home over the past few years, but the effects were not ideal. Fortunately, the origin was already close to 20 times. What does it mean to use a sword? Qin Wangchuan countered, then looked at the sword he had struck out. It was not merely a single character but, as discussed earlier, an integration of the 6 characters: establish, slash, suspend, fall, control, and execute into a simplified character of slash. Essentially, it had transcended spirit techniques and became a method of the Tao. Under the enhancement of the supreme Tao heart, its power was simply against the heavens. Even he was slightly shocked. Li Qingwan's eyes widened. If it's a sword seal, it should naturally be guided by the sword. This is common sense. Is it like that? Isn't it? The two stared at each other for a moment. When his gaze fell on the sword hanging at Li Qingwan's waist, he suddenly realized. The two individuals grew up in different environments. She was born into a family of swordsmanship, sleeping with a sword since childhood, while he came from the Qin family, where strength was paramount. As a member of the Tianjianli family, how could he even entertain the thought of putting down his sword? Could one exert power without a sword? Li Qingwan glanced back at the people of the Li family, but those who met her gaze all shook their heads. They had never heard of such a thing. After the confusion came shock. Does that mean the Qin heir has a natural sword heart? At this moment, the expressions of the crowd became complicated. They were already in-laws, yet they had concealed such important information. Qin Wangchuan was oblivious to the thoughts of others. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, several ideas quietly surfaced. Have I taken a wrong turn again? Would using a sword increase the power? His gaze shifted forward. The Qinglan sacred ground was eerily silent. The remnant body of Xuanmingzi lay on the ground, blood silently soaking into the green stones. Yet no one dared to lift their heads. The master had died, erased by a sword chi, as if crushing an ant. The bodies of the elders of the sacred ground trembled slightly, their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground, even their breathing stilled. They could clearly hear the frantic beating of their own hearts, yet dared not make the slightest sound with their robes, fearing to attract that person's attention. You will die. Lifting your head will mean death. Several elders had their treasures right beside them, yet they didn't dare to move a finger. Just moments ago, they were discussing how to deal with Yin Shiyue, and now their minds were filled with only one thought. Don't let them notice us. The mountain wind swept through, lifting a few dry leaves, drifting over the plaza filled with kneeling cultivators. Those disciples who usually held high positions, the elders, now seemed to have their spines pulled out, curling up like shrimp. Some were trembling, yet forced themselves to bite their tongues, swallowing the taste of blood. Others were sweating profusely, forming small puddles on the ground, but dared not wipe them away. They didn't even dare to show sorrow or anger, for in the eyes of the celestial beings, such emotions might be seen as an offense. Resistance? Don't be ridiculous. Yin Shiyue stood behind Qin Wangchuan, looking at his back with a complex expression. The master has been kind to me. Why would the young master want to kill him? What reason could there be? Or is it just a pure lust for killing? She didn't know the reasons behind it, and Qin Wangchuan had no need to explain to her. He simply stood there, exerting pressure over the entire sacred ground. Your Qinglan sacred ground is not peaceful. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave, his garments fluttering, stirring a breeze. The crowd knelt on the ground, exchanging glances. Though no one could decipher his intent, they all understood one thing. This was not a judgment. It was compassion. It was the mercy of a celestial being, granting the ants the grace to continue living. Indeed, he casually tossed two items, which arced through the air towards Xianxia. One was an ancient mirror engraved with cloud patterns, flowing with obscure Tao rhythms under the sunlight. The other was a jade pill bottle, faintly emitting the sounds of dragons and tigers. This item is called the Tongxian Mirror. You will contact me through it when needed. Qin Wangchuan's voice remained calm, yet it made Xianxia instinctively straighten her back. After a pause, he added, the elixir in the bottle is just a little extra. How far you go depends entirely on your own fortune. Chapter 31. Something seemed to be going awry. In the plaza of the Qinglan sacred ground, an undercurrent surged amidst the silence. The Tongxian mirror gifted by Qin Wangchuan floated in midair, the cloud patterns and Tao rhythms reflecting on everyone's faces. Thousands of inner and outer disciples, stewards, and servants lay prostrate on the ground, cautiously raising their heads, their eyes filled with envy. They couldn't help but wonder if they could also ascend to the heavens if they earned the favor of that celestial being. Some looked at the Tongxian mirror in Xianxia's hands, imagining themselves holding it. Others stared at the jade pill bottle as if they could already smell the fragrance of the medicine. Even a few bold inner disciples were calculating in their hearts how to please this holy maiden in the future. The kneeling elders fixed their gazes on the treasures, their eyes flashing with greed and fear, ultimately transforming into a certain resolution. Please let Holy Maiden Yin succeed the position of the master. The elder suddenly shouted, his forehead heavily knocking against the green stone slab. This sound was like thunder, causing the entire sacred ground to first fall silent, then erupt into a chorus of agreement. Only Holy Maiden Yin can inherit the celestial fate. Throughout Qinglan, we only look to the Holy Maiden. Snatching the treasure? Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see the body on the ground is still warm? Xianxia stood frozen in place, nearly dropping the treasure mirror from her hands. She was not yet 20 years old, and at this moment, she was being pushed into the position of master. Instead of hastily refusing, she instinctively looked towards the direction of the flying boat. At this moment, the flying boat had already risen into the air, breaking through the void and disappearing. Xianxia gazed at the treasure mirror and pill bottle in her hands, murmuring softly, what is the intention of young Master Qin? What does it mean that Qinglan's sacred ground is not peaceful, and what does he want me to do? After much thought, she arrived at one answer. Young Master Qin wants me to manage the sacred ground as his hound. Such a good thing. I believe no one would refuse, but on the other hand, he killed the master who had been kind to me. For a moment, Xianxia fell into confusion. Suddenly, the remaining warning runes of the protective mountain formation flickered violently. Report. A coalition of the Burning Sky, Prison Town, and Red Sky's sacred grounds has been found 700 miles away. The scout's voice trembled. The elder's face turned pale. These old rivals must have sensed the protective mountain formation breaking and are taking the opportunity to attack. Now that the sacred grounds formation is completely destroyed, how can we resist? Master, please follow me. The other elders, although not righteous in their intentions, were indeed capable. They immediately issued commands. However, just as both sides were about to engage in battle, the Burning Sky sacred ground came with their town-protecting treasure, the Nirvana fire. To pay their respects, the Xianming sacred ground offered 10,000 jin of spirit stones. The Red Sky sacred ground is willing to cede 3 spiritual mines, just to meet the celestial being. 3 messages resonated through the skies. And what was more shocking than the sounds was the sight from afar. The masters of the 3 major sacred grounds personally led their teams. Yet they had all removed their crowns and unbound their hair, kneeling before the mountain gate 10 miles away in the manner of guilty subjects. Behind them, the dense army of cultivators was fully prostrate, as if surrendering. The elders were bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. They were here to pay respects to young Master Qin. Xianxia quickly reacted, saying, currently, only she had a clear mind. Seeing such a large flying boat, others would naturally think that a celestial being had descended, although the fact was indeed correct. What should we do? Yes, Master, what should we do? In an instant, all eyes turned to her. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt the reality of it. She hadn't expected to truly become the master because of young Master Qin's words. If that's the case, she took a deep breath and then loudly declared, open the gates to welcome guests. Though she had prepared herself. When Xianxia looked at the thousands of prostrating cultivators outside the mountain gate, she finally understood that what young Master Qin casually bestowed was not just treasures. It was a mirror that revealed the ugly state of the entire cultivation world, groveling for favor. It was also a measuring stick, clarifying the so-called dignity of the sacred ground in the face of absolute power. But there was one thing she could never understand. Why did young Master Qin want to kill the master? A few days later, in the Qinglan's sacred ground, in the Forbidden Stone Chamber, Xianxia, sat in the position of master, with several core elders led by the transmission elder kneeling before her. The flickering candlelight in the stone chamber illuminated the densely packed jade plaques on the wall, which were the names of disciples who had gone missing over the years. Speak. She lightly tapped the armrest with her fingertips, her voice as cold as ice, leaving no detail unspoken about what they knew. The elders exchanged glances, and finally revealed the truth. Master, no Xuanmingzi. When the elders confessed Xuanmingzi's crimes, Xianxia's original faith completely shattered. So the sect master, whom I have respected since my initiation, not only sees her disciples as furnace cauldrons, but also uses the blood of fellow disciples to refine pills. Her voice was as soft as a dream, yet her fingertips dug deeply into her palm, blood dripping through her fingers. The mirror of understanding reflected her distorted image, and the girl in the mirror suddenly laughed. Young Master Qin kills well, truly well. Crack. The handrail was crushed in her grip. Xianxia muttered madly amid the flying shards. You filthy things. How dare you call yourselves a holy land? It was only at this moment that she understood how merciful young Master Qin's comment about not being peaceful was. It was not disappointment at all, but rather a final dignity given to this group of beasts. The Grand Elder bowed his head to the ground. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But at that time, we had no choice. Everything was for the Holy Land. Shut up. Is it acceptable to kill the innocent for the Holy Land? If young Master Qin hadn't acted, who knows how many would have died? You do not realize your mistakes. You only realize that you are going to die. The mirror of understanding suddenly erupted with a blinding light, making it impossible for several people to open their eyes. Xianxia trembled all over, not from fear, but from excitement. She finally understood why young Master Qin killed people. It was not senseless slaughter, but a cleanup of a pile of rotten garbage. There were no explanations. And she almost misjudged him. But on second thought, why would young Master Qin need to explain anything to her? It was still because she wasn't strong enough. Send the word. Xianxia suddenly stood up, the jade pill bottle in her sleeve resonating like a dragon's roar. From this day forth, the Qinglan Holy Land would be renamed the Wendaegang. Anyone involved in the evil cultivation matters must forfeit their cultivation to preserve their corpses. At the same time, statues would be built to worship young Master Qin with incense offerings. Chapter 32, the third official simulation, Ji Wuchen. The Qinglan Holy Land welcomed a major reform. Xianxia ordered the crafting of a jade statue of Qin Wangchuan, but secretly inscribed her name at the base of the statue. The Wendaegang required only one voice. Xianxia caressed the mirror of understanding and gently said to the kneeling disciples filling the square, that is the voice of the young master. No doubts would be allowed. If there were any, severe punishment would follow. Later, she personally hung an elder who questioned Qin Wangchuan at the palace gate, loudly declaring, this is the fate of those who doubt the young master. That night, Xianxia stood alone at the mountaintop. With the mirror of understanding in her left hand and the jade bottle in her right, she stared blankly in the direction young Master Qin had left. Her cheek pressed against the cold treasure as she murmured foolishly, if it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the current me. Young master, how great you are. The mirror reflected Xianxia's twisted face. As a treasure transcending this world, the mirror of understanding needed no further explanation. The most incredible thing was the elixir in the jade bottle. It was a heavenly medicine she had never seen before. One that could slowly enhance cultivation just from the scent of it. Xianxia suddenly laughed foolishly, pressing the mirror to her lips as if kissing the shadow of someone. What is the Wendaegang? She murmured softly, as if whispering to someone who didn't exist. I want to climb step by step to the top, making everyone grovel and tremble. Then, I will present it to you with my own hands. My savior, my God. At this moment, within the Qin family, in the Wangchuan pavilion, Qin Wangchuan sat by the bed, lightly tapping the window sill with his fingertips, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes. Giving Xianxia those two items was not because he valued her, but for another fundamental reason. In the future, if there were tasks in the lower realms, they could be assigned to her, saving him the trouble of arranging people. It would save a lot of worry. Who wouldn't love a perfect task tool? Looking down, he saw Yi Jiani in a white dress, playing the zither in the courtyard. Her long fingers plucked the strings, and the clear zither music poured out like flowing water, rippling through the morning mist. For years had passed, and the little beggar from back then had grown more pleasing to the eye. On the other side, many people in the Qin family were busy in the distance. This was because Qin Wangchuan's 10th birthday banquet was approaching. The scale was so grand that it required preparations a year in advance. After all, as one of the 10 heads of the 3 days, this banquet was not only about face, but also an important occasion to showcase their foundation to various forces. Servants scurried between pavilions. Even the palace lanterns hanging in the corridors were replaced with newly made fish skin lampshades. But the main character, Qin Wangchuan, appeared exceptionally calm. Sign in. Qin Wangchuan silently called. Congratulations to the host. You have received a half-step reward. 100 low-grade spirit stones. A half-step reward has arrived. Is the dog system not even going to put on a show? He glanced at the notification on the panel and momentarily doubted whether he had been set up by the system. The first sign-in had granted him a 9th-tier reward, giving him an unbelievable physique in one go. Anyone who saw it would exclaim, wow, the dog system is something else. Just when you think this is just the beginning and fantasize about more incredible rewards in the future, reality slaps you back and tells you to wake up. After signing in for several years, the most common rewards were first tier, occasionally getting a second tier. And now, a half-step reward had appeared. Ridiculous. Forget it. Qin Wangchuan sighed lightly, glancing at the number of his last simulation attempts before decisively pressing the button to start the simulation. Third simulation, lifespan consumed, 80 years. Simulation starting. Year 0. You are born into the Ji family of the Shifang Xianting Taishu Imperial clan. As the most outstanding direct descendant of the Ji family, 9 phoenixes came to greet you at birth, and purple Qi arrived from the east for 30,000 miles. The Ancestor personally named you Ji Wuchen, meaning unrestrained and untainted. Year 1. You are born with the Taichu sacred body, with purple patterns appearing on your forehead and all meridians connected. By the time you turn 1 year old, you can draw on the rhythms of heaven and earth, shocking the entire Ji family. Year 3. You begin systematic cultivation of the Taishu Imperial Sutra, entering meditation for 3 days and stepping into the first realm in 7 days. The Ancestor of the Ji family strokes his beard and praises. This child has the bearing of a heavenly emperor. You pretend not to understand what it means. But in your heart, you are secretly delighted. Surely no one is more defiant than me. Year 5. At the clan competition, you defeat your 10-year-old cousin with your 5-year-old strength in the 3rd realm. On the viewing platform, your father is conversing with someone. With Wuchen's talent, there should be few rivals among peers, right? It's not bad, but among peers, that one from the Qin family possesses the longevity sacred body. This is the first time you hear the surname Qin. Year 7. You close the door with your ancestor to comprehend the void seal. When you leave the 7th palm print on the stone wall, you feel immense joy. Comprehending 7 palms in just a few months is indeed extraordinary. However, the praise you have long waited for does not come. And the ancestor pats your head with a sigh. If only you had half the comprehension and courage of that little grandson from the Qin family. A nameless fire seems to explode in your mind. You look at your trembling hands, experiencing for the first time a burning emotion. It is an emotion that should not appear in you, named jealousy and anger. Year 8. You begin to secretly command people to investigate who the little grandson of the Qin family is. The information you find is very limited. You only manage to learn one thing. His name is Qin Wangchuan. He is 3 years younger than you. There is one thing the Qin family did not hide. Qin Wangchuan is a Qilin child crafted by the Qin family with countless treasures over 100 years. Possessing the longevity sacred body, destined to become an immortal. Become an immortal? You scoff at this, feeling it's nothing special. Year 10. At your 10th birthday banquet, you sweep through your peers. While everyone cheers, you fixate on the seating area on the east side, which is the Qin family's position. Has he not come? It makes sense. He is only 7 years old this year. You feel disappointed yet relieved at the same time. No one knows that you want to see this Qilin child, but you are also afraid of being shocked by his extraordinary talent upon seeing him in person. Yes, you are afraid. Afraid of being overshadowed. Afraid of disappointing your clan's expectations. Year 11. You begin to frequently dream of a vague figure. Qin Wangchuan. You wake up from the dream calling this name. Year 12. The Ancestor bestowed upon you the divine weapon, the Taishu halberd. Everyone has the highest expectations for you. But during a trial, when the tip of your halberd pierced the 18th trial puppet, you suddenly went mad and shattered the entire trial arena. Your mind was in turmoil. Year 13. The Qin family sent an invitation, inviting the Ji family to witness the 10-year banquet. You held the invitation in your hand and stared at it for 3 days and nights. Simulation paused. Wait a minute. He wouldn't think of me as a heart demon, would he? Qin Wangchuan pondered slightly, feeling that this possibility was increasing the more he thought about it. What kind of good person would stare at an invitation for 3 days and nights? Chapter 33. Since you all like chess so much, let's play a grand game. Whether it's a heart demon or not is unknown, but it looks like a match is definitely unavoidable. Simulation continues. Same year. During the Qin family's 9th young master's 10-year banquet, someone attempted to attack. Although it was quickly suppressed, it still caused quite a disturbance. At this time, you stood up and firmly looked at Qin Wangchuan, issuing a challenge. After the attack had just ended, you prepared yourself to be rejected, but unexpectedly, he agreed. When you truly stood before him, you understood why so many people talked about him. Your palms began to sweat, and in your heart, you had already confirmed that you would be defeated, but you were unwilling. In the end, you moved. Thinking to test him first, you unleashed a void seal. The entire area was instantly eroded by the power of the void. However, when the dust settled, his clothing was unharmed. Just as you were about to summon the Taishu halberd, the next moment, his strike appeared before you in the blink of an eye. The sword was fast. You didn't even notice how it came. In the last second before being struck, you looked at Qin Wangchuan, curious as to why he was so strong even though he was 3 years younger than you. But what you saw was Qin Wangchuan gazing at the sky, not even glancing at you. A senior from your family intervened, and your body was unscathed, but your Dao heart had already shattered into pieces. Did I just cause someone to fall into despair? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. You came to me. You can't blame me. Year 14. Seniors and elders from your family took action one by one, but were unable to uncover the reason. Some even speculated whether it was because Qin Wangchuan had damaged your meridians that time. You remained silent, but a question troubled you in your heart. If no matter how much you cultivated, you couldn't compare to him, then what was the use of cultivation? Year 15. Although you didn't think this thing was useful, you took it to avoid disappointing your cousin. Your injuries indeed did not improve and even felt worse. Year 16. Your cousin visited more frequently, far more attentively than before. But you paid no attention, focusing solely on gathering information about Qin Wangchuan. You knew all the reasons stemmed from him. You just needed to win once. Just once would be enough. Year 18. You dismissed your guardian and went to the lower realm to unwind. After confirming that you were truly alone in the lower realm, your cousin, who had secretly followed you for a long time, appeared and captured you. With a playful cold smile at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Cousin, you are already wasted. The holy body is useless to you, so why not give it to me?" At that moment, you realized her intentions, but it was too late. Year 20. You were imprisoned in a dungeon to extract your heart's blood. One deep night, the prison door suddenly opened. You screamed and broke the chains. But the person who arrived suppressed you with a glance. On the brink of death, you saw your cousin approaching in royal family attire, coldly taking away the bloodline patterns from your forehead. If you had won against him that day to buy some time, none of this would have happened. Qin Wangchuan cannot live. If he continues to grow, the balance among the 3 great emperors will eventually break. At that time, there will definitely be a calamity for all living beings. Everything is for the greater good. Simulation ends. Final achievement: the one who cannot drop the halberd. Survival time: 20 years. Ending: a lifetime of obsession, all for naught. You were born a prodigy, destined to rule the myriad worlds, yet fell into the abyss of heart demons because of a single comparison. Your father's sigh when you were 5 years old haunted your entire path like a curse. You thought you had exceptional talent and strength. Even if weak, you were only half a step behind him. But the reality was brutally harsh. Upon realizing the gap between you and him, your Dao heart shattered, and your cultivation could no longer make any progress in this life. Yet burdened with numerous hopes, wanting to escape the heart demon, you underestimated your cousin and did not notice her hidden identity and intentions, ultimately stepping into a trap. Your life ended in humiliation. Additional comment: if you had used your strongest moves against Qin Wangchuan from the very beginning, you might not have lost so badly, and your Dao heart wouldn't have shattered. However, fear took root, and in the end, you were afraid. How lamentable. Please select the following rewards to inherit. 1. 200 years of lifespan. 2. Imperial rank technique void seal and its comprehension points. 3. 400 origins. After Qin Wangchuan finished reading the entire simulation, he felt a mix of emotions. Ji Wuchen. He whispered the name, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. A genius prodigy, yet in the end, he was killed by a rat's underhanded tactics. Was it unjust to die? Yes. Was there a mistake? No. What a pity. The morning mist outside the window gradually dissipated, and Yi Jiani's had unknowingly stopped. Qin Wangchuan gazed at the busy servants in the distance, his thoughts drifting to that Ji family genius he had never met. He was merely young and arrogant, encountering a great mountain at the peak of his success. If he had chosen to take a detour, perhaps one day he could reach the summit. Qin Wangchuan shook his head and sighed lightly, but there was not a trace of pity in his eyes. It was a pity he chose the hardest path to challenge me. It seemed reckless, but in fact, it was an unsolvable problem. One should not be reckless in youth. If he had chosen to take a detour, he would not be worthy of the title of genius. He gently tapped his fingertips on the windowsill, and his gaze fell on the words Wang family in the simulation record, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Han Han was a pawn, and Ji Wuchen was also a pawn. All of this was no coincidence. There was likely a group behind it. The Wang family. What a Wang family. He suddenly smiled. And that aura made Yi Jiani, who had just stepped into the courtyard, involuntarily take half a step back. The young master was usually gentle, but sometimes he would reveal a terrifying side. Whenever this happened, she knew someone was going to be in big trouble. No exceptions. I choose 3. As the sound fell, the sound of shackles shattering once again exploded deep within his soul, and golden fire ignited in Qin Wangchuan's pupils. Countless points of origin light, like star sand, awakened from his viscera, stirring up a silver-blue blizzard in his bloodline. Every single cell was breaking down and reorganizing, and unique engravings belonging to celestial bones appeared on his skeleton. This was no ordinary cultivation advancement, but a resonance triggered when the core of the origin was ignited. Current origin, 245 times. Current simulation times, 0. Qin Wangchuan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. Each increase in origin felt like it was prying open some deeper law, accelerating the passive cultivation speed of the eternal holy body to a new level. At this rate, he would soon step into the sixth realm. He murmured, a hint of coldness barely perceptible at the corner of his mouth. Since you all like chess so much. Qin Wangchuan raised his hand, and a black piece condensed out of thin air, slowly spinning in his palm, dark and profound, as if it had swallowed all the surrounding light. This young master will play with you all. This few people are not enough. Bring everyone in, and let me enjoy myself. Ding. Detected the host's strong emotions, triggering the task of the breaker. Task content. Uncover the Wang family's conspiracy. Crush the undercurrents of the 10 Directions Immortal Court. Reward, unknown. Qin Wangchuan's lips curled slightly, casually flicking the black piece into the air. It's rare to have a normal one this time. Huh, system? Ding. The task is automatically issued. This system has no authority to view it. It doesn't matter. The chess piece landed right in the center of the simulator's panel, precisely on the two characters Wang Jia. Everything started from the 10-year banquet. I will put an end to this undercurrent. Chapter 34. The Qin family's internal banquet begins, and the gifts have made my hands numb. As time passed, the invitation to the Qin family's 10th birthday banquet for the 9th young master spread throughout the realms. Even those not from imperial lineage were aware of the significance of this banquet. After all, it was the Qin family, one of the 10 heads of 3 heavens under the heavenly emperor, and it marked the first official appearance of the young Kirin child blessed with an immortal body. All continents were rife with undercurrents. Some royal princesses burned incense and bathed for 3 months just to perfectly practice a piece called rainbow garment breaking formation. Some alchemy masters spent their life's savings to refine a furnace of 9 mystical spirit pills as a gift, and many first-rate families hastily altered their family trees, desperately trying to forge connections with the Qin family. The reason was simple. If they could catch the eye of that young master, it would be like leaping over the dragon gate, rising to the heavens in one step. At the same time, the position of the main wife represented the union between families. Everyone wanted this opportunity. In the early morning light, the outside of Wangchuan Pavilion was already adorned with star-patterned silk. When Li Qingwan entered the inner chamber, holding a jade comb, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a scene of panic between Qin Wangchuan and his servant. Young master, how do I wear this outfit? I'll do it. How can that be? You are of noble status. Let me do it. She stepped forward gently, quickly unfolding the originally cumbersome clothing and signaling Qin Wangchuan to put it on. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of half-eaten pastries on the table, and a hint of indulgent helplessness rippled in her glass-like eyes. You seem quite leisurely. While everyone outside is busy with your banquet. Qin Wangchuan shrugged. It only appears leisurely. Just as the words left his mouth, the tips of his hair were suddenly tugged at with just the right amount of force. Li Qingwan had somehow circled behind him. The cool jade comb caught in his tousled hair. Don't move. As her fingertips brushed over the young man's delicate collarbone, Yi Jiani retreated a step in tacit understanding. She was just a servant, but Miss Li was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, equally noble in status, and did not dare harbor a shred of discontent. The sound of the comb teeth breaking through the morning mist was suddenly mixed with a very light sigh. Your hair has grown a bit longer than last year. Has it? Qin Wangchuan touched the tips of his hair. I didn't notice. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Li Qingwan. The copper mirror reflected their overlapping figures. Her hair-tying movements were as quick as wielding a sword, the dark golden hair ribbon weaving like a swimming dragon, but she suddenly lightened her grip when tying it. You've been coming here quite frequently this year. Are you not tempted by my body? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly asking. To his surprise, his family elders not only did not obstruct it, but even granted her the privilege to enter and exit Wangchuan Pavilion. Although he did not reject matters between men and women, he only viewed the person before him as a friend. How could that be? Li Qingwan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her glass-like eyes narrowing slightly, the curve at the corners like a new moon, carrying a hint of teasing. She placed her fingertip against her lips, feigning surprise. You're still young. How could you have such thoughts? Moreover, I've heard that the elders of the Qin family have arranged a fiancé for you. I wonder who is so lucky. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of regret. The final note was deliberately elongated, like a feather brushing against the ear. After a year of spending time together, even if it was arranged by their families, she accepted it. The person before her was the husband that Li Qingwan had recognized. Am I thinking too much? Qin Wangchuan originally did not believe it, but seeing her expression, it did not seem like a lie. All right. Li Qingwan stepped back half a step and suddenly took out a white jade box from her sleeve, a gift. When she saw the young master raise his eyebrow to open it, she quickly supported it, tightening her jaw to add, "The internal banquet is about to start. You should hurry over." Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes and caught a glimpse of her ear tips turning slightly red. On the way, he opened the white jade box. Inside lay a love knot resting quietly. Red threads and gold lines, with the end tied in a crooked knot, clearly hand-woven. How thoughtful. He chuckled softly, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the knot, casually tying it around his waist. Upon exiting Wangchuan Pavilion, the carriage was already waiting. The Qin family's internal banquet was set at Xingyun Pavilion, followed by the external banquet. As Qin Wangchuan entered at the sound of the bell marking the beginning of the hour, several elders of the family looked towards him simultaneously, their gazes filled with hope. The Ancestor and the Wood Ancestor even personally appeared, a rare sight in the Qin family. Ninth brother. The eldest brother, Qin Wudao, was the first to step forward. As he rolled up his sleeves, a pitch-black flying sword, wrapped in chaotic energy, shot out and landed at Qin Wangchuan's feet. "This is a gift for you." The expressions of the elders changed. This sword carried the aura of the ancient chaos that opened the heavens. But what surprised them was not this. "Eldest brother, you really have." Qin Zhao looked at the flying sword inserted obliquely in front of her with a grim expression, but the next moment, she was covered by her second brother, Qin Xuanji's hand over her mouth. "Don't say anything bad today." At the same time, she looked apologetically at the crowd. Sorry. You all know my eldest brother has this old habit." "Old habit?" Qin Wudao looked strangely at the few stick figures in front of him. He blinked and moved closer. "Did I recognize the wrong person again? And why are you apologizing? Who is the elder brother here?" This time, the second brother, Qin Xuanji's expression returned to normal, though it was unclear if it was his true face. He stepped forward slowly, tying a pendant around Qin Wangchuan's waist. "I found this in an ancient relic. It can conceal your aura, but remember, this item is useless against emperors." "Thank you, second brother." However, looking at this object, Qin Wangchuan felt somewhat doubtful. "Shouldn't you treasure such a thing, second brother? Are you really willing to give it to me?" It wasn't that Qin Xuanji was stingy, but such items suited his style and should not have been given away. However, the next moment, he understood. Qin Xuanji opened his garment, revealing several similar pendants hanging inside. "It must be you, second brother." "Wait." Qin Zhao, sharp-eyed, suddenly caught sight of the love knot around Qin Wangchuan's waist when the second brother was handing over the pendant. Her voice suddenly rising. "Where did this broken string come from? Which woman gave it to you?" Seeing the strange expressions of the crowd looking at her, she immediately lost her confidence. She opened the brocade box with one hand. Inside lay a pair of jellyfish pearl earrings, with hands on her hips. Her expression was teasing. "I searched for a long time before I found this. Wear it for your sister to see. It suits you well." Clearly, it was Qin Zhao's prank. Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly, not getting angry with the child, but instead took out the earrings and put them by her ear. He flicked the dangling earrings with his fingers, taking a step back to admire, a faint smile on his face. "Very beautiful." Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. A few sharp-eyed elders nodded in satisfaction. With just a few words, the situation was diffused. This child not only had extraordinary strength and talent, but was also impeccable in other aspects. You. Qin Zhao pointed at Qin Wangchuan with one hand, while touching her earlobe with the other, her cheeks flushed, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. "Ha. Since you've all finished giving gifts, then take a punch from me as a gift." A burly man suddenly threw a punch, the wind from his fist shaking the formation of Xingyun Pavilion. Just as Qin Wangchuan was about to block it, he saw his fourth brother suddenly halt, palm facing up, revealing something inside. A token. Chapter 35. The Qin family's external banquet begins. Stars come to pay homage. "I've thought for several days and still don't know what gift to give." Qin Kuanga patted his chest and laughed heartily. "Just go to my secret treasury and pick something yourself." "Thank you, fourth brother." "Don't just thank him. Come and take a look at my armor." Third sister Qin Qingni took the opportunity to step forward and start showcasing. What was called armor was actually a gemstone, which only revealed itself after being crushed. Qin Wangchuan looked at his third sister who was now displaying it in front of the elders, and his expression suddenly became strange. She was the only one who made him feel odd. He had tested it. She was not a time traveler, yet she could say the word science. Moreover, the things she created were indeed related to science. What is the Spirit Collapse Cannon, the Heavenly Machine Thunder Tribulation Cannon, the Spirit Vein Level Starship, etc.? She is really engaged in scientific research. After finishing the introduction, Qin Qingni handed the items to Qin Wangchuan, while reminding him, "Don't forget to give me some feedback after using them. I want to know how to use them." Qin Wangchuan silently thought as he accepted them. Last time, he used a storage wristband given by her, and it ended up exploding. With a light sigh, he turned around and was almost startled by the sight behind him. He saw his fifth sister, Qin Qingzhong, standing very close, her nose nearly touching his face, her cold eyes staring at him without blinking, as if she were studying some rare treasure. She sniffed at him and said confidently, "You have a pleasant sword intent." Curious, Qin Wangchuan asked, "What does it smell like?" Unable to articulate, she shook her head, as if suddenly remembering something, and reached out to rummage through the void. A few boxes appeared in front of her, containing several still-beating hearts. Despite the bloody scene, she seemed completely oblivious and seriously handed them to Qin Wangchuan, saying, "For body tempering." Qin Wangchuan. Ha. He has already tempered his body. The ancestor couldn't help but laugh, saying that although these young masters couldn't go out, they were still quite funny. After laughing, he urged Qin Wangchuan to accept the gift and explained, "These are dragon hearts. Eating them will be beneficial for you and may even awaken some unique abilities." "Thank you, fifth sister." Qin Qingzhong let out a long breath, seemingly pleased, and patted Qin Wangchuan's head, with the jingling sound of a golden abacus. Seventh sister Qin Miayan tossed out a storage bag, saying, "Here, it's full of spirit marrow. Don't say your seventh sister is stingy." "Spirit marrow? Is this real?" Qin Wangchuan was somewhat skeptical, unable to believe that the stingy seventh sister would give him such a thing. However, upon opening it, his face darkened. It was indeed full of spirit marrow, but seventh sister, I remember you haven't given me what we agreed upon in our previous deal, right? They had said they would split the information he bought with a 3:7 ratio, yet he still hadn't received that 70. It was clear that it had already been counted as part of the congratulatory gift. Seeing Qin Wangchuan's doubt, Qin Miayan laughed. "No money, but you have a life. Come and take it." Everyone had finished giving gifts except for the absent sixth young master, Qin Hongqian. The elders began to present their gifts, and naturally, the best ones came from their grandfather, all of which were valuable treasures for cultivation. The ancestor also prepared a gift, but now was not the time. As Qin Wangchuan finished receiving the congratulatory gifts and walked towards his family's main seat, the entire Starfall Pavilion suddenly turned transparent. Everyone realized that beneath their feet was the true form of the immortal tree of life, a giant tree spanning the starry sky, with a branch hanging down, bearing a fruit resembling jade. This fruit bore once every 30,000 years. The voice of the wood ancestor echoed. "Eating it can glimpse the river of destiny." "Wood ancestor? What is this?" Someone in the banquet exclaimed in amazement, wondering when the wood ancestor had ever given out such things. While astonished, they were also puzzled. Could it be that the ninth young master was so extraordinary that this ancient deity showed him favor? Grandfather Qin Fuhai gave Qin Wangchuan a look, urging him to quickly accept it. Qin Wangchuan stepped forward to receive it, thanking the wood ancestor. Suddenly, Qin Fuhai stepped forward to help Qin Wangchuan adjust his clothing, then gently patted his shoulder. "Today's banquet is your coming-of-age ceremony. Go ahead and tell everyone. Tell them, you have arrived." As the voice fell, the entire Starfall Pavilion suddenly fell silent. Qin Wangchuan stood before the branch of the immortal tree, the jade fruit glowing softly in his palm, illuminating his exquisite features. At the moment he turned around, shadows behind him spread like a tide. Qin Wudao, Qin Xuanji, and Qin Kuanga, three powerful figures, stood together, giving him a look of encouragement. Qin Qingni gestured and mouthed, "Don't forget to use it." Qin Qingzheng still held her ancient sword, looking dazed. Qin Miayan rolled her eyes, saying, "What are you looking at?" "I'm the one who lost out." Qin Zhao touched the pendant on her earlobe, her expression obscure, not revealing what she was thinking. Suddenly, Qin Wangchuan smiled. Perhaps the meaning of family lay here. He took a step forward, the rhythm of the immortal tree flowing beneath his feet. The branches pierced through countless realms, casting towering silhouettes across countless dimensions. Whether it was the Qin family's warriors guarding the borders or the scattered branch descendants in the starry sea, they all felt something and looked up. At this moment, the name echoed throughout all realms. "Son." The internal banquet ended, and the external banquet began. At the moment, the 9 golden crows leaped out of the sea of clouds. 180,000 bronze bells rang simultaneously. The sound waves surged like a tide, startling the Qingluan resting on the glazed tiles, scattering starlight as they flapped their wings. The auspicious time had come. With a loud shout from the ceremonial officer, the white jade stairs spanning the 33 heavens lit up in sequence. Each step floated with the phantom of golden lotuses, extending from the lower realm all the way to the main hall's entrance, resembling a heavenly avenue. At this moment, if one looked down from the clouds, they would witness a shocking scene. Flying vessels from different states filled the starry tracks, their various lights intertwining to create a brilliant ribbon around the Qin realm. "The Tianji Yun family has arrived." Amidst the singing voices, a team of golden-armored warriors shattered the void as they approached. The leader of the group bore a golden plaque on his shoulder, with the words "Congratulations to young Master Qin on his 10th birthday," forged from stars, exuding chaotic energy. "Is that the Polaris?" A sharp-eyed cultivator gasped, realizing they had plucked stars to offer congratulations. Even more astonishing, the 36 warriors carrying the plaque all bore golden patterns on their foreheads, clearly the rare mountain-moving sacred bodies from the upper realm, each capable of tearing apart stars with bare hands. However, thinking of the 9th young master's mother being from the Yun family, it was not surprising that such gifts were bestowed, even if it involved moving stars and plucking moons. Suddenly, the 36 mountain-moving sacred body warriors halted, the void solidifying like a mirror. Boom! The heavens suddenly split open with a golden crack, and 9 five-clawed golden dragons pulled a bronze imperial carriage through the void, their roars shattering layers of clouds. Chapter 36's weight was so heavy that it pressed down the foundations of all parties. The dark curtains hanging from the imperial carriage fluttered without wind, vaguely revealing a graceful figure seated within, whose mere outline sent shivers through the souls of many present. "The Emperor has decreed." An old monitor in a purple robe stepped onto the dragon's head, a crimson gold imperial edict sliding from his sleeve. The moment the edict unfolded, the ground of the entire Starfall Pavilion revealed phantoms of mountains and rivers, as if condensing the vast territory of the central state here. "Bestow upon young Master Qin the 86 counties of the western border." The hall fell into dead silence. The imperial edict bore the seal of the central state dynasty, and where the seal was stamped, it truly replicated the spiritual vein contracts of all 86 counties in the western territory. Crazy. They are actually ceding territory just to please that young master? An elder from an ancient sect muttered to himself, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. The central state dynasty governed millions of miles of territory. Though 86 counties didn't sound like many, this was not a gift to the Qin family, but specifically to the 9th young Master Qin. This meant that countless secret realms, spiritual mines, and even ancient ruins belonged to him. The purple-robed old monitor solemnly added, "The Emperor stated that when the young master reaches his coming-of-age year, he may use this contract to enter the central state." The curtain was suddenly lifted by a delicate hand, revealing half of an enchanting face. "If you find the world uninteresting, I can accompany you." Wow! The entire hall erupted. It was the long princess of the central state dynasty, Jiang Xuanli. This exclamation rang like thunder, instantly igniting the entire banquet. She stepped out from the imperial carriage, draped in a dark golden phoenix robe that swept the ground, with 9 phoenixes carrying pearls in her hair, gently swaying, each jade bead seemingly containing a small world, radiating a hazy celestial glow. She actually came in person? A holy son from a sacred place exclaimed in shock, breaking his folding fan in his hand. Jiang Xuanli, the most extraordinarily talented princess of the central state dynasty in 10,000 years, born with the divine eyes of the void, capable of observing the river of destiny. She once severed the laws of 1,000 states with a single sword and repelled 1,000,000 demon troops with a single word, sending gifts and bestowing favors. How could the Long Princess show him such favoritism? Ordinary dynasties could not compare to the 10 great imperial clans, but only the central state dynasty was an exception, its foundation capable of matching that of the imperial clans. The Tianjin Li family has arrived. Before they could fully process the astonishing gifts from the dynasty, a clear sword cry pierced through the sky. A massive sword broke through the clouds, its blade entwined with ancient blood-red runes that seemed to breathe, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Leading the way was an elder from the Li family, stepping on the sword light and waving his sleeve. With a clang, a 3-foot-long green blade plunged down, its body transparent like crystal, yet inside it sealed a droplet of blood, sparkling like a star. Each time that blood droplet pulsed, it caused all the swords of the sword cultivators present to tremble. "This is a drop of the essence blood of our Li family's ancestor," the elder's voice rang clear. "Furthermore, our ancestor has personally spoken, inviting the 9th young master to enter the sword tomb for comprehension." The audience was thrown into an uproar. What kind of place is the sword tomb? It is a forbidden ground where the sword emperors of the Li family are buried. Even direct descendants of the Li family only have a chance to enter once in their lifetime. If what was presented earlier was merely an exhibition of their foundation, then the Li family truly turned their pants inside out with this. This gift is simply too outrageous, isn't it? Some stared intently at that droplet of imperial blood, their throats rolling. That is the essence blood of an ancient mighty being, containing their lifetime's comprehension. How could the Li family be willing to part with it? And there's the sword tomb. Another person exclaimed in surprise. That sword tomb is a treasure of the Li family, rumored to be home to an ancient deity. An engagement? No wonder the cultivator who asked earlier suddenly realized. An imperial family marriage, with the empire as a betrothal gift. This is the real main event. The Hentianyan family has arrived, presenting a 9-flame golden crow. As the announcement from the ceremonial officer fell, a radiant sun suddenly appeared before everyone. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sun but the Yin family's treasure, the 9-flame golden crow. Has the Yin family gone mad? They dare to present their clan's ultimate treasure? A cultivator from the Yi family suddenly stood up, their protective true fire surging uncontrollably, but upon seeing clearly, they suddenly realized it was just a chick. The 9-flame golden crow is an ancient fierce bird capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. This is genuine combat power. The Yin family naturally wouldn't dare to give it away easily. But if it's just a chick, then there's no such concern. Although precious, it takes tens of thousands of years just to grow up. The Tai Su Ji family has arrived, presenting a cart of void mysterious crystals, 100 dragon blood Bodhi fruits, and a volume of Tai Su Yin Dao Ju. The Yuming Wang family has arrived, presenting 10 bottles of Huangquan weak water and 1,000 Yuming origins. The voice of the Qin family's ceremonial officer grew increasingly high-pitched, each greeting sounding like thunder, with the congratulatory gifts from various forces becoming more shocking than the last. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the myriad of extraordinary treasures, a gray shadow quietly swept past, with Han Han blending into the guests using a prearranged identity. Meanwhile, 100 paces away behind the Panlong pillar, Ji Wuqing stood at the threshold, taking a deep breath before decisively stepping into the banquet hall. In the side hall of the main hall, Yi Jiani's fingertips lightly brushed over the dark patterns on Qin Wangchuan's clothing, each line slightly heating beneath her touch, like a burning brand. She couldn't see, but could feel that it embodied the resonance of the sun and moon, the majesty of the dragon and phoenix, the luxury that only true prodigies deserve to wear. Suddenly, her fingers halted. Young master, Yi Jiani's voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb the flowing light in the room. I should probably not show my face. The hall fell silent for a moment. Yi Jiani was no longer as innocent as she once was. The youth was beginning to show his prodigious nature. She was afraid. Afraid that her blindness would embarrass the young master. Afraid of embarrassing me? He suddenly spoke, voicing her thoughts. Yi Jiani pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Without the sound of the zither, I can't see anything, she self-deprecatingly smiled. If I can't even walk steadily later. Wouldn't that be? Before she could finish, Qin Wangchuan abruptly interrupted, the copper mirror reflecting a hint of vermilion at the corner of his eye. You can't always think of escaping when things go wrong. If I encounter danger in the future, will you also run away? You'll see much larger scenes than this in the future. How could I abandon the young master and escape? That's impossible in this lifetime. Yi Jiani seemed to be stung by this statement, suddenly raising her head and shouting anxiously. Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly. But right now, you are going to leave me and escape. His tone was light, as if speaking of something trivial. You're afraid, and I'm afraid too. Yi Jiani froze. Trembling as she asked, the young master is also afraid? Of course, you are human, and I am also human. She couldn't see, otherwise. She would definitely see the calmness on Qin Wangchuan's face, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and his eyes holding a hint of playfulness. There was no trace of fear at all. Then I will protect the young master. Look, the future heavenly emperor is so easy to deceive. Holding Yi Jiani's hand, they walked out, where the other young masters had long been waiting. Oh. Qin Zhao leaned against the carved pillar, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, glancing at the overlapping sleeves of the two. Ninth brother, you're holding on pretty tightly? Chapter 37. You finish singing, and I take the stage. Go away, stop being a chatterbox. Qin Xuanji stepped forward, waving his hand as if shooing away flies, and then looked at Qin Wangchuan. Since you've come out, let us go. Ninth brother shouldn't be lost, right? Qin Wangchuan chuckled softly. Second brother. It's such a short distance from the side hall to the main hall. How could I get lost? That's hard to say. Qin Xuanji smiled meaningfully. Before he could finish, Qin Wudao's sword sheath was already pressed against his back. Qin Xuanji immediately straightened his expression and fell silent. Sister, Qin Qingni, watched the excitement as if it were a big deal, and cheerfully said, Hey, there really is someone who can get lost. Last time at elder brother's 10th birthday banquet, everyone was gathered, but he was missing for half a day, and guess where he was found? Elder brother, why are you pushing me? Qin Wudao coughed twice expressionlessly. But Qin Qingni didn't take care and continued, by the pond in the back hall. He insisted he was admiring the fish. The funniest part was when she clapped her hands. There were no fish in that pond. It was from that incident that this custom of all the young masters entering together was established. Qin Zhao chuckled, and Qin Xuanji shook his head, suppressing laughter, while even Qin Wangchuan couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Only Qin Wudao remained expressionless. Let us go. Yi Jiani lowered her head, not laughing out loud. but the corners of her mouth secretly curved up. It turned out that these lofty Qin family young masters could also play like this in private. Qin Wangchuan held Yi Jianwei's hand, listening to a few people recounting childhood embarrassing stories as they slowly walked toward the back door of the main hall. Inside, his mother had already begun to preside over the event. Today, thanks to all the friends for coming to celebrate my son's 10th birthday. My husband is away on a long journey, so I will preside over it in his stead. I hope for your understanding. Yun Xiaoying, also a prodigy of the Yun family, spoke confidently in front of many prominent figures. Madame Yun is too polite. It is rumored that the 9th young master possesses an immortal body of longevity. Is that true? After several rounds of greetings, the topic naturally fell to Qin Wangchuan. Just as Yun Xiaoying was about to say something, a maid suddenly approached and whispered in her ear. With a light laugh, she looked at everyone. Since everyone has many questions, why not ask the main subject directly? As her voice fell, the hall doors opened with a response. The 4th young master Qin Kuanga and the 5th young master Qin Qingzheng stood on either side, one pushing the door and the other raising a hand to guide. Qin Kuanga grinned and whispered, "Ninth brother, don't be stage fright." Qin Qingzheng slightly nodded, having hidden his sword for 10 years just for this moment. Go ahead. Qin Wangchuan smiled lightly, handing Yi Jianwei over to his 5th sister before stepping inside alone. Inside the hall, the originally noisy guests fell silent in an instant. All eyes focused on Qin Wangchuan as he entered. Even the saints and elders who were conversing stopped, as if even their breathing had paused for a moment. The youth was extraordinarily handsome, but not in a gentle and warm way. His brow bones were high and sharp, his nose straight like a knife, and his thin lips pressed into a cold line. What captivated most were his eyes, as dark as ink and unfathomable, as if they could penetrate one's heart. He walked slowly, his black robe swirling like the night as he moved. The dragon patterns embroidered in dark threads at the hem appeared and disappeared with his steps, shimmering with a dark golden light under the candlelight. A white jade pendant at his waist lightly swayed with his movements, producing a crisp sound that was particularly clear in the silent hall. Is this the true appearance of the 9th young master? A woman's hand fan fell to the ground with a loud thud, the sound particularly jarring in the dead silence of the grand hall. Even Princess Jiang Xuanli couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, to the seated Li Qingwan, this was not a pleasant sight. She felt as if her own belongings had been insulted. Yun Xiaoying stepped forward, pretending to help him adjust his clothing, but whispered in his ear, "What are you wearing?" Originally, he should have been dressed in white, which would have made the young man appear ethereal like an otherworldly being. But Qin Wangchuan was dressed in a dark golden robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although it conformed to the Qin family's attire, it was evidently inappropriate for this banquet. Yun Xiaoying nodded after hearing this and said no more. After lightly patting her mother's hand to reassure her, Qin Wangchuan walked forward alone. It was as if invisible steps were lifting him, and with each step he took, an ancient lamp in the hall lit up, illuminating his deep-set brows and eyes. Finally, he stood before the main seat, scanning the crowd in the hall. Everyone, his voice wasn't loud, but it rolled through the space like thunder, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Today's banquet is a great honor. Since we are seated, let us. His lips curled slightly, but there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. Begin the feast. Immediately, a surge of congratulatory voices erupted in the hall. Various factions stood up, raising their glasses in celebration. The prominent figures discussed major matters, while the lesser ones focused their attention on Qin Wangchuan. The reason was simple. The young man's aura was simply too special. Having been nurtured by countless heavenly materials and earth treasures for many years, his celestial body and supreme Tao heart had enhanced his presence to an unfathomable extent, not in the ethereal sense, but in a kind of intimidation. Indeed, just by sitting there, even when he was fully restrained, an unimaginable pressure still radiated from him, constantly asserting his existence. The oppressive feeling of authority without anger. At the same time, this aura left most female cultivators enchanted, as if their souls had been drawn away, staring at him in a daze. Even Jiang Xuanli, who had seen many handsome men in the world, momentarily lost her focus. Unable to look away, this 9th young master was already so extraordinary upon entering the world. One could hardly imagine what the future held. Someone remarked in a low voice. Noticing this scene, setting aside strength for now, just by witnessing this, one could tell there would be no shortage of beautiful companions in the future. Amidst the commotion, Li Qingwan's gaze remained fixed on Qin Wangchuan. She lightly tapped her wine glass with her fingertip, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if both smiling and not smiling. It wasn't until the guests had almost finished greeting each other that Li Qingwan stepped forward and took a seat next to Qin Wangchuan. He wasn't surprised to see her approach. His gaze occasionally drifted to the side, where the Li family was happily conversing with the elders of the Qin family. Haven't I heard that the one to be betrothed to me is from the Li family? Don't you have any news? Chapter 38. Han Han, come. Oh. Li Qingwan lightly rubbed her fingertip on the wine glass, slightly tilting her head at his words, a meaningful smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. I wonder what news the ninth young master is referring to. Li Qingwan chuckled softly, tapping her fingertip against the rim of her glass, producing a clear sound. I don't know about this. I've only heard she is an exceptional talent, unmatched in elegance, so she should be worthy of the young master. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of lazy teasing. This scene caught the attention of many, who wanted to watch but dared not. If before, Princess Jiang Xuanli was like a blooming peony, charming and beautiful, then Li Qingwan was like a sword tempered in ice. Her entire being emanated a frosty aura. And before the blade was drawn, the chill had already seeped into the bones. No need for clashing sounds, no need for blood. Just a sidelong glance could choke the breath and pierce the heart with pride. As for why this perception existed, those who had been beaten or injured by her understood it deeply. Exceptional talent, unmatched in elegance? Qin Wangchuan lightly tapped the table, a hint of amusement rising in his eyes. Those words sounded like someone was boasting. You truly don't know? Li Qingwan met his gaze without flinching, leaning slightly forward. Her red lips parting. I don't know. The two locked eyes for a moment, and the noise in the hall seemed to fade away, the air around them becoming still. Swear? Of course, the corners of her eyes curved, a mischievous glint sparkling within, like a cat that had stolen fish, her fingertip lightly tapping the table. To trick you is like playing with a puppy. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep it up. With Qin Wangchuan's intellect, it was impossible not to notice, but Li Qingwan was simply too strange. She was cold to others, but would show her quirky side only to him. All right then, I'll play along. As the wine flowed for the third round, the noise in the hall gradually increased. In the corner of the hall, Yi Jiani's slender fingers were gliding over the strings of a zither, playing a piece of Qin Ping Lu fluidly. Suddenly, her fingers paused imperceptibly, yet the music did not falter in the slightest. Immediately, she transmitted a message. Young master, there's someone unusual in the southeast corner. Understood. Qin Wangchuan lightly tapped the table, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the seated guests, finally resting on a frail young man by a pillar in the southeast corner. Without a doubt, he was Han Han. Although his presence was faint, making it hard to notice, this was ineffective in front of Yi Jiani. After all, she did not use eyes or spiritual sense. She perceived the world through the music of the zither. It's about time, Qin Wangchuan silently thought. As the banquet was in full swing, someone suggested a martial gathering. Judging by what happened afterward, the person who made the suggestion was likely in cahoots with others. Sure enough, the next moment someone slammed their hand on the table and exclaimed, "Everyone, since today we have gathered so many heroes. Why not engage in a martial gathering to explore the great path together? Here they come." Qin Wangchuan's eyes narrowed as he looked up. He saw Qin Wudao standing with hands clasped behind his back, dressed in white like snow, his robes fluttering without wind, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. It's my older brother, he thought, which was within Qin Wangchuan's expectations. After all, the only ones who could say such things were either his older brother or his fourth brother. Chu Qingyan chuckled and followed suit. I thought you had forgotten about our last duel. Just as her words fell, a white figure suddenly floated out from the eastern side of the hall. A man in white unfurled a folding fan. His smile warm as he first glanced at Chu Qingyan, then turned his gaze to Qin Wudao. 2 against 1 should be fair for you, right? The candle flames in the hall suddenly flickered joyfully, and a figure in black robes stood up from the western side of the hall. The wine gourd at his waist swayed with the motion, spilling a few drops of rich fragrance. Since it's 2 against 1, I'll just carry this heavy sword on my shoulder, he said, the copper bells tied to the sword tassel jingling. How about 3 against 1? Doesn't matter. Qin Wudao didn't even pause his steps, his voice still calm. Let us all go together. The crowd watched the departing figures, and the hall erupted in chatter. If one were to debate who among the current emperors was stronger or weaker, it was likely no one could decide. An elder nearby stroked his long beard, a gleam flashing in his murky eyes. But if we talk about who leads among those at the quasi-emperor level, he looked towards the white figure in the center of the hall, his voice suddenly heavy. No one but Qin Wudao from the Qin family. This demeanor, this calmness. They said that even Chu Qingyan had not lasted 10 moves against him last time. Someone whispered in admiration. The crowd's praises rose and fell, but only Qin Wangchuan's lips twitched as he exchanged glances with his second brother in the corner. His older brother was not calm at all. It was clear he was. He understood all too well. In Qin Wudao's indifferent eyes, regardless of whether you were an unparalleled genius or a stray dog on the street, you were all merely moving matchstick figures. Truly, if he kept pretending for another second, he would be exposed. However, the title of leader among quasi-emperors? This was the first time he had heard of it. Qin Wangchuan sighed slightly. Although he knew his older brother was strong, he had never imagined he was this strong. He was already at the quasi-emperor level and was even called the leader. Seeing this scene, his fourth brother Qin Wangchuan laughed heartily and stood up, looking towards the Yin family as he spoke. Since my older brother has started, Yun, how long are you going to wait? The atmosphere in the hall suddenly boiled over, and a red figure shot up from the Yin family's table. Yun leaped into the arena, his robe billowing like fire. Ha! Qin Laosi, I came today just waiting for you to say that. He laughed wildly, smashing the table in front of him, wine splattering as he pointed at Qin Wangchuan. If I don't beat you down to your knees calling me grandpa, I won't share your surname. Qin Wangchuan grinned ferociously, tearing open his brocade robe to reveal a body of muscles. With your half-baked burning heaven technique? The two cursed and walked out, smashing tables and chairs along the way. Such things are quite common at these banquets, as there are usually just a few people involved, Li Qingwan explained thoughtfully. Qin Wangchuan nodded, and then stood up in response to her surprised gaze. Do you have someone you want to fight? No, but there are things I must do, Qin Wangchuan said as he walked toward the hall exit. A wave of whispers erupted in the hall. Is the ninth young master looking for someone to fight? I wonder who it could be. A young cultivator widened his eyes, forgetting to lower the wine cup in his hand. An elder beside him stroked his beard and pondered. It's most likely that one from the Yun family. They are of similar age and both have immortal bodies. Not necessarily. Another person slammed the table. It could also be someone from the Zhao family. The Zhao family angered the Qin family before, so they might take this opportunity to establish their authority. In a corner, a few female cultivators whispered to each other. What do you think the ninth young master has reached in his cultivation? I can't see through it. The immortal body cultivates slowly. He should be at the third level, right? Have you forgotten that the ninth young master has all those immortal bones? I guess he should be at the fourth level. Fourth level? I think that's unlikely. Amidst the discussions, Li Qingwan looked at Qin Wangchuan's departing figure, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the wine cup. She suddenly realized that this usually low-key fiancé of hers appeared to carry a sense of determination in his back. At the door of the hall, Qin Wangchuan's footsteps suddenly paused. With his back to the crowd, his robe slightly billowed in the draft, he suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on a corner of the great hall. Han Han. The guests in the hall exchanged glances, looking around, unaware of who Han Han was. Li Qingwan's fingertips stilled, the wine cup pausing at her lips as she followed Qin Wangchuan's line of sight. In the furthest corner, behind a pillar, a slender young boy slowly straightened up. He held a half-eaten spirit fruit near his mouth, but his eyes were bright, like stars, meeting Qin Wangchuan's gaze without flinching. Though his figure was thin, his back was straight, like a new bamboo stubbornly growing in the wind and snow. Since you came for me, why hide? Come. Waiting was not Qin Wangchuan's style. He was going to take the initiative. Chapter 39, he didn't say a word more. Just like how he didn't pick any extra leaves back then. Han Han felt a sudden panic when his name was called. But he didn't show it on his face. Because he knew that if he made any mistake, he would die, along with his sister. But the people behind him might not. Qin Wangchuan had long informed the higher-ups of the Qin family about the assassination attempt on him. From previous simulations, he knew that Han Han's backer was also at the banquet. The moment his name was called, the emperor of the Qin family carefully observed the expressions of everyone present, easily identifying that person. Then he would follow the clues. This was a step-by-step plan, a clear strategy that couldn't be avoided. Young master. We found him. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Wangchuan turned his gaze to the young boy in front of him. You seem surprised? Han Han tilted his head slightly, forcing a stiff smile. Of course I'm surprised. I didn't expect the young master to recognize this nameless nobody. After saying this, he touched the black nail hidden in his sleeve with his sweaty fingers, the muscles beneath the fabric tensed tightly. His bright eyes stared directly at Qin Wangchuan, and deep within his pupils, dark currents surged. Han Han didn't know what to think, and continued, I don't know the young master well. Let us skip the pleasantries. Qin Wangchuan waved his hand, pointing to the formation beneath their feet. Our conversation reached the banquet. As he spoke, his piercing gaze locked onto Han Han. Han Han, how about you come to my side? Han Han's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. Is this an invitation? He actually wants to recruit me? But my sister is still in their hands. If I betray them. You must be joking. Han Han forced a smile that looked more painful than crying, his voice dry like sandpaper rubbing together. How could a small character like me be worthy? Your sister is no longer here. Qin Wangchuan suddenly interrupted, his voice low but each word cut like a knife. Han Shui died long ago. But the blood feud of the Han family of 36 members has yet to be avenged. Even if you are the only one left, you should live for them. So, come to my side, I can help you. These words struck Han Han like a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger back half a step, his mind shaken. She really is dead. With that mysterious person's ruthless character, how could they truly let us siblings reunite? All these years, he hadn't been idle but had been diligently gathering information about his sister, naturally knowing the truth. But he was unwilling to believe it. Those without power did not even have the right to question the truth. In that case, Han Han looked at the person in front of him and suddenly laughed lightly. A hint of madness in his laughter, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Ha! Help me. Isn't everything because of you big shots that my family has ended up like this? Then he slowly raised his head, his gaze gradually turning vicious. Bloodshot in his eyes. I'm just a small character with no choice. Before he finished speaking, the black nail in his sleeve flashed with a cold light, creating a black shadow that shot straight for Qin Wangchuan's throat. Qin Wangchuan gazed at the snarling youth before him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He understood better than anyone that this seemingly frail boy possessed a purity that others could hardly reach deep within. With good talent and an upright character. Back then at the edge of Shuani Cliff, Han Han could have plucked all 9 leaves of the Dao grass, yet in the end, he only took 6 and didn't take a single extra one. Clearly, there were countless reasons to fall into darkness, but looking into his eyes, one could see that his heart remained clean. What a pity. Qin Wangchuan sighed softly, gathering spiritual power into a blade in his palm, his murderous intent fully revealed. However, in that fleeting moment, Han Han's figure suddenly flickered strangely, activating the void step, leaving a shadow behind while his true self instantly appeared beside Qin Wangchuan. But this time, he did not come to attack. The fierce demeanor from before vanished completely. He tightly grasped Qin Wangchuan's arm, his expression unexpectedly filled with urgency and sincerity. I know very little about him. I only know he is from the imperial family. Han Han lowered his voice, speaking urgently. A trace of black blood spilling from his lips. This black nail might help you. Before he could finish, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, his face turning as pale as paper. Yet he still used his last ounce of strength to shove that black nail into Qin Wangchuan's hand. After doing all this, Han Han's body slowly slid down, like a withered leaf floating gently to the ground. His once bright eyes remained open, yet they had lost all their luster. He was dead. The restriction buried within his body activated and killed him in an instant. Perhaps the person behind him was alert, or perhaps he wasn't. But what difference did it make? Just a small character. If he died, he died. Qin Wangchuan stood in place, holding the black nail with a seal in his palm. When it was handed over, the sharp side faced outward, fearing it might injure him. From the beginning, Han Han never intended to tear off the sealing paper, never intended to use this black nail. What he wanted was a chance for the Qin family's young master to know everything and avenge himself. He truly didn't say a word more. Qin Wangchuan looked down at this unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar young man, just like how he originally picked leaves, not taking a single extra one. The Qin family's guards had already arrived, lifting the corpse. Qin Wangchuan squatted down, slowly closing Han Han's eyes. The youth's eyelashes trembled slightly in his palm, eventually returning to silence. Qin Wangchuan silently placed the blood-stained black nail on the silk handkerchief held by his guard. The warmth from his fingertips quickly dissipated by the night wind. Don't move yet. A low shout sounded like thunder. In an instant, the Qin family's emperor struck. A cold light flashed, and the 7 previously marked suspicious individuals were subdued without causing any ripples. Qin Wangchuan slowly rose. The wind from his flowing robes brushed against the pale face of the youth, as if it were an unheard sigh. I was naive. As a pawn, how can one choose where to fall? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the aura around him suddenly changed. The originally restrained spiritual power erupted like ignited gunpowder, bursting forth in his meridians. The calmness that always resided in his eyes now surged with flames of anger capable of burning the heavens. Since you like to play so much, like to play chess, you should know. Once a piece is placed, there is no regret. After saying this, he suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a chilling light. How long do you still want to watch? In an instant, the void step was activated, and Qin Wangchuan's figure shot into the sky like a startled swan. The moment the solitary Yuan sword was unsheathed, the entire world fell into darkness. A brilliant sword light tore through the sky, accompanied by a clear shout. Cut. Where the sword light passed, the clouds were ripped apart. Hidden treasures shattered as their effects were dispelled, and fragments fell like rain. Above the sky, a massive golden eye was forced to reveal itself, with terrifying patterns swirling in its pupils. Is that the heavenly eye? An emperor is spying. How could anyone observe the Qin family's banquet without being detected? The crowd at the banquet was in an uproar. And what shocked them even more was how Qin Wangchuan had detected the spying that even the Qin family emperor had not noticed. The golden eye slowly closed, dissipating into the void. The hidden black nail and its accompanying individuals had fallen into the hands of the Qin family, and the person behind it would certainly not let it go easily. They were likely to come and seize it. But after that, it would no longer be within Qin Wangchuan's control. With each step he took, the blue stone beneath his feet emitted a circle of spiritual patterns, and his aura grew even stronger. The spiritual power could no longer be contained. It was about to break through. However, at that moment, a young girl dressed in a red and gold skirt suddenly stood up, the gold threads on her skirt shimmering like flames in the light. She pointed her delicate finger at Qin Wangchuan, her voice filled with 3 parts anger and 7 parts disbelief. That sword just now was clearly my Li family's sword mark. Where did you steal it from? Qin Wangchuan did not spare her a glance, his steps as steady as mountains as he walked past the girl. As his black robe surged, a sharp aura directly pushed the girl back, his cold voice carrying an undeniable pressure. Don't block the way. His gaze passed over the crowd, locking onto the figure in black seated among the Ji family. Yi Jiani. His voice was not loud, yet it made everyone's heart tremble, as if thunder rumbled beneath their eyes. How long do you intend to sit there? Chapter 40. Knowing it can't be done, but doing it anyway. She looked down at her skirt embroidered with gold threads, her face flushed red. Suddenly, she cried out and stumbled towards Li Qingwan's seat. Sister, he not only used our Li family sword mark, but he also threatened me. Li Qingwan, who was pouring tea, paused slightly. Shoo. The girl was taken aback, looking up at her sister, only to see her expression serious, her gaze never leaving Qin Wangchuan for a moment. The youth's black robe cast a long shadow at the entrance of the hall, each step cracking the blue stone floor with spiderweb-like patterns. Did you not hear him? Li Qingwan pressed down on her sister's trembling shoulder, her fingers tightening on the intricate palace ribbons. He said not to block the way. Her voice was soft, yet it silenced the girl instantly. In disbelief, the girl widened her eyes, her anger dissipating by half. This sister, who had always spoiled her, now seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Her phoenix eyes fixed tightly on Qin Wangchuan, afraid to miss anything. You're angry, Li Qingwan murmured, a hint of complexity flashing in her phoenix eyes. Is it because someone dared to attack you? Or is it because of that person named Han Han? She thought that after spending more than a year together, she had already seen through him. That young lord who always appeared calm and indifferent, handling matters flawlessly, mature yet slightly naive, making it impossible not to feel fondness. But at this moment, he stood beneath the broken clouds, his sword energy still lingering, his eyes sharp and fierce, making her feel a hint of strangeness. So he can get angry. So he can be so domineering. That sword cut not only through the imperial weapon, but also through her established impressions of him. Li Qingwan suddenly realized that she had never truly understood him, or rather, he had never shown her this side of himself. Is this the real you? TSK. A light, mocking laugh came from the banquet table. Qin Zhao leaned against the jade table, toying with a spirit fruit, her red lips curling into a mocking arc. The little girl from the Li family, daring to stand up without understanding anything, only realizing her grievances after being scolded. Why don't you come and beg me, miss? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll help you out. While a few people were joking here, the crowd at the banquet began to realize what had happened as they watched the subdued individuals. Someone attempted to assassinate the 9th young master? That makes sense. Another person sneered, the eternal body is too monstrous. It might even break the balance of power. If no one coveted it, that would be strange. But the Qin family's reaction. The person squinted, his voice low. Isn't it a bit too quick? It's as if they had been waiting for these people to walk into the trap. Everyone's hearts sank, marveling at the strength of the Qin family. Yet, their gazes unconsciously drifted towards the sky, where the clouds torn apart by Qin Wangchuan's sword had yet to heal, as if the heavens bore a gruesome wound. The evening wind howled, dispelling the residual sword energy, but failing to disperse the oppressive aura left by that sword mark. The edges of the clouds still flickered with fragmented golden light, remnants of the shattered imperial weapon, like dying stars unwilling to fade, flickering their last brilliance. To open the heavenly eye under our noses, at least an immortal-level hidden imperial weapon was used. Such imperial weapons, while lacking any defensive capabilities, are still imperial artifacts. The power of that sword just now was beyond what ordinary methods could explain. Could it be a supreme? You mean supreme methods? Another person gasped. Could it be that the 9th young master possesses 2 kinds of heaven-defying physiques? Wait, someone suddenly exclaimed. Forget about the supreme for now. Look at his aura. Everyone focused their attention, only to see a faint layer of celestial light swirling around Qin Wangchuan, his aura swelling with each breath. Even with the celestial bone and his brother's pendant concealing it, it still couldn't be completely restrained. Just a glimpse revealed his cultivation level. 5th realm. Someone exclaimed. No. It's half a step into the 6th realm. An elder said solemnly. He could break through at any time. A 10-year-old at the 6th realm? The crowd was astonished. Hidden in a corner, Qin Xuanji listened to everyone's amazement, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Turning around, his younger sister Qin Qingzheng also had her lips slightly parted, shocked into speechlessness. This was only natural, as even a prodigy like their elder brother took a full 16 years to reach the 5th realm. The 9th brother had truly broken common sense this time. Watching everyone's expressions, Qin Xuanji felt secretly pleased. Surprised, right? This is what I raised. However, he couldn't understand why he had called that Ji family kid. Yi Jiani slowly stood up from beside the jade table. The dark patterns on his black clothing flowed like living things under the candlelight, as if countless tiny runes were wandering in the fabric. He raised his hand to stop the attendants who wanted to follow him, pausing slightly. Then he deeply bowed towards Qin Wangchuan's direction, his posture respectful, yet not lacking in sharpness. Young Master Qin, it is said that your talent is extraordinary, and today I am fortunate to see it. May I ask for your guidance? Yi Jiani, although unsure why Qin Wangchuan suddenly called his name, knew that his purpose for this visit would not change. Today he came to compete with the so-called genius everyone has been talking about. The hall suddenly fell silent, and all eyes focused on Yi Jiani. Could it be that Yi Jiani has gone mad? An old man stroked his beard and shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. A 13-year-old saint body in the fourth realm is already extraordinary, but the young man in brocade beside him sneered, saying that young Master Qin, who is 3 years younger, has already touched the threshold of the sixth realm. Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes unconsciously turning towards the figure of Qin Wangchuan in the arena, whose spiritual power was surging. It wouldn't be surprising if he broke through at any moment. Choosing to challenge the purple-clothed female cultivator at this time was simply self-deprecating. Finally, someone voiced the thoughts of the crowd. Although the voice was soft, it made the entire hall quiet. A 13-year-old in the fourth realm, while still a bit far from being a true genius, is indeed a standout among the talented. However, compared to young Master Qin, it was like comparing heaven and earth. The difference was clear. This member of the Ji family, who has always looked down on others, should understand the principle of beyond the sky now. I don't think so. Young Master Qin might not agree. Discussions rose and fell, but soon returned to silence because Qin Wangchuan moved. He quietly listened to Yi Jiani's words, then slowly spoke. Good. A simple word suddenly tightened the atmosphere in the hall. After speaking, he said no more, turned, and walked straight outside the hall. His dark robe fluttered slightly in the night wind. His back was solitary and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating sharpness. Yi Jiani closely followed behind. The two of them arrived outside the hall. Chapter 41. Yi Jiani, you are strong. Outside the hall on the blue stone square, the match between the elder brother and the fourth brother had just concluded. The fourth brother, Qin Kuanga, looked a bit disheveled after fighting to a draw with the Yin family's genius. Qin Wudao stood with his hands behind his back, his white robe flowing like an immortal descending. In front of him, the geniuses of the three clans all bowed their heads, some kneeling on one knee, their swords shattered. Some staggered backward, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, and others fainted and were hurriedly carried away by their clan elders. Yet he stood firm, unruffled even after facing 3 opponents. The prestige was at its peak. Several people simultaneously looked up at the turbulent clouds in the sky, the entire sky twisting and deforming. The terrifying imperial might poured down like a tide, causing the ancient trees surrounding the square to snap. The true body of the emperor was about to descend. The usually carefree Qin Kuanga's eyes rarely flashed with seriousness. It seemed that the person young Master Nine captured was more important than he had imagined. After speaking, he looked toward Qin Wudao in the distance. Elder brother, can you handle it? A foolish question. Before the words fell, boom. A brilliant beam of light shot up from Qin Wangchuan, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The spiritual power within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam. No longer able to be suppressed, the spiritual sea suddenly boiled, creating towering waves. As the supreme Tao heart beat, it even stirred the resonance of heaven and earth, causing spiritual energy within 100 miles to madly converge, forming a vortex of spiritual energy above his head. Buzz. Brilliant celestial light burst forth from every pore of Qin Wangchuan, each ray of light containing the true meaning of the Tao. Deep within the spiritual platform, the originally vast spiritual sea transformed into a boiling star domain, each wave causing the barrier of realms to tremble violently. Boom. When the 9th wave of star waves crashed ashore, a rumble like the opening of heaven and earth erupted from within him. In an instant, the space within a radius of 3 zhang around him twisted violently. This was the domain unique to the 6th realm of spiritual domain. In this small area, the air became stagnant like amber, dust froze into a river of stars, time slowed down, and falling leaves hung suspended in midair. Even the raging imperial might that intruded into this domain was forcibly diminished by a third. The 6th realm, achieved. Qin Wangchuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting Yi Jiani's astonished expression. He stepped out, his slender fingers gripping the handle of the solitary phoenix sword. Clang. With a clear sword cry resounding through the heavens, the sword shadow traced a perfect arc in the air, the tip pointing directly at Yi Jiani. Time is short. This sword comes from the Tianjianli family, and I have also stepped into the 6th realm. At this moment, I can claim to be the strongest. The boy's voice was terrifyingly calm. Use your strongest move. He paused, emphasizing, I mean the strongest. Qin Wangchuan was able to sense that there were enemies hidden above the sky, thanks to Ji Wuqing. The unusual action of looking skyward after defeating him in the simulation was noted by Qin Wangchuan. Since it was an assassination, it was impossible for only a few people to come. The reason for looking up was simple. There were enemies in the sky. As a result, he was indeed right. There was no leniency. Qin Wangchuan would use his strongest move to resolve the boy's inner conflict. Ji Wuqing's pupils constricted. His strongest trump card was undoubtedly the Taishu halberd granted by the Ancestor, but he had never revealed it to anyone. However, Qin Wangchuan's penetrating gaze made him understand. The opponent already knew everything. Sweat beads seeped from Ji Wuqing's palms. If it could be said that Qin Wangchuan had some fighting power before breaking through, at this moment, he clearly realized he would undoubtedly lose. He would lose. Should he just give up? Slap. A crisp slap resounded through the square. Ji Wuqing's left cheek instantly showed 5 red marks, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. You damn fool. Have you forgotten why you came today? He suddenly raised his head, bloodshot eyes glaring. Qin Wangchuan. Boom. The world suddenly changed color. A long halberd, entirely black, emerged from the void. Its shaft entwined with blood-colored thunder. Wherever the halberd pointed, space collapsed inch by inch, revealing the endless chaotic void behind it. Come and fight. Ji Wuqing roared as he gripped the halberd handle. The Broken Star River. The moment the Taishu halberd was swung, the entire world seemed to turn upside down. Ji Wuqing's Broken Star River had not yet been fully swung out when Qin Wangchuan's sword momentum had already taken shape. Looking at Qin Wangchuan's starting posture, both Qin Fuhai and Qin Wenhe, who were observing, widened their eyes. What is that? As masters of swordsmanship, the Li family had the 7 killing sword seal, and the Qin family naturally had their own secret methods. Yuan Shiming. Qin Wangchuan suddenly threw the solitary phoenix sword into the sky, the long sword transforming into a stream of light piercing through the clouds. Hongming has not yet distinguished the Yuan Qi. His right hand was held out, and the entire sky suddenly darkened. The clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, creating a crack spanning 100 miles. And the tip of a giant sword of spiritual power slowly emerged, its blade entwined with substantial chaotic energy, pure and turbid, from the beginning to the 2 instruments. All calamities take form. Heavenly sword of all calamities. The 4 words were lightly spoken, yet it felt like a decree from the heavens. Everyone at the banquet changed color. This is the Tianjian of the Qin family. The ancient character for calamity on the sword body lit up with a blinding blood light, illuminating 100 miles in a deep red. One sword rises, all methods are sword. Under this sword, the river of stars could be severed. The will of heaven could be defied, and all calamities could be crossed. Flash. The giant sword that obscured the sun crashed down with a roar, and the void exploded. Before the sword edge even arrived, the ground of the entire square had already collapsed by 3 feet. Ji Wuqing's Taishu halberd glimmered in the face of this giant sword, like a solitary boat in a raging tide. His Broken Star River had just met it when it was completely engulfed by the vast sword intent. Just as the giant sword was about to fall, boom! A crimson gold barrier suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, forcefully blocking that world-destroying sword. Crack! The giant sword was damaged, but the barrier remained intact. A terrifying shockwave swept out, violently shaking the entire square. This sword is so powerful. The Ji family's quasi-emperor guard who made the move flashed with astonishment in his eyes. Although it couldn't shake him even a little, the sword's power was indeed terrifying. After all, the 9th young master was only in the 6th realm. Just as the aftermath of that world-destroying sword dissipated, Ji Wuqing staggered to his feet from the dust. The Taishu halberd was slanted into the ground, its body dim and devoid of light, while the battle intent in his eyes had long since shattered. Why? Ji Wuqing's voice was hoarse, painfully clutching his head as he asked the question he couldn't voice in the simulation. Why are you so strong? If this immortal path is destined to be a stage for you alone, he laughed bitterly, his voice as low as dust. Then what are we waiting for? What are we fighting for? The onlookers were silent, their eyes devoid of contempt, only a hint of unspeakable sorrow. To be on par with a prodigy like Qin Shixi is itself a calamity. What a pity. Ji Wuqing was also a rare talent born at the wrong time. Many in the crowd shook their heads. Cultivation is fundamentally about refining the heart. Ji family's young man's path might end here. Qin Wangchuan sheathed his sword and stood, calmly gazing at this boy who had been entangled by inner demons for so long, and slowly spoke. Why are you looking down? Lift your head. You should feel proud. Ji Wuqing, you are strong. Just a few simple words made Ji Wuqing tremble all over. What? Chapter 42. A sword falls. The emperor is hurt. I am strong. Ji Wuqing suddenly raised his head, his eyes still bloodshot, but now added with a hint of confusion. Qin Wangchuan said nothing, simply watching him quietly. The wind stirred up dust, sweeping between the two. Suddenly, something warm ran down his cheek. Only upon hearing a soft sound did Yi Wuchen realize he had actually shed tears. In disbelief, he raised his hand, his fingertips catching a tear. As his finger trembled slightly, the droplet swayed in the moonlight, reflecting his shattered image. Since he heard the name Qin Wangchuan at the age of 5, he had endured 8 years of arduous cultivation without a moment's relaxation. Yi Wuchen thought he had long forgotten the taste of tears. But now, just a word of recognition from Qin Wangchuan made him cry. What fell were not tears, but the release of his obsession. "Ah, I truly cannot compare to you." Yi Wuchen smiled in relief, and that smile appeared particularly clear under the moonlight. He raised his hand to wipe away the still-drying tear stains, his fingertips still slightly trembling. When he spoke those words, even he was surprised at the ease in his tone. The inner demons that had shadowed him for 8 years suddenly dissipated at this moment. He looked at Qin Wangchuan, his gaze no longer filled with the past's stubbornness and unwillingness, but rather with a hint of parting emotions. The night wind brushed past, tousling his scattered black hair. "Qin Wangchuan, you are indeed very strong." His voice was muffled in the dust, yet carried an unusual determination. 10 years. Let us make an agreement for 10 years. As Yi Wuchen suddenly looked up, blood and dirt smeared on his forehead. But his eyes shone with astonishing brightness. 10 years later, let us fight again. I beg you. In life, nothing is prouder than youth. Yi Wuchen not only knelt on both knees, but also uttered such words as beg. The Ji family members watching from afar gasped, and several elders even staggered back a step. He actually knelt down. That is a temperament that would rather bend than break even under the head of the family's punishment. An elder with white hair trembled, tears in his old eyes. "Young master, you finally crossed this hurdle." Qin Wangchuan's gaze flickered slightly. He saw a towering phantom emerge behind the kneeling boy. The Tai Su spear was resonating and trembling, and even the stars in the sky seemed to shine a little brighter. Yi Wuchen was convinced, but not completely submissive. He neither wished to take a detour nor was willing to stop here. Instead, he chose to use the mountain as a whetstone to sharpen his brilliance. Qin Wangchuan knew this person would become stronger, but it didn't matter, because he himself would also become stronger, far surpassing everyone. However, just one word made the entire square suddenly silent. Qin Wangchuan's gaze deepened. 10 years later, don't expect anyone to protect you like today. Saying this, he glanced at the Ji family guard who had just acted beside him. The guard chuckled awkwardly. Yi Wuchen's pupils slightly contracted, seemingly not expecting Qin Wangchuan to agree so readily. He opened his mouth, his throat rolling as if something was stuck, but in the end, he simply bowed his head deeply, his forehead resting on the cold ground. "Thank you. Thank you." These 2 words were repeated several times, heavier than any vow. It was not submission, but transformation. The night wind swept by, blowing away Yi Wuchen's scattered hair, revealing his slightly upturned mouth, and the soaring battle intent. Just then, "Qin Wangchuan." The emperor's voice thundered, shattering the clouds for miles. A giant hand, entwined with chaotic energy, pressed down fiercely, causing the space to collapse inch by inch, revealing the endless chaotic void behind it. Even a wisp of leaked breath turned the ancient trees surrounding the square into powder instantly. The true body of the emperor requires time to descend, and in this urgent moment, only a hand appeared. But this was a genuine emperor. Not good. Several elders of the Qin family changed their expressions drastically. He was going to forcibly take a person. Such a banquet of the Qin family must have the true body of the emperor guarding from afar. However, from the perspective of the mysterious figure behind, it was not out of the question to sacrifice a hand to take these people away under the circumstances where both sides had an emperor. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the emperor would not intervene. He was betting that the heavenly emperor of the Qin family would not show up. Otherwise, a mere emperor could be extinguished with a snap of the fingers. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's Chongqing 9 heavens, within the Chongqing pavilion, Ancestor this, several guardians of the Qin family who were about to act were unexpectedly stopped by the suddenly appearing Ancestor. The Ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, a glimmer of profound amusement flashing in his eyes. "What's the hurry?" He raised his hand and lightly tapped the void. Several invisible barriers quietly falling upon the younger generation of the Qin family below, completely isolating the emperor's might from the giant hand. "Give the juniors a chance to act." Qin Tai's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority, and moreover, his gaze slightly chilled as he looked towards the depths of the void. "It's time to let these hidden mice see the foundation of my Qin family." Before his words fell, the Ancestor's figure had vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he had stepped into the 10th heaven. This was not an ordinary small world, but a complete large world, vast and boundless, with perfect laws. Yet, In this vast world, only one person sat upright. It was an elderly man in a gray robe, surrounded by an aura as deep as the ocean. Merely sitting quietly seemed to suppress the order of the entire world. It was the heavenly emperor of the Ji family. Under the heavens of Changsheng, just as the giant hand was about to reach out, elder brother. In the sky, enemies. Qin Shuangji suddenly stood up, pointing at the sky. His voice unusually filled with excitement. Just looking at his expression seemed to say, go, fight him. Qin Wudao had one hand behind his back, his white clothes rustling in the emperor's might. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the giant hand that overshadowed the sun. His tone as calm as if commenting on a poorly painted artwork. I see it. I see it very clearly. Before his words fell, his drooping left hand suddenly formed a sword with his fingers. This simple action caused the entire world to freeze suddenly. Clang. A clear sword sound came from beyond the heavens. It was not the sound of metal clashing, but the tremor of the Tao. Qin Wudao's fingertips emitted a glimmer of light. That light, initially no larger than a firefly, surged in a fraction of a second into a dazzling river of stars that spanned the heavens and earth. Countless stars flickered within, each containing the power to sever the sun and moon. What is this? The exclamations of the banquet attendees rang out. That was another supreme secret technique of the Qin family, the Taichu burial god sword. The river of stars rolled upwards, colliding violently with the descending chaotic giant hand. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There were no apocalyptic shockwaves. Only a smooth, mirror-like cut silently spread along the palm of the giant hand. Sizzle. Like a hot knife slicing through grease. That emperor's palm, capable of crushing mountains and rivers, was actually severed at the wrist by this river of stars. At the golden imperial blood poured down like a dam bursting, each drop heavy as a mountain, falling into the void and producing a clang like metal clashing. The blood pearl glimmered with the runes of the great Tao, revealing countless worlds rising and falling within it. The giant hand that was severed had not yet fallen, but was already disintegrating into billions of fragments of laws in midair, illuminating the night sky like a rain of fire. The ancient sacred body. A heart-wrenching wail echoed from the depths of the void. The remnants of imperial might shook violently, causing the stars beyond to tremble. The entire banquet, both inside and outside, fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's pupils constricted, their throats felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, and even their breaths halted for a moment. What did I just see? A voice trembled from an elder of the ancient clan, the jade cup in his hand shattered with a crack, wine spilling through his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious. To actually sever an emperor with a quasi-emperor's body? Chapter 43. The Qin family's monsters are not limited to him alone. That was the hand of an emperor. Even if it was merely a reckless strike, it carried the complete imperial Tao laws. Enough to crush mountains and rivers and suppress eternity. But now, it had been severed. The one who struck was not the emperor of the Qin family, but a quasi-emperor who had yet to witness the Tao, severing a wrist with a single sword. Boom. After a brief silence, the entire banquet plaza erupted. The ancient sacred body could actually challenge an emperor. Someone cried out in disbelief. Ancient texts recorded this to be true. An old cultivator with white hair murmured to himself, his murky eyes reflecting the countless falling fragments of laws the sacred body achieved, could be called invincible in this world. Though a quasi-emperor is strong, in the eyes of an emperor, he is merely an ant. When Qin Wudao stood up to face the emperor, everyone thought it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, not realizing such a dramatic scene would unfold. Before they could finish their words, they were interrupted by a piercing roar. How dare you? From the depths of the void, that voice carried boundless hatred, distorting space. Noisy. He raised his gaze, his eyes like swords piercing through the endless void. If you do not submit, your true self will descend. I await you. 3 words, casually spoken, sent chills down everyone's spines, provoking an emperor. No, this was no longer a provocation, but outright contempt. Perhaps only the 3 heavenly imperial clans could utter such words. Someone murmured, with the heavenly emperor backing you, what if you are an emperor? When your true self descends, you still have to lie down. Those forces that had been restless in the shadows fell silent at this moment. They looked at that figure in white, their eyes filled with deep apprehension, even fear. The ancient sacred body could truly challenge an emperor. And more terrifyingly, this sacred body had yet to be fully formed. But more people were fixated on that figure in white, their eyes ignited with fervor. Although there was family backing, not everyone dared to speak like him. This was the true prodigy, with a quasi-emperor's body, challenging an emperor, severing his hand with one sword, and shaking his soul with a single word. Counting back 50,000 years, spanning the ancient and modern eras, only this one person. However, those from the Qin family felt excitement watching this scene. But more was a sense of helplessness. What a pity. What a pity for what? It was self-evident. He suddenly understood why Qin Wangchuan was so strong. Because the Qin family was full of monsters. Qin Xuanji lazily leaned against the jade pillar outside the hall, his robe half open, playing with a few paper figurines between his fingers. He looked at the figure in white as pure as snow in the arena, a smile of expectation gracing his lips. Is second brother also planning to make a move? Qin Wangchuan pondered in his heart, thinking that second brother seemed indifferent to such matters. Seeing Qin Wangchuan's gaze sweep over, Qin Xuanji winked, transmitting sound. Eldest brother is strong, right? He did not truly fail to see, but could only see the strong, and particularly the strongest. Saying this, Qin Xuanji sighed lightly, without leaving a trace. Someone like eldest brother is destined to reach the pinnacle of the great Tao, while we are merely green leaves and branches. If it were not for powerlessness, who would prefer to be a salted fish? An emperor cannot be looked upon directly, but with his immortal bones. He naturally had no fear. At this moment, the emperor of the Qin family had already made a move, shattering the void. As if the entire world had turned into fragments. Such a scene was no longer something the younger generation could intervene in. Qin Wangchuan stood amidst the rain of light, his immortal bones shining brilliantly. He gazed at the intertwining chains of laws at the broken void and suddenly chuckled softly. So that is how it is. In a moment, Qin Wangchuan suddenly understood the world his elder brother saw. He saw and felt the Tao in his heart. It was a broad road that regardless of who you are, I shall forge ahead, endlessly. Even if one's comprehension is sky-high, even if at this moment the source power is not 20 times, but 1,000 or 10,000 times, Qin Wangchuan knew he could not compare to his elder brother. In this world, prodigies are as numerous as the fish in the river. Qin Wangchuan muttered softly, his voice clear in the ears of those who were attentive. To surpass. To be surpassed is merely for a moment. Only the great Tao can be eternal. My Tao? Yi Wuchen suddenly raised his head, only to see a hazy immortal light surrounding Qin Wangchuan. The radiance was not as sharp as Qin Wudao's, but rather more profound and mysterious. When these words fell, in the Qin family's eternal heaven, above the 38 heavens, the Forbidden Grounds Tianke library trembled in resonance. At the top of the library, a scripture that had been sealed for countless years suddenly moved without wind, the pages rustling. Qin Wudao seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. He stepped closer, his footsteps neither heavy nor light, yet somehow made people's hearts tighten inexplicably. After standing before the two, he looked at their faces and said, that sword just now was well used, but it is not worthy of being called a heavenly sword. Heavenly sword must endure countless tribulations to reach great completion. Though you forcibly executed this move with extraordinary comprehension, you have not even grasped 3 points of true rhythm. 100 tribulations have yet to arrive. 1,000 tribulations are still far off. He raised his gaze, his eyes like frost, clearly resembling a strict elder brother. Not worthy of being called a heavenly sword. Yi Wuchen raised both hands in confusion, palms facing forward in a gesture of surrender, his eyes filled with innocence. He completely did not understand what was happening before him, cautiously glancing at the Qin Wangchuan beside him, then at the imposing Qin family's eldest son lecturing him. Fine sweat beaded on his forehead. Eldest brother Qin Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead, about to correct him. I was, of course, talking about you. Before his words could finish, Qin Wudao suddenly turned to look at Qin Wangchuan. His gaze calm as ever. I saw it. That gaze was as clear as a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing painfully into one's skin. It also left Qin Wangchuan dumbfounded. His voice remained flat, yet carried an undeniable certainty, though his gaze slightly shifted, returning to that dazed state. Just a moment. Saw a moment. Others thought the world in Qin Wudao's eyes was composed of stick figures. But in Qin Wudao's eyes, it was even more blurred. The people before him were entirely composed of clouds and mist, with no discernible differences. But for a moment, he indeed saw clearly the appearance of his ninth brother. What does this mean? Qin Wangchuan was full of confusion. Meanwhile, Qin Xuanji burst into laughter, nearly dropping the paper figurine in his hand. Eldest brother, did you change your words because you found something was off? Qin Zhao, sitting on the stone steps nearby, nodded while biting into a spiritual fruit. I feel the same. Perhaps he truly saw that just now the ninth brother was a bit off for that moment. Qin Qingzheng hesitated to speak. No. Qin Qingni repeatedly waved her hands, her slender fingers tracing arcs in the air. Last time eldest brother said the same about an iron man I made. Amidst the teasing of the crowd, the banquet gradually approached its end. The emperor's blood and fragments of the world turned into a rain of light falling from the sky, while outside, the young heirs of the Qin family sat together, joking about eldest brother. However, the atmosphere inside the hall was entirely different. Elders from various factions sat upright. The fine wine in their jade cups had long cooled, yet none dared to move. Their gazes flickered, sometimes stealing glances at the figures outside the hall, sometimes lowering their heads pretending to sip tea. The elders of the Li family in this generation of the Qin family murmured, their voices trembling, truly terrifying. But when her gaze swept over Li Qingwan on the high seat, the tense corners of her mouth turned into a smile. Fortunately, where there is joy, there is sorrow. In any case, this 10-year banquet will be recorded by the Qin family, becoming the most special banquet in history. However, in the unnoticed shadows, Qin Wangchuan's lips curved into a sharp arc. There was still one person to deal with. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the nod of love given by Li Qingwan, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 44. His Tao encompasses all rivers, the path of all laws returning to their source. In Ji Wuqing's simulation, a minor character caught Qin Wangchuan's attention. His cousin. After some investigation, he learned her name, Wang Mingyue, 13 years old. She was a hybrid of the Ji and Wang family's marriage. Coincidentally, she was also present at the banquet. There was no enmity. But his intuition told him this person had to die. Otherwise, she would surely become a future calamity. When the banquet ended, Qin Wangchuan intercepted Wang Mingyue's path. The girl halted in her steps, the silver bells on her skirt ringing crisply in the night. May I ask what the young master desires? She bowed slightly, her gaze subtly falling on the several guards behind Qin Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan leaned against the vermilion-painted column, the moonlight stretching his figure tall and slender. So how is it? He suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Is this banquet uncomfortable? Wang Mingyue raised her eyes with a faint smile. The young master jokes. It is my honor to attend this grand banquet. Yet her hands hidden in her sleeves tightened, fearing any signs would be seen. Qin Wangchuan didn't waste time with her. On the surface, he was a member of the Ji family, but he suddenly stepped closer, his gaze deep, yet he stood on the Wang family's side. The girl's pupils contracted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. This was not a test, but an inquiry for punishment. Even if the Heavenly Emperor did not intervene, did they really think they could deceive the heavens? He suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze like a blade piercing Wang Mingyue. The one who appeared today was indeed the Wang family's great emperor. The girl unconsciously took half a step back, but was firmly held down by a Qin family guard. The guard behind her attempted to resist, but was also suppressed. With the big figures captured, there was no need for a small character like her to keep her mouth shut. I have only one question. Qin Wangchuan leaned down and whispered in her ear, his warm breath making Wang Mingyue shiver. In a world filled with prodigies, why focus solely on me? Is it because of the eternal life, immortal body? Wang Mingyue's chest suddenly heaved violently, her originally gentle face twisting abruptly. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with a fierce light. Yes, she nearly screamed, her voice shattering the night silence. It is precisely because you have the eternal life, immortal body. The silver bells rang wildly with her intense movements, tracing chaotic arcs under the moonlight. The ancient holy body, the innate Tao embryo, none of these pose as much of a threat as you. She sneered repeatedly, her captured arms struggling, leaving behind red marks. Qin Wangchuan narrowed his eyes and ordered the guards to release her. Everyone says you will surely become the Heavenly Emperor in the future, but do you know what the Heavenly Emperor truly is? It is not just a few casually spoken words. My Wang family. With each word she spoke, her emotions grew more agitated. I witnessed the last great era's Heavenly Emperor chaos. Do you know how many Tao states collapsed back then? Her fingers pointed sharply to the sky. Billions of lives turned to ashes in the struggle of 3 heavenly emperors, and even my Wang family lost all its foundation. Just a battle among 3 people nearly annihilated the entire 3,000 states. Once you grow up and the Qin family adds another heavenly emperor, the tragedy will surely repeat in the future. For the sake of saving these lives, she said, her expression twisted as she looked at Qin Wangchuan. Tell me, are we wrong? Qin Wangchuan quietly listened to her roar, the moonlight casting deep shadows between his brows. This argument was indeed clearer than in the simulation. He suddenly chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with a hint of desolation. You are not wrong. Qin Wangchuan slowly raised his hand, his long fingers writing in the air. Just a matter of differing positions. As his fingertips passed, golden light flowed, and a golden character for Slay gradually took shape under the moonlight. She stared blankly at the radiance, as if seeing a destined conclusion. But I don't want to die. Qin Wangchuan's voice was soft, yet it made the surrounding air freeze. And then, at that instant, the character completed. A brilliant sword light shot through the air, so fast that even the wind sound couldn't keep up. The silver bells still swayed slightly, but Wang Mingyue's head had already soared high into the air. In her wide-open eyes, the gradually dissipating golden character was reflected. Only you will die. The night wind blew, dispersing the last trace of sword energy. When her head fell to the ground, the corners of her mouth were flat, no longer as vicious as in life. Perhaps she had accepted this conclusion. After all, as Qin Wangchuan said, it was merely a matter of differing positions. Since she dared to participate, she had long been prepared for death. So foolish. In the end, he sighed, crouching down to close her eyes. The Wang family witnessed the conflict of the Dao, and they were also affected. What does it have to do with a 13-year-old like you? Ultimately, you are just a pitiful person brainwashed and manipulated by the unseen hand. Young Master Yi Jiani stood behind, holding a zither, keenly sensing her master's displeasure but unsure how to comfort him. She could only accompany him from behind. In the distance, Li Qingwan stood watching. You asked me that question earlier. I have the answer now. Li Qingwan momentarily did not react. What? Qin Wangchuan continued to speak to himself. People are foolish. All paths are different, and all beings are estranged. Just like in this world, the weak are fearful, and even the strong cannot find peace. Ultimately, it is merely the four words the source is different that cause trouble. Since it is so, why not let me unify all paths? Merging all families into one. The Dao patterns in Qin Wangchuan's eyes flowed, and behind him appeared countless intertwining phantoms of the Dao. This is my Dao Sea, encompassing all rivers, the path of all laws returning to their source. If the Heavenly Emperor cannot do it, then the Immortal Emperor. If the Immortal Emperor cannot do it, then above the Immortal Emperor. When these words fell, the entire world suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. The suspended dust, flowing spiritual energy, and even the flickering candlelight in the distance all froze at that moment. Suddenly, boom, a golden beam of light, purely condensed from the laws of the Dao, descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Wangchuan entirely. Within the light, countless ancient Dao patterns flowed like swimming fish, spontaneously evolving the mysteries of myriad techniques. Even more astonishingly, a vague imperial figure gradually emerged in the void behind him. That imperial figure wore a 12-feathered crown and a robe of the stars of the universe. Although the face was unclear, it exuded an awe-inspiring majesty that made all things submit. Who has realized the Dao to attract the manifestation of the Dao? A cultivator in the distance exclaimed in shock. Even the two heavenly emperors in the 10th heaven couldn't help but exclaim softly, "This kid of yours is indeed interesting." Chapter 45. When the music ends and the crowd disperses, savoring the exquisite feast alone, amidst the distant exclamations of the cultivators. The golden beam of light that pierced heaven and earth suddenly shrank, as if a whale swallowed the sea, merging into Qin Wangchuan's body. The vague and majestic imperial figure behind him also gradually faded away. In the end, only wisps of Dao rhyme remained, proving that the shocking scene just now was not an illusion. The solidified space flowed again, the dust continued to dance, and the candlelight flickered back to life. Li Qingwan, being the closest, felt the impact most strongly. She stared blankly at Qin Wangchuan, having truly witnessed her little fiancé's astonishing comprehension for the first time. Enlightened at 10 years old, if this momentum continues, he is highly likely to become the youngest emperor in history. The wind carried a smell of blood and a hint of coolness, and the Dao patterns in Qin Wangchuan's eyes slowly calmed. The sharpness that resonated with myriad paths slightly retracted, but his overall demeanor had undergone a fundamental transformation. It was as if he were a divine sword concealed in a heavy sheath. Though its brilliance was temporarily hidden, it contained enough sharpness to open up the heavens and the earth. Yet what Li Qingwan cared about was still the scene of Qin Wangchuan's anger moments ago. She took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions surging in her heart, and slowly stepped forward. The voice of the boy named Han Han, who was actually Li Qingwan, was gentle like the spring rain of March, filled with a hint of worry and concern. I still have a few chaos azure lotus seeds, which can reunite the scattered souls and restore the physical body to its original state. She thought he was angry because of that boy's death. If that's the case, isn't resurrection possible? Qin Wangchuan slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Li Qingwan's worried face. Those eyes, which had just calmed down from the Dao patterns, once again became deep and inscrutable. It seemed as if he wanted to see through her eyes, to penetrate the causality and vortex behind it all. Thank you, but no need. Qin Wangchuan suddenly chuckled lightly, the residual Dao patterns on his fingertips flickering uncertainly in the night. If he wanted to live. He paused. And how could he risk his life to give me that thing? Before his words fell, he had already turned and stepped away. The moonlight elongated his shadow, casting a sharp silhouette on the ground. Little dog that deceives. The voice was as light as the night wind brushing by, causing Li Qingwan's pupils to suddenly constrict. A flush of crimson quickly spread from her ear tips to her cheeks, like the evening glow staining the clouds. She turned abruptly to look at that figure, her red lips slightly parted. But it was as if an invisible force had choked her throat, leaving her unable to utter a word for a long time. How did you guess? Under the moonlight, Qin Wangchuan's figure gradually faded into the distance. He had initially wanted to tease her, but now, he had lost that interest. Task completed, breaker of the game. Task content: uncover the Wang family's conspiracy, shatter the undercurrents of the 10 Directions Immortal Court. Reward: Directional Simulation unlocked. Above the 10 heavens of longevity. It turns out this lineage is the source of the trouble. Emperor Yi Jiani looked down at the farce below, his palm slowly lifting the floating black nail. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It is my Ji family's lack of discipline that has allowed such collusion with foreign realms to occur. He lightly pinched the black nail, which immediately emitted a piercing shriek. Fortunately, it did not cause a major disaster. It is better to clear this threat early. Old Qin, I owe you a favor. 2. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, his tone unyielding. 1. The previously ethereal Emperor Yi Jiani immediately puffed up his beard and glared, his sleeves moving without wind. 2. Just 1. Emperor Yi Jiani's eyes widened. Don't think I didn't notice that your little brat is using my Ji family's secret technique. Saying this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Although it is an incomplete version. How about this? I will send someone to bring the complete version another day. Emperor Yi Jiani stroked his beard and said, plus a pair of Tai Su divine feathers. That should be enough to cover a favor. 2 pairs. However, Qin Tai suddenly raised his gaze. His eyes as deep as an abyss, and the Tianyuan ancient scroll. You. Emperor Yi Jiani was about to explode, but after thinking of old Qin's character, he sighed helplessly. Fine. 1 favor, the complete secret method, and 2 pairs of Tai Su divine feathers. As for that Tianyuan ancient scroll, absolutely not. The corner of Emperor Yi Jiani's eye twitched, his white beard moving without wind, and he laughed in anger. Old Qin, don't take advantage of the situation. Qin Tai's expression remained unchanged, but with a wave of his sleeve, a scene appeared in the void. It was precisely the moment when Qin Wangchuan made his bold claim. If the Heavenly Emperor cannot achieve it, then the Immortal Emperor shall. If the Immortal Emperor cannot achieve it, then above the Immortal Emperor. Looking at this, do you dare say your heart is as still as water? Emperor Yi Jiani fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he coldly snorted. So that's how it is. You are forcing me to place a bet. He looked deeply at Qin Tai. The Tianyuan ancient scroll can be given to you, but I have 2 conditions. Suddenly, Emperor Yi Jiani raised his hand, and a golden light shot into the sky, transforming into a contract rune that obscured the sun. First, this kid must go to the Ji family to preach 3 times before he attains Dao. The Wang family borrowing from the Ji family to obtain foreign objects is not a coincidence. That Ji family's holy son, who bore the Tai Su sacred body, not only stole the core Dao patterns of the Void Mirror, but also blood-sacrificed 3 path-guarding elders during his defection. He once established the Void Sky Pavilion in the foreign realm, specifically opposing the Ji family. Although the Ji family turned their hands and reduced the Void Sky Pavilion to ashes, that mirror pattern seemed to escape into nothingness, elusive for tens of thousands of years. With Qin Wangchuan's attainment of Dao, perhaps he could yield some results. Qin Tai was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. But a single word fell, and the contract formed a pattern, vanishing into the void. Another long silence ensued. Emperor Yi Jiani's gaze pierced through the void, his voice as if coming from the end of ancient times. Can he really reach the Immortal Emperor, or even above the Immortal Emperor? Probably. If he can, then we. Before the words were finished, both fell silent. As Qin Wangchuan said, the weak live in fear, and even the strong find it hard to be stable. Even if they become the Heavenly Emperor, they always think about taking another step further. As the banquet gradually dispersed, the guests transformed into flowing lights and left, leaving only the clear radiance in the courtyard. Inside Wangchuan Pavilion, the mountain of congratulatory gifts in the courtyard emitted various colors of treasure light, illuminating the entire courtyard with brilliance. Outside, maidservants dressed in light gauze continuously brought in treasures, holding gilded brocade boxes like a flowing stream. Qin Wangchuan was exploring the new functions of the system while casually flipping through the gift list. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on a few lines of text. Sacred object of the Flame Clan, 9 Flame Golden Crow. Chapter 46. He waits in the river of fate, waiting for the time of agreement to arrive. Qin Wangchuan lightly tapped the flame pattern seal on the brocade box. Red light flowed like lava from the seams, scorching the air slightly. With a soft crack, the seal shattered, and a fluffy red fireball rolled into his palm. There was no divine bird of the golden crow that burns the heavens and boils the seas. It was clearly a drooping, dazed little red chick. Its sparse fluff revealed its pink skin, and it had only 3 tail feathers, one of which was charred and curled, looking like wild grass struck by lightning. Cheap. The little chick raised its head. Its bean-sized eyes shimmered with a glazed luster, reflecting Qin Wangchuan's expressionless face. It tried to flap its wings to approach its mother, but ended up tumbling over with a thud, sparks flying from its fluff. Qin Wangchuan looked down, seeing the little red chick tilting its head back, its glazed eyes filled with affection, its tiny claws tightly gripping his sleeve. But when the maidservant approached, the little creature quickly shrank its neck and hid its feathers. its tail feathers trembling and emitting a few timid blue flames. Hearing that it would recognize the first person it saw after hatching as Qin was indeed interesting, but it was too small to be of any use. Raise it. The youth pinched the little chick by its neck and casually tossed it away. The red fluff ball drew an arc in the air, landing steadily in the hands of the maid behind him. From then on, it was taken care of by dedicated personnel, drinking heavenly dew, pecking at divine crystals, and even resting in a warm nest made of rare treasures difficult to find in the outside world. When its wings grew strong and its tail feathers shone, it would be time for it to be of use. Next, 86 District Spiritual Vaneland, Deed of the Western Region. Qin Wangchuan glanced over the gilded jade book, feeling uninterested. This gift from the Central State Dynasty seemed substantial, but was actually of little use. The territory was good, but at present, there was no energy to manage it. Maybe I can give it to Seventh Sister? Qin Wangchuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Seventh Sister was indeed a shrewd merchant, she had always been top-notch in management. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent a message to Seventh Sister. Then he focused his gaze on a jade box. He remembered this. It contained the dragon hearts sent by Fifth Sister. Fifth Sister was quite straightforward. Qin Wangchuan opened the jade box. Inside lay 3 blood-red ancient dragon hearts, still pulsating as if alive. The dragon heart can forge the supreme foundation, but it was already unnecessary at this moment. Take it to roast. Qin Wangchuan handed the jade box to the ink-clad maid next to him. It was Yi Jiani. Her tall figure, clad in dark clothing, outlined her graceful curves. And now her every movement possessed a captivating elegance. A few small bells hung from the hem of her skirt, jingling with her steps. With this sound wave, she could not only see this world, but even see it more clearly than most. Yes, in less than half a tea time, Yi Jiani returned, supporting a gilded food table. The 3 dragon hearts had been roasted to a golden crisp, with an amber-colored dragon fat congealing on the surface. The fragrance forming 3 mini dragon-like shapes swimming in the dish. Let's eat together. Qin Wangchuan tore off the most succulent piece of dragon heart meat. And as the fat dripped, golden flames ignited in the air. Yi Jiani's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she dared not truly sit down to eat together. She merely stood with her head bowed, holding the piece of dragon meat in both hands, taking small bites, her lips glistening with the golden oil. The moment the dragon meat entered her throat, a violent blood energy exploded within her, her muscles and bones feeling as if they were being reshaped by fierce fire. Delicate dragon scale patterns surfaced on her skin, only to vanish in an instant. Yi Jiani was even more unbearable, with dense dragon scales appearing on her snowy white skin. With each swallow, the dragon scales on her body would shine a little brighter, and even her toes unconsciously curled, as if repressing the surging power within. Young master. She suddenly pressed her hand against her violently rising chest, where a mass of golden light was moving along her meridians. It's fine. Try to operate your spiritual power. Yi Jiani activated her spiritual platform, and the restless golden light immediately calmed down. The ancient dragon heart was condensed from the blood essence of true dragons. Although it was not as effective as direct absorption, consuming it could help shed her mortal form and forge a dragon spirit body. He casually tore off a second piece of dragon meat and said slowly, "Dragon scales appearing on the skin serve as dragon armor for protection, making it hard for ordinary treasures to harm you. The golden light flowing through the meridians can transform all poisons into nutrients." Qin Wangchuan wiped the oil from his fingertips and stood up, his clothes fluttering, bringing with it a lingering dragon breath. He scanned the maidservants in the hall and said, "There's still plenty left. You all come and have some too. It's also an opportunity." The maidservants were momentarily stunned, then joy and disbelief shone in their eyes. They all bowed and curtsied, their actions appearing respectful, yet in the instant they straightened up, they unconsciously quickened their pace. Each of them held the dragon meat with slightly trembling fingertips, wanting to maintain their composure while taking small bites, yet unable to resist frequently biting down. Their ruby lips smeared with oil, not even bothering to wipe it off, only quietly licking with their tongues. The eldest maid in purple had tears welling at the corners of her eyes, but dared not raise her hand to wipe them. She took small bites, silently reciting in her heart, "Being by the young master's side is simply wonderful. Unlike the sisters serving the 8th prince. Last time when I was a bit slow while combing hair, I was punished to kneel on broken jade for an entire night. Next, it was these 3. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword gifted by his elder brother, Qin Wudao, immediately flew out. Along with it was the Dao fruit sent by the wood ancestor, and also the transparent ancient sword sent by the Li family, sealed with a drop of blood. First, let us see what my brother sent. The sword body was unsharpened, yet it seemed capable of splitting the void. What a good sword. Qin Wangchuan's eyes brightened, and just as his fingertips touched the hilt, he felt a vast sword intent surge into his meridians. This sword had already developed a spirit, perfectly resonating with his Tao rhythm. Refining. A drop of blood fell, and the chaotic flying sword transformed into flowing light, merging with his spiritual platform. In an instant, the sword energy around Qin Wangchuan surged, like a galaxy hanging upside down. The solitary phoenix automatically flew out, circling around this unexpected guest, as if appraising it. Right. A name. Qin Wangchuan pondered slightly, and soon had an idea. Solitary phoenix, cry to the heavens. You shall be named Crying Sky. He put away the two swords. The wood ancestor said that consuming it could glimpse the river of fate, but he didn't know what it would be like. Qin Wangchuan lowered his eyes and stared at the Tao fruit in his palm, the translucent fruit flesh seeming to have a galaxy flowing within. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it down. As the Tao fruit entered his throat, Qin Wangchuan's thoughts were suddenly pulled far away, as if transformed into a drop of water, falling into the vast and boundless river. He was still him, yet somehow not him, drifting along, lost in confusion. He didn't know how long he had been adrift before his consciousness gradually solidified. When he raised his eyes, a towering mountain stood before him. No, it was not a mountain, but a person. That person merely stood still, yet made Qin Wangchuan's soul tremble, as if an ant gazing up at the sky. Even his breathing froze. He merely cast a glance down, and it seemed like heavenly light fell. You shouldn't be here yet. Chapter 47. Since you wish to become the strongest, you must walk the path of the strongest. The indifferent voice fell, and Qin Wangchuan didn't even have time to react before a sword light slashed down from the heavens. Whoosh. That sword just now. Qin Wangchuan, not bothering to wipe away his cold sweat, gripped his sword and instinctively wanted to recreate the insight of that moment. Unfortunately, Qin Wangchuan whispered, feeling a bit dazed. Although he had only glimpsed it for an instant, it had already allowed him to vaguely touch upon a certain supreme sword principle. Unfortunately, the opportunity passed in the blink of an eye, and that feeling was hard to capture again. Unless he received another sword from that person, Qin Wangchuan murmured to himself. But he knew it was impossible. After all, the wood ancestor said this fruit took 30,000 years to mature. Qin Wangchuan shook his head and chuckled, a trace of profound starlight appearing in his eyes. This fate with the sword is indeed an unexpected joy. Since it allowed me to glimpse this sword, it must be destined. One day, with a light flick of the sword tip, slicing through the night wind, I will personally stand before that person, openly and uprightly. Accept this sword. Thinking this, Qin Wangchuan then turned his gaze to the ancient sword from the Li family in his hand. This was the last congratulatory gift. Inside was a drop of the Li family's ancestor's blood. Although he could sense the sword intent within, it felt as if something was separating him from it. As for the blood inside, it probably wouldn't be easy to extract. It seemed he would need to make a trip to the Li family. Just as he was pondering this, a clear shout suddenly came from outside the hall. I'm here. Before the words were finished, seventh sister Qin Miaoyan rushed in, lifting her skirt, the jade abacus at her waist clinking. How did you come so quickly? Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow. Other things can be slow, but matters related to money can't be slow. Qin Miaoyan rubbed her hands, her eyes shining brightly. Is it really as the message said? She took a few steps closer, eagerly asking, all 86 counties belong to me? Qin Wangchuan looked at her with disdain. What do you mean all belong to you? I said it's temporarily under your management. Qin Miaoyan nodded vigorously. Of course. Of course. She rolled her eyes and then asked, how will the profits be divided? Also a 3-7 split. Qin Wangchuan extended 3 fingers. I take 7, you take 3, no negotiation. He originally thought Qin Miaoyan would haggle, but unexpectedly, she quickly began to manipulate the abacus. While saying I can't earn much from this, she decisively nodded. Deal? This straightforwardness instead surprised Qin Wangchuan. Little did he know, Qin Miaoyan was overjoyed inside. Such a large territory, so many secret realms and ruins, with so many family powers on it, even if it's a 3-7 split. Just from the taxes every year, she could get an astronomical figure. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wangchuan still reminded her, don't mess around. This land deed doesn't take effect immediately. He had reason to suspect that seventh sister, this cunning merchant, would do anything for money. Understood, understood. Qin Miaoyan rolled her eyes, twirling her fingertips around her hair tips, appearing nonchalant. These plots of land are my money bags. Mess around? Unless I'm crazy. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, her apricot eyes narrowing, lowering her voice. You don't know? Third sister had a whim a few days ago, wanting to build some Xuanxian-level celestial patrol seat, saying it's a special flying boat that can suppress a realm. Saying this, she gritted her teeth in anger. The ancestor actually agreed. Spirit crystals are pouring out like water, all from my account. If this goes on, I'll run out of my original capital. I say, all this useless stuff. Suddenly, she paused, her eyes sparkling, and suddenly pointed outside the hall. I wasn't alone when I came. Look. Following her gaze, they saw eighth sister Qin Zhao hiding behind a pillar outside the hall, cautiously peeking her head out. But she accidentally knocked against the hairpin on her hairdo, creating a clattering noise. Seeing this scene, Qin Miayan's red lips curled into a sly smile. Before the words were finished, a delicate shout suddenly exploded from afar, like thunder breaking through the clouds. Sister. Qin Miayan hurriedly covered her mouth. All right, I won't say it, I won't say it. As she turned to leave, a palm-sized purple jade box was thrown from a distance by Qin Zhao, with a note attached. Looking up, the person had already disappeared from sight. Look at your pitiful state. I, miss, will generously reward you with a gift. Be grateful. The handwriting was messy, and there was a drawing of a tongue-out ghost face. Opening the box, inside was a ring made of void mysterious crystal. The interior formed a formation that could contain mountains and rivers. Heh, Qin Wangchuan played with the ring, shaking his head and chuckling. This girl clearly regretted giving women's jewelry and couldn't bring herself to apologize, so she could only remedy it with something more valuable. A typical little devil behavior. After counting the congratulatory gifts, Qin Wangchuan sat alone on the top of Wangchuan Pavilion, the night breeze lifting his tied black hair. Below, Yi Jiani was playing the guqin, the music melodious. In the distance, the setting sun was like blood, the twilight that was about to fall reflected in his eyes, surging with sword intent, and his thin lips pressed into a cold, straight line. He still couldn't forget that sword. Since he wanted to become the strongest, he had to walk the path of the strongest. Qin Wangchuan's gaze was deep, as if penetrating the void, looking towards the unknown path of the immortal emperor. Suddenly, he stood up, his robes swirling, creating a rustling sound. Tomorrow, he would go to the Li family. Chapter 48, Arriving at the Li family. Qin Wangchuan stood on the deck of the flying boat, his black gold robe rustling in the gale. Under his feet, the Xianxiao-class sky patrol boat glowed with dark blue spiritual patterns, and 36 pairs of wing-like boundary-breaking sails on both sides of the boat were slowly retracting. This was the latest generation of flying boats from the Qin family, developed and put into large-scale use by his third sister, Qin Xingni. Although it couldn't compare to the sky patrol seat she mentioned, its performance was unquestionable. Young master, something is following us. The bell by Yi Jiani's ear rang without wind, and she lightly tapped the void with her fingertip, revealing a giant beast resembling a mountain. Qin Wangchuan looked over. The cloud-swallowing beast, resembling a qilin but with 6 wings, was continuously spewing mist from the gaps in its scales. At this moment, it was closely following the flying boat from 10 miles behind. He glanced at the swirling mist behind and scoffed. With that little speed, it won't even touch the tail sail of my Qin family's flying boat. It will realize soon enough to retreat. Before he finished speaking, another guard stepped forward, cold light flashing. If the young master is displeased, I can kill it. No need. Qin Wangchuan raised his hand to stop him, his gaze falling on the newly installed diamond crystal at the flying boat's window. This was a spiritual light cannon developed by his third sister. Let's try this. Charging. With Qin Wangchuan's command, a rumble of mechanical gears echoed from the bottom of the flying boat. Suddenly, 12 gaps opened on both sides of the deck, revealing a rotating spiritual gathering formation inside. Those formations reorganized like living creatures, quickly assembling around the diamond crystal into a giant cannon barrel with a diameter of 30 feet. The cloud-swallowing beast seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its 6 wings to change direction. But then, a blinding white light lit up at the cannon's mouth, and the entire world was dyed a ghastly blue. Boom. The light beam pierced through the clouds with a roar like a dragon's cry. The cloud-swallowing beast didn't even have time to wail before half its body was vaporized, and the remaining part exploded into a sky of blood rain. The light beam continued unabated, smashing a distant mountain peak to bits. A bit less powerful. Qin Wangchuan looked at the gradually melting mountain stone, lightly tapping his fingertip. But this issue with the caliber can be resolved. It's not feasible now, but if the caliber could be increased to 10 times, 20 times, or even 100 times, perhaps I can invest a little in my third sister? Just as he was thinking, a wave of sword intent suddenly struck. As the mist dispersed, a giant sword thousands of feet long pierced the sky, with black iron chains coiling around the blade, clattering in the wind. They had already entered the Li family's territory. After sailing for a long time, they finally arrived at the Li family. As the flying boat passed through the last barrier, the entire sword domain suddenly opened up. 9 towering sword peaks were arranged in a starry formation, each peak suspended with a 1,000-foot ancient sword. And the black iron chains hanging from the sword tassels clashed in the gale, producing the sound of gold and iron. This was the famous Nine Sons town boundary sword formation of the heavenly swordly family. Many well-known sword cultivators came here to comprehend the sword. At the very top, a giant sword completely red in color fell from the void, carrying boundless sword intent, with the words heavenly sword inscribed on it. The sword intent contained in those characters made Qin Wangchuan nod in satisfaction. He hadn't come to the wrong place. Several blue sword rainbows guided the flying boat. Sensing something, he looked up to see a white figure gracefully descending along the chains, her robes fluttering like a celestial being visiting the mortal realm. Wangchuan. Li Qingwan lightly tapped her toes, and the moment she landed on the deck, even the howling gale around the flying boat fell silent. Dressed in a flowing moon-white skirt, her face was picturesque, and her brows resembled distant mountains. Her phoenix eyes were as cool as water, making her appear ethereal and stunning. But when those ice-like eyes fell on Qin Wangchuan, the cold mist in them suddenly melted away like a red plum blooming on a towering ice cliff. And even the Qingfeng's sword at her waist buzzed with excitement. Was the journey smooth? She asked softly. The scent of cold plum blossoms filled his nostrils. Although she had picked up some dust, how could dust cling to a flying boat surrounded by formations? Before Qin Wangchuan could speak, he noticed that Li Qingwan had already extended her slightly cool, delicate hand towards him. Of course, I know it's significant. But what do you mean by extending your hand? Although they were indeed engaged, holding hands wasn't a big deal. However, it seemed she had become even stranger since their identities were announced. Qin Wangchuan thought to himself, but as he lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of the fleeting arc at the corner of Li Qingwan's lips. Let's go, we shouldn't keep the Ancestor waiting. Sunlight passed through the wind chimes at the edge of the sword pavilion, casting scattered halos in her hair. The girl walked lightly, her skirt flowing like rippling water. Unintentionally, she leaned closer, her soft curves snuggling tightly against his arm. In the distance, the 9 ancient swords floated in the sea of clouds, the chains swaying in the wind, producing delicate sounds of gold and jade in the morning light, like time gently knocking. What a peaceful time. Chapter 49, Sword Tomb Comprehension. In the distance, around the square, several maids who were sweeping froze in place. The leading maid in green accidentally broke her broom with a crack. The sound particularly crisp in the courtyard where everyone was silently comprehending the sword. Did the young lady just take the man's hand? What? Many Li family disciples sitting in meditation suddenly opened their eyes, looking in the same direction with widened eyes. We sword cultivators don't care about such affairs of love. In the crowd, one person appeared calm, but the next moment jumped up. But if it's the young lady, then it's different. Where is she? Where is she? Is this really our sword cultivator demon who once froze 14 states with a single sword? The disciple murmured in disbelief, his voice low but audible to everyone present. Last year, when the Chu family's young master presented a divine weapon, the young lady didn't even give him a glance. She even killed him for stepping a few paces closer. It was only after Chu Qingyan intervened that it was settled, but now she actually. The maid's gaze was fixed on the pair of intertwined hands, her voice growing softer. Although the murmurs were quiet, there were many. In an instant, the entire Li family seemed to freeze. Whether it was the disciples practicing swordsmanship, the servants sweeping, or the loose cultivators comprehending sword intent, even the ethereal cranes resting at the eaves all turned to look at the scene of the two hands clasped together. The level of surprise was equivalent to seeing Qin Wudao smiling broadly while holding a woman as he walked into the Qin family. Qin Wangchuan listened to the discussions behind him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, and he looked at Li Qingwan with warmth. Just getting close, and you already chopped someone? So ruthless? What else are they saying? He tilted his head slightly, lowering his voice, too far away to hear clearly. How about you tell me? The young man's warm voice carried a hint of amusement. He intended to make this cool girl blush a little, so she would let go of his hand. Li Qingwan's fingertips moved slightly. Not only did she not let go, but she also gently gathered her 5 fingers. Naturally, she heard clearly. Her voice remained cold, but it carried a hint of imperceptible softness as she paused. Her tone tinged with a hint of shyness, softer still. I have never let a man get this close. The young girl lightly brushed against his sleeve, sweeping away non-existent dust, her movements delicate as if she were arranging something precious. As she spoke, Li Qingwan slightly turned her head, the tips of her ears flushing with a barely visible hue, treating you particularly differently. Although she had acknowledged this fiancé, she regarded him merely as a younger brother and had no thoughts of crossing boundaries for now. Well, for now, after failing to tease him, Qin Wangchuan walked on with a blank expression. No chuckling. Upon seeing Qin Wangchuan's calm demeanor, Li Qingwan suddenly let out a light laugh. That laughter was like ice breaking on a lake, clear and pleasant, yet it made everyone present gasp. The laughter of the Li family's young lady was rarer than her sword. What? She tilted her head, the tassel of her jade hairpin swaying lightly, her eyes holding a cunning that outsiders had never seen before. As if an older sister were teasing her younger brother, the future immortal emperor of the Qin family can also feel shy? No, we're here. Qin Wangchuan expressionlessly stepped into the hall. If he had known that revealing her identity would also tear away that layer of cold restraint, he certainly would not have spoken so easily. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wangchuan paused his steps and finally reminded softly, the path should not be so narrow. Our engagement is merely a matter of convenience. If you become infatuated with love and your cultivation falls behind me, you might lose your identity as my fiancée." Before Qin Wangchuan's words fell, he suddenly felt a tightness at his wrist. The sword aura barrier at the hall's entrance vibrated in response to her tug. The distance between the two suddenly shortened, close enough to see his reflection in her eyes. Li Qingluan's expression remained unchanged as she took another step forward. The hem of her skirt brushed over the bluestone slab, leaving behind fine cracks as delicate as hair, remnants of the sword intent that unconsciously overflowed from her. "The path is naturally broad." Her voice remained cold, but as she raised her eyes, her eyelashes trembled imperceptibly. However, the wind chimes at the eaves suddenly fell silent. "If we're talking about cultivation," Li Qingluan suddenly turned her gaze, her tone excessively calm, "I will not lose to you." Qin Wangchuan was stunned. The seemingly calm Li family heiress before him now exuded something unusual in his eyes. The taut corners of her lips, her overly deliberate calmness, and the sword scars left by her skirt all indicated the turmoil within her heart. Was it because he said that the fiancé might be replaced that she got jealous? Like a cat that exploded in anger but pretended to be aloof. He thought to himself. Every day, he swallowed hard, his pupils contracting sharply, his finger pointing at the hall's entrance trembling incessantly. I must be going mad to see this. Before he finished speaking, someone beside him covered his mouth. "Lower your voice. Do you want to be killed by the young lady?" Meanwhile, on the high seat inside the hall, the usually imposing Li family Tian crushed the green jade teacup in his hand into powder. What a good old ghost of the Qin family. His eyes twitched. It hadn't been long, and it was one thing to take away a person. But to even steal a heart? After entangling for a moment, the two entered the grand hall, standing shoulder to shoulder, their sleeves almost indistinguishable from each other. Li Tiandi's gaze lingered for a moment on the overlapping edges of their garments before he coughed lightly. Qin Wangchuan's fingertips moved slightly, but felt a faint resistance from his sleeve. A strand of sword aura was quietly wrapping around his cuff. Li Qingluan's expression remained the same as she looked ahead. Only the tassel on the wooden sword at her waist moved without wind, leaving small sword marks on the bluestone floor. It seemed that what had just been said touched someone's reverse scale. Even in front of the Tiandi, she maintained perfect poise. However, that seemingly casually draped wide sleeve was now as immovable as iron, locking the distance between them in just the right intimate range. The stubbornness of a sword cultivator had always been this unassuming. "Very well." Li Tiandi waved his sleeve and turned around. The spiritual energy in the hall suddenly condensed into a beam of light. As previously agreed, you may enter the sword tomb to comprehend. He lightly tapped his fingertip, and the light revealed the vast sword tomb beneath the enormous heavenly sword. As the light flowed, a mournful sword cry could be faintly heard. How long you can stay inside, and how much you can gain all depends on yourself. Chapter 50. Asking the Heart Path. What is the purpose of seeking the sword? The sword is the other half of a sword cultivator's life. The sword tomb is not an ordinary burial place for swords. It is the resting place for the Li family and the fallen sword cultivators of the world. Therefore, every sword in the sword tomb carries the sword intent, obsession, and even the unscattered souls of their owners in life. After long nurturing, they can even give rise to mad sword spirits. These are not mere spiritual bodies, but remnants of souls with strong obsessions. They actively attack the living, pulling them into illusions to reenact their owner's last battle in life. Those with weak wills may sink into it, their souls dissipating and eventually occupying the flesh. Although dangerous, it is also an excellent place to comprehend the sword. A group of people arrived at the barrier before the sword tomb. Qin Wangchuan stood at the edge of the barrier, his pupils suddenly contracting. Before him stood a towering sword mountain built from millions of ancient swords, their rusted blades interlocking and glowing with a dark red blood light in the twilight. The entire mountain resembled a mountain of corpses piled high, desperately reaching for the heavenly sword that hung in the sky, utterly shocking. It was as if these were not lifeless objects, but one person after another. In the middle of the mountain extended a narrow path that could only accommodate one person, with densely packed blades on either side trembling from time to time, emitting a chilling buzzing sound. This path was called the Asking Heart Path. Li Qingluan helped Qin Wangchuan adjust his clothes while explaining, "Every 10 steps you take, you must answer a question from your ancestors. This determines how far you can go and where you can comprehend the sword." She lightly drew her finger, and Qin Wangchuan's palm suddenly held a snow-white, lustrous jade pearl and a jade slip glowing with a blue light. "Listen carefully." Li Qingluan's voice was extremely low, with a rare hint of severity. "This pearl is called the soul-settling pearl. Holding it under your tongue can calm the soul and ward off all evils. But you can only use it after finishing the Asking Heart Path." After speaking, her fingertip touched the jade slip again, and a blood-colored pattern faintly emerged on its surface, seemingly connected to her breath. If you encounter danger, Li Qingwan's voice suddenly paused. Break it, and I will definitely come to save you. The two white-haired elders had already started forming seals ahead, and the sword aura surged like a tide, parting to reveal a deep passage. Qin Wangchuan nodded and was about to step in when Li Qingwan suddenly grabbed his sleeve and whispered in his ear amid the sky full of sword cries. Opportunities are small, but life is big. Be careful. After she finished her last sentence, her cold, frost-like eyes were tightly fixed on him, clearly filled with worry. Qin Wangchuan's lips curled up slightly. This smile was faint yet inexplicably reassuring. Okay, I remember. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, like a stream flowing gently through the mountains, carrying a comforting strength. After saying this, he gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to rest assured. As he turned to step into the sword tomb, his back was as straight as a pine tree, each step taken steadily. The passage slowly closed behind him, and Qin Wangchuan's figure was instantly swallowed by the swirling sword aura. Li Qingwan stood in place, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the back of her hand that he had just touched, as if his palm's warmth still lingered there. The ancient swords embedded in the rock walls on both sides suddenly trembled in unison, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. The rusted sword bodies flickered with dark red bloodlight, as if countless eyes were peering from the darkness. Who comes? A voice indistinguishable in gender suddenly echoed from all directions. Qin Wangchuan did not stop his steps. The immortal bones within him suddenly lit up, and strands of pale golden immortal light flowed out from his meridians, forming a hazy halo around him. His gaze was like a torch, his voice steady as a mountain. Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. As soon as his words fell, several blue lanterns suddenly lit up in the passage ahead, seemingly inviting him to move forward. After 10 steps, the ancient swords on both sides suddenly emitted a piercing screech. The rusted sword bodies had dark red blood rust that peeled off on its own, condensing in the air into 4 grotesque blood characters. What do you seek a sword for? The wording was chiseled like a knife, carrying a sharp, questioning intent. He did not stop his steps to control the universe. The moment the 4 words were spoken, the blood characters exploded with a roar, transforming into a sky full of blood mist. After 20 steps, viscous blood beads suddenly seeped from the cracks in the blue bricks on the ground, each bead glistening with a chilling light, winding together on the ground and ultimately condensing into 4 sharp blood characters. Have you betrayed anyone? The characters twisted like a venomous snake's tongue, exuding an aggressive momentum. Not betraying my heart. He stepped over the blood characters, his footprints igniting with faint golden flames. After 30 steps, the rock wall above shook violently, countless fragments falling, colliding and rubbing against each other in midair, splashing out dazzling sparks, ultimately piecing together 3 sharp stone characters. Do you fear death? Each character had clear edges, as if they were to pierce the void. Fear not the path of death. He raised his head and stared directly at the stone characters, his gaze like lightning. The stone characters shattered with a crack, their powder scattering before it could even touch the ground, shredded by sword energy. After 40 steps, the entire passage suddenly groaned under an unbearable burden, tilting at a 45-degree angle. The sword blades on both sides crazily carved into the rock wall, amidst the flying stone chips. The 4 large characters, how sharp is the sword, rushed towards him with a fierce sword intent, every stroke like a sword drawn from its sheath. Can sever the stars. His voice was not loud, yet it made the tilted passage come to a standstill, then slowly return to its original position. The characters on the rock wall cracked inch by inch, ultimately turning to dust. At 50 steps, all the ancient swords suddenly let out a mournful cry, hanging upside down. Countless sword tassels wriggled like living creatures, twisting in midair into the grotesque characters who is supreme in heaven and earth. Within the characters, countless faces of pain and howling could be faintly seen. On the path of cultivation, anyone can be supreme. Before he finished speaking, half of the upside-down ancient swords emitted a crisp snapping sound, their sword bodies returning to their positions as those twisted faces vanished. At 60 steps, the ground suddenly cracked open with countless fissures, dark fog spewing out like ink, swirling and twisting in midair, ultimately condensing into the eerie characters. Do you believe in heaven's will? Each character constantly changed form, sometimes resembling a wailing ghost, sometimes a grinning demon. My will is heaven's will. He took a step forward, and the grotesque faces in the black mist simultaneously let out a shriek, collapsing as if struck by heavenly thunder. At 70 steps, the air ahead suddenly rippled, and a water mirror appeared out of nowhere. In the mirror's wavering surface, the 4 characters, what is the meaning of love, emerged like swimming fish, each character crystal clear, yet exuding a bone-chilling coldness, as if to freeze a person's soul. No debts, no grievances. He gazed directly at the characters in the mirror, his expression calm. Qin Wangchuan moved forward, yet he was unaware. Outside the sword tomb, 7 days passed like fleeting clouds. Is he not out yet? Li Qingwan stood at the entrance, seeing no trace of Qin Wangchuan, only the morning breeze stirring the fallen leaves. Several guarding disciples exchanged glances. According to precedent, those of mediocre talent would be driven back by the overwhelming sword intent within a day or two. Those with slightly better aptitude might last 4 or 5 days. As for lasting 6 or 7 days, throughout the generations, only exceptional talents like Li Qingwan could achieve that. Could it be that this Qin family heir has such qualifications in the sword path? Perhaps he has realized something. Let us wait a bit longer. The morning bell rang in the distance, startling a flock of crows. 10 days later at the sword tomb's guarding hall. Still not out? The tea lid in the hands of the guarding elder scraped against the cup rim, producing a harsh scratching sound. This Qin family heir is causing trouble. If something happens in my Li family, it would be disastrous. Quickly report to the elders. Also, go to the sword tomb. Chapter 51. Questioning the heart's path to the limits, the path of man and heaven. Outside the sword tomb. Make way. Elders from the Li family arrived in succession, and many had already knelt down. The eldest elder squinted towards the entrance of the barrier that was supposed to be calm. But now there was a flow of sword energy. He intended to forcefully open the barrier, but was suddenly struck by a surge of sword intent, sending him flying back 10 zhang. Something is off. Report to the Ancestor for further discussion. Without his saying, Li Qingwan had already notified the Ancestor. Still not out? This kid is quite greedy. Li Tiandi snorted lightly, sweeping his sleeve, his fingers forming a divination gesture. Originally just a casual glance, but suddenly his brow furrowed. The divination was not right. His fingertips glimmered with golden light, recalculating, but the divination remained strange and unclear. It was not that Qin Wangchuan was greedy, but rather, the sword tomb was keeping him. He suddenly rose, the table exploding, tea leaves flying like mist. How can this be? The sword tomb has never actively kept anyone since ancient times. Unless, he suddenly looked up, his gaze like lightning, piercing through layers of halls, directly reaching the heavenly sword hanging above the sword tomb. The heavenly sword altar is awakening. When Li Tiandi appeared above the sword tomb, the entire Li family felt that suffocating pressure. He suddenly raised his hand, a sword light slicing through the clouds. The crowd in front of the sword tomb collectively retreated, only to realize that the golden light flying out from the emperor's sleeve was not sword energy, but a drop of golden imperial blood. Open. The imperial blood spread on the barrier, forming a curtain of water over a zhang long, with the internal scene gradually becoming clear. Everyone's eyes widened. Qin Wangchuan was not comprehending the sword at all, but was still questioning the Tao. Qin Wangchuan did not know how many steps he had taken. The sword mountain began to shake, shooting out several swords that formed for characters in his mouth. What path do you seek? All methods return to the source. The path where all beings reside. By what means does this path come? The supreme and strongest power. Where's the path? The path is beneath your feet. The question and answer flowed smoothly, as if they were not questioning the Tao, but rather chatting casually. Did he not feel any pressure at all? A young disciple swallowed hard, his voice dry like sandpaper rubbing together. It was known that when he entered, he was cautious with every question and only walked 2,000 steps. Looks like 50,000 steps? No, at least 60,000 steps. An elder with white beard murmured, his eyes fixed on the leisurely figure in the water curtain, secretly calculating the distance and steps. But there was no way to calculate, as Qin Wangchuan had reached a point that no one else could. 60,000 steps? A blue-robed disciple behind him trembled, the pen in his hand recording the steps pressing down heavily. Even the most monstrous among our Li family only took 20,000 steps. Several young disciples beside him turned pale, and a boy who had never entered the sword tomb swallowed hard and whispered, "Is it really that hard to walk?" Hard. A disciple who had entered the sword tomb before smiled bitterly, suddenly tearing open his collar to reveal a grotesque sword scar on his chest. See, I only walked 1,800 steps, comprehending the sword for a day and a half, and this sword energy scar took 3 years to heal. He pointed at the water curtain with trembling fingers, but look at him, strolling leisurely, as if on level ground. Direction of the elders. 1,000 steps to comprehend the sword has already been hailed as a genius of 100 years. The white-bearded elder looked towards several other elders, speaking heavily. Then what about 10,000 steps to comprehend the sword? Not just 10,000 steps, he is still going up. The purple-robed elder suddenly slammed the table, overturning the teacups. Perhaps, I say perhaps, he could reach the top. Another elder shook his head, sighing, the sword tomb that our Li family cannot ascend. An outsider can actually reach the top, truly ridiculous. After saying this, he looked up at the heavenly emperor in the sky, secretly thinking, I just don't know how this will end. Li Qingwan looked at this scene, feeling both joy and worry. She remembered that when she reached 21,000 steps, her entire body was already crying out under the unbearable burden. But at this moment, the figure of Qin Wangchuan in the scene stood tall, showing no signs of fatigue. "Look at the heavenly sword." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. As everyone looked up, they saw the heavenly sword that had hung for 1,000 years actually trembling slightly. The rusted blade continuously shed dark red fragments, revealing a golden body underneath. Even more terrifying was that all the falling rust was burning in midair, transforming into blood-colored flames that circled around Qin Wangchuan's figure. Li Tiandi squinted his eyes, golden light flickering like lightning within them. The tremors of the heavenly sword grew more intense, and those burning rust fragments surprisingly coalesced into ancient runes around Qin Wangchuan, not to assist him, but to hinder his progress. Although the opportunity was great, if this continued, the consequences could be unpredictable. It was better to withdraw now. He focused the sword intent hidden in his sleeve. A strand of sword intent capable of severing the galaxy took shape. At that moment, the void suddenly cracked open. A large hand reached out and instantly extinguished this strand of sword intent. Old Qin. Li Tiandi's pupils constricted as he looked at the gradually solidifying figure beside him, dressed in a dark robe, with eyes that contained the sun and the moon. It was indeed Qin Tai. Let him continue. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, the remnants of the time-space cracks on his dark imperial robe swirling like a wandering dragon. No way. Li Tiandi's sword intent surged again from his sleeve, his imperial might vibrating, causing the entire Li family to tremble. The heavenly sword and the sword tomb were the foundation of my Li family, if anything went wrong. Back in the year above the sea of clouds. That favor you owe me. Qin Tai finally turned his head, his eyes turning with the phantoms of the sun and moon, his voice calm, yet carrying an irresistible force. It's time to repay it today. Li Tiandi paused. You want to use that favor here? That is an incredibly glorious future. Humph. Li Tiandi snorted coldly, retracting his sword intent as his sleeve billowed. If he dies inside, don't blame me. Rest assured. Qin Tai stood with his hands behind his back, and the time-space cracks on his dark imperial robe suddenly brightened. Others may not know, but Qin Tai was aware of all of Qin Wangchuan's extraordinary aspects, and that he carried great secrets. Not to mention, just his entire body of immortal bones could ensure his safety. The two exchanged glances in the air, an invisible pressure solidifying the clouds within 1,000 miles. Chapter 52, Rising with the Sword, Not Ending with the Sword. Qin Wangchuan continued walking, moving upward. Along the way, there were indeed obstacles that made his body feel heavier, but at the same time, there were things that assisted him. He only looked at his feet, moving forward, not knowing how long he had walked, until the surroundings fell silent. The voice of the way that had lingered in his ears had quietly dissipated. At the end of the sword tomb, a figure identical to his own stood prominently. The same brows and eyes, the same figure. Even the creases of the robe were indistinguishable. Qin Wangchuan frowned slightly, thinking, another test? But soon, he sensed something unusual. The aura surrounding the other party was not a mirror image, but connected to the giant sword in the sky, even carrying a kind of ancient and unfamiliar rhythm. It seems you have noticed. The opposite Qin Wangchuan suddenly smiled, his voice carrying an ethereal quality, unlike that of a human. He raised his hand, lightly tapping the void with his fingertip, and the enormous heavenly sword above suddenly hummed, the speed of the rust shedding accelerating, and the golden blade radiated dazzling brilliance. I am the spirit of this sword. I take form as you, just for the convenience of conversation. Before the words fell, his figure suddenly surged with rippling light, gradually fading like water and moon, mirror and flower. As the brilliance flowed, a white-clad fairy appeared gracefully. She lightly touched the void with her delicate feet, her white wide sleeves dancing without wind, surrounded by points of starry brilliance like fireflies. Those originally fierce blood-colored runes transformed into crimson petals beside her, blooming with each step. If you do not like this appearance, I can also return to my original form, she said lightly, her eyes like swords, gazing into the hearts of men. At this moment, he stood at the peak of the sword tomb. Looking down, the originally towering sword mountain appeared so small, and the layers of sword tombs lay like ants beneath his feet. In the distance, the members of the Li family gathered like black dots, looking up at this place, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Further away, Li Tiandi and Qin Tai stood in midair, their imperial might overwhelming, yet at this moment they seemed so distant. Above him, the massive hanging sword was within reach, its golden blade radiating blinding light, and ancient patterns moved like living beings, as if telling some kind of ancient secret. However, when Qin Wangchuan truly approached, he suddenly realized. This sword was not merely hanging here. It had pierced through this world. The sword's edge emerged from the endless void, in an almost barbaric posture, tearing a permanent rift in the sky of this world. The space around the blade twisted and shattered. The pitch-black fissures spread like a spider web, yet were constrained by some invisible force, unable to continue collapsing. It existed abruptly, like an uninvited deity, suppressing this world with absolute power. The sword tip descended, while the sword hilt. Qin Wangchuan looked up, but could not see the end. The sword hilt seemed to extend into another world, or perhaps it was a bridge connecting the two realms. This, even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but be shaken. What kind of heavenly sword is this? This is clearly a blade of heavenly punishment from beyond the domain. Is this the end? Qin Wangchuan asked softly. The woman shook her head. To you, perhaps it is the beginning. She lightly tapped her fingertip, causing ripples in the void. In an instant, the myriad ancient swords covering the sword tomb trembled in unison, emitting mournful sword cries. The next moment, countless sword blades rose from the ground, suspended in midair as if commanded, with their tips pointing downward, as though bowing to some supreme existence. As the rain of swords dispersed, the long-buried truth below was revealed. A completely black altar blocked the overwhelming sword intent. The altar was star-shaped with 9 corners, each corner locked with a broken bronze chain, the ends of the chains disappearing into the void, unknown where they led. The altar's surface was engraved with obscure ancient divine scripts, which did not remain still but moved across the stone surface like living creatures, sometimes transforming into dragons and serpents, sometimes solidifying into stars. The white-clad fairy's lips curled slightly, and as she lightly waved her broad sleeves, the moving divine scripts suddenly froze, transforming into 9 ferocious dragon shadows coiling around the altar. As you can see, her eyes sparkled with starlight, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. This is an altar. Her delicate hand suddenly pointed at Qin Wangchuan's heart. And you are the sacrifice. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze, and the ancient divine scripts quickly began to roam. However, facing such a change, Qin Wangchuan's eyes remained clear as before, even carrying a sense of calm understanding. Senior is joking. Qin Wangchuan suddenly chuckled lightly, stepping forward and tracing the divine scripts with his fingertip. For an altar of this level, to sacrifice someone like me would be too stingy. A small character? The white-clad fairy's gaze slightly narrowed. It seems you still do not know your special qualities. Before her words fell, the divine scripts Qin Wangchuan had touched suddenly came to life, coiling around him like spiritual serpents, resonating with the immortal bones within his body. In an instant, brilliant light illuminated the entire sword tomb. Qin Wangchuan, you were born to face tribulations. As she raised her hand, those divine scripts gathered in her palm to form an ancient chessboard of heaven and earth, the rhythms of the Tao on the pieces shining in harmony with the stars. It's laughable. Your Qin family returns to the source of calamity, yet no one knows what kind of terrifying existence has emerged. Her delicate hand lifted, and the pieces on the chessboard floated into the air, intertwining into a vast star map in the void. In the center of the star map, a chaotic sea suddenly rippled. Sit. The fairy's sleeves lightly brushed, and 2 jade thrones appeared on the altar. I will tell you a story about the primordial beginning. Her eyes sparkled with starlight as her fingertip pointed at that chaotic sea. In the first year of the primordial era, a human race was born from the chaotic sea, later known as the primordial divine clan. From the elder's mouth, Qin Wangchuan learned of the world's origins. Being the origin, how could it be explained in just a few words? But he still got a rough idea. Before the chaos was distinguished, a congenital Tao seed was nurtured in the chaotic sea. This was the primordial divine clan, the beginning of all things. As the chaotic tides surged, more innate beings came into existence. The most powerful among them were known as celestial beings. With the birth of more and more beings, the chaos sea underwent mutations, leading to a great catastrophe. An alien presence that could erode everything appeared alongside foreign races, preying on the divine race. A great war broke out. However, just as the heavens and earth were settling, the celestial beings suddenly rebelled, their swords stained with blood, the starry river inverted, and all beings in the myriad worlds sank in lamentation. In the end, a powerful being from the primordial divine race intervened, striking down the chaos sea with a single sword, completely severing the source of the mutations. The sword light pierced through the myriad worlds, ultimately falling to this place. From then on, the heavens and earth began anew, and the great Tao first revealed itself. The white-robed fairy sighed lightly, letting a piece fall from her fingertip, her tone suddenly ethereal. At that time, I fell into a deep sleep and was unaware of what happened afterward. Later, as the years flowed by, all beings built altars to worship, all desiring to gain me, but to no avail. Over time, this place became a holy land for sword cultivators, even giving rise to families. She suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes flashing with sharpness. In endless years, I have been waiting for someone, a pure sword cultivator. Qin Wangchuan's gaze narrowed slightly, and he understood in his heart that this was a great opportunity capable of changing fate. Moreover, this sword spirit before him clearly favored him. No, to be precise, she valued his celestial bones. If what the elders said was true, those from the primordial divine race may have also possessed such complete celestial bones at the time of their birth. At this moment, a gentle nod would make this opportunity easily attainable. But I am not a sword cultivator. He raised his gaze, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable determination. How could Qin Wangchuan be a sword cultivator? His journey thus far had only been due to the sharpness of the sword, not qualifying as a pure sword cultivator. After his words fell, he saw her lips curve slightly, her delicate hand raised in a gesture of invitation. I know. I have always known. You are the first to reach this place. So let us play a game of chess together. It's your turn. Her gaze pierced through the river of time, quietly observing since the moment the infant first cried. Naturally, she knew the boy before her inside out. He was not a sword cultivator, yet he possessed a rare sword heart. Since he had come today, there was no escape for him. Chapter 53. You ask how I know? Then let me ask you. After an unknown number of chess games, Qin Wangchuan learned the elder's name. Shuyu, an ancient divine being. She lightly brushed the chessboard with her hand, her starry eyes shifting. Just call me Yuliang. The two had wagered on the chess games. If Qin Wangchuan won, Yuliang would recognize him as her master. In the end, he won. But to Qin Wangchuan, this wager was of no consequence. She had let him win, and she had let him win by a large margin. Although she was a sword from beyond the heavens, at its core, it was merely a tool. A tool without a master could not exert its full strength. Unable to escape the fractures of the myriad worlds, Yuliang claimed she was trapped here for endless years, long enough for the divine sword to dim and develop rust. Initially, she would occasionally clean it, but the rust would fade and then reappear like an unshakable loneliness. Eventually, she grew tired and let it cling to the sword's spine, like scabs formed by the passage of time. Occasionally trembling, the sword's cry also fell silent, leaving only endless solitude echoing in her throat. She had thought she would forever sit at the peak of the sword mound, coldly watching countless cultivators collapse on their path to enlightenment, ultimately dissipating their divine spark in eternal solitude. However, Qin Wangchuan's appearance was like a dawn's sword light, piercing through Yuliang's long wait in the eternal night. Though it came a bit earlier than expected, fortunately, he made it. At the peak of the sword mound, golden light cascaded like a waterfall. Next came the preparation to comprehend the sword. Yuliang pointed like a sword, breaking open the jade sword sealed with the ancestral blood of the Li family. The blood transformed into a small blood sword, slowly floating in the air, held gently in Qin Wangchuan's palm. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to close his eyes and comprehend the sword. Comprehending the sword was also comprehending the Tao. In the sky above, Yuliang's Shiyu heavenly sword condensed drops of golden essence like a galaxy pouring down, resonating and vibrating with the celestial bones within him. Each drop of heavenly light would stir up a cold sword radiance around him, layer upon layer of cold brilliance overlapping, ultimately transforming him into an ancient sword sheathed in tranquility, sinking into a state of no self. Before long, 5 years had passed. 5 years later, the sword mound trembled as usual. The members of the Li family looked at the once towering divine sword, now shrunk to 7/10 of its original size, seemingly about to break free from the myriad layers of the void. The sharpness was restrained, no longer possessing the overwhelming might of the past. It's getting close, murmured an elder, watching the scene. Indeed, another elder nodded, stroking his beard, noting the recent decrease in pressure. Even the barrier had thinned significantly. His gaze was complex, confirming that the young lord was about to emerge. Who would have thought that what was initially a 3-day sword comprehension would actually take 5 years? As they discussed this, a sudden cheer erupted from the martial arts arena. The crowd turned to look. The battle between two prodigies of the Li family had begun. Li Xian versus Li Yu. The 9th realm against the 10th realm. With a shout from the steward, the ancient bronze pillars surrounding the arena resonated, enveloping the entire platform within a protective formation. Li Xian stepped forward, the bricks beneath his feet silently turning to powder, and within 10 feet around him, the spiritual energy instantly coalesced into the silent sword domain, where all laws fell silent, leaving only the sword supreme. The 9th realm, earthly realm, upon breaking through, announced to the heavens and earth, for those in the lower states. Upon reaching this realm, they could consider ascending to the middle state. During battle, one could draw in vast amounts of heavenly spiritual energy to strengthen themselves and even disrupt their opponent. The 10th realm, heavenly palace realm, establishing one's body as a palace, forging a heavenly palace within, greatly enhancing oneself. It was a battle with a significant disparity, yet Li Xian's demeanor remained calm. Begin. As Li Yu's 9 mountains suppressing domain unfolded, the heavenly spiritual energy surged into his body like rivers returning to the sea. The air trembled, and dazzling light erupted from the center of the martial arts arena. The silent sword domain resembled a frost-colored ocean, freezing the spiritual energy in its path, silencing all laws. While the Nine Mountains suppressing domain was like mountains colliding, heavy and majestic, attempting to crush everything with absolute power. Be careful, Li Yu warned, then stepped forward. At that moment, Li Xian's sword was drawn. Clang! A frost-white sword light poured down like a galaxy, instantly tearing through the vortex of heavenly spiritual energy that Li Yu had summoned. Li Yu's pupils constricted, hurriedly activating the Nine Mountains domain to suppress it. But that sword light surged in as if in an uninhabited realm, directly cleaving through 3 mountains. What? Li Yu retreated 10 feet, yet Li Xian's figure followed closely. The sword's edge terrifying. What shocked him even more was that ordinarily, domains were not divided by strength, but by restraint. Yet just now, was his domain broken? Li Yu staggered back, a flash of shock in his eyes, quickly replaced by battle intent. He dared not be careless, suddenly halting his movement. Both palms forming an ancient seal before his chest. 6 mountains united, suppress. The remaining 6 mountain shadows suddenly merged into one, transforming into a towering giant peak. Pressing down towards Li Xian, this strike was a full-force attack from the peak of the 10th realm. An ordinary 9th realm cultivator would likely not even have the thought of resistance, instantly crushed into meat paste. But Li Xian merely raised his gaze, the sword edge trembling lightly. Break. A single word uttered, the frost-white sword domain abruptly contracted, transforming into a line of cold light, slicing upward against the heavens. Boom. The giant peak's illusion was cleaved apart, and Li Yu's domain completely shattered. He was struck as if by lightning, flying backward and crashing heavily against the protective formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Li Xian's sword had returned to its sheath, unbeknownst to Wen. Instant kill. The arena fell into silence. I concede. After the steward beside them announced the outcome, Li Xian immediately sheathed his sword and helped the fallen Li Yu up, channeling a strand of gentle spiritual energy to help him stabilize his turbulent blood. Li Yu pressed down on his numb right arm, then suddenly burst into laughter. What a victory of the 9th realm over the 10th realm. He patted Li Xian heavily on the shoulder, his eyes shining with brilliance. Your initial sword strike seemed reckless, but you didn't use your full strength. I was caught off guard and disrupted my breathing, which was indeed a clever tactic. This defeat is not unjust, but next time, I won't be so careless. After a brief moment of daze, the surrounding crowd burst into applause. Li Xian was indeed formidable. Defeating an enemy across borders was like taking something from a bag. Surely he should rank among the top 10 in our Li family, right? Someone nearby suddenly asked, how does he compare to that young master in the sword tomb? Is that even a question? Of course, my brother. Li Han, who had been watching for a long time, answered without hesitation. That Qin Wangchuan has been comprehending the sword for 5 years and has stagnated in cultivation. He probably can't even draw his sword from its sheath. And my elder brother. Not only is he significantly older, but he can also easily defeat someone of the 6th realm. The crowd laughed in agreement, but at that moment ignorant. A cold voice suddenly rang out. The crowd fell silent and turned around. A figure in black clothing and a hat stood with arms crossed. His voice hoarse yet sharp as a knife. Qin Wangchuan is the strongest. Nonsense. Someone immediately retorted angrily. Who do you think you are to speak so presumptuously? Li Han stepped forward, staring coldly at the figure in black. Who can't talk big? If it's about boasting, I could claim to be the best in the world too. The figure in black scoffed. 5 years ago, Yi Jiani also claimed to be a genius of the world, but when he truly stood in front of Qin Wangchuan, he almost lost his fighting spirit. For a prodigy like Qin Wangchuan, let alone one Li Xian, even 1,000 or 10,000 of them can't compare to a single hair of his. This friend Li Xian had unknowingly stepped forward, his sleeves moving without wind. Isn't what you're saying a bit too harsh in front of me? He usually wouldn't concern himself with such disputes, but he had indeed fought against Yi Jiani. Brother Ji is a genius of the Ji family, capable of defeating opponents across realms since he was 5. How could he lose his fighting spirit against someone younger than him? To slander him like this, may I ask your name? The figure in black sneered, lifting his hat. A sharp-featured young face was revealed. Yi Jiani, he said softly. How else would I know? Chapter 54, The Lost Realm of Antiquity, the Celestial Realm. Yi Jiani. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Time flowed, and the 13-year-old boy, who was somewhat immature at the banquet, was now an 18-year-old genius brimming with brilliance. Over the past 5 years, Yi Jiani had traversed thousands of states, challenging 36 cities, and had defeated countless renowned masters. Even those a couple of realms higher than him found it hard to withstand his battle spear. His name had long spread across the fairy courts. In reality, ever since he learned that Qin Wangchuan was in seclusion here, Yi Jiani had been intentionally or unintentionally visiting the Li family. It's really him. A young disciple excitedly pointed at the figure in black, seemingly surprised to encounter him here. Ji Wuqing casually put his hat back on and turned to leave. However, before he departed, he glanced at Li Xian, a sharp smile curving his lips. If Brother Li doesn't believe it, you can challenge him. He shouldn't refuse. Just don't blame me for not reminding you. For ordinary people, fighting across realms is already extraordinary. But there are differences even among prodigies. With your current realm, seeing him is like a frog at the bottom of a well trying to glimpse the moon. In your entire life, you will find it hard to see the whole picture. After his words, Ji Wuqing turned and left. It wasn't to stir the pot. He simply spoke this way to everyone since then. No matter how invincible you are, you can't compare to a single heir of Qin Wangchuan. He had obviously become somewhat of a fan. Li Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze following Ji Wuqing's retreating figure, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the sword sheath. Qin Wangchuan. He furrowed his brow slightly. At 25 years of age, he shouldn't be so concerned about a 15-year-old junior. Yet, Ji Wuqing's words felt like a thorn, quietly embedding themselves in his heart. How could a true genius fear battle? He chuckled softly, his eyes swirling with sword intent. What concerned him even more was that the boy had been in seclusion for 5 years, comprehending the sword, while he himself had made rapid progress in the same span, easily defeating enemies across realms. If the rumors were true, that young man's talent was indeed extraordinary. Li Xian suddenly laughed heartily, his sword energy soaring into the sky, causing leaves within a Tinjiang radius to scatter. Then this battle should not be missed. Elder brother? Li Han sensed his unusual demeanor and was about to speak. Boom. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the direction of the sword tomb, shaking the entire Li family's territory violently. The crowd looked up in terror, only to see the ancestral sword hanging at the peak of the sword tomb shrinking bit by bit before their eyes, until it ultimately vanished. Even more terrifying was that the void left by the sword's disappearance was wildly devouring everything around it. Rocks, trees, and even light were ruthlessly sucked into that black, hole-like vortex. It was not merely a void, but the boundary wall of the ancient myriad realms. The 10 Directions Fairy Court, being the closest realm to the outer domain, would face devastation if the boundary wall broke. Not good. An elder exclaimed in shock. Those things are about to come out. Before his words fell, countless pitch-black claws suddenly reached out from the rift in the void, each claw tip shimmering with a corrosive glow. Following them were twisted limbs, spines covered in barbs, and countless pairs of crimson vertical pupils, all opening simultaneously in the darkness. They had simply come to the wrong place. This was one of the 3 great imperial clans. I will hold them off. You all take the chance to repair the breach. Don't delay too long, or this area will be eroded. Just as an elder was giving orders, humph. A light snort like thunder suddenly rang out, and the world froze. Those monstrous creatures, still in the midst of pouncing, instantly turned to ash and disappeared. A towering figure stepped through the air, each step resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. He stood with one hand behind him, casually waving his other sleeve, and the remaining monsters were swept into his sleeve like dust. Ancestor. The members of the Li family immediately knelt upon seeing him. The figure did not stop, directly entering the rift in the void. Moments later, earth-shaking roars emerged from the rift, only to be abruptly silenced. When the Li family's celestial emperor reappeared, he held a grotesque head the size of a small mountain in his left hand and casually flicked his right sleeve. Boom. Hundreds of alien creatures imprisoned in a golden cage crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the martial arts arena's blue bricks. Those monsters banged frantically against the cage, each impact illuminating the Tao patterns etched upon it with a blinding glow. Take them for the juniors to practice. After speaking, his figure disappeared again. In the sky, 2 celestial emperors stood side by side, looking down at the sword tomb below. Celestial Emperor Li sighed lightly. Old Qin. The celestial sword is the treasure of my Li family. This favor seems a bit too much. Treasure of the clan? Qin Tai suddenly interrupted, a playful glint in his eyes as he pointed downwards. Isn't that person still here? Why don't you go ask her to stay? I won't go. Although Yunyang's strength might not match the celestial emperor's, she was indeed a genuine ancient deity. If she wanted to leave today, who would dare stop her? Moreover, although the celestial sword was gone, it could be considered a favor to Qin Wangchuan. Not too much of a loss. At the peak of the sword tomb, the 9-dragon altar, the massive celestial sword trembled violently before Qin Wangchuan, its golden blade visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. To onlookers, it seemed as though the ancestral celestial sword had vanished into thin air. In reality, it transformed into a 3-inch stream of light, quietly landing in his palm. As the radiance faded, a small sword, slightly longer than a finger, lay quietly there, its blade adorned with the same ancient patterns as before. Yunyang lightly tapped her fingertip, and a silver thread extended from the sword's hilt, tying the small sword around Qin Wangchuan's neck. She raised an eyebrow, a smile that seemed to hide a deeper meaning. Do you want me to call you master? Qin Wangchuan's expression remained unchanged. Senior, you jest. He traced his fingertip along the sword at his neck. You and I are merely collaborators now, not master and servant. Qin Wangchuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yunyang had not chosen him. Rather, he was the only one who could take her away from this place. She protects him thoroughly, and he helps her out of trouble. That's all there is to it. If there were any ulterior motives, it would only seem ridiculous. Now, upon hearing this, Yunyang chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. This word was used quite cleverly. It's rare. A hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Such temperament in a descendant of the imperial clan is indeed uncommon. While being neither servile nor overbearing, he also carries a unique arrogance belonging to the exceptional, making it not impossible for him to reach the pinnacle in the future. Thinking this, Yunyang's gaze gradually softened as she carefully observed Qin Wangchuan's body. Speaking of which, she frowned slightly. Your immortal body is quite different from what I remember. After 5 years of sword comprehension, you automatically broke through to the 8th realm without any cultivation, which is truly against the heavens. After saying this, she suddenly raised her eyes, a glint of inquiry passing through them. Have you comprehended anything? Qin Wangchuan shook his head slightly. Over the past 5 years, he had relied on the drop of essence blood from the ancestor of the Li family to comprehend the sword. Yet that towering sword light remained flickering and uncertain in his consciousness. It seemed he had gained something, but it was like seeing flowers in a fog, always separated by a layer. It was hard to say whether he had made any real progress. As they spoke, they walked down, and the long journey through the sword tomb's heart-testing path felt particularly light at this moment. At 15, being at the 8th realm is indeed extraordinary, even in ancient times. Yunyang floated behind him, gently brushing aside the stray hairs at her temples, her starry eyes sparkling with cunning. But little guy, you can still become stronger. What you are cultivating now is merely a castrated ancient system. She raised her delicate hand, her fingertips condensing an ancient rhythm, not to mention the previous realm differences. Just speaking of this 8th realm, in ancient times, after the 8th realm, it was not the current 9th realm of the earthly realm, but the celestial human realm. Before her words fell, she suddenly leaned closer to Qin Wangchuan, her black hair brushing against the sword pendant around his neck. Her breath as fragrant as orchids. Only by ascending to the celestial human realm can one have the qualification to announce to heaven and earth. Otherwise, although one can continue to cultivate normally, their combat power will be drastically different. Do you want to know how to reach the celestial human realm? Qin Wangchuan raised his eyebrows slightly. There is actually a celestial human realm between the 8th and 9th realms. Typically, reaching the 9th realm of the earthly realm is enough to announce to heaven and earth, but from the senior's mouth, it is to announce. Just a word difference. It seems to be something entirely different. Senior, please explain. First, call me Yunyang to listen. Qin Wangchuan. Chapter 55. There are also gaps among the exceptional. There are many reasons why the celestial human realm has been discarded by later generations, one of which is the high risk involved. The path to ascend to heaven is not difficult. Only 3 things are needed. Yunyang's fingertips condensed an ancient rhythm, sketching out 3 illusory gates of heaven in the air. Ultimate physical body, clear Dao heart, knock on the gates of heaven. First, your immortal body is already an ultimate physical body. Second, I have witnessed the steadfastness of your Dao heart. She suddenly turned around, staring at the calm-faced youth in front of her. The most difficult part is the third, when reaching perfection in the 8th realm. At the intersection of the Dao of heaven and the dragon's luck, to find that gate of heaven. At that time, using your body as the key to knock on the gates of heaven, you can ascend to the celestial human realm and announce to heaven and earth. But don't underestimate this step. It is common for half of the 10 who ascend to heaven to fall, and they cannot be revived. This is the method of ascending to heaven in ancient times, and the opportunity only comes once. The intersection of the Dao of heaven and the dragon's luck? The immortal dynasty of Zhongzhou might meet this standard. Qin Wangchuan secretly noted this down, planning to visit the immortal dynasty in the future. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb, where not only were there members of the Li family, but also many from the Qin family. Those who didn't know would think the Qin family was attacking. However, the first person he saw was somewhat unexpected. As Qin Wangchuan stepped out of the sword tomb's barrier, the mountain wind swirled with fallen leaves. 5th sister Qin Xingjing was sitting under an old tree, the imperial sword that never left her side resting across her lap, gazing absent-mindedly at a withered branch above. She was dressed in white as snow, yet a few bamboo leaves were stuck in her hair, completely unaware. Qin Wangchuan stepped forward and slightly nodded to the white-clad figure. 5th sister. Qin Xingjing's figure trembled slightly, as if waking from some distant sword realm. She turned around in a daze, her scattered gaze gradually focusing. And only after seeing the person before her did she come to her senses. Ah, you're out. I was here comprehending the sword, and also waiting for you. Did you gain anything from this trip? Qin Wangchuan shook his head. Is that so? Qin Qingzheng stood up, shook off the leaves on her body, and agreed. I didn't gain much either. It seems the so-called heavenly sword of the Li family is nothing special. Hearing this, dozens of eyes from the Li family suddenly shot over. Not the eldest sister. Can you not say that in front of people? Of course. Everyone only dared to think this in their hearts. Qin Qingzheng of the Qin family, though seemingly naive, was indeed a powerful sword cultivator. In a previous sword discussion conference, she single-handedly suppressed 9 clans, making no one dare to step onto the stage. 10 years without a sound. When she finally did, it echoed for 10 years. Qin Wangchuan glanced around, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a sword, finally landing on Li Qingwan. He tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. Where is Yi Jiani? Your little maid? Qin Qingzheng blinked slowly and said, she went to the outer fog forest for trials as usual. In the days you were not out. She fought with fierce beasts every day, and the blood on her body when she returned could probably fill several large vats. Qin Wangchuan nodded. Yi Jiani is indeed that kind of person. She is destined to be the future heavenly emperor. Even if left unattended, she will grow stronger in her own way. Li Qingwan stepped out from the crowd, her long black hair swaying like a waterfall in the wind. 5 years had passed, and the once youthful girl had blossomed into a stunning beauty, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes like cold pools reflecting the moon, with a crystal flower mark on her forehead adding 3 points of ethereal charm. Dressed in a flowing gown of moonlight, the layers of light gauze billowed like clouds and mist, shimmering with a cool glow under the sunlight. Clearly, she appeared so unworldly. Yet each day she kept someone on her mind, hoping for their early return. She moved swiftly and gave him a big hug. It's good that you're out, Li Qingwan said softly, her voice still as crisp as frost and snow, but at the end, there was a hint of barely noticeable softness. Qin Wangchuan could feel the person in his arms exhale deeply. The onlooking members of the Li family had long since gotten used to this. However, some people from the Qin family were dumbfounded by this scene. Li Qingwan, who had suppressed countless exceptional talents in her youth, had now blossomed into an unparalleled beauty, attracting talented individuals from all directions. Even though her engagement to the 9th young master of the Qin family was publicly announced, in the eyes of the world, she remained the fairy of the Li family, high up in the clouds until this moment. It was only then that everyone realized that the once unattainable fairy could also let go of all her coldness for one person, revealing such a demeanor of a little woman's attachment, truly worthy of being the 9th young master. Everyone in the Qin family secretly gave a thumbs up in their hearts. Even Ji Wuchen, watching from afar, had his eyes light up, excitedly clenching his fists. To be able to win over this woman, you truly deserve it. However, some discerning individuals focused more on Qin Wangchuan's strength, such as Li Xian. Li Xian's gaze was sharp as a sword, locking tightly onto Qin Wangchuan, secretly pondering. His aura is slightly weaker than mine. He should be around the 8th realm. 5 years of sword comprehension has not stagnated. It seems the immortal body truly lives up to its name. However, I could already fight beyond my realm. Not to mention he is at a lower realm than me. Li Xian thought to himself, the corner of his mouth curling up, his fighting spirit growing stronger. In terms of age, I am 13 years older than him. In terms of combat experience, he cannot match me. I have a 90% chance of winning this battle. After thinking this, he took a step forward, his brows slightly lowered, his voice like the clash of gold and iron. Qin 9th young master, though it seems a bit abrupt, may I spar with you? This was the first time Li Xian had lowered his head, not because he feared Qin Wangchuan. He just knew that to invite a battle right after the other party had just come out of the sword tomb was rather inconsiderate. He had never been a person who lacked tact, but his fighting spirit had reached its peak, and he was itching to fight. Li Xian. Li Qingwan stepped forward, looking at this defeated opponent, her eyes slightly cold, somewhat protective. He has just come out and needs to rest. The force was a bit too much, causing Li Qingwan to unexpectedly bump into his chest. In an instant, her breath was caught, suddenly realizing the fiancé who was half a head shorter than her, whom she regarded as a back then, was now able to envelop her entirely in his arms. Warm breath brushed over her scalp, and strong arms firmly confined her. This abrupt change made her ears burn, and she momentarily forgot how to react. Qin Wangchuan did not notice the change in the beauty in his arms, but looked at the sharp-looking man instead. Good. Just as he was about to stretch his muscles, Li Xian was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily, and a sense of respect arose in his heart. Thank you, young master. Then please follow me to the training ground. No need, Qin Wangchuan interrupted lightly. He raised his gaze towards the boundary wall that had already been filled, and a sword intent surged in his eyes. Right here will do. It should end quickly. Was he underestimated? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a wave of nostalgia surged in his heart. Those who were several realms higher than him back then had also looked down on him like this. But in the end, weren't they all defeated? Good. A glimmer of cold stars appeared in his eyes, and as his innate sword slid out of its sheath, a dragon's roar echoed. Please. Still as indifferent as ever, as he stepped forward, the area within a Tinjong radius instantly solidified, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him wildly. Although Qin Wangchuan was much younger than him, there was not a trace of slackness in his eyes. Furthermore, Qin Wangchuan did not expand his domain and maintained the posture of holding Li Qingwan, with his left hand grasping nothing. The solitary phoenix sword slowly emerged from the endless void. The tip of the sword lightly touched, creating ripples of Tao patterns between the real world and the void. Clang. A clear sword sound that surpassed metal and stone came from the 9 heavens. It was not the sound of mundane iron, but the trembling of the great Tao. A familiar faint light lit up at the sword tip. It still resembled a firefly at first, but in a split second, it surged into a brilliant river of swords that connected heaven and earth. Countless stars flickered within, each containing the power to sever the sun and moon. Just as the entire river of swords collapsed into a single point of brilliance, the Taichu burial god sword. With a soft shout, the world suddenly darkened. It was as if everything in the world had been stripped of all color, leaving only the sword light that remained after the cut, slicing through the long sky. That was a sword so fast that even time seemed to freeze. The domain shattered. A line of blood flowed straight down from Li Xian's brow. Before he could react, he felt his vision bizarrely split into two. Chapter 56. It's time to push the main storyline, and it's a quick push. Qin Wangchuan's sword was too fast. Not only he himself, but even the observing disciples did not react in time. Wherever the sword light reached, everything split in two. Given the momentum, let alone an 8th realm against a 9th realm, even a 10th or 11th realm would likely be slain on the spot. Blood dripped onto the pristine training ground, particularly eye-catching and shocking. Li Xian's body was neatly split in half, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the green bricks beneath him. Bang! The two halves of the body fell one after the other, internal organs and blood splattering everywhere. The entire venue fell silent. The recording brush in Li Han's hand snapped with a crack, and ink splattered onto his clothes without him noticing. His lips trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Big brother? This was what Li Xian had asked him to do before the battle, to record the process in detail to summarize experiences and improve further. But now, let alone summarizing experiences, he couldn't even piece together the corpse. No, it's impossible. Li Han staggered towards his brother's body, his hands covered in blood. His brother was a genius who could slay beyond realms, who could fight across 2 realms. How could he not withstand a single sword against an 8th realm? Li Han's cries were heart-wrenching, causing the members of the Li family present to collectively fall silent. If Li Xian was a genius who crushed opponents beyond realms, then Qin Wangchuan, who crushed him, was surely a genius among geniuses? They knew that in the face of absolute monsters, the so-called name of genius was merely a joke. Until an elder shouted, "Bring the chaos blue lotus seed." Just one sword, merely one sword. Li Yu stood aside, swallowing hard, his voice extremely dry. Li Xian's extinction sword domain hadn't even lasted for half a breath. He had sparred with Li Xian and knew how strong he was. It was laughable to think that what everyone said about a quick kill was true. This was the real quick kill. The Qin family members were quite accustomed to this. They knew the 9th young master was exceptionally gifted. It was entirely normal for him to slay a renowned genius with one sword. But the problem was, Li Xian was not an ordinary genius at all. He was a full 10 years older than Qin Wangchuan. At just 28, he had already dominated his peers and had only been defeated a few times by the monster that was Li Qingwan. But those were merely losses. Not to the extent of being a quick kill. Li Qingwan leaned in Qin Wangchuan's embrace, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest. A trace of shock flickered in her beautiful eyes. Ji Wuchen stood at a distance, trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fiery beneath his hat. He grabbed a disciple beside him and said, his voice trembling with excitement, "Did you see that? This is Qin Wangchuan. What genius, what crushing beyond realms. All are just chickens and dogs in front of him." Bystanders looked on in confusion, shaking off his hand and muttering, "His strength is his own. What are you getting excited about? What? Is he your long-lost father? What does it have to do with me?" Ji Wuchen's expression hardened. And when he looked back at Qin Wangchuan, the fighting spirit surged in his eyes. "I will be the one to defeat him in the future." After saying that, Ji Wuchen quickly shrank back, fearing being discovered by Qin Wangchuan. But now is not the time. The person beside him scoffed, saying, "Come on. This one sword is enough for 99% of people to ponder for a lifetime. Still talk about defeating him? A stick of incense ago, I would have believed you. But now you just look like a fool." Yumiang floated in midair, her delicate hand lightly covering her red lips, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had thought Qin Wangchuan would hold back, but she didn't expect this sword to be so decisive. Her gaze fell on that Li family boy. The chaos blue lotus seed can condense the soul and reshape the body, she murmured softly, a glimmer of understanding in her starry eyes. But the shadow of this sword would likely accompany him for a lifetime. However, just as everyone was expressing their astonishment at this sword, Qin Wangchuan let out a light sigh. The Taichu burial god sword was a secret technique of the Qin family, and his older brother had once used this sword to injure the great emperor. Although he had not comprehended the sword of the mysterious person with his extraordinary comprehension, he had long since grasped the Taichu burial god sword in his mind. It was just that Qin Wangchuan looked at Li Xian's body with a hint of apology. He truly did not mean to. He had thought that someone who dared to challenge me would have some skill, so he went all out. Sorry, brother, I misjudged you. Turns out, there was nothing at all. A few days later, at the Li family's Qinglian Sea, inside the room, as the chaotic liquid in the ancient cauldron surged violently, the last trace of faint light from the blue lotus seed disappeared into the boiling mist. Li Xian's naked body suddenly sat up from the cauldron, instinctively touching his chest and forehead. That was the feeling closest to death. No, to be precise, he had died once. After confirming that his body was intact, he let out a long breath, but the next second, damn, for the first time in his life, Li Xian cursed, suddenly clenching his fists and shouting into the air, "Ji brother, you damn." A sneeze. Far away in Ji family's quiet room, Ji Wuchen suddenly sneezed, instinctively looking towards the Li family direction. Calculating the time, Li brother should be waking up now, he murmured softly. But the corners of his mouth curled up into a mischievous arc. You can't blame me for this. I told you he wasn't your match, didn't believe it? Now look at this. Having said that, Ji Wuchen turned to look towards the direction of the imperishable dynasty in Zhongzhou. Earlier, he had overheard that Qin Wangchuan seemed to be heading to the dynasty, where a true dragon secret realm was about to open. He wondered if he was going for that. Should I go for a trip too? Just as the words left his mouth, Ji Wuchen suddenly woke up. He raised his hand and gave himself a resounding slap. Wake up, he whispered angrily. The fiery pain on his face made him realize a bit more. Qin Wangchuan had already stepped into the 8th realm at the age of 15, while I am still at the 6th realm now. The 6th realm is the level that Qin Wangchuan reached at the age of 10. This is still a gap under relentless training. Otherwise, if it were someone else, the difference would be even greater. A 3-year gap, yet there is a gap of 2 realms. Over the years, I have wasted a lot of time sneaking over to the Li family to watch. I can't continue like this. Ji Wuching took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But then he couldn't help but sigh. The eternal life immortal body shouldn't be so against the heavens. How did that guy manage it? 5 years of sword comprehension, and not only has his cultivation not dropped at all, he bitterly shook his head. Forget about the outstanding peers. Even we, the elders, have been left far behind. With 5 years left until the 10-year agreement, I must break through to the 8th realm before the age of 23. Even if it costs me my life. Just as the bold words fell, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged in his heart. By the time I break into the 8th realm, Ji Wuching's Adam's apple moved, his voice dry and terrifying. What level will Qin Wangchuan's realm reach? Indeed, is there only that method? He slowly closed his eyes. The scroll of the 9 calamities burning life technique appearing in his mind from the deepest part of the ancestral hall's forbidden pavilion. That is a forbidden power that burns the source. Only by cultivating that can I possibly catch up to him. But the price is that my future limit will be set that high, making it difficult to progress further. Equivalent to wasting the next life. Is it worth it? Whether it's worth it or not can only be known by fighting. Qin Wangchuan, 10-year agreement. Don't think you can win easily. At the same time, in the Qin family, inside the Wangchuan pavilion, Qin Wangchuan sat cross-legged on the Xianjie platform, lightly tapping the void with his fingertips, studying the system's new function, directional simulation. The directional simulation allows one to freely choose any secret realm, ruins, or specific locations as the starting point for the simulation. He looked at this description and nodded in satisfaction. It is equivalent to directly parachuting to the entrance of the dungeon, without having to simulate from birth. However, this requires a large number of simulation attempts. Qin Wangchuan stroked his chin, suddenly remembering that he hadn't managed the system's tasks for a long time. And the plot should still be progressing normally. 5 years have passed. Could Xianxia not have died? Chapter 57. No matter this or that. When it says to speed up, it means to speed up. In the Kanglin Sea region of the southern state, the northern domain, at the Wendaegong, the night was deep, and candlelight flickered. Xianxia, wearing a thin white nightgown, lazily leaned over the dressing table. Her long hair fell, with a few strands hanging on the Xianyuan mirror, gently swaying with her fingertips' unconscious movements. 5 years have passed. The once youthful girl not only lived well, but also blossomed into an enchanting beauty. Now, every frown and smile exuded mature charm, resembling a captivating and stunning lady. Today, when Daegong has newly received 3 little ones with heavenly roots. She lazily supported her chin, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on the mirror's surface. Interestingly, among them, there was a child who, despite having excellent roots, was born with clogged meridians. And after 10 years of cultivation, he was still not as good as others after 3 months of effort. She suddenly chuckled lightly, a hint of playfulness flashing in her sleepy eyes, even more strangely, after returning home to visit relatives this time. All the hard-earned, meager cultivation he had gathered had completely dissipated. In the end, he was even rejected in engagement, and in humiliation, he shouted, "Do not underestimate the youth for being poor." And that old pine tree on the back mountain awakened its spirit last night, clamoring to become the mountain guardian elder. But she still continued day after day, never stopping. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface. "Xianxiaaudiobooks." The cold voice startled her, causing her elbow to slip, and her jaw hit the table hard. As she gasped in pain, she saw that familiar face reflected in the mirror. Dreaming again, she self-deprecatingly closed her eyes, resting her forehead against the cold mirror. This time, it felt more real than usual. "Xianxiaaudiobooks." Until the young, both unfamiliar and familiar voice came again. Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly straightened up, her sleepiness completely gone. The mirror clearly reflected the figure she had been thinking about day and night, just looking at her. Her jade fingers suddenly tightened, and Xianxiaaudiobooks pressed close to the mirror, her hairpin swaying violently. "Young master?" The voice trembled with disbelief, even forgetting to use honorifics. The young master had also changed his appearance, becoming even more handsome and charming. "I thought you didn't want me anymore." She suddenly choked, having spent 5 years managing Daegong meticulously. During this time, she naturally experienced life and death crises, and fortunately, there were the treasures left by the young master. "Xianxiaaudiobooks, let's go." Qin Wangchuan interrupted her, continuing, "Prepare yourself. We are about to start speeding up the main storyline task." Main storyline task? A hint of confusion flashed in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. But the next moment it turned into determination. "Yes, it doesn't matter. As long as the young master still wants me, I will do anything." That night, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to prepare. Outside the palace, the disciples had never seen the sect master lose composure like this. They saw the usually cold figure actually lifting her skirt and running towards the treasure pavilion, the bright red skirt blooming joyfully on the stone steps. What is the sect master doing? A young disciple rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. Is this still the iron-blooded, merciless sect master? "You came in late, so you naturally don't know," the blue-robed senior brother whispered. When Daegong was not yet called Daegong, several immortals once descended. What happened later is unknown. We only need to know that everything about the sect master, including this Daegong, belongs to that great person. The junior brother gasped. "Are you saying she is a forbidden person?" The blue-robed senior brother nodded heavily, a hint of a deep secret flashing in his eyes. The young disciple was immediately frozen in place, the lantern in his hand falling with a thud. As the candlelight flickered, he hazily recalled the scene of the stern and cold sect master being possessed by that great figure. Could it be that this severe and cold sect master also has a spring of emotions that has never been revealed? He gasped, quickly shaking his head to dispel this disrespectful thought. "Calm your heart, and don't be alarmed." Even as he murmured the calm heart mantra, his fingertips still trembled. It wasn't evil thoughts, just an unprecedented jealousy. How he envied that great figure. The next day, in Qingxi town, the morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the stone road of Qingxi town was still covered with dew. Xianxiaaudiobooks, wearing a sheer veil, stood at the town's entrance, lightly stroking the jade order at her waist. In Qingxi town's Wanbao pavilion, find the shopkeeper Guijun and make him submit. Her eyes flashed with cold light as she lightly moved her lotus steps and soon arrived at Wanbao pavilion. Bang! With a gentle push of her delicate hand, the 2 heavy carved wooden doors burst open, and wood chips flew everywhere. Inside the pavilion, a few workers who were counting goods were so frightened they fell to the ground. None of them had ever seen such a beautiful fairy and dared not speak for a moment. This fairy. One worker stammered as he stood up, cold sweat beading on his forehead, unsure of what business she had. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes were cold and her aura terrifying. "Where is your shopkeeper?" Upon hearing this, the worker did not dare to hesitate. Moments later, a round-faced, slightly plump middle-aged man came down from upstairs. After seeing the person in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, he was pressed down. "Shopkeeper Gua?" "Yes, it's me." The fat man wiped his sweat, forcing out a smile. "What treasure does the fairy want to buy?" "This little shop." "Not buying." Before he finished speaking, Xianxiaaudiobooks had already struck out with a palm. Boom. Shopkeeper Gua flew out, crashing through 3 rows of shelves, jade and porcelain shattering all over the ground. Then Xianxiaaudiobooks used her spiritual power on her fist and went up for a fierce beating. After an incense stick's time, "Do you submit?" she coldly asked. "Yes, I submit." Shopkeeper Guo spat blood and begged for mercy. Fairy, spare my life. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. As soon as she exited Wanbao Pavilion, she eagerly took out the Xinyuan mirror to call Qin Wangchuan, respectfully reporting to him, "Young master, Guojun has been made to submit." Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes and glanced at the system panel. New task, a different era. After entering the sect, you received your first task to go to Qingxi Town and purchase spiritual herbs. However, upon arriving at Qingxi Town, you learned that the manager of Wanjin Pavilion, Guojun, monopolized the spiritual herb business, arbitrarily raising prices and oppressing loose cultivators. Especially for those low-level cultivators without sects, he exploits them to the fullest. If it were before, you would have turned a blind eye, but now your strength has changed drastically, and you must seek justice. Task objective: teach a lesson to Guojun, the manager of Wanjin Pavilion, so that he is convinced and submissive. Difficulty: normal. Task reward: 1 simulation attempt, 75 origin points. This task actually picked up from the plot of the last time you entered the sect. The dumb system is slacking off? No reaction means the task is not complete. What? Xianxiaaudiobooks was stunned. Impossible, he said it himself. Go again. Xianxiaaudiobooks' skin on the back of her neck tightened instantly, and her earlobes turned slightly red. She made a fool of herself in front of the young master. Bang! The door she had just propped open was kicked shut again. Manager Guo was crouched behind the counter applying medicine, and upon seeing her, he was so frightened that he fell off his chair. Fairy, why are you here again? The attendant had already run away in fear, and Manager Guo was curled up in the corner, trembling. Do you submit or not? Xianxiaaudiobooks said coldly. I submit. I really submit. Manager Guo said with a mournful face. Take whatever you want. Fairy, just don't hit me. I want nothing. Her fingertips gathered sword energy. Ready to hit you. Guojun. Manager Guo was stunned. What? I'm not Guojun. I'm Guojun's brother. Manager Guo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Guojun is my brother over at Wanjin Pavilion. Xianxiaaudiobooks Wanjin Pavilion? Chapter 58. The flickering spark that can be extinguished at will. When will you reveal yourself? But clearly, it was Xianxiaaudiobooks flipped through the Jade Order and suddenly remembered a terrifying fact. Last night, when the young master instructed her, a strand of black hair fell over his forehead, shaking her heart and making her thoughts drift away. I misheard. The air suddenly froze. The corners of Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips under her veil twitched slightly as she lowered her head and questioned, why didn't you say it earlier? Almost caused another blunder in front of the young master. Guohuai wanted to cry without tears. You didn't even ask. Plus, with your kick to my knee and punch to my mouth, I couldn't run or speak. He felt so wronged. Xianxiaaudiobooks took a deep breath and turned to leave. The next moment, she was already in front of Wanjin Building. Guojun, still unaware of what had happened, was pressed to the ground and beaten hard, blood spurting from his mouth. Fairy, spare my life. He struggled to turn over, his face full of terror. I don't know where I offended you. Do you submit or not? Xianxiaaudiobooks asked coldly. Guojun, huh? Slap. Another palm struck him, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot, stars appearing in his eyes. Do you submit or not? I submit. I submit. Guojun covered his swollen face, frantically nodding in submission. Although he had no idea what had happened, submission was all that mattered. Xianxiaaudiobooks squinted. Really submit? Really submit. Absolutely really submit. Guojun wanted to cry without tears. Fairy, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat dogs, I will never chase chickens. Xianxiaaudiobooks was satisfied and withdrew her hand, turning to leave. Guojun slumped on the ground, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Is this the retribution for making dirty money? Just as Guojun lay there doubting life, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps. Brother. Guohuai limped over, his face marked with a clear palm print, his clothes disheveled, looking as if he had been robbed in the street. Guojun's eyes widened. Brother, you were also beaten? For your head. Guohuai was so angry he almost spat out old blood, and it's all your fault. Huh? What does that have to do with me? Guojun looked confused. If it weren't for you scamming, cheating, selling on the black market, and forcing people to sign contracts, would I have to take this beating for you? The more Guohuai spoke, the angrier he got, picking up the abacus from the ground and smashing it on his brother's head, teaching you to make dirty money, teaching you not to learn well, teaching you to drag your brother down. Slap, slap, slap. Guojun covered his head and fled. Brother, don't hit me. Task completed. 1 simulation attempt. 75 origin points. This is just the beginning. As the tasks became more complicated, she even used the power of the Wendaegong. However, this decision caused the entire Wendaegong style to go off course. Taoyuan Town, Taoyuan Inn. Inside the inn, the noise was bustling. Several loose cultivators were gathered in a corner, quietly discussing the recent strange events in the cultivation world. Have you heard? Wendaegong has been acting like they've gone crazy lately, rampaging everywhere. A thin-faced cultivator took a sip of wine, clicking his tongue in amazement. Isn't that right? Another person slapped the table in agreement. A few days ago, I personally saw a Wendaegong disciple wearing coarse clothes, mysteriously carrying a package, deliberately flaunting it in front of the bandits at Blackwind Mountain. Those bandits thought it was a treasure and immediately surrounded him with more than 10 brothers. Isn't that looking for death? Someone next to him interjected. Can't a single person from Wendaegong wipe them out? The interesting part is here. The speaker's eyebrows danced. That disciple pretended to be in a panic, running while shouting for help, leading the bandits to chase him for 2 miles. As a result, he deliberately prolonged his shout, and when they chased into the woods, that disciple suddenly turned around and in the blink of an eye, slaughtered all the more than 10 people. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Fishing law enforcement? Who would have thought? The storyteller lowered his voice. Even more incredible was that the disciple used the same trick again. The bandit leader got angry and personally went out. The result was, the entire Blackwind Mountain was surrounded by Wendaegong. The land was turned 3 times, earthworms were cut in half, and even the wild dogs by the roadside got slapped twice. The listeners were dumbfounded, unable to imagine this was the style of a major sect. We can't provoke them. It's better to stay far away from Wendaegong in the future. However, at the next table, 3 disciples dressed simply instinctively shrank back. The little junior sister bit her chopsticks and quietly asked, "Senior brother, is our Wendaegong's reputation really that bad?" The man holding the teacup paused slightly, wanting to speak but hesitating. Another disciple cleared his throat and whispered, "Well, actually Wendaegong used to be quite upright. And now?" Now that person sighed, his expression complex. Ever since the sect master started helping that big shot, the reputation has, slightly gone off course. The little junior sister looked innocent. Who is that big shot? However, although these tasks are strange and varied, it can be seen that that big shot is still very good to us. Lu Chen's fingertips subtly brushed over the pendant at his waist, the cold touch causing a flicker of dark light in his eyes. No one knows. Inside this seemingly useless body, there is a prison containing an ancient, evil weapon, Shura slashing soul blade. This demonic blade consumes his essence and blood day and night, not only causing him to lose all cultivation and become a laughingstock, but also making his childhood sweetheart publicly tear up their engagement. He thought he would have to suffer in this dark torment for 100 years. But unexpectedly, that big shot saw through his physique through the mirror and bestowed him a treasure bottle and several pills. Just based on this, as long as he doesn't violate his principles, he will do whatever that big shot says. Oh, the little junior sister blinked her eyes, pretending to be innocent and nodded in agreement. Even more, no one knows. Beneath her Na'vi exterior lies a shocking identity. The Pearl of Xiantian Pavilion, in 1,000 states, a peerless genius with clear meridians, came to seek opportunities due to the turmoil in this world. Her father once said that there are dark currents surging in this world. She unconsciously fiddled with her black hair. Even those reclusive old monsters have come out to secretly plan. Could it be that all of this is because of that big shot whom even her father treats with caution? So you see, the disciple in the corner wearing a green robe suddenly spoke. His fingers reflected his plain, unremarkable face. Why should we, as small characters, worry about such big matters? He chuckled lightly, the surface of the tea rippling slightly. All he needed to do was to listen obediently to the sect master. Whatever the sect master said, they would do. Still, no one knew. The man in the green robe appeared to be flesh and blood, his expression vividly realistic. But if a person with extraordinary cultivation were to focus and look closely, they would discover that beneath the green robe was actually a shell made of heavenly talisman paper. And the one manipulating it from behind was pursuing the 10 directions immortal court above the 3,000 states. The Qin family, the Xuanji Pavilion. Qin Xuanji leaned against the jade throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. The reflection in the water mirror showing the people of the Wendaegong made the corners of his lips curl into a playful arc. In such a small place, yet everyone was a talent. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with countless thoughts. Is it coincidence? Or is this your chess move? But no matter how one puts it. Ninth brother, such an interesting matter. How could you enjoy it all by yourself? After saying that, Qin Xuanji suddenly pressed down on the ripples with his finger, his voice deepening a few degrees. At first glance, it was merely a firefly's faint glow that anyone could extinguish. But wasn't that overwhelming momentum born from the faint light? Let me see if he can lightly grind with his fingertips, his eyes full of interest. This chess move you've laid out, can it turn into a great fire, burning to the heavens? Chapter 59. The strongest in the lower realm is but an ant. Current source, 372 times. Remaining simulation attempts, 19. New task. The day to stand out has arrived. The reputation and strength of the Qinlan Holy Land have gradually reached the top of the northern region, finally attracting the attention of the supreme power, the ancient palace, in the eastern region. Through several frictions, you gradually saw the true face of this so-called supreme power. Just a petty person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. At this time, the Qingwan Holy Land also decided to declare war on it. And thus a bold idea gradually emerged in your heart. Goal 1. Edge Sword Test. Difficulty. Extremely difficult. Kill 20 prodigies of the ancient palace and ensure your own safety during the counterattack. Reward. 1 simulation attempt, 150 source. Goal 2. Counter attempt on the upper sect. Difficulty. Desperate. Kill or subdue the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the ancient palace, making them serve you. Reward. 1 simulation attempt, 200 source. Goal 3. Battle of the Heavenly Tilt. Difficulty. Unprecedented. Personally in the master of the ancient palace in the great battle, making your name known throughout the world. Completion reward. 2 simulation attempts. Note: this task is a 20-year long-term task. Please act within your means. How long has it been since the name Qingwan Holy Land was changed? System: I see you are also immersed in your own plot. Qin Wangchuan stared at the system's light screen, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. But this plot is still a kingly hot-blooded story of a cold door disciple paving his way up to become invincible in the world. Of course, provided that Qin Wangchuan hasn't died. Shaking his head, he immediately conveyed the task to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ancient palace, huh? Xianxiaaudiobooks' fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her clothes, her lips slightly pale. The name Ancient Palace, which made her feel humiliated just to mention it. During the 5 years that Qin Wangchuan disappeared, Xianxiaaudiobooks had been smelling the fragrance of pills in the bottle every day, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the treasure mirror in her hand, she thought herself invincible under heaven. When had she ever looked at the mere ancient palace? However, the fact was that the ancient palace did have some strength. Its master was even called the strongest in the eastern region, no exceptions. If it weren't for the treasure mirror keeping things in check, the Wendiagong would have long been treated like a roadside dog and kicked to death. It was even after seeding 7 spirit minds that the matter was calmed down. Under normal circumstances, no matter what others said, she would never provoke the ancient palace again. But what the young master said is the heavenly principle. Let alone an ancient palace, even if it means going through fire and water, she wouldn't hesitate. I'll prepare right away, but declaring war and gathering manpower will take time. Xianxiaaudiobooks was just speaking, but the next moment she was interrupted by Qin Wangchuan's sneer. She froze in front of the mirror. Even her breathing became stagnant. Did she offend this master with something she said? Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately straightened her back, lowered her head, and held her breath, not daring to move her eyelashes even a bit, waiting for the verdict. Declare war? Qin Wangchuan's fingertip lightly tapped on the mirror's surface. And at the moment the ripples spread, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to see an illusion of the galaxy collapsing in his eyes. When have you seen heavenly fire burning the forest, and still need to inform the trees and grasses within? Power is the best declaration of war. Position. Just 2 simple words made Xianxiaaudiobooks' throat inexplicably dry. Is the young master going to take action personally? With Qin Wangchuan's current realm, his divine sense was still insufficient to cover a world, and his Taoist methods couldn't reach that far. But the heavenly treasures in his small treasury compensated for these 2 shortcomings very well. He quickly locked onto the ancient palace. Xianxiaaudiobooks watched as the young master raised his hand towards the direction of the ancient palace, chanting ancient Taoist words. Yuan Shi Ming, divide the 2 instruments. 10,000 tribulations condense into form. Far away in the eastern region, in the ancient palace's discussion hall, I heard that Wendiagong is causing trouble again. An elder meaningfully crushed the jade slip in his hand and said, "What are you afraid of?" Another elder sneered, lightly tapping the table with his fingertip. Even if she has a treasure, she was still taught a lesson by us, and lost 7 spirit minds. The hall erupted in laughter. Only the master of the ancient palace, Missouri Tsongming, had a solemn expression. Don't be careless. Whether she is truly favored by immortals is yet to be confirmed. Rumor has it that Xianxiaaudiobooks from the northern region possesses extraordinary beauty, attracting upper realm immortals to take her into their homes. Although the truth of this has yet to be verified, the treasures in her hand are indeed real. Thinking about this, a hint of suppressed greed flashed in Mo Tsongming's eyes. Who wouldn't want a treasure? But that Qinglan's headmaster, Zuan Mingzi, indeed died under mysterious circumstances. Allowing a little girl to take the position, it was simply unheard of. Until the truth is clarified, one should act cautiously. If she does not offend our realm, we should quietly observe the changes and accumulate strength. That makes sense. The crowd frequently nodded in agreement. They then began discussing the purpose behind the recent bizarre actions of the Wendiagong. Suddenly, however, Mo Tsongming's body stiffened, his pupils constricted, and he suddenly leaped up from his seat, his gaze scanning around like a startled beast. Palace Master? Someone questioned. No. Mo Tsongming's voice tightened, repeating, No. What is it? Something feels off. Killing intent? No. Songming murmured to himself, is it the gaze? Someone is watching us. Songming's pupils violently constricted. Cold sweat sliding down his temples. He felt it. A terrifying presence was watching him. It was not from outside the hall, nor from a specific place, but was everywhere. It was as if the shadows of the entire hall had turned into eyes, and every wisp of air had become probing tendrils. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his gaze swept over each elder's face in the hall, as if confirming something. The third elder was still stroking his beard and sneering, a mocking smile on his lips. The fifth elder was casually toying with the teacup. Impatience evident in his eyes. The law elder even frowned, seeming to think he was overreacting. Everyone was completely oblivious. Only he, Songming, felt his skin prickling, his bones trembling, every inch of flesh screaming danger. You all, Songming's Adam's apple rolled, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out of a cracked pottery. Really don't feel anything? The elders exchanged glances, some even sneering. Just as the laughter was about to fade, Songming's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. An unprecedented fear engulfing him like a tidal wave. That feeling was like an ant's instinctive cry when it was scared out of its wits. Run. This scream did not sound human. It was more like the final wail of a beast cornered, emitted just before its fangs met its throat. But it was already too late. The heavens suddenly split open. A gigantic black sword constructed of spiritual power descended from the void, its blade entwined with chaotic calamity light, tearing apart the space wherever it passed. At the moment the sword light appeared, all disciples and elders of the ancient palace were instantly pressed to their knees on the ground, their bones crying out under the unbearable weight. Only the eastern domain's strongest, Songming, under the overwhelming pressure like a mountain, had his neck veins bulging as he struggled to lift his head inch by inch. His eyes were bloodshot. And just as he saw the outline of that giant sword, darkness consumed everything. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, Songming suddenly understood who wielded this sword. It must have been a powerful figure from the upper realm. So it turns out, there really was a celestial being showing mercy behind the Wendiagong. Chapter 60, Directional Simulation begins, True Dragon's Secret Realm. Master, an elder hurriedly reported, his face as pale as paper, his voice trembling almost out of tune. The ancient temple has been destroyed. As he spoke, he collapsed to the ground, his hand trembling as he handed over a jade slip. The entire region felt like it was rolling in his throat, his pupils violently shaking, having been erased directly from the eastern domain's map by an unknown powerful figure. Where the ancient temple once stood, now only a bottomless giant pit remained. Xianxia's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with incredulity. This was the second time she truly experienced Qin Wangchuan's strength. To think he could easily erase a top-tier force from another domain? Amidst the shock, an unprecedented sense of security spread in her heart. The more powerful Qin Wangchuan became, the more stable her reliance was in this chaotic world. However, another problem arose. While it was an honor to serve the young master, if this continued, she would forever only be able to gaze at him through a mirror. Xianxia suddenly clenched her sleeves, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the sky, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes. Not enough, far from enough. Task objectives 1, 2, and 3 completed. Current origin, 407 times. Remaining simulation attempts, 23. Qin Wangchuan looked at his 40 times origin and more than 20 simulation attempts. Nodding in satisfaction. That should be enough. He could begin the directional simulation. However, although it looked like a lot, it was actually only enough for 11 simulations. Directional simulation does not consume lifespan, but requires double the simulation attempts. If he had to choose, he would rather consume lifespan. But it was a full system, so he couldn't ask for too much. Qin Wangchuan immediately pressed the Start Simulation button. Please select the location for directional simulation. A map centered on him immediately appeared on the system panel, with several small points around it. Let me see, the Rift Abyss Blood Sea. The Pill God Medicine Ruins, the Ancient Battle Burial Ground, the Heart Question Illusion, the True Dragon Secret Realm, not bad, system. Most of the secret realms and ruins Qin Wangchuan had never heard of, although he knew these weren't difficult. He couldn't forget that this was information directly provided by the system. How to describe this feeling? It was like a foolish big child who had been foolish for 20 years suddenly awakening. Comforting. Either too far or too small. From the current perspective, this was the most suitable one, Qin Wangchuan said as his gaze moved to the True Dragon Secret Realm. True Dragon Secret Realm. Information, unknown. Opportunities, unknown. Ignoring the system prompts as usual, he focused on the word special. He lightly tapped the panel information, a glimmer of interest passing through his eyes. This secret realm, I remember, seems to be a great world opened up by the first emperor, where true dragons once resided. The key point is that this is within the imperial territory. Not only is there luck, but also dragon luck. Just wander around until the time to break through, and then directly go to find the heavenly gate. Killing two birds with one stone. It's settled. True Dragon Secret Realm, Directional Simulation begins. You are a disciple of a first-class family in the Central State Dynasty. Hong Yi, 14 years old, with cultivation at the 4th realm. Though still young, your extraordinary talent has earned you the title of the most hopeful person to restore the Hong family. Thus you have received an opportunity to enter the secret realm and see the world. The purpose of your journey is to find a handful of 9 dragon divine fire sand to heal the injuries of the elder in your family. Day 0 in the secret realm. While waiting for the secret realm to start, someone suggested why not have a competition. And an elder in your family whispered in your ear to watch these prodigies carefully, as they are the targets you will pursue in the future. You thought to yourself, am I not a prodigy at home? Who do I need to pursue? But soon you understood. The Li family prodigy took action, defeating everyone with a single sword, causing no one to dare challenge her. The most crucial point was that she was actually a woman, and a very beautiful one at that. You were stunned, completely unable to see her sword. From others, you learned her name, Li Qingwan, hailed as the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Day 1 in the secret realm. You stepped into the light gate with the crowd, and suddenly 9 ancient bronze paths appeared before you. Each tile was engraved with a fierce dragon's head, and the dragon's eyes glimmered with a bloody light. An elder reminded you, handing you a map, saying, "This is the first trial of the secret realm. Strictly follow the path marked on it, or you will die." You nodded and took it, only to find that the map detailed the route through the bronze paths, based on the experiences of your ancestors. Successfully passing the first trial, you noticed that several familiar faces who entered the secret realm with you had disappeared. Day 2 in the secret realm. With the protection of the elders, you separated from the crowd and began searching for treasures in the northern part of the secret realm. Day 10 in the secret realm. The leading elder from your family was dragged away by a monster disguised as a tree, but fortunately, the remaining people acted in time, and that elder only sustained minor injuries. Day 14 in the secret realm. You encountered more and more monsters along the way, although you were well protected. You could see that several elders were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Day 22 in the secret realm. Someone died, and there were no remains left. Day 39 in the secret realm. You woke up as usual from the camp and called out a few times, only to find that the elder who often took care of you had disappeared last night while on guard, vanishing without a trace. Some speculated that he had been lured away and killed by something at night, but you did not believe it. After waiting for a few more days, everyone decided to continue deeper into the secret realm. You were reluctant, but had no choice. Day 45 in the secret realm. You arrived at a small palace, and after searching, found a dragon blood pool. As you soaked in it, the pool water suddenly boiled, and your entire body felt as if it were being burned by fierce fire. Suddenly, half a jade slip floated to the surface. "Those with all 9 meridians severed may inherit my lineage." The elder looked at you and teased. You found an opportunity shortly after entering the secret realm. It seems we have a lucky star. Day 46 in the secret realm. While resting here, another group barged in trying to seize the treasure, and both sides engaged in battle. You watched as the elders were all killed. The person who attacked was named Tang Hui and was incredibly powerful. "I don't kill children. You can leave," he said, pointing a bloodied large knife at you. You were extremely frightened, your mind blank as you turned to run. But the next moment, a voice came from behind. "Ha, he actually believed it. I'm just kidding. I kill children too." You were hacked to pieces, hanging from a tree and bleeding to death. You are dead. Please select the following rewards to inherit. 114 years of lifespan. 2. Emperor-level cultivation technique, 3 talents fist, and its comprehension points. 3. Origin 170. I choose 3. Current origin, 424 times. Qin Wangchuan looked at this outcome and clicked his tongue. It was indeed pitiful, but lacking strength and wanting opportunities, one could only gamble with their life. Generally speaking, it wasn't a big deal for large families to lose a few people each year, as they could eventually be resurrected. It was just unknown how much weight your Hong family carried. After saying this, he glanced at Tang Hui, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Killing without cruelty is correct. The survival of the fittest is true, but cruelty crosses the line. Qin Wangchuan said as he had already placed him on the death list. If encountered, he would be killed without exception. Next, True Dragon Secret Realm, Directional Simulation begins. You originally came from the Chu family of the top 10 imperial clans. But due to your ruthless actions, you were expelled from the family for killing and injuring several clansmen during sparring, and later changed your name to Tang Hui. Qin Wangchuan changed from his previous laziness, his eyes filled with excitement. Oh? Chapter 61. The True Dragon's Transformation in the Cocoon of Slumber. You originally came from one of the top 10 imperial clans, the War Immortal Chu family, but were expelled from your home due to your ruthless actions, having killed and injured many of your own kin during sparring. You later changed your name to Tang Hui, with a cultivation level of the 10th realm. You learned from another secret realm that there exists a supreme treasure for body cultivation in the true dragon secret realm. So you specially gathered people and used your connections with the Chu family to obtain a token for entering the secret realm. Day 1 in the secret realm. While waiting for the secret realm to begin, you secretly observed everyone, categorizing them into 3 groups: soft persimmons, those with some skill, and untouchables. After entering the secret realm, you didn't rush. Instead, you avoided the untouchables and followed behind the soft persimmons. Day 3 in the secret realm. You specifically targeted the lone soft persimmons, killing 7 people and obtaining several low-level elixirs and spirit stones. Day 5 in the secret realm. Opportunities are not easily obtained, so let these fools help me scout the way. You thought to yourself, wandering around the outskirts of the secret realm. You fixed your eyes on a 5-person team, taking advantage of the night to ambush and kill 3 of them, while the remaining 2 fled. You acquired a fragment of a quasi-emperor scripture, Blood Fiend Palm, and began studying it. Day 15 in the secret realm. You encountered a sword cultivator from those with some skill category, engaging in a fierce battle for 30 moves, exchanging injuries for lives. While looting, you discovered a fragment of the map of the secret realm, pointing to Bloodbone Pond. Day 21 in the secret realm. Following the map, you found Bloodbone Pond, discovering 3 people competing for a dragon bloodgrass. You lurked for 3 days, waiting for them to injure each other before striking, eliminating them all. Day 29 in the secret realm. You refined the dragon bloodgrass, your blood energy skyrocketing. However, the commotion attracted a terrifying beast, the blood-scale python. With quick thinking, you broke one of your companion's legs and threw it to distract the beast, allowing you and the remaining people to escape. Next day, although the remaining people did not reprimand you for your actions, their eyes were filled with wariness. You looked down on these weaklings, thinking, a dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. We all came for opportunities, so why pretend to be noble? Day 37 in the secret realm. You continued your hunt, but few soft persimmons remained. Day 46 in the secret realm. You followed and discovered a group of soft persimmons resting by a blood pool. Without hesitation, you launched a surprise attack, killing the strongest among them, then silencing everyone else to seize the opportunity. However, the child in that team was quite interesting. You hadn't encountered such a scared little mouse in a long time. You severed its limbs and humiliated the bodies of its kin in front of it. Day 51 in the secret realm. You encountered a beast tied in the scaled domain of the secret realm and were forced to temporarily ally with several cultivators. After the beast tied retreated, you ambushed your allies, looting the corpses of the beasts and the others. Day 59 in the secret realm. You found a safe place to digest the spoils you had previously collected, but it was actually a trap. You had long noticed that someone in the group was looking at you strangely. Day 63 in the secret realm. Sure enough, while you pretended to cultivate, someone ambushed you. But fortunately, you had already prepared to counterattack easily. To avoid trouble, you killed the remaining people as well. Day 71 in the secret realm. You followed some untouchables through the dragon language stone forest, arriving at the central forbidden palace of the secret realm. The palace door was tightly closed, with obscure dragon clan prohibitions floating on its surface. While everyone worked together to break it, you quietly retreated to a side corridor, your fingers brushing over the cold dragon scale relief. The fragment from the previous secret realm indeed proved useful. You took out a piece of bronze from your pocket, infused it with spiritual power, and the fragment hummed and trembled, creating a connection with the palace wall. Click. A mechanism lightly clicked, and the dragon scales turned, revealing a narrow secret passage. A group of fools, let them struggle slowly. You slipped inside, and the prohibitions behind you closed silently, completely isolating those untouchables still struggling at the main door. At the end of the secret passage was an ancient altar soaked in dragon blood. In the center of the altar floated a translucent dragon cocoon, glimmering like jade, with dark golden dragon patterns swirling on its surface. The true dragon's transformation cocoon is in slumber. Indeed, a true dragon is sleeping, it's mine. You reached out to touch the dragon cocoon, and the intense dragon aura burned through your arm into your meridians, causing your vision to blacken, but you couldn't help but chuckle. Those outside were fighting to the point of bloodshed, unaware that the true opportunity had already fallen into your hands. An ancient will awaken from the cocoon, examining your qualifications. With a sigh, blazing dragon flames ignited from your arm, spreading throughout your body in an instant. It is not you. You are dead. Please choose from the following rewards to inherit. 1. 290 years of lifespan. 2. Fragment of the quasi-emperor scripture Blood Fiend Palm and its comprehension points. 3. 370 source. Qin Wangchuan shook his head after reading the entire simulation, self-proclaimed strong, yet resorting to bullying the weak. In the end, even if he gained an opportunity, he was powerless to bear it, truly a case of self-inflicted consequences. I choose 3. Current source, 461 times. With the infusion of source again, Qin Wangchuan felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. Looking at the panel again, he gained some understanding of the secret realm. There are indeed great opportunities inside, and they may even be related to other secret realms, but the current information is still too scarce. What can be done with little information? Of course, it's time to start the simulation. True Dragon Secret Realm, Directional Simulation begins. You are Yi Jiani, the taboo child of the hidden world Divine Mountain. A favored person of the heavenly Tao who, since birth, has been granted the heavenly mandate Divine Eye capable of occasionally seeing the remnants of fate bestowed by the great Tao. Divine Mountain? Qin Wangchuan murmured to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, not expecting to see this name here. It is said that the lineage of the Divine Mountain is inherited from ancient times, and in terms of depth of heritage, it is comparable to imperial clans. Originally, there was a great possibility of joining one of the imperial clans, but for some unknown reason, they announced their hidden existence. He thoughtfully looked at the name Yi Jiani, since he is referred to as the taboo child. He must be extraordinary. Could it be that besides the true dragon, there are other things in this secret realm that warranted the hidden lineage to send out such a being? Continuing to look at the simulation content. Day 1 in the secret realm. You stepped into the light gate with the crowd, stopping in front of the suddenly appearing 9 ancient bronze paths. Your fingers touching the middle ancient path, caressing the marks of the heavenly Tao prompts on it. There were kind-hearted people around warning you that this was a dead end, and entering would lead to certain death. You coldly smiled in your heart. This is why mortals are foolish. The opportunity is right in front of them, yet no one notices. But it is also because of this that I am able to succeed. Thank you, mortals. Without hesitation, you led the people inside. You became lost in the illusion. You are dead. Qin Wangchuan. He stared wide-eyed at the simulation result, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this what the taboo child is like? I thought you would have some substance, but in the end, you're even worse than a common soldier. At least those cannon fodder could last 3 to 5 days. Just as he was speaking, Qin Wangchuan casually scanned through the simulation results. But his gaze suddenly froze when he passed over the reward section. Please choose from the following rewards to inherit. 116 years of lifespan. 2. Heavenly Transformation Sacred Body and Heavenly Transformation Divine Eye. 3. 220 source. His gaze lingered on the second option for a long time, his fingertip lightly tapping the screen. So that's how it is, Qin Wangchuan murmured thoughtfully. The second column of simulation rewards consists of things that appeared during the simulation. But this time Yi Jiani did not display any abilities, so it directly granted him his constitution. As this thought emerged, clarity dawned upon him. He shifted his focus to the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Body. Although Yi Jiani was doomed because of this constitution, it does not mean it is not powerful. The Heavenly Transformation Sacred Body ranks among the top 5 of the 3,000 physiques, rumored to be able to receive guidance from the Great Tao. Glimpsing the secrets of the heavens, truly a favored individual of the Great Tao. The opportunity has already been presented to you. Whether you can hold on to it is not my concern. It is a physique with both extremely high upper and lower limits. I choose 2. Qin Wangchuan chose without any hesitation. Chapter 62. The Child of Fortune, Lu Chun. In an instant, the world before him suddenly twisted. Blood tears fell from his eyes. The once clear world crumbled inch by inch, replaced by a chaotic void. Countless mysterious runes flowed in the void, intertwining to form obscure trajectories. As if a corner of the river of fate was materializing at this moment. Boom. An indescribable sharp pain spread from his eyes to his soul, as if billions of silver needles were stirring in his skull. Qin Wangchuan let out a muffled groan but gritted his teeth, refusing to close his eyes. In the next moment, as if an invisible shackle shattered, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the depths of his pupils, like dawn breaking, dispelling the chaos. He saw it. An illusory long river fell from an endless height, its waters composed of countless flickering runes, each representing a possibility, a destiny. Normally, even the highest beings could not interfere with this river of fate, only drawing out branches. But the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Body was different. The river transformed into strands of golden silk cascading down. The entire river of fate was actually redirected for him alone. It didn't allow people to glimpse the secrets of heaven. Instead, it made the secrets of heaven come to meet you. As the golden light in his eyes gradually converged, transforming into a faint shimmering glow deep within his pupils, his vision returned to normal. Nevertheless, Qin Wangchuan could still feel that his eyes were now completely different from before. Wherever his gaze fell, the trajectories of spiritual energy drifting in the air, the weak flow of fortune on others, and even certain signs of impending events all vaguely emerged like reflections in water. Is this the Heavenly Transformation Divine Eye? Qin Wangchuan touched his eyes with one hand and reached out to the surroundings with the other. In a room that should have been very familiar, It was now covered with unfamiliar runes. Qin Wangchuan's gaze slowly scanned these mysterious runes, his brows slightly furrowing. The meaning of these runes still needed to be explored. Moreover, this I could only tell you where opportunities lie, but whether you can seize them or not, this point must be remembered. Otherwise, the next one to be tricked would be me. While pondering, a strange color suddenly flashed in his vision. Quite impressive. It can even see the red thread, and so on. Red thread? Qin Wangchuan's movements suddenly froze. He saw a fine red thread, as thin as a gossamer, wrapped around his little finger, the other end extending into the distance, tied to someone unknown. It might be her. The figure of Li Qinghuan floated in his mind. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside unnecessary thoughts. After getting a bit familiar with these eyes, he looked back at the system panel. But he found that this simulation didn't seem to be over yet. Note: in repeated simulations, no simulation rewards can be obtained. Qin Wangchuan's gaze narrowed slightly. Resurrection coin? He rubbed his chin and began to ponder the gains and losses. With the same number of times as the directional simulation consumption, although no rewards could be obtained. If he could find a way to break this opportunity, it would definitely be worth it. Repeated simulation begins. Remaining simulation times, 15. You stepped through the middle door, and before you was a white void space. You lost yourself. You died. The next ones were all about losing oneself, but in the last one, Qin Wangchuan still saw a way to break the situation. Repeated simulation begins. Remaining simulation times, 1. You stepped through the middle door, and before you was a white void space. In the endless void, unable to bear the torment, you ultimately chose to give up. You committed suicide. You gained a new life. This scene simulation ends. Qin Wangchuan stared at the final simulation result, whispering, the stronger the desire to survive. The more one wants to live, the more one will lose oneself. Who would have thought that suicide would be the only way out? Countless experiences of void and despair flashed through his mind from the simulations. The feeling of consciousness being slowly eroded until losing oneself seemed to still linger deep in his mind. But in any case, the way to break the situation was now before him. The golden light in Qin Wangchuan's eyes flickered and vanished. Let me see what exactly is hidden in your true dragon's secret realm. After saying that, he suddenly raised his gaze and looked into the distance. Moreover, there seems to be a suspected child of fortune appearing in the lower realm. I wonder if this secret realm will attract those destined individuals. Not long after, the news of the opening of the True Dragon's secret realm spread throughout the entire Shifeng Immortal Court. The True Dragon's secret realm is rumored to be the origin of the ancient True Dragon, which is quite rare for the 10 great imperial clans, let alone those ordinary top Dao lineages. In an instant, the entire Shifeng Immortal Court was filled with turbulent winds and surging fortunes. This was destined to be a gathering of stars that would shake the heavens and a chess game of the eternal great teachings. In Zhongzhou, beyond a mountain range, the mist of the 10,000 great mountains had yet to dissipate when a figure stepped out, treading on the morning dew. The youth was clad in rough linen. His appearance handsome. The most striking feature was a golden dragon scale mark that was faintly visible on his forehead, shimmering with a strange luster in the sunlight. Finally out, the youth looked up at the distance, and in the depths of his pupils, there seemed to be a dragon shadow swimming. He could not remember how he ended up in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, only vaguely recalling that when he opened his eyes, he had already been lying in a hunter's simple wooden house. From that day on, he lived in this secluded paradise, with only a broken bronze tripod that he wore close to him to prove his past. The tripod seemed to have been torn open by sharp claws, missing a corner. Among the mottled patterns, the two characters Lu Chun could be faintly discerned. Life is originally like still water. Until a few days ago, a strange change occurred in his dreams. An old man with a dragon head and horns entered his dreams every night, guiding him in the swirling dragon energy. Go to the True Dragon's secret realm. There lies your lost dragon clan inheritance. Oh, the broken tripod hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a low dragon roar. It seemed to be pointing in a certain direction. It seems my position is not wrong. Lu Chen gently stroked the tripod, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. This time coming out of the mountains was not only to explore the secret realm mentioned by the old man, but also to uncover the mystery of his lineage. Why a human youth like him had the blood of the dragon clan flowing in him. Suddenly, a commotion came from the woods ahead. Several cultivators flew by on swords, and the leader had a jade pendant hanging from his waist, on which the words Divine Mountain were prominently carved. It is said that this time the secret realm will even see the emergence of that forbidden child. One cultivator said in a low voice, hidden for so many years, finally going to see the true face. Another person sneered, saying that he was only 15 or 16 years old, but was protected tightly by those old monsters. No one even knew if he was male or female, no matter if he is a dragon or a phoenix. The leading cultivator's eyes shone with brilliance. This time the True Dragon secret realm has emerged. and he wanted to see if this hidden prodigy truly deserves the title of forbidden. Lu Qin quietly retreated behind a tree, concealing his aura. After the crowd left, he looked down at his palm. In the center of his palm, a dragon-shaped pattern was slightly heating up. This was the Dragon Clan bloodline's response to its source, indicating that there were indeed remnants of true dragons in the secret realm. The elder said that people outside would eat others without spitting out bones, fighting to the death for a piece of opportunity. But if that opportunity truly belongs to me, he clenched his fist, and the dragon scale mark on his forehead suddenly lit up. I will never give it to others. After saying that, his figure turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the direction of the secret realm. Where he passed, the grass and trees bowed down, as if submitting to some ancient bloodline. Chapter 63. A stronger opponent than Qin Wangchuan, Chu Wujiao. Li family's third sword comprehension platform. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and dew still lingered around the sword comprehension platform. Li Xian sat cross-legged on the green stone platform. His eyes suddenly opened, and his fingertips brushed against his forehead. Brotherly, it seems you have recovered quite well. A clear and cold voice came from behind. Chu Wujiao? Li Xian raised his brow slightly. You actually took the initiative to come find me? If the strongest among the older generation of the Chu family is Chu Qingyan, then the strongest among the younger generation is none other than Chu Wujiao. He had mediocre talent since childhood, but unexpectedly awakened the Nine Hells battle body at the age of 15, and since then, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. He once defeated a 10-realm genius with his 8-realm cultivation, and his strength is unfathomable. Now that he has reached the 10th realm, he can kill a 12th realm powerhouse in an instant. Hearing that you were killed by Qin Wangchuan with a single sword, I came to see the joke, said Chu Wujiao, his tone carrying no mockery, but rather sounding like he was stating a fact. Li Xian sighed bitterly, but wasn't he angry. It is indeed laughable. I couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from him. Chu Wujiao's gaze shifted slightly, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, is he really that strong? Li Xian paused, the memory of that sword light that pierced through heaven and earth resurfacing in his mind. It was a sword that could split even realms. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react, and his consciousness was split in two. Strong? He shook his head, his voice low. That's not strength, that's unreasonable. I entered the 9th realm at 28, easily defeated enemies across realms, and considered myself unmatched among my peers. But Qin Wangchuan Li Xian took a deep breath. At 15, with 8-realm cultivation, he cut me down as if I were grass. Of course, part of it may be due to the difference in techniques. I have yet to master the sword seal, but he used the supreme secret technique of the Qin family. That comprehension is simply against the heavens. Chu Wujiao frowned slightly. Are you talking about the Qin family as heavenly sword, or that sword from Qin Wudao? Qin Wudao always starts his duels with the Taichu burial god sword, making it hard for others to guard against. Over time, that sword has gradually become synonymous with him. Li Xian remained silent for a long time, eventually letting out a long sigh. It was that sword from Qin Wudao, but I suspect he can use them all. The strongest among our generation should be you. Perhaps you can fight him. A spark of battle intent suddenly erupted in Chu Wujiao's eyes. Oh? His sword is so fast that it doesn't seem like a technique, but something even more terrifying. Li Xian slowly stood up, his fingertip drawing a line in the void, simulating the essence of that sword from that day. But what was more terrifying was that when he drew the sword, there was no murderous intent, as if he were merely brushing away a speck of dust. Chu Wujiao stared at Li Xian's movements, as if seeing the young man who executed that sword, suddenly sneering. It doesn't seem that impressive. He turned to look in the direction of the Qin family. Some say talent is everything, but this journey has taught me that effort is paramount. I want to give it a try. Li Xian shook his head. I advise you not to. Afraid I'll die? Afraid your Dao heart will collapse. Li Xian patted his shoulder, his tone complex. That guy shouldn't be measured by the standards of geniuses. Chu Wujiao did not respond, but suddenly asked, I heard he is going to the True Dragon secret realm? Li Xian nodded. The Li family has received news that this time, the secret realm of the Central State Dynasty may reveal great secrets. Qin Wangchuan, possessing the immortal body of longevity, will surely not miss it. The corners of Chu Wujiao's lips curled up slightly. That's perfect. Are you going too? Li Xian was surprised. Aren't you usually disdainful of these opportunities? I originally was. Chu Wujiao raised his eyes, the sword intent in his gaze surging like a tide. But now, I want to see if this junior is really that against the heavens. Before he finished speaking, he looked at Li Xian. What about you? Me? Li Xian's gaze suddenly became dazed, the memory of being killed by a sword resurfacing. His fingertip unconsciously brushed over the scar on his forehead that had long since healed. But when he raised his head, all that was in his eyes turned into burning battle intent. Of course I'm going. Right now, I indeed can't compare to you, and I might never catch up. But as long as I'm alive, I will keep pursuing it. Qin Wangchuan stood still, looking at the blazing eyes of Li Xian, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He could have mocked him, saying something like with your current self. But the words wouldn't come out, because he realized that this Li Xian, who calmly admitted his weakness, was more dangerous than ever before, not dangerous to his enemies, but a subversion of the definition of a strong person. A swordsman should be straightforward, sharp, and should rather break than bend. If he mocked now, he would soon be surpassed in the blink of an eye. Qin Wangchuan scoffed at his own thoughts, the battle intent in his eyes surging like lava. This is how it should be. What a great world it is. It should be like this. The stars are brilliant. I stand at the peak. Qin family. After some preparations, Qin Wangchuan was finally about to set off for the true dragon secret realm. He thought this was just an ordinary trip, but others didn't seem to think so. Young Master Jiushi, this secret realm is not to be taken lightly. Teacher Qin Wenha said with a serious expression, reminding him in a low voice. It is said that the forbidden son of the divine mountain lineage has already emerged, and there may even be other hidden sect geniuses lurking within. While there is no need to be overly cautious, it ultimately involves various forces. If conflicts arise, please pay attention to your measures. Qin Wenha hesitated to speak, ultimately just letting out a light sigh. He was never worried about his own prodigious ninth son, but rather those who were ignorant and would soon encounter Qin Wangchuan on a narrow path. As for the older generation, do you think they dare to intervene? If they meddle, the emperor will knock on their door in no time. Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly at these words. Teacher is overthinking it. He raised his eyes, his gaze like a flowing galaxy, yet terrifyingly calm. I know what to do. Soon after, Qin Wangchuan and the others prepared to depart. This time, Qin Wangchuan would lead, accompanied by several guards. However, after learning he was going, a few young masters who had originally shown no interest also planned to join. Outside the Wangchuan pavilion, 2 palanquins had been waiting for a long time. Pulled by 5 completely snow-white dragon steeds, they stood there quietly. Even their hoof movements were cautious. The dragon steeds are a unique breed raised by the Qin family, with crystal horns on their heads and their hooves entwined with light clouds. Such extraordinary beasts. Even one of them could serve as the divine beast guarding the gates of top-tier forces, but in the Qin family, they could only be reduced to pulling carts. Next to the palanquins, the young elites of the Qin family and the guards were already lined up waiting. These geniuses who could establish sects in the outside world could only serve as accompanying guards at this moment. And on the palanquin, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were already seated. They were the battle-mad 4th brother and the mischievous 8th sister. Chapter 64. The secret realm is about to open. The current fate of the Zhao family. On the dragon steed palanquin, the 2 figures formed a stark contrast. The robust young man sitting cross-legged on the left suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze resembling a mountain fire. It was the 4th young master Qin Wangchuan. Too slow. He suddenly punched the cart frame, and the entire palanquin instantly glowed with defensive array patterns. How can we martial artists dawdle like this? A soft laugh interrupted his grandiose words. Qin Zhao swung her fair legs, the bells hidden somewhere jingling with her movements. She even deliberately lifted her little feet, the peach blossom embroidered skirt fluttering in the wind, revealing half of her jade-like calf. Martial artists? Qin Zhao tilted her head, playing with a strand of hair, revealing an innocent yet mischievous smile. 4th brother wouldn't think that everyone is as muscle-brained as you, right? Just as she was speaking, she suddenly noticed a gaze, turning to see Qin Wangchuan quietly watching her. Qin Zhao immediately shrank her neck, rolling her eyes. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get in the car. Stop dawdling. 8th sister. Qin Wangchuan said calmly. It seems like you're sitting in my car. Nonsense. Qin Zhao pouted, looking disdainful. Of course, this is your car. Am I foolish to sit in the back? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly jumped down from the car, but at the moment Qin Wangchuan stepped onto the palanquin, she swiftly slipped back in, directly lifting the curtain and sitting down brazenly in the main seat. I've suddenly changed my mind. She crossed her legs, swinging her fair little feet, the bells jingling. This palanquin is spacious, so I'll sit here. Qin Wangchuan remained expressionless at her words, turning his gaze to the guards outside. Did you bring the cautionary measures? Qin Zhao jumped up from her seat like a startled rabbit, covering her little bottom with both hands, her pink face turning crimson. You dare? Her big eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist, clearly recalling the shameful experience of being spanked in public last time. My carriage has been borrowed by 3rd sister to pick someone up, she hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with a bit of grievance, yet she forced herself to put on a fierce look. Do you think I want to squeeze into the same carriage as you? Humph. Saying this, she stealthily moved towards the car door, ready to escape at any moment. But then she thought it would be too embarrassing, so she stuck her neck out and added, if it weren't for the fact that you're my brother, I wouldn't. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly shrieked because Qin Wangchuan pretended to get up. The little girl immediately darted to the back of the carriage like a gust of wind, curling up into a ball, still unwilling to back down. If you dare to make a move, I will. I will. After a long pause, she couldn't say a word. In the past, she could still complain to the Ancestor, but now. Fourth Prince Qin Wangchuan watched Qin Zhao in her cowardly yet defiant state, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. Eighth sister, with this little ability of yours, you will probably be completely subdued by ninth brother. It's strange to say, clearly such a lawless little demon. Why is she so afraid of him? He certainly didn't know that before Qin Wangchuan descended to the world, Qin Zhao was the youngest little ancestor of the Qin family. Those stronger than her couldn't be bothered to argue with a little girl, and those weaker than her dared not provoke this little devil. But Qin Wangchuan was different. He really dared to hold down this lawless little devil and spank her, and he was particularly ruthless, making her unable to get out of bed for 3 days. If you had said that earlier, it would have been fine. Qin Wangchuan's expression remained unchanged. Sometimes he couldn't be bothered to argue with this little demon. But she was just asking for a beating. My lord. Yi Jiani approached slowly, holding an ancient zither, with a red-feathered golden crow on her shoulder, dozing off, its sparse tail feathers trembling with her steps. Cheap. The little creature suddenly woke up, and its golden eyes lit up the moment it saw Qin Wangchuan. It flapped its not-yet-grown wings, flying over in a crooked manner like a dandelion blown by the wind. It ended up slapping against Qin Wangchuan's chest. Cheep cheep. The little creature not only didn't feel embarrassed, but was excitedly circling around him, its pink claws trying to burrow into his collar. You ugly thing. Qin Zhao jumped in anger, completely forgetting her earlier cowardice. I fed you 3 months of divine fire crystals, and you won't even let me touch you. Yi Jiani couldn't help but chuckle. It only lets the young master touch it. Qin Wangchuan picked up the little red rag, observing the sparks of flattery bursting from its fluff. Just as he was about to toss it aside, the little creature suddenly chirped, spitting out a crystal containing endless firepower from its beak. Wasn't that just a divine fire crystal? It was its recently hoarded food. Is this a treasure offering? Qin Wangchuan's expression was strange as he pinched the fire crystal with his fingertips, then slightly raised the corners of his lips. Fine, I'll take you out to play. Seeing that he accepted the gift, the little golden crow immediately excitedly chirped, sparks bursting from its fluff. However, when it was placed on his shoulder, it pecked at the hard shoulder bone in dissatisfaction. Cheap. It protested, flapping its sparse wings, and flew crookedly to the top of Qin Wangchuan's head. Now it looked like he was wearing a moving red-feathered hat. The little creature proudly stomped around in his hair, clearly preparing to sleep. Get down from there. The more Qin Zhao looked, the more annoyed she became. She shouted and reached out to grab it. Qin Wangchuan's gaze darkened, his long fingers suddenly clamping down on her delicate wrist like a vice. What are you doing? Qin Zhao struggled her wrist, realizing she couldn't break free, and angrily huffed, humph. If it poops on your head later, don't blame me for not reminding you. She puffed out her cheeks, looking like a wronged little wife. This isn't a bird, but a proper golden crow. How could it poop? Qin Wangchuan glanced at her indifferently, his fingertips lightly tapping the carriage shaft. Go. Just one word. And the entire team moved as if directed by his command. The white jade dragon steed raised its head and neighed, its hooves stepping on the void, carrying the carriage over the starry river's reflection, heading straight for the Central State Dynasty. In the Central State Imperial City, before the towering Heavenly Gate, the flying boats and treasure carriages of various factions cascaded down like a starry river, illuminating the entire sky with brilliant colors. On either side of the Heavenly Gate, golden armored guards stood like a forest, their killing auras soaring into the sky. And at the top of the 9,999 jade steps, a graceful figure stood still, her golden phoenix tail skirt outlining a graceful silhouette, the skirt's golden threads embroidered with 9 phoenixes shining brightly in the sunlight. It was none other than the eldest princess of the Central State Dynasty, Jiang Xuanli. The eldest princess is actually waiting here in person? Someone gasped softly. She was too beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also possessing an extremely noble aura, backed by the Central State Dynasty, one of the 7 continents. To take her down would be equivalent to obtaining a continent of the 10 Directions celestial court. At this thought, various factions' minds stirred. The holy son of the Tai Su sect drove down in a green jade flying boat, straightened his attire, and approached with a smile, cupping his hands. Princess Jiang, I've heard so much about you. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xuanli's gaze swept over lightly, her steps unhalted, walking straight past him without even sparing him a glance. Just as the holy son of the Tai Su sect's face turned ashen as he retreated, a purple aura suddenly came from the east. A gilded flying carriage broke through the clouds, the flying feathers hanging from the carriage head swirling with mysterious patterns in the sunlight. The imperial family has arrived. The Zhou family of feather transformation. A low murmur arose among the crowd. This is actually not bad. Chapter 65, Phoenix calls for the dragon, awaiting the Qin family. A young man dressed in a feather-patterned Dao robe gracefully descended, unfurling a feather fan in his hand, the fan surface faintly revealing intricate feather patterns. Zhou Yuni straightened his white feathered robe towards Jiang Xuanli, then fiddled with the auspicious feather fan. After noticing she had no reaction, he stepped forward. Fairy Xuanli. Zhou Yuni deliberately used an affectionate title, the feather fan gently waving, bringing forth bursts of celestial light. Since their last encounter at the Heavenly Machine Martial Arts, the fairy's aura had surpassed the past. Two golden-armored guards immediately stepped forward with their halberds raised, the halberd tips flashing with cold light. Zhou Yuni's fan-waving motion suddenly froze. Even his hand holding the folding fan stopped midair. As his gaze swept past, his gray-clad old servant immediately knelt and presented a gilded brocade box. The lid unopened but already exuding the fragrance of pills. Your Highness, this is our family's treasured nine-turn mysterious feather. Jiang Xuanli finally turned her head, her gaze like a frosty blade sweeping across Zhou Yuni's face. Just as Zhou Yuni thought he had finally attracted the attention of this beauty, nine-turn mysterious feather pill? A mocking arc appeared at the corner of her lips. It seems that last time, that member of the Qin family was still merciful to you Zhou family. To be able to bring out such a treasure. The faces of the Zhou family members turned suddenly pale. That unhealed old scar was now being torn open brutally. With just one glance from the Qin emperor, a third of the Zhou family's ancestral land vanished, and most of the clan members were killed or injured. Even a clan-protecting divine feather from their ancestral shrine was cut off. Not to mention the subsequent compensation, they were almost left with nothing. Although they were much better off than the Wang family next door, the Zhou family now merely bore the title of an imperial family, without the strength of one. This woman, if it weren't for the need for the support of the dynasty behind her, who would be willing to flatter her? The fairy is joking. Zhou Yuni forced a smile, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. That was merely your three elders personally coming to apologize to obtain leniency? Jiang Xuanli casually brushed past the golden phoenix on her sleeve, her icy tone filled with sharpness. An uproar erupted at the foot of the jade steps. Who didn't know about the calamity that befell the Zhou family? But a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Now they were publicly exposed for such disgraceful matters. Zhou Yuni didn't care about others' reactions. He was here on a mission. Fairy Xuanli. He still wanted to increase his favorability, hoping to win the beautiful lady back to bring some fortune to the Zhou family. But this intention was too obvious. She was born to match the strongest person in the world. How could she lower herself? The prosperous Zhou family was beneath her contempt. Let alone the half-dead Zhou family now. Get out of the way. Jiang Xuanli waved her wide sleeves, and her cold voice momentarily stunned Zhou Yuni. The brocade box fell to the ground with a thud, and a pill the size of a longan rolled into the dust. As she brushed past Zhou Yuni in her gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, a wave of chilling fragrance wafted through the air. Just as she passed the nine-turned xianxiaaudiobooks, she suddenly stopped. The dark-colored palace skirt lifted slightly at the corner, revealing an ankle as white as jade. The tips of her toes rested on 3-inch golden high heels, the shoe body entirely gilded, with intricate phoenix patterns entwined upon it. Her jade foot gently lifted. And under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the heel precisely stepped on the pill. Crack. The faint sound of shattering was especially clear in the silence. As the gilded shoe pressed down inch by inch, the priceless spirit pill was gradually crushed into colorful powder. Finally, with a twist of her heel, even the remnants vanished without a trace on the bluestone floor. Jiang Xuanli lightly flicked her sleeve, and the golden tassel in her hair swayed slightly, reflecting a cold light under the sun. She glanced down at the colorful powder left on the ground, the corners of her lips curling into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Oh dear. Her red lips parted, but there was no hint of apology in her tone. My foot slipped. This was clearly a blatant humiliation. If it were the previous Zhou family. Regardless of his thoughts, Jiang Xuanli had already turned away, the golden phoenix-tailed skirt spreading a dignified arc in the air. Her waist remained motionless, exuding royal majesty. Two golden-armored guards immediately stepped forward. Take young Master Zhou to the storeroom. Her voice was cold, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Take 2 9-turns xianxiaaudiobooks as compensation. The crowd gasped in shock. Destroy 1 and give 2. Zhou Yuni's chest heaved violently. This was hardly compensation. It was clearly telling everyone. The foundation of the central state dynasty is far beyond the current Zhou family. If it were the Zhou family of the past, I would have to think twice. Her golden phoenix-tailed skirt rippled with her steps. But unfortunately, the current Zhou family was no longer what it used to be. Easily discarding 2 great imperial families, this is the Qin family. Soon after, several renowned talents approached to pay their respects, but they were equally ignored. Jiang Xuanli stood quietly at the top of the jade steps, her gaze always looking toward the distant horizon, as if waiting for something. What kind of divine being could make the crown princess wait like this? The crowd whispered among themselves. Suddenly, the Chongqing Qin family has arrived. Someone shouted, and the crowd turned to look. A white jade dragon steed shattered the void as it approached, followed by 9 gilded carriages gliding through the clouds. The carriage shafts adorned with the Qin family emblem shining like a galaxy of stars. Especially the luxurious carriage at the forefront, with its shaft inlaid with 9 nether Xian jade, was worth the accumulated wealth of a first-rate family for 100 years. Zhang Xuanli suddenly stopped. The princess, who had been cold as ice at the 10,000 Clans conference, was now slightly flustered even in her breathing. The female official beside her was about to remind her of her posture when she saw her princess suddenly regain her composure. Raising her hand to tidy the 9 phoenixes holding pearls in her hairpin, and repeatedly confirming that her attire was proper. In the distance, the holy son of Tai Su Min looked at this scene with a dark expression. It was simply a joke. What was even more infuriating was that Zhang Xuanli's current demeanor was worlds apart from how she treated him just moments ago. But what could be done? That was the Qin family after all. He swallowed the bitterness, and even his indignation turned into a bitter smile. He felt this way, let alone Zhou Yuni and the other talents. Boom. The dragon steed crushed the last piece of cloud and mist, and the carriage landed steadily in front of the jade steps of the heavenly gate. Zhang Xuanli did not hesitate to lift her skirt and quickly walked down the jade steps, with 100 golden armored guards hastily following behind. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Qin Wangchuan stepped out slowly, his expression calm. Young master. Zhang Xuanli clasped her hands in front of her, her brows slightly lowered. Her voice 3 points softer than usual. Xuanli has been waiting for a long time. The crowd was in an uproar. This princess, who had been indifferent even to the crown prince of the central state, was now using the words waiting for a junior. Even more shocking was that her slightly lowered neck during the bow clearly carried a hint of flattery. But when she raised her head, she suddenly caught sight of a flash of red. A little bird was perched in Qin Wangchuan's hair, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Surely this was the 9-flame golden crow that the Yin family sent to the young master? How coincidental. I just happen to have a few top-grade divine fire crystals that would match it perfectly. Someone, bring them. No need. Qin Wangchuan raised his hand to stop her movement, then glanced at the crowd, trying to see if there were any familiar faces. He did not see anyone he recognized, but most of the people looked at him as if they were seeing a ghost. Where is the entrance to the secret realm? Zhang Xuanli heard this, and her long eyelashes trembled lightly. Then she broke into a smile. The secret realm will take some time to open. She took a step forward, her gilded skirt rippling with fragmented light. If the young master does not mind, why not accompany Xuanli for a visit to Tianke City? Chapter 66. Entering the secret realm. First obtaining treasures. No need. Qin Wangchuan refused again, only asking, are you also going to enter the secret realm? Zhang Xuanli's gaze dimmed slightly, and she gently shook her head. As the crown princess of the dynasty, Xuanli cannot enter. This specially open secret realm was meant to gather the talents of the world. If she, the crown princess, personally participated, it would be equivalent to confirming the grand prize, losing all sense of interest. However, before she could finish her sentence, the carriage curtain was suddenly flung open. Welcome, young master. Qin Zhao pinched her voice, bouncing down from the carriage, deliberately mimicking Zhang Xuanli's bowing posture from earlier. However, her cunning eyes curved into crescent moons, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Zhang Xuanli was slightly surprised to see her emerge from Qin Wangchuan's carriage, but quickly adjusted herself. The smile at the corners of her lips remained undiminished as she elegantly turned around. She bowed slightly toward the carriage behind her. 4th young master, 8th young master. I hope you are well. Ha. Qin Kuanga jumped down from the carriage, his muscular body stretching the brocade robe tightly. You do know how to speak. Unlike that princess of the Zhou dynasty who can't even communicate and ends up resorting to fists. Resorting to fists? Qin Wangchuan listened with a strange expression, seemingly recalling that scene. That was simply her own lack of foresight. Zhang Xuanli said, her wide sleeves lightly brushing as she continued. How coincidental. A few days ago, 3 treasures arrived in the palace. She raised her hand to signal, and 2 golden armored guards immediately bowed and stepped back. Soon, they presented 3 gilded jade boxes. She lightly lifted her hand, and the first jade box opened with a sound, revealing a set of crimson battle armor. The armor's patterns coiled like dragon scales, faintly radiating a scorching aura. This one is the Xianyang battle armor, forged from extraterrestrial divine iron, perfect for a bold person like the 4th young master. Qin Kuanga's eyes brightened, and he laughed loudly. Good stuff. Zhang Xuanli nodded with a smile, then turned to Qin Zhao. This second piece is the Jiuxiao Linglong bell. Rumored to be a fragment of an ancient celestial artifact, its sound can captivate hearts, which matches the 8th young master's temperament quite well. The jade box opened, revealing a string of crystal-clear silver bells lying quietly inside. The bell body was engraved with intricate Tao patterns, and just looking at it made one feel slightly dizzy. Qin Zhao snatched it up, casually tossing it in her palm, her red lips curling in disdain. Humph, a crude item. As she spoke, the lustrous jade bracelet had already been slipped onto her fair wrist, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Suddenly, she raised her hand and shook it, the golden bell jingling. Finally, Jiang Xuanli's gaze lightly turned to Qin Wangchuan. As for this third item, she tapped her fingertip, and the last jade box slowly opened. Inside lay a pitch-black ancient decree, its surface engraved with obscure runes, faintly emanating a breath of longevity. Jiang Xuanli's lips curled up slightly. This is a decree left by the first emperor, a long-life decree. Its essence may assist the young master in cultivation. Long-life decree. Qin Wangchuan reached out to take it, and upon examination, he found it seemed to have no use. However, that was to be expected. Longevity and the immortal body of longevity were not the same thing. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from her, so he decided to accept it for now. This is hardly a new treasure. Princess Jiang has taken out even the most hidden items. An elder from a nearby sect sighed quietly, his eyes filled with envy. In the crowd, the holy son of the Tai Su sect naturally observed everything, but could only feel envy and jealousy. As for Zhou Yunjia, he had long hidden away, fearing that Qin Wangchuan would discover him. Were the elders crazy? Zhou Yunjia crouched behind a stone railing, staring at Qin Wangchuan, who was surrounded by admirers. His throat rolling. Let me go and befriend him? This unforeseen disaster started because of him. How can I befriend him? The strongest person in the Zhou family was called the first feather, followed by the second feather and the third feather. Zhou Yunjia's status in the Zhou family was not high, and he couldn't even make it into the top 10 feathers. But the problem was that all the previous ones had been affected and killed by that heavenly emperor. He had no choice but to step up. While thinking of a way, Zhou Yunjia muttered to himself, I can't even enter the core. What am I risking my life for? I might as well come up with some tricks to muddle through. Of course, it wasn't just these few people who were stirred up. It seemed that the Grand Princess had already decided to side with the Qin family. A young master from a noble family whispered, not just siding. The female cultivator beside him lowered her voice, saying that Princess Xuanli, who had a marriage contract with the Qin family, wanted to compete for it, but unfortunately, it was snatched away by someone from the Li family. However, it seems that the princess hasn't given up. This move by Jiang Xuanli, on the surface, was giving gifts to the three, but anyone could see that the first two were merely formalities. The one she truly wanted to please was only Qin Wangchuan. While everyone was discussing, a sudden wave of spiritual power shook the air from a distance. In the open space inside the heavenly gate, a pavilion made of jade and glass appeared out of nowhere, and the wind chimes at the eaves tinkled in the void. The crowd was in an uproar. This was an externalized domain. Ordinary domains merely attached to the body, existing with their owner's life and death. Only those peerless geniuses could condense their domains into a true entity, manifesting them in the world. This was an externalized domain. Li Qinghuan's figure emerged in the pavilion, her delicate hand gently caressing the railing. As her fingertips brushed by, the water outside the pavilion instantly froze. Hundreds of ice spikes erupted from the frozen lake, and the young genius was blown away before he could even react. The most terrifying thing was that she was a sword cultivator, and her sword hadn't even been drawn. The icy surface turned back into water, and Li Qinghuan lightly tapped her toes, landing on the surface of the lake. With her hair flying and her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, she asked, who else wants to come? Her voice was not loud, but it made the onlooking cultivators smile bitterly. The secret realm was about to open. No one wanted to waste their energy here. Not to mention that more than 10 renowned geniuses had already been defeated by her. Who would dare to step onto the stage now? She is quite flamboyant. Qin Kuanga said in a low voice, his rough voice particularly jarring in the silence. Li Qinghuan's gaze, sharp as a sword, instantly locked onto the source of the sound. Her originally piercing gaze softened like snow melting upon seeing Qin Wangchuan. Her eyes rippled slightly, and after exhaling a puff of white breath, she dispersed her domain and walked over. After greeting Qin Kuanga, Qin Zhao, Jiang Xuanli, and a few others with her gaze, she finally settled on Qin Wangchuan. I'm a bit late, Li Qinghuan said. Something happened on the way. Qin Wangchuan shrugged, glancing at Qin Zhao behind him. Qin Zhao snorted in response. Not engaging in conversation, she still found that annoying bird displeasing, insisting on taking it down. Then she was spanked 3 times by Qin Wangchuan before she quieted down. The onlooking cultivators turned their heads involuntarily, their eyes drawn to the young man clad in a dark ink robe, who stood casually yet seemed to be enveloped in a hazy celestial radiance, making it hard to look directly at him. Most of them lacked the qualifications to attend the 10-year banquet and naturally had never seen Qin Wangchuan before. This was their first time. Is this the 9th son of the Qin family? I've heard that he once beheaded Li Xian with a single sword. Shoo. Lower your voice. I just saw Li Xian nearby. The female cultivators were particularly flustered, and several noble ladies stood dazed. Oh my, a girl in a pink dress clutched her heart. Her cheeks flushed. How handsome. Is it that serious? A male cultivator nearby scoffed, stroking his chin as he gazed at Qin Wangchuan. Though he is indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary? Not only does he have the backing of the Qin family, but he is also powerful and handsome. Even his demeanor is beyond what ordinary people can match. So enviable. Qin Wangchuan lowered his gaze and swept it over the crowd below, and at that moment, the group of female cultivators felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze. They waved their sleeves and gently shook their fans, and some bolder ones even removed the jade pendants from their waists, holding them high above their heads. Hoping to catch a glimpse of that stunning figure. People like Tang Hui enter the secret realm like a swimming dragon. It's best to get rid of him outside. Meanwhile, Li Xian and others were quietly observing this scene. Chapter 67. Tang Hui, don't look back. I'm behind you. After seeing it with his own eyes. How does he feel? Li Xian stood atop a tall building, looking down at Qin Wangchuan, then turned to ask the seemingly relaxed Chu Wujiao beside him. Chu Wujiao lazily lay on the ground, one hand propping up his head. The other hand casually tossed a copper coin. He squinted for a moment. A playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems just as I thought. Not impressive. The copper coin flew up with a ding and landed back in his palm. Chu Wujiao indifferently added, can win. Li Xian did not question this, only casting a meaningful glance at this seemingly carefree guy. After all, 3 days prior, he had witnessed Chu Wujiao suppress a 1,000-year-old Qi dragon that was about to transform with one hand. This secret realm was likely to be very interesting. In another intricately carved pavilion, a young man dressed in a plain white long robe leaned against the railing. He gently stroked the ancient bronze order hanging at his waist. His gaze fixed intently on the distant Qin Wangchuan. Hidden for thousands of years, one thought burns mountains and rivers. Hidden for millions of years. I must finally see this so-called imperial clan strength. The young man muttered to himself. A jade divination slip in his sleeve silently shattered. The ninth son of the Qin family was a good stepping stone. In the shadow behind him, an old man bowed and said, Young master, the ancestor has instructed. I know. The young man raised his hand to interrupt. A wisp of azure flame suddenly ignited at his white-like jade fingertip. However, it's time for the world to know about our Qingming ancient clan. I assent it. Mr. Ji, are you sure there is great opportunity here? Of course. A cold voice came from the shadows, paused, and then added, but that opportunity is mine. Ji Wangji stepped out slowly, his moon-white robe swirling with obscure star patterns. The most striking feature was his eyes, where countless golden runes flickered in and out of existence. Those heavenly eyes that could see hints of the great path were currently reflecting the figure of Qin Wangchuan. Whether it was his illusion, he felt a familiar aura from the other party. It was as if a heavenly transformation sacred body? No, impossible. It is rumored that he has already attained the immortal body. How could he possess two kinds of defiant physiques? Ji Wangji shook his head, looking at the ancient abyss beside him. You Qingming ancient clan want to make a name for yourselves? I don't care. His eyes suddenly shifted. The runes within them swirling rapidly, his voice laced with a hint of danger. But if you dare to touch my opportunity. Ji Wangji had secretly snuck out. He wanted nothing but opportunity. This imposing demeanor made the maid behind him starry-eyed. The young master is truly different. Got it. Gu Yuan chuckled and nodded. But just as he turned around, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since you're here, how could you leave empty-handed? Not only do I want to step on the imperial clan, but I also want the opportunity. On a distant ceremonial platform, elders from several factions appeared successively from the void. As the rosy light flowed, powerful auras collided with each other, then tacitly retracted. Qin, one of the Qin family, stood with his hands behind his back, his white beard fluttering in the wind, yet his gaze remained locked on Qin Wangchuan. The opportunity planted by the first emperor back then has ripened. I wonder where it will fall. It was the national teacher of the Central State dynasty, the person in charge of this secret realm, who spoke. Even many hidden families have come out. What exactly is that opportunity? Another elder spoke up. It was an elder of the Ji family. Although Ji Wuchen did not come, the Ji family would not give up this considerable opportunity. The national master shook his head and sighed lightly. It's hard to say specifically, but according to ancient texts, it seems to be a supreme treasure for body cultivation. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the outstanding talents in the arena, realizing that the treasure's maturity was right at this moment. A treasure for body cultivation? The elder of the Chu family chuckled lightly. Isn't that tailor-made for our Chu Wuji? When it comes to body cultivation, no one can compare to him. Chu, old man, you speak too highly of him. Qin Wenhe stroked his beard and chuckled. My Wangchuan's accomplishments in body cultivation are also extraordinary. Although he hasn't cultivated his body before, It won't be too late to do so after obtaining this treasure. Alas, the elder of the Li family interrupted timely. Isn't your Wangchuan a sword heart combined with the immortal body of longevity? What does body cultivation have to do with him? Sword heart. The elder of the Chu family's expression slightly changed, and he glanced at a few other elders who also showed a subtle shift in their expressions. Wondering to himself, when did Qin Wangchuan gain a sword heart? Qin Wangchuan's accomplishments in body cultivation are not to be dismissed. After all, he possesses immortal bones throughout his body. Even without cultivating his body, his physical strength would definitely far exceed these juniors. However, his proficiency in Dao techniques is simply too extraordinary, and he hasn't had the opportunity to engage in hand-to-hand combat yet, so he hasn't been able to discover it. Seeing that the atmosphere had slightly solidified, the national master changed the subject. Speaking of Chu Wuji, I'm curious, which is stronger? The longevity immortal body of the Qin family or the battle intent furnace of the Chu family? This is not even a question. Chu Wuji and Qin Wangchuan are not of the same generation. There's no comparability. That may not be the case. Qin Wenhe smiled while stroking his beard. There are too many variables in this secret realm. Moreover, in the secret realm, there has never been a clear distinction between strength and weakness. It only depends on who can seize the opportunity first. Just as the few were discussing, the entrance of the secret realm suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. 9 dragon-shaped phantoms spiraled upward, and the ancient stone door slowly opened. Ding! As the bell rang through the clouds, the true dragon's secret realm officially opened. At the entrance of the secret realm, the 9 dragon-shaped phantoms spiraled upward, and the ancient stone door slowly opened, with immense spiritual energy surging forth like a tide, causing the outstanding talents present to become restless. It's open. Charge! In an instant, thousands of figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the entrance of the secret realm. Some summoned treasures, some used escape techniques, and some even burned their blood essence to seize the opportunity. Li Qingwan and others were naturally among them. However, Qin Wangchuan did not rush to move. He stood with his hands behind his back outside the crowd, with a group of Qin family disciples silently standing behind him, as if separated from the commotion. Just as the stone door fully opened, Tang Hui, Qin Wangchuan suddenly shouted, his voice like thunder, piercing through the noise. While everyone was busy entering the secret realm, a figure concealed under a cloak in the back of the crowd instinctively turned his head. In that moment, clang, the solitary phoenix unsheathed, the Taichu burial god sword. The sword light poured down like a galaxy, instantly crossing 100 zhang and slashing downward. Poof! Tang Hui didn't even have time to react before his head flew off, and before blood could splatter, it was vaporized by the sword intent. The companions who had originally stood beside Tang Hui suddenly fell silent. Qin Wangchuan slowly sheathed his sword, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant underfoot. How dare you act here? Tang Hui's companions turned pale, trembling as they pointed at Qin Wangchuan, their voices twisted with shock and anger. The imperial dynasty has explicitly forbidden deadly combat before and after the opening of the secret realm. Who are you to dare to disregard the laws of Zhongzhou? The person speaking was not from the imperial clan, but rather a desperate person that Tang Hui had gathered from various places, and naturally, he did not recognize Qin Wangchuan. Initially, he thought this remark would incite public outrage. Before he could finish speaking, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind. Noisy, Jiang Xuanli stepped forward, her golden skirt brushing against the ground, yet not a speck of dust stuck to it. She first glanced at the questioner lightly, her eyes icy as frost, causing the other party to choke. Then she turned to Qin Wangchuan and slightly nodded. The young master can enter the secret realm first. I will take care of this. Indeed, there is a rule in Zhongzhou that prohibits deadly combat before and after the opening of the secret realm, but at this moment, the rules maker stands here. Chapter 68. Entering the secret realm, Lu Chun arrives late. Qin Wangchuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Then thank you, princess. Before his words fell, he lightly raised his finger, and a character for cut gradually took shape in the void. As the character formed, a cutting sword energy suddenly erupted. Tang Hui's dazed companions had their heads fly off simultaneously, their bodies collapsing to the ground like broken rags. After finishing all this, Qin Wangchuan finally stepped forward. The remaining people who had not entered the secret realm looked at this scene with varied expressions. Li Xian stood at the entrance of the secret realm, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. There's a hint of the prototype of my Li family's sword imprint. He didn't use this move last time. Chu Wuji was leaning against a stone pillar, still lazily tossing that copper coin. If only based on appearance, the initial sword was far inferior compared to Qin Wudao's monster. But this latter sword was not bad, though its power was average. Let's go. Not far away, Ji Wangji had already stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, golden runes swirling madly in his eyes as if he were deducing something. But soon, His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had touched upon some kind of taboo. And he immediately stopped deducing, speaking softly to himself. Strange. The familiar aura that Qin Wangchuan emanated became increasingly strong, if he wasn't crazy. Then Qin Wangchuan really had the heavenly transformation sacred body. But thinking this, Ji Wangji shook his head vigorously. It is impossible for two heavenly transformation sacred bodies to exist simultaneously. If so, wouldn't he the taboo child that my Ji family spent countless years waiting for be a joke? Let's go. After saying this, he stepped into the secret realm. Guyuan didn't say much, just sneered at Qin Wangchuan before following him in. After the two entered, many people had already started to choose one of the 9 dragon paths to enter. Those with maps had an easier time, while a few others relied on luck. An even smaller number of people, like Ji Wangji, chose to touch the central dragon path. There were hints left by the great Zhao above it. Others noticed his intentions and called out, "Hey, it's best not to choose that one. That's the recognized dead path." Ji Wangji glared at that person, as if to say, "Mind your own business." He turned to Guyuan behind him and asked, "I want to take this path. What about you?" Guyuan shook his head. "I don't have your good physique. I'm afraid of death, so I want to go. Just as I wish." "Then let me enjoy this opportunity alone." After Ji Wangji finished speaking, he turned and instructed his maid and bodyguard a few words before entering the central dead path alone. However, he did not know that once he entered, he would never be able to come out again. Outside the secret realm, Qin Wangchuan stepped forward, casting a glance before focusing on Tang Hui's corpse. Normally, he wouldn't act against the others, but it must be said that you taught me to act decisively. Qin Wangchuan slightly spread his fingers, and Tang Hui's storage bag flew into his palm in response. His divine sense flashed like lightning, and the items in the bag reflected the bronze fragment that was glowing with a faint cold light in his heart. It seemed to be silently summoning. The edges of the fragment bore traces of time's erosion, yet under the sunlight, it refracted a strange ghostly light, which was quite mysterious. "Let's go." Accompanied by guards, Qin Kuanga and others entered the secret realm one after another. "Is there a treasure?" Qin Zhao's golden eyes lit up, and she lifted her skirt to rush forward, but suddenly stopped 3 steps away. "What is that smell?" She pinched her nose and retreated repeatedly, her face full of disgust, instinctively moving closer to the spot where Qin Wangchuan had just stood. It's strange to say, although she was never accustomed to the smell of perfume, she liked the scent on her brother. She couldn't describe what it was, but it just smelled good. "You too." Qin Zhao pointed at the 2 guards and ordered fiercely, "Go and search for all the treasures on them." The 2 guards carefully searched, cautiously rummaging through the storage bags. Whenever they found something, they would first present it to Qin Zhao for inspection. "Is this all just broken copper and iron?" She glanced disdainfully at the items in the guard's hand, her face full of disgust. This jade slip is still decent, but it's still garbage." She just raised a jade slip glowing with a faint blue light, only to find that Qin Wangchuan and the others had already transformed into streams of light and entered the secret realm. Her red lips immediately pouted. "Hey, wait for me." Saying this, she hurriedly chased after them. Entering the secret realm, Qin Wangchuan stood at the entrance of the dragon path, his gaze fixed on the obscure ancient runes on the stone wall. What appeared to be a dead end to others revealed a clear path to him. It was a guidance that could only be perceived by those with a special physique. "Ninth brother, are you really going to enter this dead end?" Qin Kuanga frowned, a rare look of worry appearing on his rugged face. Qin Zhao tilted her head and stuck out her tongue. "Just looking for death. Let him go in, right?" The true dragon's secret realm has been opened several times, and no one who entered has ever come out, nor can they be revived. Let us see how he dies. Qin Wangchuan's fingertips gently brushed over the runes on the stone wall, a streak of golden light becoming even more brilliant upon contact. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Kuanga suddenly shouted. "I came to this broken secret realm at the behest of my second brother to protect you. What kind of opportunity could be more important than your life?" "Second brother?" Qin Wangchuan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and said no more. He removed the sleepy little golden crow. Yi Jiani silently stepped forward to take the chick. "Young master, be careful." The brief reminder concealed thousands of words. Seeing him truly enter, Qin Zhao was so angry she stomped her feet. Outside the secret realm, Zhou Yuni was sneakily following, contemplating whether to go in. "Young master, they've all gone in." The servant was anxiously tugging at his sleeve. "Of course, I'm not blind." Zhou Yuni swatted the servant's hand away, squatting on the ground with a frown, drawing circles. "The elders insisted I curry favor with Jiang Xuanli, but she didn't even glance at me. It's just this Qin Wangchuan." He suddenly jumped up, frantically pulling at his hair. "There's a whole bunch of people, and I can't even steal in." Zhou Yuni's lazy and joking personality was particularly famous in the Zhou family. "Let us go." After the 2 entered, a plainly dressed young man arrived just in time. It was Lu Chun. Lu Chun looked at the majestic entrance of the secret realm, a hint of yearning flashing in his eyes. This is the true dragon's secret realm. Where did this country bumpkin come from? A sharp voice suddenly came from nearby. A young man in brocade clothes, fanning himself mockingly, stood not far away. How can a bumpkin who probably doesn't even know the secret orders be worthy of entering this kind of secret realm? Lu Qin slowly turned around, revealing a pair of sword-like sharp eyes beneath his tattered cloak. Worthy or not? He slowly made a gesture inviting the young man to try it. Chapter 69. Hello. Lu Qin. The brocade-clad young man's expression changed drastically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, seeking death. It turned out that each rib of the fan concealed a blade, and at this moment, 18 cold lights suddenly flared up like a peacock spreading its tail. The 3 spiritual patterns entwined around the sword edge lit up simultaneously, weaving a deadly sword net in the air. This was the chilling sword fan, a top-grade spiritual weapon passed down in the Lu family. Clang! Lu Qin's fingers, like dragon claws, directly pierced through the sword net, accurately gripping the main fan rib. The blade, capable of cutting through gold and jade, merely sparked a series of sparks against his palm. With a crisp sound, the spiritual steel fan rib was forcefully twisted into a spiral shape. Before the shattered fragments could fall to the ground, Lu Qin's figure had already appeared like a ghost in front of the young man. His dragon claw-like fingers hovered just 3 inches from the brocade-clad young man's throat. Though he did not touch him, the fierce wind from his claws had already pressed 5 red marks into the young man's neck, forcing him to swallow hard without daring to move. Now Lu Qin's voice was calm. Who did you say is unworthy? The onlookers were in an uproar. That brocade-clad young man was actually a direct descendant of the Lu family from Zhongzhou, yet he was subdued by an unknown person in one move. Although the brocade-clad young man was restrained, he held his neck high and coldly laughed. Do you dare to make a move? According to the imperial decree, fighting is strictly prohibited in front of the secret realm. Lu Qin's gaze shifted slightly, and he indeed saw several golden-armored guards in the distance with their hands on their sword hilts, their fierce auras already locking onto him. Those guards were at least at the 15th realm. Squeezing him, who was at the 7th realm, would be like squeezing a chick. Humph. Lu Qin coldly snorted and released his grip, leaving a final red mark on the young man's neck. Ha! The brocade-clad young man stumbled back, clutching his neck and grinning sinisterly. What good is some strength? Without a secret order, you still can't enter the secret realm. He proudly shook the jade token at his waist. Someone like you, a wild cultivator, can't even touch the door of our family. Family? Lu Qin suddenly smiled, leisurely adjusting his tattered cloak. How do you know I can't enter? The onlookers stirred. A few seasoned cultivators exchanged glances. Could it be that this kid knows Princess Jiang? The national teacher often issues secret orders to loose cultivators. It can't be. The murmurs abruptly ceased. Lu Qin walked directly towards the entrance of the secret realm, and the blue stone ground beneath his feet rippled with strange waves. Astonishingly, when he stepped into the 10 steps around the door, the entire secret realm suddenly roared and trembled. 9 dragon-shaped pillars of light shot into the sky, and the ancient runes on the entrance of the secret realm lit up one by one. A golden path paved with light extended from beneath Lu Qin's feet, leading deep into the secret realm. The brocade-clad young man collapsed to the ground. The fragments of the fan swept aside. The secret realm actually took the initiative to guide him? How could this be possible? It seems that the so-called family is nothing but this. He no longer said anything and stepped onto the golden light, entering the secret realm. The moment Lu Qin entered the secret realm, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, strange, it seems I have seen every plant and tree here. Before he could think more, a faint sound of a zither echoed in his ears. Following the sound, he saw a blindfolded girl playing the zither by the dragon path. The music penetrated the ears and heart, creating melodies that caused the surrounding spiritual energy to condense into tangible petals, which were very pleasant to hear. Playing the zither in the secret realm? Lu Qin muttered to himself, what a strange person. Looking up, he saw the 9 dragon paths winding and coiling. In an instant, his gaze was magnetically drawn to the central dragon path, where the dormant bloodline within stirred, as if an ancient call penetrated time and space, summoning him deep in his soul. Just as Lu Qin was about to step onto the dragon path, a snow-white jade foot suddenly crossed in front of him, lightly tapping the air, sending ripples spreading out. This path is closed. Lu Qin looked up and saw a golden-clad girl sitting at the top of the dragon path. She wore a dress of gilded cloud patterns, with a scarlet ribbon hanging from her waist, and beneath her skirt, a pair of snow-white jade feet swayed leisurely, exuding an air of condescension. The girl casually fiddled with the phoenix blood gem embedded in her nails, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. If you don't want to die, get lost, you lowly thing. Lu Qin's eyes turned cold. Who is this little girl? To be so rude? Just as he was about to explode, He sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from her, which was on an entirely different level from the person outside. He had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger. This young lady, I only wish to pass through. TSK. Qin Zhao suddenly looked over. The nine-sky jingling bell on her wrist ringing crisply. Her face was so charmingly alluring. Yet the words she spoke were filled with malice. Are you deaf or just born with a lowly bone? She suddenly lifted her leg, her jade foot swinging through the air. Smack! With a crisp sound, Lu Chun was instantly sent flying, a red mark appearing on his face. Now do you understand? Take another step forward, and I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Beside her, Qin Wangchuan crossed his arms, watching the show. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his sister suddenly change her expression. However, Qin Zhao broke into an innocent smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. I'm in a good mood today, you can go in. Lu Chen's finger brushed against the fiery mark on his cheek, his pupils constricting. That kick clearly carried intent to kill. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have likely had his head exploded by now. These few people were obviously in cahoots, and if a fight broke out, I would undoubtedly die. He once again forcibly suppressed the surging killing intent, lowered his gaze to hide the cold light in his eyes, and reluctantly clasped his hands. Thank you, young lady. Finally, Lu Chen stepped onto the central dragon path. In the next moment, a sudden immense force struck him, sending him flying again. Qin Zhao laughed so hard, she was doubled over. Ha! Fourth brother, look at him. He's as awkward as a dog. She wiped away the tears of laughter. This dragon path can only be traversed by my brother. What are you even worth? Qin Wangchuan scratched his head. Little sister, you're being a bit too arrogant. Qin Zhao stuck out her tongue. If I tell him to roll, and he doesn't, that's not my fault. Yi Jiani, however, remained unfazed, the sound of the zither continuing as usual. Only the little golden crow on her shoulder imitated Lu Chen's falling posture, causing a burst of laughter among the onlookers behind her. Lu Chen steadied himself, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. But more than that, he felt confused and bewildered. How could this be? The guidance was supposed to come from this ancient path, and only I should be able to enter. Just as his words faded, the entire ancient path suddenly began to tremble. Then, a remarkably handsome and extraordinary young man stepped out from it, with a piece of bronze shard floating at his fingertip. The moment Lu Chen's gaze touched the bronze shard, his pupils abruptly constricted, and the small tripod hanging around his neck began to tremble violently. He quickly looked down, his pupils shrinking. The ancient patterns on that shard perfectly matched the missing part of the bronze tripod around his neck. My tripod! Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, his fingers trembling as they reached for his chest. This mysterious artifact that had accompanied him since awakening now emitted an eerie glow matching that of the shard. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and the reason he could not enter the dragon path was revealed at this moment. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. Did you steal my opportunity? He stared intently at the shard at Qin Wangchuan's fingertip, his spiritual power surging uncontrollably around him. Clearly wanting to make a move, Qin Wangchuan was not ignorant of the boy before him either. The fragmented memories in the illusion surged like a tide, revealing information about this secret realm, the bronze tripod, and about this seemingly ordinary boy before him. A meaningful smile curved his lips, and his voice was as soft as if reciting an ancient prophecy. Hello, Lu Chun. Chapter 70. I want my opportunity. Hello, Lu Chun. As Qin Wangchuan stepped into the dragon path, the scene before him suddenly changed. Lu Chun. Qin Wangchuan's pupils constricted, and a youthful voice unexpectedly came from his throat. He looked down to see his chubby little hand gripping the bronze tripod, and he realized he had unknowingly changed into a brocade jacket embroidered with dragon patterns. Of course, you are Lu Chun. The old man turned around, his murky eyes seemingly penetrating through time and space, mistaking Qin Wangchuan for that boy. His withered fingers lightly tapped the air, and images unfolded like scrolls. A majestic imperial city appeared in the scrolls, with golden palaces spiraling above them. You were the last prince of an ancient dynasty, a hybrid of human and dragon. At that time, the heavens and earth underwent a great change, and even the true dragon clan could not escape the calamity. The scene suddenly shattered, transforming into a sky full of blood rain. Qin Wangchuan saw a woman with golden dragon horns on her head, entrusting an infant in swaddling clothes to her kin, her dragon eyes shedding blood tears. Unfortunately, we could only seal your body and memories within a dragon cocoon, to be opened at a later date. The old man slowly narrated, and another scene appeared. The clueless Lu Chen entering the dragon cocoon was depicted. For safety's sake, and to prevent unexpected events, we also left a backup in this world. Our true dragon clan's forbidden secret treasure, the transformation divine weapon. It requires a body as a sacrifice to become a divine weapon. This is forbidden, only to protect you. The scene changed again, revealing two dragon cocoons. The first was Lu Chun, but the second one was unclear, only showing rhythmic movements. Qin Wangchuan reached out to touch it. The moment his finger made contact, both his finger and the image transformed into a mist of starlight. Upon seeing this, he instantly understood everything. So, the dragon cocoon he saw in Tang Hui's simulation was left for this person named Lu Qin? If I'm not mistaken. Then this Lu Qin is likely a child of destiny, blessed with fortune. And I, by chance, walked the path he was supposed to take? Of course. It wasn't purely by chance. If it weren't for the existence of the system, there was no way he could have entered here with his life intact. Just as he was thinking, the next moment, the images seemed to have finished playing and froze. The old man turned to look at Lu Qin and said, "If everything were normal, you would have obtained the divine weapon before coming here. But that is under the assumption of a smooth situation. After endless years, we could not predict what kinds of unexpected events might occur, such as your early awakening, or separating from another dragon cocoon, or the breaking of this world. So, this is the final backup." After saying this, the old man suddenly reached out and tapped Qin Wangchuan's forehead, and an extremely complex pattern appeared on his forehead before quickly dissipating. Along with it, the old man's body vanished. That child sleeps eternally in the Forbidden Palace, waiting for you through endless years, just to awaken you. Qin Wangchuan touched the already vanished mark on his forehead. Is this the key? The mist suddenly dispersed, opening a path. The bronze shard opened the Forbidden Palace. And this mark opened the dragon cocoon. Tang Hui only obtained one of them, so he died, while He took out the bronze shard, placed it in his palm, and chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness and pride. And I have both. The door to the Forbidden Palace opens for me. And the secret of the dragon cocoon is under my control. As for that Lu Qin, who I have never met, I can only say he is out of luck. After saying this, Qin Wangchuan followed the newly opened path into the void. A divine weapon that can evolve as its master grows. In this era, it would make even the great emperors envious. And now, Han Han's death taught him one lesson. Heaven gives, but if you don't take it, you will suffer the consequences. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Wangchuan's eyes. This opportunity is mine. It was unclear how long he had walked, but Qin Wangchuan finally saw the exit. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a plainly dressed boy staring at him in shock. To be precise, he was staring at the bronze shard in his hand. The bronze tripod hanging around the boy's neck, which was missing a piece, also matched the bronze shard in his hand. In just an instant, Qin Wangchuan guessed the boy's identity. He called out, "Hello, Lu Qin." Upon hearing this, Lu Qin's gaze first fell on the collapsed dragon path behind Qin Wangchuan, and his pupils constricted sharply. The passage that had been calling to him was now completely severed, clearly leaving no possibility of entry. He slowly raised his head, his voice suppressing a towering rage. "Did you steal my opportunity?" Qin Wangchuan looked at the tense boy before him, his brows raised as he nodded directly. "Yes, it was me. Return it." Lu Qin's voice erupted like thunder. Qin Zhao slightly furrowed her brows, her jade fingers already clenched within her golden wide sleeves. But upon catching a glimpse of Qin Wangchuan's expression, she coldly snorted and turned away. Qin Kuanga had unknowingly settled in midair, propping his chin with one hand as if watching a play, even pulling out a handful of spiritual melon seeds from his storage ring to munch on. However, the zither music gradually intensified, making Lu Qin's head spin. Qin Wangchuan casually stroked the bronze shard with his long fingers, not angered at all. Opportunities are determined by fate. Once they are in my hands, they are my fortune. He waved his sleeve, tossing out a green jade elixir bottle containing 10 Nine Transformations calamity transcending pills as compensation. Cultivation opportunities have always belonged to whoever obtains them. Qin Wangchuan, considering that this was originally Lu Qin's fortune and seeing his difficult fate, decided to offer compensation as a way to build a good relationship. Naturally, it wasn't worthless. The 9 Transformations calamity transcending pills were also supreme elixirs among the imperial clans, ensuring that Lu Qin could at least reach the 10th realm. However, Lu Qin didn't even glance at the elixir, his gaze like a cold blade, firmly fixed on Qin Wangchuan's throat. That look was as if he were staring at a mortal enemy. "I don't want your elixir. I only want what rightfully belongs to me." Chapter 71. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. As soon as Lu Qin's words fell, his heart sank. Oh no. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back, and his fingertips twitched slightly. Although the person before him seemed unremarkable, with no discernible realm, the few individuals behind him were top-tier powerhouses, likely far beyond imagination, yet he had dared to confront them so brazenly. Lu Qin scolded himself for being impulsive in his heart, his Adam's apple involuntarily rolling. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned for possible escape routes while secretly urging the dragon bloodline within him, stepping back half a step with his left foot, his right hand forming a claw ready to fight or flee. He was tense all over, as if facing a great enemy. But little did he know that in the eyes of Qin Wangchuan and his group, Lu Chun was merely an insignificant ant. At that critical moment, someone exclaimed, "Finally found you." He stiffened all over, instinctively wanting to struggle, but was forcefully turned around by the newcomer. A young man in a black outfit had somehow appeared at his side, wearing a playful smile. "We agreed to hunt the dragon carp together. Why did you run off here by yourself?" Lu Chen's pupils constricted. He didn't recognize this young man. Just as he was about to resist, Gu Yuan transmitted a message first. "If you don't want to die, cooperate with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen tensed, his resistance lessening. "Apologies, everyone." Gu Yuan turned to Qin Wangchuan and the others, respectfully bowing, the teasing expression on his face replaced by just the right amount of apology. "This kid is inexperienced and has offended you all. I hope you can forgive him." Saying this, he took out an exquisite jade box from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "This is a family heirloom, the Black Gold Dragon Extreme Pill." As a token of apology. Seeing this scene, the corners of Qin Wangchuan's mouth lifted slightly. Gu Yuan thought no one knew his identity and could play the fool. However, when entering the secret realm earlier, Qin Wangchuan had clearly seen him standing with Ji Wangji, obviously a member of the ancient clan. Thinking of this, Qin Wangchuan merely replied indifferently, "It's fine." Qin Zhao snorted lightly, her fingers moving slightly from within her golden sleeves, and the jade box flew into her hand. She casually opened the box, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Trash." After saying this, she flicked her fingertip, and the pill fell into the mouth of the little golden crow perched on Yi Jiani's shoulder. The little creature didn't refuse, swallowing the pill whole with a soft gurgle in its throat, and the flames on its feathers brightened a bit. Gu Yuan maintained his bowing posture as he took 3 steps back, then turned to pull Lu Chen. "Let's go." His tone regained its playful lilt, complaining loudly as he walked, "You always love to run around." Secretly, however, he transmitted, "If you don't want to die, obediently follow me." Lu Chen was filled with doubt, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply for now. Just as they were about to leave, Qin Wangchuan suddenly reached out to grab. With a swoosh, the bronze small cauldron hanging on Lu Chen's neck flew off and landed steadily in Qin Wangchuan's palm. With a light tap on the cauldron, the missing corner perfectly fit with the bronze fragment he held. "You." Lu Chen's eyes widened in rage, half of his true dragon blood boiling instantly. Just as he was about to explode, Gu Yuan had already prepared and held him down. "Good eyesight." Gu Yuan's smile remained. "This broken cauldron is a waste on my useless brother. Let's not obstruct everyone here." After all, it wasn't even his thing. Even if Qin Wangchuan took everything Lu Chen had left, including his underwear, Gu Yuan wouldn't say another word. Saying this, he forcibly pulled Lu Chen away quickly. Only after walking several miles and confirming that Qin Wangchuan and the others weren't pursuing them did Gu Yuan finally release his grip. Lu Chen staggered a few steps to steady himself, the anger in his eyes still simmering. "Who the hell are you? Why did you save me?" "Save you?" Gu Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The previous humility completely vanished. He waved his sleeve, and a pressure erupted around him, causing surrounding stones to tumble. "You think you're worthy?" Lu Chen's pupils shrank, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. "You do have some backbone, not a waste of my trip." Gu Yuan sneered, "If it weren't for me, you'd already be a corpse. Do you know who Qin Wangchuan is?" Seeing Lu Chen purse his lips in silence, Gu Yuan suddenly stepped forward. "Let's put it this way. In the entire 3,000 Dao states, among countless families, the Qin family ranks in the top 3. Killing ants like you doesn't even require him to lift a finger. A noble family is still a noble family." Lu Chen lowered his head, his Adam's apple rolling, a seed planted in his heart. Then he raised his head and coldly laughed. "So, are you asking me to be grateful? Interesting." Gu Yuan withdrew the green light, observing him with interest. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you want revenge?" Gu Yuan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Good. This is the bloodiness I want." The laughter abruptly stopped, and his gaze turned sharp. "I can help you, but remember, from now on, you must listen to me." "Why should I?" "Because of my strength." Gu Yuan's fingertips suddenly conjured a wisp of green fire, pressing against his throat. "If you don't agree, I'll kill you right now." Lu Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palm. He understood he was being used as a pawn, but at this moment, he truly had no choice. "Have you thought it through?" Gu Yuan leisurely dusted off his sleeves. "My patience is limited." Lu Chen took a deep breath, meeting Gu Yuan's gaze. "I agree, but I have a condition." "You don't have the right to negotiate conditions." Gu Yuan coldly interrupted, sliding out a rolled dragon skin map from his sleeve. "The deepest part of this secret realm is a place called the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace. Even Qin Wangchuan will show flaws there. We'll make our move then. Besides the things inside, everything we've gained along the way can be yours." Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Deal." He stared at Gu Yuan's back, a glint of darkness flashing in his eyes. "That place is also guiding me. It's just a matter of mutual benefit anyway. After I get there, I'll act according to the situation. Having an extra bodyguard is good. With his back to Lu Chun, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a sinister arc. Qin Wangchuan is definitely someone to step on, but I'm not foolish enough to confront him head-on. I need to find a few more cannon fodder to create opportunities. When the time is right, it will be my moment to strike. The night wind howled, stirring a few fallen leaves, drawing an invisible boundary between the two. Meanwhile, on the other side, in front of the dragon-language steel forest, the sword energy was chilling. Li Qingwan, dressed in snow-white attire, held a 3-foot azure sword, pointed diagonally at the ground. The sword tip had not touched blood, yet a chilling killing intent spread around her. She stood alone at the only passage leading to the dragon ruins' forbidden palace. Behind her was the ancient steel forest stretching for thousands of feet, each steel inscribed with obscure dragon clan characters. One person and one sword stood firm, blocking the main entrance to the forbidden palace without relying on the Li family's guards. Opportunities in the secret realm, each relies on their own abilities. A cultivator staggered back, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. But the fairy blocking us is going against the will of heaven. Li Qingwan didn't even raise her eyelids, the sword edge trembling lightly, and another frost-white sword energy shot out. The protective treasure the cultivator hastily summoned shattered in response, and he was sent flying dozens of feet, crashing heavily against a dragon-patterned steel. Get lost. Her cold voice seemed to carry shards of ice, startling the cultivators behind her, making them retreat 3 steps in unison. She gently caressed the sword body with her fingertips, her gaze, however, piercing through the chaotic crowd, looking into the distance as she murmured, "Hasn't he come yet?" This almost inaudible murmur was captured by several cultivators with their treasures, instantly turning their expressions pale with shock. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. This sword fairy, resembling a god of death, was actually waiting for someone? An elder blocking the entire dragon path gulped, his voice trembling as he transmitted, "Just to wait for one person?" Chapter 72, The Pitiful Forbidden Son, the path of immortality begins to show. After Qin Wangchuan merged the small cauldron with the fragments, he carefully examined it. It was indeed a magical artifact with an ancient aura, not even a spiritual treasure. Just a few steps out, a hesitant call suddenly came from behind. "Young master?" Turning around, I saw an old man shaking his head, his face ashen. "No, it's not the young master." Trembling hands held a shattered life plate. "Young Master Ji, how should this old servant explain to the family head?" Another maid in plain clothes knelt before the collapsed dragon path, crying out, "Young master, you said it was very safe." Her 10 fingers dug deep into the soil, her hair disheveled. "How come you can't come out?" Qin Wangchuan paused for a moment, reaching out to stop the guard who was about to step forward. His peripheral vision caught the fading golden characters of Ji Wangji on the life plate, and a faint smile curved his lips. It was obvious that this so-called forbidden son, Ji Wangji, had already died inside. Forcing a chance at fate had cost him his life. Qin Wangchuan shook his head, his sleeves rustling in the wind, lamenting the loss of this body as potential. Long after Qin Wangchuan had turned to leave, the old man in gray trembled as he pulled out a piece of turtle shell from his bosom. The shell was covered in cracks. A unique communication artifact of the Ji family, capable of transmitting messages even within secret realms. The old man bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the turtle shell. The blood droplets traveled along the cracks, gradually outlining a star chart. In the center of the star chart, Ji Wangji's life star had already extinguished. The old man's voice was hoarse and terrifying. "The young master has fallen." The sound of porcelain shattering came from the turtle shell, followed by a deathly silence. The old man's murky eyes suddenly burst with a horrifying brilliance, staring intently in the direction where Qin Wangchuan had disappeared. His trembling fingers traced a strange rune in the pool of blood, which then flew towards the turtle shell, intertwining with Qin Wangchuan's lingering aura. But the old man suddenly lowered his voice, speaking rapidly as if afraid of being interrupted. This old servant sensed the aura of the heavenly transformation sacred body on another person. Upon hearing this, a voice finally responded. "Horse, who?" "The 9th son of the Qin family, Qin Wangchuan." The old servant boldly suggested. "Perhaps we can seek a good relationship with the Qin family and explore the immortal path together?" In front of the dragon language monument forest, everyone was still blocked here. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the sound of trees collapsing echoed from afar. A giant elephant, entirely blood-red, appeared. Standing over 3 meters tall, its 6 curved tusks still dripped with fresh blood and flesh. As the demonic elephant stomped down, several 7th realm cultivators were caught off guard and turned into meat patties. Only those at the 8th realm could barely dodge. "It's an adult blood-toothed demon elephant," an older cultivator exclaimed, his voice trembling. This creature not only has tough skin and flesh, but its 3 pairs of tusks are as hard as spiritual treasures. We have lingered here too long, attracting the beast. Prepare for battle. With each step the giant elephant took, it left behind burning footprints. Its long trunk swung, sending several cultivators flying. However, in the next moment, a clear and melodious sound of a zither echoed in everyone's ears. The sound cut through the void like a thread. The massive body of the blood-toothed demon elephant suddenly froze, and a hairline crack appeared on its 6 tusks, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The giant elephant's head split in 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Scalding demon blood cascaded down like a waterfall, burning the ground and producing waves of green smoke. A purple-robed cultivator swallowed hard, his voice dry like sandpaper. Who is that woman? She was graceful, blindfolded, holding the 9 heavens ring zither, undoubtedly the personal zither attendant of the 9th son of the Qin family. With such strength, can you still call her a maid? Or is she a zither attendant? A young cultivator's voice trembled, unconsciously taking a step back. That strike, even my senior brother. Shoo. A nearby senior hurriedly covered his mouth, his face pale as he looked into the distance. This is indeed the Qin family of the 3 days. As the discussions among the crowd continued, Qin Wangchuan and the others slowly revealed themselves. Look over there. Who are those 2? Everyone turned to see Li Xian wielding his finger like a sword, effortlessly slaying a blood-toothed demon elephant. Next to him, Chu Wujiao went even further, merely flicking a copper coin with his thumb, instantly piercing through several demon beasts. Li Xian of the Li family? And who is that beside him? It's Chu Wujiao from the Chu family. Don't you know? He is second only to Chu Qingyan, an unparalleled genius. Many talented individuals marveled at the 2's performance. In front of these 2, few dared to claim the title of genius. One came from the heavenly swordly family, fighting across realms as easily as drinking water. The other hailed from the war immortal Chu family, bearing the 9 prisons battle body, whose strength surged several-fold with each prison he broke through. Known for defeating enemies across 3 realms. Amidst the crowd's admiration, an old man in a cloak, Gu Yuan, sneered. Just a bunch of ignorant fools. He then nonchalantly made his move, casually tossing out a wisp of green fire that turned several demon beasts to ash. Oh, who are those people with the green fire? Some in the crowd noticed this scene. However, these individuals were cloaked, with faint runes flowing on their garments, making their faces indistinguishable. The most striking was another young man among them. Though he was also cloaked, every punch he threw resonated with a deep dragon roar in the air. That heavy punch, carrying the might of a dragon, could directly crush the tough-skinned demon beasts, causing bones to shatter and flesh to fly. He was actually using his physical strength to overpower the demon beasts. Although his hunting efficiency couldn't compare to the previous few, the visual impact of seeing mountain-like demon beasts being violently exploded was undoubtedly the most shocking. Qin Wangchuan also looked up, instantly recognizing that person's identity. It was Lu Chun. No wonder he is the son of fortune, always shining. Though he thought this, Qin Wangchuan did not step forward to expose him. As the son of fortune, he naturally had many opportunities. The small cauldron from before seemed useless, but he guessed it would only function in Lu Chen's hands. The divine weapon within the dragon cocoon was indeed powerful, but it was only in the side hall. The main hall must hold a treasure. So let him lead the way for me. I feel it. Something in the main hall is calling to me. It's a legacy. Once I obtain the legacy and my strength increases, I'll make you, Qin Wangchuan, kneel and return the small cauldron. He was still dreaming, unaware that he had already become a part of Qin Wangchuan's plan. The battle continued. The imperial clan disciples could push through, the family disciples could protect themselves, while some loose cultivators could only become fodder. Their starting point was the end of our cultivation. Some loose cultivators, who had never seen the world, looked on with bitter expressions as their resolve faltered. The more demon beasts they slaughtered, the more intense the blood energy became. Endless demon beasts surged from the forest, even alarming some great demons. Sure enough, in the next moment, the entire dragon language monument forest suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 73. You call this the Zither Path? The ancient dragon clan characters, silent for millennia, suddenly lit up with blinding blood-red light, as if warning of something. The ground suddenly split open, revealing a 100-zhang deep abyss, from which a giant claw covered in scales emerged. As the black mist gradually dispersed, the true form of the monster was revealed. It was a terrifying existence that was half dragon and half human. It had the head of a flood dragon, but below the neck was a human body, covered in bronze-colored dragon scales. The most horrifying aspect was the 2 pairs of bony wings that unfolded behind it, each flap releasing a stench-laden, poisonous wind. A fallen dragon. An experienced elder collapsed to the ground, trembling as he muttered. It is a forbidden monster that feeds on dragon clans, recorded in ancient texts. Since there is a fallen dragon, there must be something below. He hadn't finished speaking before he died from inhaling the poisonous wind. Not to mention what else was below. Just the aura of this fallen dragon had already reached the 10th realm. And in this secret realm, the highest one could enter was the 10th realm. To go further up, one had to take pills first. Not to mention that in the same realm, demon beasts were generally much stronger than human cultivators. It was going to be a tough battle. Li Xian's expression was grave. He believed he only had a 50% chance of defeating this demon beast. It was not without reason. Chu Wujiao's cultivation in the 10 realms seemed indifferent, but he turned his gaze towards Qin Wangchuan. He wanted to use this beast to test Qin Wangchuan first. The beast's gaze first fell on Lu Chun in the crowd, sensing the dragon energy surging within him. Just as Lu Chun was preparing to fight to the death, the fallen dragon seemed to have caught a whiff of something even more delicious. Slowly turning towards the Qin family, specifically towards Qin Wangchuan. This time, it didn't even need to use its feet, instead unfurling its 2 pairs of bony wings to fly over. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present displayed various expressions and instinctively held their breath, believing that a tremendous battle was about to unfold. On the altar outside the secret realm, the national master, as the person in charge, naturally had a treasure to observe the situation inside the secret realm. The dragon-patterned ancient mirror hovered in the air, reflecting the bloody battle within the secret realm. Quite a few have died, an elder remarked, looking at the elder of the Li family. The fallen dragon has crawled out from the grave. And this disaster was all caused by your Li Qingwan blocking the way. You must take responsibility. Responsibility, my foot. This is their destined calamity. The elder of the Li family, with disheveled hair, then looked at Qin Wenhe and said, I say, it should be blamed on your Qin family, Qin Wangchuan. Isn't it all to wait for him? Qin Wenhe, who is referred to as the emperor's teacher, usually spoke elegantly, but this time, he rarely let out a curse. You're the one talking nonsense. My Wangchuan is the true child of destiny, born to meet the calamity, destined by heaven. An elder from the Ji family raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Is that the point? While everyone was discussing, someone suddenly pointed to the dragon realm and said, Oh, look, your so-called child of destiny is about to make a move. However, this elder suddenly paused, stroking his beard, frowning tightly. Strange. He neither performed a spell nor took out a weapon. Why is he holding a guqin? The words came to an abrupt stop, and the entire altar fell into silence. Dozens of gazes shot toward Qin Wenhe like arrows, and an absurd thought exploded in everyone's minds. Wait, your Qin Wangchuan also practices the art of the guqin? He really does practice the guqin, but he had never used it before. In front of the dragon language stone forest, Qin Wangchuan received the ancient guqin from Yi Jiani. Qin Zhao's phoenix eyes widened in surprise. She could tell from Qin Wangchuan's posture while playing that it was bound to be extraordinary, but when did he learn it? Even her sister, who often disturbed him at Wangchuan Pavilion, was unaware. Qin Kuanga crossed his arms, continuing to watch the show. Yi Jiani's lips curled up slightly. Only she knew that the young master's musical intent far exceeded her own, and that he was not an ordinary genius, but a prodigy who comprehended everything at once. The piece she had to practice daily, he could master after just one listen. It was simply terrifying. When the fallen dragon was within 3 zhang, he suddenly plucked the strings. Zhang. The first sound was like a phoenix crying in the 9 heavens. And the gray-white pupil of the fallen dragon's left eye exploded in response. Roar. The beast let out a painful howl, and as its bony wings flapped wildly, toxic mist filled the air. Qin Wangchuan's right hand suddenly became a blur, plucking 6 strings in quick succession. 6 sound blades intertwined in the air to form a chain, tightly binding the fallen dragon. As the chain tightened, the fallen dragon let out a painful wail, its scales bursting with dazzling sparks as the chain constricted. Seeing this, Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as expected of a forbidden beast that preys on dragons. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have turned into countless fragments under this strike, yet it merely endured with its dragon scales. When the fallen dragon saw it was hopeless to break free, it suddenly raised its head and let out a mournful dragon cry, spitting out a bright red dragon pearl. The moment the dragon pearl appeared, the entire world trembled. The sound blade chains melted away like snow under the sun. More terrifyingly, strands of crimson light oozed from the surface of the dragon pearl, suddenly shooting a brilliant beam of light towards Qin Wangchuan. Qin Wangchuan remained calm and plucked the strings again. This time, the sounds transformed into a single word in the air. Control. The moment the word formed, a sound wave barrier appeared in front of him. That seemingly terrifying beam of light, though it created ripples of energy, could not break through this thin barrier as delicate as a cicada's wing. This was the product of Qin Wangchuan merging the 6-character sword formula with the sound of the guqin. Since fingers could point to characters, so could the sound of the guqin, and even all things in the world. The key was the Tao rhyme contained within, not the medium. even the forbidden beast, the fallen dragon, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned upon witnessing this. This seemingly weak human could actually withstand the full force of its life dragon pearl? And it was a direct confrontation? It couldn't understand, nor did it comprehend. It even wondered if everything before it was just a dream caused by being buried for too long. However, Qin Wangchuan did not give the fallen dragon much time to react and plucked the strings again. This time, it was not chains. The Guqin sound transformed into a sword energy that surged forth. Wherever it passed, space shattered, laws were disrupted, and even light was sliced into fragments. The fallen dragon's scales, far superior to spiritual treasures, were easily cut as if they were thin paper. Shoo! Clearly, to everyone, there was only a streak of sword light, yet the fallen dragon, once invincible, was suddenly split into 4 pieces in an instant. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and even the splattered dragon blood was almost completely evaporated in midair by the residual sword intent. Shock. Silence. In front of the dragon language stone forest, there was a deathly silence. No one expected that Qin Wangchuan would have such high attainments in the art of the Guqin. A magic tool held by a scattered cultivator clattered to the ground, and the Holy Sun's eyes turned crimson, trying to see through this sword. Yet blood seeped from the corners of his eyes without him realizing it. Several older cultivators even knelt directly on the ground, their Dao robes soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 74. The transformation of great demons appears, and there are 4. The transformation of Guqin sound into form is not a rare thing. Guqin cultivators can achieve it, but the key is that it was too small. Qin Wangchuan was already a law cultivator and sword cultivator. How could he still be a Guqin cultivator? How is this possible? Gu Yuan's expression was serious, and he said nothing. As a hidden family, he naturally knew more than others. This Qin Wangchuan was stronger than imagined. Thinking this, a certain ambition ignited in his eyes, but the taller the mountain, the more it can support my path to the heavens. Lu Qin's lips turned pale, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and deep confusion. Why does someone who looks even younger than me possess such immense strength? Qin Wangchuan was too strong enough to make Lu Qin feel a sense of fear for the first time. It is worth noting that when he faced 3 great demons in the 10,000 Great Mountains, he had not felt this way at all. Standing beside him, Li Qingluan, who had intended to help until just now, was also trembling in her beautiful eyes. She knew that his sword and spiritual techniques were strong, but she had never seen his Guqin sound reach the level of transforming into a sword. Outside the secret realm, the people on the altar had fallen silent. The national master, using the Guqin as a vehicle for the Dao, deeply inserted his dragon-headed staff into the ground, realizing why the princess was so fond of him. Qin Wangchuan nodded with satisfaction, feeling proud, but still comforted. Everyone, don't be too disheartened. It's normal for my Wangchuan to be excellent. After all, he is Qin Wangchuan. Upon saying this, Qin Wangchuan did not elaborate further. What was now presented was merely the tip of the iceberg of Qin Wangchuan's strength. His supreme Dao heart had yet to be fully revealed. His talent for foreseeing the future was even more deeply hidden. Not to mention, he had fortuitously swallowed a creation celestial fruit earlier. In front of him, so-called geniuses were just a joke. In the future, this great contest of the world would likely only be a stage for my Li Qingluan and your Qin Wangchuan, an elder of the Li family side, only to be immediately interrupted by an elder of the Chu family. Aren't you talking nonsense? What about my Chu family's Chu Qingyan? Alas, didn't we say the younger generation? If you say it like this, I'm getting fired up. My Li family. Stop. Qin Wangchuan waved his sleeve and suddenly laughed loudly. Everyone, let us not argue. If we don't discuss the present generation, I'd like to talk about another one of my students. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his voice filled with pride. If my family's Qin Wudao is only second, who dares to claim first under the great emperor? After speaking, Qin Wangchuan's gaze swept over the crowd like a knife. I fear no one dares, right? Hissed the crowd gasped, unable to muster any rebuttal this time. Qin Wudao was indeed a monster, but as they thought about it, they realized something was off. The older generation had Qin Wudao, while the new generation had Qin Wangchuan. So what about your Qin family? At this point, the crowd stopped their thoughts and began to shake their heads and click their tongues. Envy. In front of the dragon language steel forest, the dead silence was suddenly broken. TSK. Interesting. A hoarse voice came from the abyss, accompanied by the sound of chains dragging with a metallic scrape. The first was a completely snow-white nine-tailed fox, with ice lotuses blooming beneath its feet with every step. The second was a corpse dragon carrying a bronze ancient coffin, with putrid black blood seeping from the coffin's seams. The third was a monster with a human face and spider body, its 8 compound eyes flickering with a strange purple light. And the last was a golden cicada the size of a child, its wings covered in dense mouths and pupils. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? The nine-tailed fox licked its paw, mockingly looking at the practitioners sprawled on the ground, not expecting to find food so soon after waking up. The ancient coffin behind the corpse dragon suddenly shook violently, emitting a dull thud. I hate the sound of the Qin. Which little bug was playing just now? The golden cicada gently flapped its wings, and the pupils on its wings shrank simultaneously, producing a crisp, childlike laughter. Hee hee. I woke up just in time for a blood feast. For strands of overwhelming demonic energy intertwined and rose, coalescing into a blood-red net that blotted out the sky. The fallen dragon that had previously filled the crowd with despair now seemed like a cub in front of them. 11th realm, transforming demon. Someone revealed a sad smile. There must be a great demon beneath the fallen dragon. But how can there be four? This sort of thing is unheard of. We're doomed. Despair washed over the crowd like a tide. The key was not the pressure of the 11th realm, but the meaning represented by the four figures that could speak human language. To be able to speak, they were already close to transcending. These were transforming demons among demon cultivators, comparable to the existence of the 13th realm supreme among human races. Although the four before them only displayed 11th realm cultivation, that was merely a sign of their weakened state after a long slumber. They only needed to devour a few blood meals to rapidly recover their strength. This was the reason for the crowd's despair. The scattered cultivators stumbled backward and fled. Run. Just as they took a step, the golden cicada's compound eyes turned, and everyone suddenly felt an invisible pressure freeze every inch of space. The nine-tailed fox lightly swept its tail, instantly freezing the retreating cultivators into ice sculptures. How boring. It squinted at the frozen expressions of horror. Boom. The black mist from the corpse dragon's ancient coffin swept past, and the nearest cultivators instantly turned into dry corpses on the ground. The venom of the human-faced spider corroded the ground, creating beehive-like holes, and all 8 compound eyes locked onto Qin Wangchuan. This one must be saved for last. Swish. A flash of golden light passed, and several of the human-faced spider's forelimbs were severed at the root, dark green blood spraying out. The human-faced spider let out a shrill scream, its 8 compound eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at the golden cicada. The golden cicada remained suspended in midair, the pupils on its wings slightly rotating, its voice still crisp, but carrying an undeniable coldness. He is mine. After saying this, another flash of golden light appeared. In the instant the golden light emerged, the 8 compound eyes of the human-faced spider simultaneously contracted, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, it was already too late. Not big, master. With a muffled sound, the massive body of the human-faced spider exploded, turning into a sky full of dark green blood mist. Before the blood mist could fall to the ground, it was all absorbed by the pupils on the golden cicada's wings. The entire process took only 3 breaths. The golden cicada made a satisfied clicking sound. To be converted into my shedding nutrients is your honor. The nine-tailed fox's tail instantly stiffened, and the corpse dragon also dared not make a sound. The 2 great demons exchanged wary glances. The golden cicada was the strongest among these 4 transforming demons. Originally, there were 4 great demons, but in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. This dramatic scene rekindled hope in many people. Take advantage of their infighting and escape. Chapter 75. If you can cut, then just come and try, human cubs. Amidst the cries of despair, the crowd scattered and fled, but in the blink of an eye, they were struck down. Faced with the 11th realm great demons, even the disciples of noble families struggled to protect themselves. Zhao Wujiao showed a serious expression for the first time. After moving his body, he stepped forward and said, "It seems it's my turn to take action. It wouldn't be fair to let Qin Wangchuan see my strength without showing mine first." Just as Zhao Wujiao was about to step forward, his wrist was suddenly caught by Li Xian. He frowned slightly and followed Li Xian's gesture. "My little princess has made her move." The two looked over and indeed saw Li Qingwan drawing her sword. As she stepped forward, the world changed dramatically. The listening rain sword pavilion. Amidst the tremors of the void, that familiar lake-centered sword pavilion reappeared. The icy lake was like a mirror, reflecting the fine rain falling from the sky. Each raindrop infused with a chilling sword aura. Li Qingwan stood holding her sword, her clothes fluttering like a crane. The sword rose. There were no fancy moves. Just a casual lift of the hand and a sword strike. Clang. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the domain, and the entire icy lake suddenly rolled over. The huge waves transformed into countless ice blades, each reflecting dazzling cold light. The corpse dragon, still slaughtering cultivators, didn't even have time to raise its ancient coffin to block. The bronze coffin was split down the middle by this one sword strike. The 2 halves of the corpse dragon slowly slid down, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. On the icy lake, the rain continued to fall. The fleeing cultivators suddenly froze in place, their faces still frozen in terror. their pupils filled with the sword light that split the heavens. This sword had left them speechless. Although they knew this blocking fairy was powerful, they hadn't expected her to be this strong. Even an 11th realm great demon had been casually slain. Chu Wujiao's eyes shone brightly at this moment. What a listening rain sword pavilion. Yearly family hides deep enough. After the moment of admiration, a question popped into his mind, and he suddenly turned to Li Xian and asked, "By the way, I don't seem to have heard of Qin Wangchuan's domain." He was certainly present and had witnessed Qin Wangchuan stepping into the 6th realm and then using his domain. Although he didn't know the specific name, he remembered it was like 2 clouds. 2 clouds? Just as he was pondering, a clear bell sound suddenly came from the direction of the Qin family. Before Qin Wangchuan could make a move, he saw Qin Zhao standing at the forefront, pointing at the 9-tailed fox and loudly declaring, "This big white fox is not bad. Everyone, don't make a move, let this young lady handle it." As she spoke, her slender finger brushed over her right ankle, where a string of ancient bells suddenly appeared. No wonder they had only heard the sound of bells before without knowing where it came from. It turned out to be a treasure that could conceal oneself. She now had 2 strings of bells. One was on her wrist, the 9 heavens Linglong bell gifted by the Long Princess. The other was the 100 weapons bell gifted by her sister. Taking the ancient bell from her ankle and placing it in her palm, the small bell quickly transformed in her hand. Each clear ring of the bell was accompanied by the phantoms of weapons flowing, sometimes transforming into a long spear that exuded cold radiance, sometimes into a heavy drum hammer, and even into a strangely curved blood-red sickle that flashed continuously. What should she use this time? She tilted her head, her eyes spinning. Suddenly, the bell emitted a clear vibrating sound, and a giant axe entirely black solidified and grew in the glow of the clouds. "This will do." As she lightly grasped it, the dark golden patterns on the axe handle suddenly awakened. The 6-foot-long axe gun roared into existence, with red patterns swirling on the black iron axe blade. Despite being a weapon taller than her entire body, it felt weightless in her hand. With a point of her jade foot, she spun around, the hem of her skirt billowing, as the axe blade spun into a golden windmill in her palm. With a casual swing, the heavy axe gun instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage, rushing toward the 9-tailed fox. "Take this." The axe blade swooshed down with a howling wind, and a cold light flashed in the 9-tailed fox's eyes. The foolish little girl. Its 9 tails stood up simultaneously, and the chill around it surged, instantly forming an ice wall several feet thick on the ground. In the next moment, the ice wall shattered, and the giant axe surged forward with unyielding might straight towards its true body. The 9-tailed fox hurriedly swung 3 tails to block it. Whoosh! 3 snow-white fox tails were severed in response. Blood splattered everywhere. The 9-tailed fox staggered back, its eyes filled with horror. Impossible. How could a mere human possess such brute strength? It stared fixedly at Qin Zhao's slender figure, its voice filled with both greed and disbelief. "Are you some kind of special sacred body?" As it spoke, the severed tail flickered with spiritual light, and 3 brand new fox tails actually grew back at a visible speed. Among the onlooking cultivators, someone exclaimed, "Oh no! This kind of great demon has blood energy far beyond the norm." But Qin Zhao only tilted her head, revealing a confident smile. "Even if you grow more, it won't help." Before her words had faded, she charged forward again, the giant axe sweeping down, bringing with it a whistling wind. Whoosh! 3 more fox tails were severed. The 9-tailed fox finally showed fear in its eyes and hesitated for a moment before turning to flee. However, the Qin family's guards had already moved to seal off the area. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now?" One of the Qin family guards sneered. "Wanting to leave now? It's too late." The roles of hunter and prey instantly reversed. The giant axe was raised once more, and the 9-tailed fox let out a mournful wail. "Damn humans. You should know that the tails of the 9-tailed clan are a manifestation of cultivation. What you are cutting is not just a tail, but my very cultivation." Qin Zhao paused her movements, tilted her head in thought. "If you become my mount, I'll spare your life. Dream on." Without further ado, she brought the axe down again. This time, it was obedient. "Stop. I am willing to submit." It had no choice but to submit. If it didn't, it would die? The 9-tailed fox trembled all over, its eyes filled with humiliation. Once, it had been a powerful figure in ancient times, only to be unfortunate enough to be caught up in the turmoil of the true dragon clan. After finally catching a fallen dragon, it hoped to use the dragon's energy to aid its slumber, looking forward to being invincible in the future. Never did it expect that one day it would be tamed by a little human girl. But looking at the bloody giant axe, it ultimately lowered its proud head. "That's more like it." Qin Zhao casually plunged the giant axe into the ground, lightly stepped on it, and swung herself onto the back of the 9-tailed fox. She leaned back slightly, her rounded curves outlined enticingly beneath her red clothing. her pair of snow-white bare feet overlapping as they rested on the furry tail of the nine-tailed fox, her 10 pearl-like toes playfully curling. Remember this, Qin Zhao leaned forward, tugging at the nine-tailed fox's ear with her fingertip, her red lips curling into a dangerous arc. If you dare to throw me off, I'll pluck your tails one by one. After speaking, her face instantly transformed into a bright smile as she turned to show off to Qin Wangchuan. Look, ISNT my new mount beautiful? However, everyone's focus was not on this. Impressive, right? I taught her. Qin Kuanga leaned close to Qin Wangchuan's ear, raising an eyebrow with pride in his tone. After speaking, he even winked at Qin Wangchuan, looking eager to try. I can teach you if you want. Fourth brother can always give you special lessons. Qin Wangchuan glanced at the exaggerated giant axe, and then at Qin Zhao, who was energetically showing off, the corners of his mouth twitching. What exactly are you teaching? His gaze continued to focus on Qin Zhao. It must be said that her body, with its peach-like beauty, was indeed extraordinary. She learned things extremely quickly. She had also learned his sword imprint, but its power was pitifully small compared to the complex techniques of cultivation. Qin Zhao's talent in physical cultivation was clearly more astonishing. Just as Qin Zhao was taming the nine-tailed fox, the golden cicada suddenly flapped its wings, and the countless pupils on its cicada wings simultaneously burst forth with dazzling golden light. Be careful. Li Qingwan sensed something was wrong and immediately swung her sword to block. Although it was not a serious issue, the force still pushed her back several feet. At the same time, the remains of the corpse flood suddenly transformed into rolling black mist, which was entirely absorbed by the golden cicada. Simultaneously, the golden cicada launched another attack towards the nine-tailed fox. Qin Zhao reacted extremely quickly, raising the giant axe to block in front of the nine-tailed fox. With a loud clang, a beam of golden light was forcefully stopped, but she too staggered back several steps, her palms vibrating painfully. This force made Qin Zhao's eyes flash with surprise. The golden cicada's strength was on a completely different level from the other great demons. Unfortunately, the golden cicada let out a childlike laugh. Although it was still somewhat lacking, it was barely sufficient. It slowly flew up, the pupils on its wings flickering with an eerie glow. A great demon too? Don't be ridiculous. These 3 useless ones were merely raised as reserve food for when I awaken. Just as the words fell, its shell suddenly cracked open with golden patterns. At this moment, it was the time for my molting and transformation. The shell peeled away inch by inch, revealing a gradually forming humanoid silhouette inside. However, at that moment, Taichu Burial God Sword. A cold voice rang out, and Qin Wangchuan had drawn out the solitary phoenix sword at some point, the sword body radiating dazzling starlight. However, facing this terrifying blow, the golden cicada did not panic. As it spoke, the golden patterns on its shell suddenly brightened, but correspondingly, during the molting process, the hardness of my shell far exceeds the norm. Just a mere 8th realm human child. If you can cut through, then come and try. Before the words had faded, the golden cicada's gaze suddenly split in two. Even its previously arrogant tone twisted into a comical, huh? Chapter 76. The True Treasure in the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace. No, this is impossible. The shell exploded with a bang, revealing a broken body that had yet to fully transform. The golden cicada vanished amid its incredulous shrieks. Standing there to let others cut me. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Qin Wangchuan sheathed his sword, his tone flat. Moreover, no matter what realm you once reached, no matter how hard your shell was, you are now nothing more than an 11th realm demon cultivator. As he spoke, he walked over, grasped the shattered demon core in his hand, and casually tossed it into the mouth of the little golden crow. The little guy immediately flapped its wings joyfully, emitting a crisp chirp. It held the demon core with its little claws, as if it had obtained some rare treasure, first pecking at it carefully a couple of times, confirming that there was no problem, before suddenly gulping it down whole. It let out a satisfied burp, releasing a small burst of starlit sparks, then dizzily tumbled into Qin Wangchuan's hair, curling up into a fluffy golden ball and falling asleep. In the realm, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Although it currently only had the cultivation of the 11th realm, as a transformation great demon that once rivaled those of the 13th realm, its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Was it really cut down with just one sword? Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed, the sound echoing clearly in the silence. Starting with an ultimate skill, just like his big brother, Chu Wujiao clicked his tongue, but turned around to find Li Xian beside him looking quite abnormal. Why are you covering your head? Li Xian shook his head with a complex expression. He looked at the corpse of the golden cicada, as if he saw his past self in it. In an instant, a complex resonance surged in his heart. To dare stand there and let him cut. It was not unjust to die. Li Qingwan's grip on the sword tightened slightly, a flicker of complexity passing through her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao blinked at the surprised expressions of the people around her, quietly urging the nine-tailed fox to move closer to Qin Wangchuan. The nine-tailed fox's pupils constricted sharply, a storm of emotions rising in its heart. Am I clinging to a big leg? It silently lowered its head, long forgetting its earlier dissatisfaction, instead feeling a wave of relief. As for Lu Chun and the others, they had already quietly passed by the dragon-language steel forest, heading towards the dragon ruins' forbidden palace. However, this action did not escape the attention of Qin Wangchuan, who had been watching this side. In front of the main gate of the dragon ruins' forbidden palace, the mottled bronze patterns glimmered faintly in the darkness. Lu Chun slowly removed the hood of his concealed cloak, his fingertips brushing over the ancient dragon-shaped relief on the door, a fleeting daze flashing in his eyes. I recognize this place, he murmured softly, his voice light as if in a dream. Gu Yuan stood behind him, his expression fluctuating. Throughout the journey, Lu Chun seemed to predict the future, avoiding all the restrictions and traps, even precisely locating secret doors and mechanisms not recorded in ancient texts. This kid definitely has a treasure on him. Gu Yuan stared at Lu Chun's back, silently deciding in his heart that he would eliminate him as soon as he ceased to be useful. Boom. At that moment, the sealed door suddenly opened on its own, and a vast dragon breath rushed towards them. Lu Chun's robe fluttered without wind, and a few faint golden glimmers appeared among his hair. Beside him, Gu Yuan's pupils constricted as he clearly saw Lu Chun's shadow twist in the dragon breath and transform into a winding dragon shadow. The great hall was empty and desolate. Although the restrictions on the door regenerated with each opening of the secret realm, they were not difficult to break. Previous cultivators who entered here had looted the entire hall, even prying out the luminous pearls embedded in the walls, leaving only pockmarked indentations. However, Lu Chun ignored those relics and directly gazed at the dust-covered true dragon statue in the center of the hall, murmuring, "It is calling me." Thud. Lu Chun knelt on the ground, forehead pressed to the floor, as the golden dragon scale mark on his forehead suddenly shone brightly, seemingly resonating with something. Gu Yuan frowned, about to speak, but he saw that the ordinary-looking statue suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Golden light rained down, showering Lu Chun. His pupils gradually turned a gilded color, and the dragon scale mark on his forehead became even more eye-catching. With a click, the stone wall behind the statue slowly moved aside, revealing a deep passage. Inside, Lu Chun stepped straight into the passage. It was a square corridor, densely carved with murals on the walls. He gently stroked them with his fingers. Strange memories surged like a tide. A battlefield filled with dragon roars, a blood-stained throne, and the old man who sealed him in a dragon cocoon. So that's how it is, Lu Chun muttered to himself, his golden eyes swirling with the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. I remember now. Hey, Gu Yuan frowned as he looked at the deep passage, vaguely sensing a chilling aura approaching. What is ahead? He lightly tapped a spot on the wall, and a stone slab engraved with dragon patterns suddenly descended, sealing Gu Yuan and the others outside. Boom. Lu Chun, his furious roar shook the stone walls, and he punched the massive stone covered in dragon patterns. The dignified heir of the Gu family was actually outmaneuvered by an unknown ant. Young master, calm down. A nearby attendant hurriedly stepped forward, trying to break the stone. Wait. Gu Yuan suddenly calmed down, a sinister smile appearing as he glanced back. This is fine. Let us go. Meanwhile, Lu Chun paid no attention to what was happening behind him and walked straight out of the passage. At the end of the passage, 100 dragon-shaped stone statues surrounded a massive altar. These statues had various poses, all emanating a fierce aura of slaughter. In the center of the altar, a golden dragon egg, as tall as a person, quietly floated above it, with chain-like patterns coiling around its surface. The overwhelming dragon might was enough to crush some low-level cultivators, but Lu Chun walked forward as if he were in water. Just as he stepped onto the altar, clap, 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 crisp applause echoed from the darkness. At the dark passage's exit, Qin Wangchuan's figure emerged like an ink stain, quietly appearing. He tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, speaking in a tone as if reuniting with an old friend. Surprise? Chapter 77, Transforming Divine Weapon, Dragon Scale. Qin Wangchuan. Lu Chun nodded, not surprised that he could come here. It seems those broken dragon stones really couldn't stop you. You mentioned the mechanisms in the passage? Qin Wangchuan casually raised his eyes to look around, his long fingers lightly tapping his eyelids. Where there is a lock, there is a key. It's just a matter of finding the right place. His gaze swept over the dragon-shaped statues. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, just like now. You've let me here, haven to you? Thanks. Lu Chun's golden pupil shrank. Behind this seemingly casual greeting was a deadly trap. However, that was in the past. Return the small cauldron to me, and I want to hold the previous matters against you. I don't want to kill indiscriminately. Qin Wangchuan nodded with a smile. If you leave now and give me the opportunities here, I can pretend I haven't seen you. Opportunities and life is definitely more important. After speaking, he looked deeply at Lu Chun, but that should be impossible, right? Of course. Lu Chun paused, and the entire altar suddenly trembled violently. 100 dragon-shaped stone statues simultaneously opened their blood-red eyes, their stone bodies making a painful cracking sound, the outer stone skin peeling off, revealing their inner dark golden dragon scales. Roar! Amidst the deafening dragon roar, the statues transformed into 100 dark golden giant dragons soaring into the sky. At the same time, the altar's ground surged like waves. Countless dragon scale-like tiles shot out, forming a murderous array that obscured the sky. Lu Chun stood at the center of the dragon formation, his golden pupils reflecting Qin Wangchuan's figure, his voice cold as ice. Since there's nothing to discuss, then you shall die here. After speaking, he ignored the horrific scene that might unfold behind him, and instead walked with intense focus towards the dragon egg in the center of the altar that radiated golden light. Dragon scale armor. Lu Chun's breath synchronized with the golden glow of the dragon egg. Only this item could bear the weight of the dragon scale. So that's it. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear, so close that he could almost feel the warmth of breath. Lu Chun's pupils constricted as he realized Qin Wangchuan had somehow stood half a step beside him, looking up together. Is it called dragon scale? Qin Wangchuan tilted his head slightly, a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. He held the bronze small cauldron that originally belonged to Lu Chun with one hand, sighing, nice name. Those dark, golden giant dragons that were supposed to kill everything ignored him, allowing him to stroll leisurely through the murderous array. The statues are fine. Then it's Qin Wangchuan who has the problem. Soon, Qin Wangchuan explained it to him. Lu Chun instinctively spoke, where did you get the dragon aura? But then he suddenly froze. He saw dragon scales faintly appearing around Qin Wangchuan. Have you eaten a dragon's heart? Before the words fell, Qin Wangchuan's fingertip gently pressed against his temple, the tip radiating a cold sword light. Lu Chun's muscles tensed instantly. He could feel a dangerous power gathering at Qin Wangchuan's fingertip, capable of penetrating his brain in an instant. It seems you have regained your memory. Qin Wangchuan's voice still reverberated in the air, while Lu Chun's golden pupils had shrunk to the size of pinpoints. Swish! A point of golden light shot from Qin Wangchuan's fingertip, instantly piercing through the void. Lu Chun's vision suddenly froze. He saw his blood bead hovering 3 inches from his nose, its crystal-clear surface reflecting Qin Wangchuan's always smiling handsome face. Then, you cannot be left alive. After this seemingly lamenting whisper fell, the blood bead plopped down onto the blue brick, shattering into 12 crimson petals. Lu Chun initially thought Qin Wangchuan would consider the opportunity. At least he wouldn't act before finding the dragon scale. But unexpectedly, this person showed no hesitation whatsoever. He would never understand, even in death, that Qin Wangchuan had already known everything. The 100 dark golden giant dragons lost their master, suddenly froze, and turned back into stone statues. Even if he is the son of destiny, he ultimately hesitated for half a lifetime in the mountains, and is simply not a match for Qin Wangchuan. If he hadn't regained his memory, Qin Wangchuan could have kept Lu Chun around for fun. But an ancient dragon child who has regained his memory brings too many variables. And for some reason, whether it was Qin Wangchuan's illusion or not, he always felt that after killing Lu Chun, he seemed to have gained something. Is this fate? Qin Wangchuan sneered lightly and slowly walked towards the dragon scale egg at the center of the altar. The fingertips brushed over the surface of the dragon scale egg, where golden patterns flowed, and the eggshell unexpectedly emitted a sound of cracking under the pressure of his touch. With a snap, the dragon scale egg shattered, transforming into pieces of dragon scales that covered Qin Wangchuan's body. He could feel that the hardness of these dragon scales was not only several times stronger than the ones obtained after consuming the dragon heart, but they also had some special effect. After a busy half-day, is this all for this thing? Qin Zhao walked over, panting and feeling very dissatisfied. Those stone statues, as relics from ancient times, were still quite strong. Even she found them difficult to deal with. Only the fourth brother could resist them easily. Of course not. Qin Wangchuan touched the treasure armor on his body. Then his gaze swept around the walls of the altar. If he guessed correctly, there should be a secret passage nearby leading directly to another dragon cocoon, which is the dragon silk. Sure enough, under the gaze of the heavenly eye, a symbol appeared on one part of the wall. The moment his fingertip touched the symbol, the entire stone wall suddenly rippled like water, revealing a deep passage. The dragon-shaped reliefs on both sides of the passage lit up sequentially, and the golden light jumping in the dragon eyes illuminated the path ahead. After giving instructions, Qin Wangchuan and his group entered the passage and arrived at a side hall. At the end was a vast space, but from a distance, it appeared empty. As Qin Wangchuan approached the dragon cocoon holding a bronze cauldron, an unexpected change occurred. The cauldron suddenly trembled violently, the ancient patterns on its body lighting up one by one, transforming into beams of golden light shooting into the void. In the center of the originally empty side hall, layers of spatial ripples suddenly emerged, slowly retreating like a torn curtain. As the spatial restrictions were completely lifted, the sealed dragon cocoon finally revealed its true form. Inside the cocoon curled a young girl, her skin as white as snow, long hair as dark as ink, and a red scale at her brow, both enchanting and beautiful. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if in deep sleep, and with every breath, the dragon energy inside the cocoon surged, washing over the surrounding space like tides. The dragon scale armor he had just obtained appeared autonomously the moment he approached the girl, each scale resonating and trembling as if preparing to welcome her. So that's how it is. A flash of realization crossed Qin Wangchuan's eyes. The cauldron is the key, and the dragon scale armor is the proof. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of his ancestors. To obtain such a treasure actually requires a person, a cauldron, and armor for 3 validations. But even so, in the end, it still fell into my hands. It's not that Lu Chun and the ancestors were foolish, but that the simulation was too perverse. Qin Wangchuan placed his palm on the surface of the dragon cocoon, and the dragon scale armor instantly burst forth with dazzling golden light, resonating strongly with the girl's breathing. Buzz! The entire side hall suddenly trembled. The girl slowly opened her eyes, her golden vertical pupils staring directly at Qin Wangchuan, the red scale on her brow shining brightly. You have come. The girl's voice was ethereal and distant, yet carried the unique authority of the ancient dragon clan. It was as if she had crossed endless years, finally waiting for this moment. Qin Wangchuan's lips curled slightly, his gaze calm as water. I have come. As soon as the words fell, the girl's breathing suddenly quickened, and the dragon energy surged like tides, with fine cracks spreading across the surface of the cocoon like a spider's web. In the next moment, the girl's body suddenly became ethereal, transforming into a dark golden dragon pattern that spiraled up along Qin Wangchuan's arm like a returning dragon. The dragon scale armor seemed to be summoned, automatically transforming into a black inner armor, perfectly merging with the flowing light. Whoosh! The golden light gradually receded, and Qin Wangchuan's original clothes vanished, replaced by a dragon robe with a mysterious base and golden patterns. A vividly lifelike, dark golden true dragon coiled up from the front of his robe, its head proudly resting on his right shoulder, and its tail wrapping around his left wrist. The dragon pattern was not lifeless. Each scale slightly opened and closed with his breath, exuding a suffocating dragon aura. As the dragon's roar echoed, a vast ocean of cultivation suddenly surged into Qin Wangchuan's body. It was the power that the girl had accumulated during her endless years of waiting, now fully merging with him. The barriers of realms were broken through like thin paper. Spiritual power surged and roared through his meridians, and every inch of flesh and blood underwent transformation under the dragon energy. He could clearly feel that his realm was rapidly rising, just as the spiritual power in Qin Wangchuan's body was about to break through the last barrier. A sudden chill came from his neck. Huh! A clear female voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, like an icy spring flowing over scorching magma. Yu Liang awoke from her slumber, her tone filled with rare astonishment. If you break through now, aren't you severing your path to the celestial realm? Chapter 78. Insufficient strength. Resorting to schemes. Celestial realm. Upon Yu Liang's reminder, Qin Wangchuan suddenly remembered this crucial barrier. If he forcibly broke through here, he could indeed smoothly enter the 9th realm. But he would miss the celestial gate's baptism, resulting in his immortal bones not being able to manifest. Thinking of this, he immediately began to suppress it. However, the vast ocean of dragon clan cultivation within him continued to pour in uncontrollably, as if it wanted to burst him apart. I will assist you. The long dormant jade sword pendant around Qin Wangchuan's neck suddenly trembled, and the sword body erupted with dazzling cold light. In the next moment, a pure white figure stepped out from the sword. Yu Liang's slender fingers were like snow, her garments flying as the temperature around her suddenly dropped. Even the surging dragon energy was frozen into fine ice crystals. Where did this woman come from? Qin Zhao widened her eyes, standing frozen in place. Our young master Qin Zhao is indeed quite charming, even hiding beauties in his sword pendant, Qin Zhao said, her lips slightly pursed, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around her sleeves. Her tone mixed with 3 parts sourness and 7 parts annoyance. You big radish attracting bees and butterflies. I pampered you. Yu Liang didn't even glance at Qin Zhao, lightly tapping on Qin Wangchuan. A powerful force spread out from his spiritual platform, forcibly cutting off the surging stream of spiritual power, temporarily sealing it within his meridians. But even so, the power of the dragon clan girl continued to surge in endlessly, as if it were inexhaustible. I can't hold it back. Yuliang's eyes darkened, suddenly turning and waving her sleeve. Go. A frosty sword aura broke through the air, directly smashing a large hole in the heavy stone wall. And the light from the outside world immediately poured in. Qin Wangchuan did not hesitate at all, circulating his spiritual power and directly leaping out of the broken hole into the side hall. Hey! Qin Zhao and the others stared wide-eyed behind him, completely unaware of what had happened. But soon after, the side hall collapsed, covering the hole again. At this time, outside the Forbidden Palace, many people noticed the movement. Gu Yuan stood among the crowd, a hint of a shadowy smile rising in his eyes. This was the instinct of a fellow strongman. So, in reality, there is only one true opponent. Qin Wangchuan. Ah, Qin Wangchuan. He murmured softly to himself, you can't take this opportunity away. After thinking this, Gu Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze slowly sweeping over the hundreds of cultivators present, his voice carrying spiritual power that spread across the surroundings. Did you all sense the abnormal dragon energy movement within the Forbidden Palace? As soon as the words fell, whispers erupted from the crowd. I indeed felt it. There must be a treasure appearing. Not just that. I also vaguely heard a dragon's roar. A smile curled at the corners of Gu Yuan's mouth as he continued. Someone took advantage of our defense against the beast tied outside to sneakily do something shady, stealing the opportunity that should belong to all of us. Who is it? A bare-chested man slammed the table, his giant axe glimmering coldly in his hand. We are here fighting bloodily, yet someone is doing such a despicable thing. Anger gradually grew on the faces of the crowd, and a glimmer of pride flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. At this moment, that person was likely enjoying all the opportunities inside the hall alone. He said, his voice carrying just the right amount of indignation. The rules of the secret realm have always been that the fated ones obtain it, but suddenly Gu Yuan's tone shifted, his voice turning cold. Such despicable behavior is truly detestable. If we see someone entangled in dragon energy breaking out of the hall later, why don't we unite to eliminate that detestable person first before discussing distribution? How about that? Isn't that too much? A weak-looking cultivator suddenly spoke up timidly. What if it's a scion of a noble family? Before he finished speaking, a burly man next to him slapped him on the back of the head. Nonsense. Can the scions of noble families steal and cheat? Exactly. Another female cultivator sneered. We are here risking our lives, and we're making him a wedding dress? The crowd instantly erupted. Whoever he is, if he got the opportunity, he should at least spit out the other things. Right. At least leave the storage bag. I agree. Gu Yuan watched the escalating outcry, stepping back half a step without making a sound. He noticed that a few cautious cultivators had quietly retreated from the crowd, but more cultivators had their eyes ignited with the flames of greed. Gu Yuan coldly scanned this group of greedy cultivators, sneering inwardly. A bunch of fools. They're quite suitable to be cannon fodder. He had already made plans. If Qin Wangchuan was exhausted, he would seize the opportunity to take the chance. If he still had strength, he would immediately withdraw. Either way, it was a guaranteed profit. Ultimately, he didn't truly want to take Qin Wangchuan's life. If something went wrong with the illustrious scion of the Qin family, that would be a huge problem. But letting this proud son of heaven suffer a silent loss, taking away his opportunity, and watching the resentment appear on Qin Wangchuan's calm face, just thinking about it made Gu Yuan feel exhilarated. How satisfying would it be to let others hear about this? No matter how extraordinary Qin Wangchuan's talent was, he narrowed his eyes. A black jade chess piece crumbled silently into powder between his fingers. Today, he would stumble in my hands. As for the Qin family's revenge, that was not something he considered. Gu Yuan did not believe that the petty squabbles of the younger generation could provoke the high-ranking members of the Qin family. Just as he was thinking this, the dome of the Forbidden Palace suddenly exploded. A figure entwined with dragon patterns soared into the sky, brilliant golden light pouring down like heavenly fire, coating the surroundings with a dazzling golden glow. The resplendent light formed a natural barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to see the true appearance within. But Gu Yuan was very clear that the only ones who had entered the depths of the Forbidden Palace, besides Lu Chun, were Qin Wangchuan and his group. The person in front of him, soaring in the air, could not possibly possess the mediocre strength of Lu Chun. Thus, the answer was obvious. Sure enough, Gu Yuan turned his head and revealed a triumphant cold smile. All the cultivators present had their eyes turned red with greed under the golden light. Someone suddenly shouted, "The dragon's energy soars to the heavens. It must be a treasure appearing. Seize the treasure. Charge." It was like pouring cold water into a hot oil pan. Hundreds of cultivators erupted instantly. Gu Yuan quietly stepped back 3 steps, satisfied as he watched the crowd turn into a torrent rushing towards that golden light. It's so easy to manipulate. Thank you, fools. Qin Wangchuan was flying towards the exit of the secret realm, coldly watching the cultivators surging like a tide below, ready to suppress them. Don't waste time. The cold voice of Yuliang suddenly sounded in his ear, break through forcefully. But facing the blockade of these hundreds of cultivators, how could he break through without using spiritual methods? Just as he hesitated, a whispering sound suddenly came to his ears. Qin Wangchuan focused and listened carefully, and the voice gradually became clear. Contract. Follow me. Chant the dragon. The voice carried an irresistible rhythm, as if it was a calling of destiny. Qin Wangchuan felt a daze in his mind. His lips involuntarily parted, following the voice to chant that name. Dragon Silk. Chapter 79. Strength enough to kick them all away. In an instant, the world fell silent. With the true name called out, the dragon patterns on Qin Wangchuan's robe suddenly detached, transforming into a 100-foot golden dragon soaring into the sky. The golden dragon circled in the air, emitting a clear dragon roar, and then suddenly dove down. Clang. At the moment the dragon shadow merged with Qin Wangchuan's figure, it transformed into a semi-transparent dragon-shaped armor covering his entire body. A pair of crystal-clear dragon horns appeared above his head, the tips entwined with purple lightning. A faint dragon tail shadow flickered behind him, creating ripples in space with each movement. His whole body was enveloped in a semi-transparent dragon-shaped halo, exuding overwhelming dragon might with every gesture. Is this the transforming divine weapon? Qin Wangchuan looked down at his completely new attire, feeling the ancient dragon might emanating from the armor. He had thought it would be a divine weapon or a shocking treasure, but unexpectedly, the essence was an armor. But this was no ordinary armor. The battle armor became his second skin, gently rising and falling with his breath like a living being. Deep within the armor, a young girl's spiritual consciousness intertwined with him seamlessly. Although Qin Wangchuan had never cultivated his body, at this moment, he could clearly feel the blood energy within him surging like a raging tide. His physical strength continuously increased under the enhancement of the dragon armor. At this moment, he was terrifyingly strong. Below, hundreds of streams of light approached, various magical treasures and spiritual instruments slicing through the air, rushing towards that golden figure like locusts crossing the land. The bare-chested burly man at the front grinned as he swung a giant axe, blood-colored flames igniting on the blade. Get lost. Qin Wangchuan's flying speed did not slow down. In fact, it increased a bit. With just a casual kick, boom, an unreasonable force surged out, and the burly man along with his axe fell like a meteor, creating a Tinjong deep pit in the ground. Following closely, the second and third cultivators who charged up were knocked down one after another like moths to a flame, swatted away like insects. Bang, bang. More and more people rushed forward, and more were swatted down. The continuous offensive of hundreds of people could not even slow the golden figure down by half a beat. What was even more terrifying was that they never even saw how they were defeated. At this moment, Qin Wangchuan, with every move, exuded an invincible demeanor, like a young supreme being walking the earth. Just as the members of the Qin family, who had just crawled out of the ruins and were about to rush to support, were stunned by this scene. Did the scions still need support in this invincible state? That was the question. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, Chu Wujiao stood with his hands behind his back. When he saw the figure in the golden light, his eyes lit up. What a Qin Wangchuan! But upon seeing the direction Qin Wangchuan was flying towards, his expression changed drastically. No, he's leaving the secret realm. Chu Wujiao had originally sought him out for a spar, but if Qin Wangchuan left, wouldn't that make his trip in vain? Before he finished speaking, he had transformed into a brilliant purple rainbow, shooting into the sky. The purple light was astonishingly fast, crossing thousands of feet of void in the blink of an eye. Aiming directly at the dazzling golden light, Li Xian's pupils contracted slightly. He saw the purple rainbow about to collide with the golden blazing sun. As if a tremendous explosion was about to occur, he instinctively clenched his fists, thinking, an 8th realm against a 10th realm. The two great prodigies of Qin and Chu facing off, it will surely shake the heavens and earth. Just as he was anticipating, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in midair. Li Xian stared blankly at this scene. He had expected to witness an earth-shattering duel, but was this it? Or was it that he had misjudged? Perhaps the one who was knocked away wasn't even Chu Wujiao? With such doubts, he rushed to the location where the purple rainbow fell, and the moment he saw clearly, his heart sank. Chu Wujiao had a dazed expression, embedded in the rock, with a clear palm print on his chest. Cough, cough. Chu Wujiao spat out a mouthful of blood, a hint of bitterness flashing in his indifferent eyes. So this is the gap. When Qin Wangchuan had slain the 11th realm golden cicada, he had already understood that he was no match for Qin Wangchuan. That was an 8th realm against an 11th realm, killing across 3 realms in an instant. How could he, a 10th realm, compete? Although he understood this, he felt unwilling in his heart. He had thought that amidst the chaos, he might have a chance to fight back. At the very least, he should be able to exchange a few moves. Just as he was thinking, Li Xian's figure came into view. You say you faced such a monster head-on. Chu Wujiao glanced at the golden figure that was gradually receding, and then at Li Xian, for the first time truly feeling what a chasm-like difference was. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, giving Li Xian a thumbs up. Even I dare only to take advantage of the chaos. You would dare to face him one-on-one. You, Li Xian, are the true strong one. Li Xiantong looked in the direction where Qin Wangchuan had left. Feeling that terrifying aura, that's why I died once. Moreover, at that time, he didn't look so terrifying. Don't look at Chu Wujiao being kicked away like a stray dog in front of Qin Wangchuan. But if taken out alone, he is also an invincible genius in the realm of the extraordinary. Even I myself thought. Li Xian suddenly sighed deeply and naturally sat down beside Chu Wujiao. It's not that we are too weak, but that he is too strong. Are you making excuses? Indeed. Chu Wujiao fell silent for a moment, his gaze still following that golden light about to disappear on the horizon, and finally spoke hoarsely. Can we catch up? Li Xian also remained silent for a long time, until that golden light completely vanished from sight, slowly uttering one word. Difficult. What should we do then? Chu Wujiao seemed indifferent as he clenched his fists, but blood seeped between his fingers. Just give up? The mountain wind stirred up fragments of stones, swirling between the two. Li Xian suddenly chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. He raised his hand, blood also seeping from his palm. As long as one is human, they will definitely slack off. We can't catch up to him now. But in the future, who knows? Chu Wujiao listened, posing a soul-searching question. If it were you, would you slack off? Otherwise, your heart will shatter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Yuan had already called for people to prepare to flee. He looked at the invincible figure of Qin Wangchuan, his lips trembling, a monster. It's no longer a matter of whether the higher-ups of the Qin family will intervene. This person alone could flatten the ancient clans in the future. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, calming his wildly beating heart, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. For such a character, he murmured softly, one must either kill him in one blow to eliminate future troubles or keep a respectful distance. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Qin Wangchuan does not know who is secretly instigating things. It's better to come here for nothing than to do something bad. Withdraw. Gu Yuan suddenly waved his hand, his cloak fluttering as he turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, a large hand suddenly pressed heavily on his shoulder. Who? Gu Yuan's whole body stiffened. He turned his head to see a face full of ferocity, seemingly belonging to someone beside Qin Wangchuan. What was his name again? Qin Kuanga? It's you little brat who has been causing trouble behind my back. I've been keeping an eye on you the whole way. Just as Qin Kuanga was about to make a move, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the Gu family's team, and his eyes widened. Second brother? With this incredulous exclamation, a seemingly inconspicuous man in the Gu family team slowly took off his cloak. It was none other than Qin Xuanji, the second heir of the Qin family. Chapter 80. Since you dare to act, then let us wipe them all out. Seeing that it was indeed Qin Xuanji, Qin Kuanga's eyes widened even more. Second brother, didn't you say you had important business to attend to, which is why you let me look after ninth brother? Qin Xuanji didn't he even glance at the grim-faced Gu Yuan, casually brushing non-existent dust off his sleeve. I ascend this important business? Ninth brother is still young, and since it's his first time entering the secret realm, we must be careful. Qin Kuanga exclaimed, suddenly coming up with a guess. Big brother wouldn't he have come as well, would he? How could that be? Qin Xuanji interrupted him, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Big brother's realm is too high to enter this secret realm. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his gaze to the horizon, a glint of amusement in his eyes. So, it's the Dao Law Body. Outside the Longshu Forbidden Palace, the clouds surged. Hundreds of cultivators who had likely confronted Qin Wangchuan kneeled down simultaneously, the sound of their knees smashing against the blue stone echoing. In front of them, a dark figure sat like a mountain, his robes not moving even a strand, not a single hair stirred. An invisible oppressive force descended like a heavenly weight, causing the spines of many to crack under the unbearable burden. Some bled from their 7 orifices, some had their bones deformed, yet no one dared to resist. What happened to this friend? A trembling man in green asked. Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, the man's head suddenly exploded, red and white splattering on the pale faces of those around him. The headless corpse remained kneeling, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain. Silence. The cultivator kneeling in the front row soaked his pants. The urine that just seeped out was crushed into mist by the oppressive force. Someone bit their teeth, swallowing the blood foam, yet didn't he dare to make a sound. Many did not know who was before them, but if they had heard his name, they would never forget it. The Qin family has no Dao. If it is said that Qin Wangchuan is just a genius, then the person before them is a complete monster. But why is he here now? And why would he act against them? They did not dare to ask. No one dared to ask. In the Gu family team, Qin Kuanga scratched his head, a simple smile on his rugged face. By the way, second brother, What are these people hiding here trying to do? Just some trivial schemes that aren't worth mentioning? Qin Shuangji shook his head and sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I thought there would be some fun, but I overestimated them. Then how to deal with this kid? Hearing this, Gu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, a chilling sensation running down his spine. He hadn't even noticed that an outsider had mixed into his carefully cultivated personal guard. And it was Qin Shuangji, the second heir of the Qin family. Gu Yuan naturally had heard of this person. Compared to the renowned Qin Wudao, he was merely an inconsequential accessory. But what terrified him was, how long had Qin Shuangji been lurking in his team? Was it during the Dragon Pool treasure grab? Or when he saved Lu Chun? Or even earlier? Could it have been before entering the secret realm? Cold sweat trickled down Gu Yuan's back. The Gu clan had hidden away for too long. He finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated these imperial families. Qin Shuangji was tidying his sleeves, not even raising his head as he spoke. How else could we deal with it? It's fine for children to be competitive, but if they touch the wrong people, then eliminate them. This statement was casually made, but it plunged Gu Yuan into an ice cave. He stared fixedly at the two heirs of the Qin family before him, his throat tightening. They were discussing his life and death right in front of him, as if he were merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, rather than the future heir of the Gu family. Just as I thought. Qin Kuanga suddenly grinned, revealing his white teeth, the ones who came in with this kid. I see there are still a group, but I wonder which family they belong to. Qin Shuangji nodded. It's the Jiji family from the Sacred Mountain. Then how to deal with them? Also eliminate them. His voice was very soft, but it made Gu Yuan tremble all over, his mind ringing loudly. They knew everything? Even more terrifying was that these two regarded him as if he were invisible while they conversed, not even casting a glance. As if casually discussing crushing an ant after dinner. You. Gu Yuan's voice trembled, and even he could hear the fear within. Are you going to provoke an immortal war? An immortal war. That was a term reserved for battles of life and death between immortal forces. Once initiated, it would lead to a cataclysm, rivers of blood, and would only end with one side's complete destruction. Gu Yuan's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. He couldn't believe that the two before him intended to simultaneously confront two immortal families. This was no longer a declaration of war, but an act of contempt. However, what shocked him even more was that the Qin brothers merely glanced at him and continued their conversation. It's the Jiji family. But I see that kid hasn't come out since entering the dragon path. He wouldn't have died, would he? Qin Kuanga stroked his chin, deep in thought. Qin Shuangji nodded, most likely dead inside. The two continued their discussion. Staying here will get me killed. Fear engulfed Gu Yuan like a tide. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit. Just as he was about to turn around, the world suddenly turned upside down. In the final vision of Gu Yuan, his headless body still maintained a running posture, and the splattered blood formed a tragic arc in the air. His consciousness began to blur, but he could still feel his head being held by a cold hand. It was Qin Shuangji. When did he make his move? The Undying War? Qin Shuangji's voice seemed to come from a distant place, carrying a hint of mockery. Even the Covenant was unaware. Perhaps he was overestimating himself? This was the last sentence Gu Yuan heard. The Covenant? The Covenant among the 10 great imperial clans probably meant just one thing. Unless one actively commits an offense, the 3 heavenly emperors cannot take action against the imperial clan alliance. In short, the 3 heavenly emperors jointly protect the 10 clans. But the Gu family, the Ji family, and other miscellaneous family forces were not included. As long as the heavenly emperors take action, the Undying War would end as soon as it began. Even if the heavenly emperors did not take action, relying solely on the Qin family's foundation, flattening 2 hidden undying families would be a matter of a snap of the fingers. The undying is already a thing of the past. Now is the era of the imperial clans. But what does the 9th brother mean by this? After saying this, Qin Shuangji sighed lightly and looked towards the sky. At this moment, Qin Wangchuan had already rushed out of the secret realm under the gaze of Li Qingwan, Li Xian, Chu Wujiao, and others. Everyone was watching this scene. Except for one person. In the underground ruins of the Dragon Ruins Forbidden Palace, Zhao Yuni crawled out of the rubble, his face covered in dust, tightly clutching a smooth jade pendant in his hand. He hit the jackpot. He wiped the dust off his face and carefully examined it in the faint light of day. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with the ancient character for Qin, while the back featured a flamboyant character for 9. With this mission completed, he could at least lie at home for a month. Chapter 81. The Path to Ascend, Knocking on the Heavenly Gate. Outside the secret realm, in the ancient mirror of dragon patterns, the scene of Qin Wangchuan slashing down the golden cicada froze, and the entire ceremony platform fell into a brief silence. The teacup in the hands of the Li family's elder shattered with a loud bang, his gaze fixed on the figure in the mirror. An 8th realm cutting down an 11th realm. Qin Wenhe stroked his beard and chuckled, his eyes full of pride. My Wangchuan's talent is unparalleled. Crossing realms to slay demons is as easy as drinking water. What is so surprising about that? Nonsense. The elder of the Chu family slammed the table. Clearly, this golden cicada had just awakened and was still in its weak state. Having a power of around the 10th realm was already impressive. Moreover, your family's Taichu burial divine sword is known for its overwhelming might, not precision. It actually didn't dodge at all. From what I see, your Qin Wangchuan's true strength is only around the 10th realm? The crowd's expressions varied upon hearing this. What does only around the 10th realm mean? No matter how you put it, that is still a 2-realm instant kill. Qin Wangchuan is currently only at the 8th realm. Once he reaches the 9th realm, his domain will manifest, and his combat power will rise another level. Not to mention the 10th realm Celestial Palace realm, where one can create their own unique rules within the domain. Thinking of this, the crowd's expressions suddenly became extremely interesting. Wait a minute. Who among you has seen Qin Wangchuan's domain? Not to mention seeing it, no one has even heard of it. The elder of the Li family turned to Qin Wenhe and asked, Old Qin, what kind of domain does your son practice? Qin Wenhe smiled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. To be honest, I haven't seen it either. After all, so far, no one has been able to force him to use his domain. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Qin Wenhe felt secretly pleased. Look, other prodigies need to use all their strength to fight across realms, while my Qin Wangchuan can do it easily. That's the gap. As the scene in the treasure mirror shifted, it soon reached the moment when the dragon energy appeared in the world. Look at this commotion. The elder of the Li family suddenly pointed to the mirror. Is it larger than before? Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention. They saw the scene in the mirror shift, with Qin Wangchuan breaking through the palace roof, dragon energy surging around him, and a dark golden dragon-patterned battle armor gradually forming, covering his entire body. Ancient taboos, transforming divine weapons. The elder of the Chu family's pupils constricted, his voice suddenly rising. Such taboo items still exist in this world? Ha! Qin Wenhe laughed heartily, the sound shaking the dust off the beams of the ceremony platform. How about it, everyone? My Wangchuan not only slashed down an 11th realm demon cultivator, but also gained the recognition of the true dragon clan's treasure. This is the destiny. Old Qin, the elder of the Li family, gritted his teeth. Your Qin family already has Qin Wudao suppressing a generation, and now another Qin Wangchuan has emerged. Do you intend to dominate the world? Dominate? Qin Wenhe shook his head with a light laugh, his tone relaxed. Not at all. It's merely a favor from destiny. Upon hearing this, everyone inwardly cursed this old man for being shameless. Just at this moment, the scene in the mirror shifted again, and Chu Wujiao transformed into a purple rainbow rushing towards Qin Wangchuan, only to be casually slapped down into the ground. Hiss! The elder of the Chu family inhaled sharply, his face turning ashen. Before, he had said the two weren't of the same generation and had no comparability at all. Indeed, there was no comparability. He was slapped away. The 10th realm against the 8th realm was actually suppressed by a single palm? The elder of the Ji family muttered to himself, seemingly in disbelief. Old Ghost Chu, it seems your family's 9 Abyss battle body still needs more training. Facing the crowd's ridicule, the elder of the Chu family's face darkened. But he was at a loss for words. He was all too clear about Chu Wujiao's strength. A prodigy capable of defeating enemies across 2 realms was unexpectedly so vulnerable before Qin Wangchuan. This was merely the current gap. In the future, it would only grow larger. Huh. The national master suddenly frowned and pointed to the mirror. Where is Qin Wangchuan going? Everyone looked over and saw Qin Wangchuan transforming into a golden rainbow, soaring into the sky, heading straight for the secret realm's exit. He wants to leave the secret realm? The elder of the Li family was astonished. Having obtained the treasure, why not continue exploring? Could it be that he has other plans? The elder of the Ji family narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Qin Wenhe smiled without speaking, but a hint of depth flashed in his eyes. His 9th son has always acted unexpectedly. This move must have profound meaning. The moment Qin Wangchuan burst out of the secret realm, Qin Wenhe was about to step forward. But he saw that golden rainbow not slowing down at all. Instead, it sped up, directly rushing towards the palace of the Undying Dynasty. What is that? The crowd looked up and discovered a phantom door suddenly appearing in the sky. It seemed both present and absent, surrounded by a golden aura, as if it did not belong to this world. When Qin Wangchuan approached, the door actually trembled violently, descending a staircase formed of brilliant golden light, extending all the way to his feet. It was as if it was welcoming him. The path to ascend. The National Master's dragon-headed staff clattered to the ground, his usually calm face showing shock for the first time. How could this be? All related ancient texts had been destroyed. They certainly knew about the path to ascend and the celestial realm that once existed, but that had already been classified as a dangerous taboo. How did Qin Wangchuan find out? The path to ascend has been established. There was no way to stop it. Old Qin Wenhe looked at this scene. his pupils constricting slightly, but at this moment, he could only let out a long sigh. Perhaps he could do it. In ancient times, the celestial realm was a life and death barrier that stood before countless prodigies. Those with extraordinary talent often vanished forever the moment they stepped into the heavenly gate, not fallen, but completely devoured by another world. Once vanished, one could not be revived. What was even more terrifying was that the heavenly gate did not test cultivation or qualifications. It only examined one's nature. Few could pass through. And at this moment, Qin Wangchuan had taken the first step on the heavenly ladder. Boom. The dragon energy of the entire imperial city suddenly boiled, merging with the aura of the great Tao, madly surging towards that figure. What was more terrifying was that with each step he took, the heavenly gate solidified a bit more, deep in the sky, accompanied by a dull knocking sound. It seemed to warn mortals not to push open this forbidden door. Ding, ding. With each step upward, with each knock, the very veins of the imperial city trembled. Jiang Xuanli stood atop the palace wall, her phoenix eyes reflecting that figure ascending the steps. As the long princess of the imperial dynasty blessed by dragon energy, she naturally knew about the heavenly gate and was fully aware of what it meant to step onto the path to ascend. That was a taboo even her father had not dared to touch. With her delicate fingers tightly clenched, the nails dug deep into her palm without her noticing. Jiang Xuanli stared at the ever-taller figure, her heart surging with complex emotions that were hard to articulate. Bang! Another knock on the door echoed, causing the gold hairpin in her hair to jingle. I wish you well. As the words escaped her lips, Jiang Xuanli suddenly realized her loss of composure. As the eldest princess of the dynasty, she was supposed to be the calmest and most composed one. Yet at this moment, she felt like a novice cultivator, overwhelmed by the scene before her. Taking a deep breath, her gaze remained fixed on the heavenly gate, where Qin Wangchuan's figure was nearly reaching the top. The voice of Yunyang kept reminding her. Each person's trial beyond the heavenly gate was different, but one thing was certain. The road to Ascension asks for one's true heart. As Qin Wangchuan's fingertips touched the heavenly gate, the golden door rippled like water. The sensation was icy yet oddly familiar, reminiscent of the Xianling door at Wangchuan Pavilion that he had pushed open countless times. So that's it, he suddenly chuckled, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. I can probably guess what lies within. Guess? Yunyang was astonished, taking the small golden crow from atop his head and handing it to Yunyang. Qin Wangchuan decisively pushed open the heavenly gate and stepped inside. Creak. At the moment the heavenly gate was pushed open, golden light surged like a tide across his vision. Once the brilliance faded, the sensation in Qin Wangchuan's hand had already changed. The golden heavenly gate had somehow transformed into a Xianling door. While he maintained the posture of pushing the door open, looking up, he found himself in the familiar Wangchuan Pavilion. Qin Wangchuan even caught a whiff of the familiar scent of cedar, the incense he had personally crafted, with even the shape of the ashes left after it burned imprinted in his memory. You've come. The 5-year-old Qin Wangchuan sat cross-legged, ink still wet on the desk. Chapter 82, Breaking Two Realms, Manifesting Domains. The 5-year-old Qin Wangchuan set down the scroll in his hands, lifting his tender face, his dark eyes revealing a depth not typical for his age. You know very well that I am not an illusion, he said softly, his voice crisp yet imbued with a transcendent calm. He raised a small hand to point at his own cheek. I am the past. His fingertip turned toward the opposite Qin Wangchuan. You are the present. Finally, he pointed at the swirling mist in the corner of the hall. He is the future. Following the gaze of the past, Qin Wangchuan's pupils constricted slightly. In the corner of Wangchuan Pavilion stood a blurred outline of a human figure. It was completely black, lacking facial features or clothing, merely a mass of mist solidified to near solidity. When Qin Wangchuan's gaze landed on it, the black mist paused slightly, then silently approached, slowly sitting down beside the 5-year-old child. The 5-year-old Qin Wangchuan tilted his head. Don't worry, this is perfectly normal for him. After all, if you can't get out, there naturally is no future. After saying this, the past spread his hand, gazing intently at Qin Wangchuan, inviting him to take a seat. Qin Wangchuan's gaze drifted between the past and the future for a moment, and a knowing smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth. He brushed his sleeves and took a seat, the hem of his robe sweeping across the table and stirring up a gentle breeze. After all, he was a time traveler. The past supported his chin with one hand while gesturing in the air with the other. Having entered this realm, you are this body. The original does not exist. The past anchors the true self. The present reflects the real and the illusory. Qin Wangchuan. The child's voice suddenly lost its childishness. What are you so desperately pursuing power for? Qin Wangchuan gently tapped the table with his fingertips, producing a crisp sound. So that I won't be like Han Han, unable to control my own fate, and to realize my own path. The past suddenly stood up, bare feet on the table, looking down at him from above. Then, what kind of power is needed to achieve that? Qin Wangchuan raised his gaze to meet those pitch-black eyes. I don't know. Perhaps it is endless. Endless, huh? He leaned down, almost touching Qin Wangchuan's nose. Are you pursuing power itself, or the feeling of being recognized by power? Qin Wangchuan, have you lost yourself in power? The sound of wind from outside the pavilion rustled the window, producing a faint whimper. No, he finally said. No. He suddenly paused, tilting his head. Then let me ask you again. Do you still remember why you started cultivating in the first place? Qin Wangchuan was slightly taken aback. The candle flame on the table suddenly flickered, reflecting the fleeting confusion in his eyes. Moments later, Qin Wangchuan's gaze gradually focused, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a dreamy smile. That's right. He suddenly picked up a bamboo slip on the table, spreading it out to reveal a map inside, with black ink circling several coordinates. The ink had long since blurred, but one could still clearly see the big characters want to go at the edge. When he first arrived in this world, upon hearing that there were not only 3,000 Dao states, but also countless large and small worlds, he thought, his fingers brushing over the dried ink on the map, with a voice tinged with long-lost excitement, thinking that this vast world is so expansive. Of course, I want to see it with my own eyes. To travel through the myriad realms. But Qin Wangchuan's arm holding the map suddenly stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes ebbing like a tide. I forgot. The map slipped silently from his hand, flattening on the table. That simple map suddenly became exceptionally glaring, the blurred ink of Wanago seeming like some sort of irony. Initially, he thought that having power was necessary to see the world. That's why he practiced so hard. But later, at some point, he forgot. If it weren't for his reminder, he might never have remembered. The small hand of the past suddenly pressed down on the map. You've forgotten in just 10 years. It seems many things have happened. The black mist-like future roiled silently. Shadows of countless mountains and rivers fleeting through the mist. Qin Wangchuan's fingertip gently tapped the map, producing a dull sound. Actually, it's only been 5 years. His voice was low as he detailed everything that had happened in those 10 years. The turmoil at the 10-year banquet, Han Han's death, the 10-year appointment with Ji Wuqing, the realization of his own path, the sword enlightenment in the sword tomb, and so on. The past listened earnestly, frequently nodding. The path you've walked has always been in pursuit of becoming stronger. The child's voice suddenly carried a hint of laughter. But you've walked too fast, too far, forgetting why you set out. But what does it matter? As the words fell, the gazes of Qin Wangchuan and the past met in the air, like two rivers merging at that moment. The two spoke simultaneously. One voice was clear like a stream, the other deep like a bell. The past seeks. The present proves the Tao, and the future is still shrouded in mist. Before the words could finish, Qin Wangchuan suddenly froze. His pupils slightly contracted, as if catching a fleeting moment of enlightenment. The past tilted its head to look at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of its mouth. So that's it, Qin Wangchuan murmured, then raised his head to look at the past, speaking earnestly. The question you asked earlier. What I pursue is power itself, because that is my Tao. The candle flame on the table suddenly surged, reflecting the burning obsession in his eyes. I need power vast enough to engulf the myriad realms, to avoid becoming like Han Han, and to ensure that people like Han Han no longer appear. The past suddenly laughed. That's right. It doesn't matter if you forget why you set out. The important thing is to walk the present path well. However, there is one thing I must correct. You haven't forgotten. The child's voice suddenly became very light, yet held a penetrating power that transcended time. He raised a hand, pointing at Qin Wangchuan's heart. Rather, it is unnecessary to remember. Those clear eyes blinked, the voice light, yet exceptionally certain. After all, you have a grander goal now. That is a road that encompasses the heavens, where all laws return to their source. So, proceed fearlessly. I must go now. The past stood up, giving Qin Wangchuan a thumbs up. That action was childlike, exactly like the gesture he once made to his teacher when he was young. The entire Wangchuan pavilion suddenly froze. The bamboo slips on the table, the wafting incense, and even the flowing light and shadow all came to a standstill at this moment. The figure of the past transformed into countless points of light, while the black mist-like future solidified into a stream of ink-like radiance, intertwining and merging into the center of Qin Wangchuan's brows. Everything vanished, except for a golden door that appeared in the void. 8 ancient seal characters on the door shone like gold. After the heavenly gate, the true heart is clear. When he opened his eyes again, he still stood at the end of the road to Ascension, his palm pressed against the golden door, as if everything that just happened was merely an instant illusion. However, the surging power within him told him that it was anything but illusory. Ding! A sound of ancient bells resonated down from the 9 heavens, startling all the old monsters in the 3,000 states who were in seclusion to simultaneously open their eyes. On the stargazing platform of the Undying Empire, The heavenly bell condensed from the great Tao rang without wind, its sound carrying a will that made the world tremble. Someone had knocked on the heavenly gate. As the bell sound fell, the dragon energy of the entire imperial city surged into Qin Wangchuan's body. The already overwhelming barrier of realms collapsed with a bang, and spiritual power surged like a torrent, directly stepping into the legendary realm of the Celestial. The Celestial realm, the threshold for ancient lower realm cultivators to ascend. This realm does not cultivate spiritual power, nor does it establish domains. It only seeks sympathy between heaven and man. Once successful in ascending to heaven, henceforth, a single thought can move the heavens, and every gesture is imbued with the pressure of the heavenly way. And at this moment, Qin Wangchuan achieved it. After entering the celestial realm, the spiritual power in his sea of energy continued to surge. A crisp cracking sound echoed from within him. His bones, flesh, meridians, and even his soul underwent a transformation at this moment. The breath continued to rise, until, boom, the figure of the youth suddenly blurred, as if resonating with the entire world. The 9 realms heaven and earth realm was formed. The domain spontaneously manifested and materialized, revealing 2 vast seas of clouds. One above, vast and boundless, as if encompassing all the stars in the sky. One below, heavy and infinite, as if carrying the mountains and rivers of myriad worlds. This was the domain that Qin Wangchuan had never shown before. Heaven above and earth below. Chapter 83, The Transition of a New Era. The Zhao family that has gradually gone awry. Jiang Xuanli stood atop the palace wall, her phoenix eyes reflecting the strange phenomena in the sky. She dug her fingertips deeply into her palm but felt no pain. At this moment, her eyes were only left with the figure standing between the seas of clouds. The old maid beside the prince's side trembled in voice. He did it, the celestial realm. I know, Jiang Xuanli softly interrupted, her voice slightly hoarse. This is. She paused, her crimson lips gently parting. The new era is coming. On the ceremonial platform, Qin Wenhe looked up at the sky, and the heart that had been suspended finally settled. Breaking through 2 realms in succession was indeed terrifying, but when placed on the 9th sun, it was quite normal. The celestial realm, this kid of yours has too much courage. The voice of Elder Ji was dry and uncomfortable. Not only was his courage extraordinary, but he also truly possessed that strength. The thoughts of the crowd were similar, filled with both envy and jealousy. Further away, countless old monsters in seclusion were awakened by the sound of the bell. One person ascends to heaven, and thousands follow suit. With the heavenly gate open, future generations will surely flood in like fish crossing a river. This world is about to change. As long as one person achieves the celestial realm, it proves that this path can be traversed, no matter how perilous and unpredictable it may be. Future generations will, as if guided by an unseen force, step onto this path of ascension one after another. Given time, there will inevitably be a second, a third. This is not coincidence, but the workings of the great Tao. Over time, the term prodigy will be redefined. Qin Wangchuan would never know that by casually breaking through, he had opened a new era. Above the sky, Qin Tai looked down at the figure of Qin Wangchuan below, murmuring to himself, it's time to decide on a candidate. The heir of the Qin family has never been just a simple title. Every heir enjoys equal inheritance rights, can access the most elite resources of the Qin clan, and practice the most superior techniques. Talent, strength, character, opportunity, each is a brutal test. The goal is to compete for the supreme title of Son of God. That is the true and only heir of the Qin family. The true dragon's secret realm thus concluded amidst the sound of the bell. Qin Wangchuan, having emerged for the first time since the banquet at the age of 10, made everyone eager to see if this youngest heir of the Qin family could reach the height of Qin Wudao. But the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. The true dragon clan's forbidden divine weapon acknowledged its master, knocking on the heavenly gate, achieving the first celestial realm since ancient times, breaking through 2 realms in succession. Each of these feats could make others boast for a long time, all manifested in him. Many speculated that Qin Wangchuan might surpass Qin Wudao. After witnessing Qin Wangchuan's extraordinary talent, the faction led by Jiang Xuanli of the Undying Empire fully pledged loyalty to the Qin family. Of course, even more extraordinary was the Zhao family. In the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family, within the ruined hall, he swallowed, his throat dry as if he hadn't had water for a long time. Inside the hall, the other elders of the Zhao family exchanged glances, all with disbelief on their faces. Zhao Yunyi's abilities were not outstanding in the Zhao family. He could even be said to be a master of slacking off. Entrusting him with the task of pleasing Jiang Xuanli and Qin Wangchuan had never been held with any hope. The implication behind this was not simple. In formal occasions, a close jade pendant often symbolizes an extremely intimate relationship, even that of a master-servant or brotherly bond. Could it be that Qin Wangchuan intended to form a bond? Zhou Yuni lowered his head, his tone calm. I brought it. Picked it up means you brought it. He didn't see any problem. It was just a jade pendant after all. All right, you can go down now. Zhou Yuni, hearing this, looked up in surprise. Then Elder, what about the promise made earlier? Zhou Xian casually waved his hand. Of course, it's valid. Thank you, Elder. After Zhou Yuni left, the previously calm elders immediately revealed their true colors. Let me see. Is it really Qin Wangchuan's close jade pendant? Isn't it? A big 9 character. Why didn't we notice before that this kid was so capable? Murmured the second elder Zhou Ming. Then suddenly slammed the table. Could it be that he was hiding his talents? I think so too. This kid usually seems like a waste. Perhaps we misjudged him. The third elder said, excitedly trembling his beard. Zhou Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but the hand holding the token was still slightly trembling. If it were a jade pendant of Qin Wudao, it probably wouldn't have made them so excited. But this is Qin Wangchuan's jade pendant. The fundamental reason for the disaster in the Zhou family actually originated from him, initially thinking of befriending other forces to weather this crisis. But since Qin Wangchuan intends to stand on this side, send out the orders, Zhou Xian said solemnly, his voice carrying an undeniable tone. Prepare a generous gift right away, specifically to be sent to the Qin family, designated for Qin Wangchuan. He paused, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Make Zhou Yuni the first feather. First feather. Several elders were first taken aback, then their eyes sparkled, exchanging glances. I agree too. After all, they now shared a single thought, to fully befriend Qin Wangchuan. The imperial family is not irreplaceable if they don't act. Those undying forces will be eyeing that position with envy. A few days later, Zhou Yuni had just walked out of his palace door when he sensed something was off. First feather. Several people respectfully bowed, their eyes filled with unprecedented awe. Zhou Yuni casually nodded, muttering in his heart, the family finally chose a first feather? The action is quite fast. He continued walking forward, but found that along the way, regardless of the stewards, disciples, or even the usually arrogant direct descendants, all stopped in their tracks and bowed to him. I've seen the first feather. Zhou Yuni's pace gradually slowed down, his brows slightly furrowing. Is the new first feather this grand? Until a familiar cousin approached with a face full of flattery. Brother Yuni. No, Lord Shoyu. You have to take care of me more in the future. Zhou Yuni finally realized something was off. He grabbed the other person. Wait, what did you just call me? Lord Shoyu. The other person was even more surprised. Did you not know? The elders announced this a few days ago. Zhou Yuni froze in place, his mind exploding. Me? Shoyu. Did those old guys go mad after their homes were blown up? Zhou Yuni had a secret. He didn't like the 10 Directions Immortal Court. He preferred the lower realms. So he often used borrowed magical artifacts to condense his Dharma body and travel to the lower realms, which was why he liked to stay in his room. But after becoming Shoyu, how could he have time to play? No, I won't do it. Zhou Yuni immediately went to find the elders. He intended to refuse with righteous indignation, but they held Qin Wangchuan's jade pendant and praised him, saying, it's just like you. At first, we thought you stole this thing, but it turns out you really have some ability. You actually managed to deal with Qin Wangchuan. Truly impressive. Then they talked about rewards. There was no need to mention resources. He could come and go freely from the scripture pavilion. And there were plenty of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Every month, 3 bottles of Tianyuan Dan would be delivered to his cave residence. Even better, the elders solemnly promised, unless the Zhou family's sky collapsed, no one was allowed to disturb his secluded cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuni's expression changed instantly. No one to disturb? This meant he could openly use seclusion as an excuse to sneak off to the lower realms for fun. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuni immediately gave up the idea of explaining. As for the origin of the jade pendant, he neither admitted he picked it up nor denied that it was given by Qin Wangchuan. He let them speculate for themselves. Enjoy first, then talk. In the distance, the elders watched his steady back, pleased and stroking their beards, unmoved by honor or disgrace. This child is indeed talented. Chapter 84. At this moment, it was the time when the stars shone brightly. In the Immortal Dynasty, the royal palace. Although the true dragon secret realm had ended, the palace inside and out was more bustling than ever. Under the towering palace walls, shadows moved, strong warriors gathered like clouds. They were here not for anything else, but for the legendary Tianren realm. Qin Wangchuan would publicly announce the method to ascend to the heavens, allowing everyone to seek it. Some cultivators who happened to be stuck at the peak of the 8th realm had fiery glints in their eyes, breathing rapidly, their palms clenching and relaxing, clearly struggling within. It was rumored that entering the Tianren realm could invoke celestial phenomena and even integrate the pressure of the great Tao into one's own path. An old man in a gray robe whispered, his eyes filled with yearning. But what is the cost? A companion coldly replied. Not to mention that we have to self-destruct our realms to ask for the path to the heavens. If we fall inside, we can't be revived. Huh. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If we don't dare to take this little risk, how can we talk about reaching the pinnacle? A woman nearby scoffed, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, some stronger warriors at a greater distance remained silent. Most were already at the 9th realm, and some even above the 10th realm. Yet faced with the true threshold of Tianren, they hesitated even more than those at the 8th realm. A middle-aged man with an ancient sword on his back whispered, lightly stroking the sword sheath as if weighing the pros and cons. Another person sighed, but if we don't compete, we'll always be beneath others. The wind howled, and above the palace, the clouds churned. As if even the heavens were watching this transformation, Li Xian and Chu Wuju stood side by side on a high platform deep within the palace. Overlooking the surging crowd below, the Tianren realm, Li Xian murmured, his eyes filled with a mix of battle intent and hesitation. What, are you tempted to? Chu Wuju chuckled lightly, playing with a copper coin, his tone playful. Tempted? Li Xian shook his head. I was just thinking, if we don't take this path, will we have any chance to catch up with those true prodigies? Catch up? Chu Wuju scoffed. Qin Wangchuan entered the 6th realm at 10. Slayed an 11th realm demon cultivator at 15, and now he's the first to step into Tianren. Admit it, someone like him is beyond our reach. Li Xian fell silent. Yes, the gap is too large. Why wasn't he talking about him? Besides, he raised his head, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. If we don't fight for it now, we'll forever only be able to look up. Chu Wuju's fingers paused, the copper coin hovering in midair as he narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps approached. It was Ji Wuchen. He still wore a dark brocade robe, but his originally jet-black hair was now mostly white, and his brows carried an unfathomable weariness. Brother Ji. Li Xian's pupils contracted, shocked. They hadn't seen each other for just half a month, but Ji Wuchen seemed to have aged 100 years. Even his vitality appeared to have withered. You. Chu Wuju frowned, about to ask, but Ji Wuchen only shook his head, said nothing more, and walked straight to the edge of the high platform. Gazing at the center of the palace, there was the spot where Qin Wangchuan achieved the Tianren realm. Is it right here? He asked softly. Li Xian and Chu Wuju exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Are you going to challenge it? Chu Wuju asked tentatively. My current realm is not enough. But when I reach the peak of the 8th realm, he paused, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I won't hesitate. If I don't dare to fight even now, I'll have no qualification to walk the same path with him in the future. As his words fell, Li Xian and Chu Wuju felt a jolt in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Li Xian took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a firm resolve. Yes, if we don't fight now, how will we fight later? Chu Wuju flicked his fingers, the copper coin flipped over, and finally landed steadily in his palm. He grinned, battle intent surging. Then let's fight. After saying that, Li Xian's spiritual power surged, and he immediately self-destructed his cultivation. His 9th realm aura quickly dropping to the 8th realm. Chu Wuju was in a worse situation. He originally was at the 10th realm, and to self-destruct to the 8th realm came at a great cost. But fortunately, it did not damage his foundation. Everyone knew this was not a futile act, but a rebirth. The skies above the palace changed drastically. The path to Tianren had already been opened. The same scene unfolded in other dynasties. In the northern domain Dine dynasty, the crown prince stood on the jade steps in white robes, with the heavenly ladder already descending above him. Your Highness, think carefully. An old minister knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. The Tianren realm has been sealed as a taboo for a reason. The risks are too high. The crown prince raised his hand to interrupt. No need to say more. He looked toward the direction of the central state dynasty, his white hair rustling in the wind. If Qin Wangchuan can walk this path, why can't I? In the southern domain Xianyu dynasty, princess, think carefully. A group of attendants knelt on the ground. You have already reached the 13th realm. If you self-destruct your cultivation now, it will surely harm your foundation. Su Wanzhao gently stroked the sword at her waist, her expression indifferent. So what? Damage to my foundation is far better than my Dao heart being tarnished. If others can do it, so can I. As all factions stirred due to the method to ascend to the heavens, his adventurous actions naturally attracted a round of inquiries from his grandfather and others. But fortunately, the Ancestor said nothing. This allowed him to escape a disaster. In the courtyard, the divine seed that had sprouted into a small tree, its branches swaying. On the stone table, a pot of clear tea exuded a fragrant aroma. Qin Wangchuan sat in the courtyard, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his thoughts slightly heavy. The position of the Son of God, he silently recited. Not long ago, the Ancestor announced that they would select one Son of God from the 9 heirs. Once the candidate was determined, the other heirs would all be demoted to Daozi. According to probabilities, the position of the son of God would most likely fall to the eldest brother. This was not surprising. The eldest brother had been born for dozens of centuries, not only with exceptional talent, but also an invincible ancient holy body. He was the future pillar of the Qin family. Qin Wangchuan had no objections. What are you thinking about? A cold voice came, and Li Qingwan approached. Stepping on the stone steps, the fragrance of cold plum blossoms following her. Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes and saw that she had changed into a plain white long dress. Her gaze as clear and cold as frost. It's nothing, he said lightly, moving his fingers to push the tea that had already been brewed toward her. Li Qingwan sat down opposite him, lightly tapping the teacup with her fingertips, causing the tea to ripple slightly. However, her aura at this moment was no longer as vast as before, but barely crossed into the realm of celestial beings. Indeed, after Qin Wangchuan, Li Qingwan was the second person to knock on the heavenly door and reach the realm of celestial beings. She had no hesitation when she severed her own cultivation. I don't quite understand why you also chose to sever your cultivation to reach the heavenly door. Li Qingwan's expression remained unchanged as she nodded slightly. Aren't you afraid of failure? Qin Wangchuan continued to ask. Were you afraid when you ascended to the heavenly path? She countered, her tone calm, but exuding undeniable determination. Qin Wangchuan shook his head. I don't think I will fail. Neither do I. As her words fell, the two exchanged glances and both laughed. The so-called prodigy is not merely a hollow title. Walking the path that no one dares to tread, contending for the realm that no one dares to contest. Standing at the peak that all beings look up to. This is what a prodigy truly is. Chapter 85. He still did not know the secret of that day. This dragon blood herb was obtained from the true dragon's secret realm. It should be useful to you. She pushed the spiritual herb toward Qin Wangchuan. While Qin Wangchuan was sweeping through the forbidden palace, the outside was also cleared by Li Qingwan, yielding abundant rewards. Qin Wangchuan's gaze shifted slightly. I didn't expect this to end up in your hands. Li Qingwan asked, then who should it have belonged to? He shook his head, not declining, and reached out to take it. In the next moment, he brushed his fingertips over the storage ring, and a golden light flashed, adding an item to the table. It was a fruit entirely golden, with mysterious patterns flowing on its surface, vaguely forming the shape of a golden lotus bud. Golden lotus sacred fruit. Li Qingwan's eyes narrowed. This is even rarer than the dragon blood herb. Its greatest effect is to stabilize one's realm. A few days ago, my master gifted it to me, and I have no use for it. Qin Wangchuan spoke blandly, as if casually taking out an ordinary item. You just entered the celestial being realm, and your foundation is not stable. This item is perfect for you. Also, yesterday, the Zhao family seemed to have gone mad and sent over a large pile of items. There is a bottle of purple phoenix liquid inside. It should be useful to you. After saying this, he raised his hand to command Yi Jiani to fetch the items. Those in the know understood they were exchanging idle items, while those unaware would certainly think it was two bandits dividing their loot. Li Qingwan lightly tapped the table, her lips curling up slightly. Our young Master Qin is truly generous. If you give such treasures to anyone you meet, I'm afraid no matter how much wealth you have, it won't be enough. My things certainly aren't for just anyone to take, he replied. Besides, Qin Wangchuan raised his eyes to look at her, casually saying, what you have given me far exceeds what I have given you. Though it was a question, it was stated in a tone of certainty. Since they met, the items Li Qingwan had given him could probably fill a small treasure pavilion by themselves. Not to mention that the solitary wand sword he used was a gift from her. Even the Yi Xiao his elder brother gave him was left gathering dust in its box. Not to mention those precious materials that could revive the dead, the protective Xianbing jade marrow, and the earlier dragon blood herb. Those were just the tip of the iceberg. In comparison, the things he had given her were truly nothing. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan leaned back slightly, her legs gently swaying at the edge of the table. The tips of her shoes inadvertently brushing against his hem. I'm a few years older than you. It's only right that I take care of you. Moreover, with your flashy nature, if I don't provide you with some precious materials for protection, who knows when you might suffer a great loss. Qin Wangchuan looked at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you saying you're old? What's wrong with being old? Li Qingwan, who had been maintaining an elder sister's demeanor, instantly broke character upon hearing this, sitting up straight, her fingertip nearly poking Qin Wangchuan's nose. Then I am also yours. The word suddenly got stuck halfway. What I mean is I am also yours. Yours what? Qin Wangchuan looked at her leisurely, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. Li Qingwan, having lost the earlier air of authority, simply turned her face away. Anyway, you know. I don't know, he said deliberately. Why doesn't Miss Li clarify? You. She glared at him in anger but quickly averted her gaze when their eyes met. It's that what? Qin Wangchuan. She finally lost her temper and slammed the table. It was strange. Usually, when others called her fiancé, she didn't feel much of anything, but at this moment, Saying those 3 words herself felt like biting into a piece of red-hot coal, burning her tongue. Li Qingwan's fingertips trembled. Her wrist being held by him felt like being trapped in a vice. Whether to struggle or not was a dilemma. After a long while, she finally managed to let out a vague hum. It was unclear what she was responding to. This nonsensical reply almost made Qin Wangchuan laugh out loud. After placing down the purple phoenix liquid, he did not continue playing the zither but stood by, his expression hesitant. Noticing something was off, Qin Wangchuan asked. Yi Jiani's body stiffened at his words, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She lowered her head, her throat rolling a few times before managing to squeeze out a few words. Young master, the jade pendant you gave me before. Before she could finish, she suddenly knelt down, her knees hitting the floor tiles heavily, yet it seemed she felt no pain. I haven't seen it since I came out of the True Dragon secret realm. Her voice grew lower, and the last few words were almost mumbled. Yi Jiani's shoulders involuntarily shrank, her fingers tightly gripping her clothing. I searched the entire way back, but I just can't find it. Seeing her tremble violently, Qin Wangchuan suddenly felt a teasing impulse. He leaned forward, using his fingers to lift Yi Jiani's chin to force her to look up. Gazing at her pale cheeks, and speaking slowly. That jade pendant is a symbol of our first meeting. If you dare to lose it, then I'll punish you. Yi Jiani trembled all over, her chin lifted by his finger, but she dared not look him in the eyes, only feeling tightness in her throat. Just when her breathing was about to freeze, she suddenly felt a coolness in her palm. A warm jade pendant had been stuffed into her hand by Qin Wangchuan. Take good care of this. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiani abruptly looked up, directly meeting Qin Wangchuan's smiling eyes. Sunlight filtered through the flowers and trees in the courtyard, casting fragmented golden rays in his eyes, and that smile was like a spring breeze in March, melting away the serious expression he had just put on. Yes. She tightly clenched the jade pendant in her palm, pressing it against her rapidly beating heart, her eyes slightly warming with emotions of both gratitude and guilt. If that jade pendant had truly been lost in the secret realm, it would be one thing, but if it were stolen by some careless person. Thinking of this, a sharp cold light flashed in Yi Jiani's eyes, her demeanor starkly different from her usual gentle self. Seeing this, Qin Wangchuan's smile deepened. But he no longer teased her. He turned around and sat down, resuming the conversation with Li Qingwan about the heavenly door. By the way, I haven't asked what it was like inside the heavenly door when you ascended. Li Qingwan, holding the teacup, paused her fingertips at his words. She lowered her eyes and chuckled, her petal-like lips curving into a mysterious arc. Well, it's a secret. Before her words fell, a gentle breeze swept from afar, carrying a few peach blossoms that floated into the teacup. That was indeed the closest she had come to death. So much so that she almost got lost inside. Chapter 86. Having you is my blessing. The lower realms are in turmoil. My Qingwan's sword bones are naturally gifted. She will surely be the hope of the Li family in the future. Her father stroked his beard and smiled. Sister, you are so amazing. Everyone says you will be the future sword immortal. The younger sister jumped with a wooden sword in hand, as expected of the young lady. The hope of my Li family's 8th seal. The elders praised her with smiles. Countless voices intertwined, all saying she would be the future hope of the Li family. The future sword immortal, representing the Li family. Until that day, the Ancestor summoned her. The awaited praise did not come, but instead, a marriage contract arrived. You should find a time to meet Qin Wangchuan. The young Li Qingwan stood frozen in place, unable to believe it. Ancestor, she said with a tight voice. Didn't you say I am the hope of the Li family? The Ancestor's expression remained unchanged. You have married into the family, and you are still a member of the Li family. But she suddenly raised her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. This is different. I still want to study the sword path. I have sworn to contribute everything to the Li family, and also to deduce the sword seal. Aye, Qingwan. The Ancestor interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is what you should do for the Li family. That boy has extraordinary talent, both in appearance and demeanor. Even among the entire imperial clan, he is a top figure. Such a marriage contract is something many would desperately seek. At that moment, Li Qingwan suddenly felt the sword in her hand weighed 1,000 pounds. The Ancestor's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. What I want has never been a life of marrying and teaching children. What I want is to wield my sword and travel the world. To pursue the ultimate sword path. This is not up for discussion. Everything is for the family. The Ancestor lifted his eyelids, unilaterally ending the conversation. But I am also working hard to cultivate for the family. Li Qingwan's voice began to tremble. Why? Why must it be me? Suddenly, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Because another Li Qingwan stepped out from the darkness, playfully lifting her chin with her fingertips. You are not ruthless enough. It is precisely because you are not ruthless that the family has discarded you like a filthy rag. They keep saying they have hope, that the future relies on you. But what is the result? This Li Qingwan spoke with blood-red eyes, her voice as chilling as a sword unsheathed. Since the family does not want you, then kill. No. Li Qingwan stumbled back, only to crash into countless versions of herself surrounding her. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were pressing the sword tip against their father's throat, screaming madly. Weren't you the hope? One of them questioned harshly. Then why betray me now? On what basis do you decide my life? Another version pointed a sword directly at the ancestor. And why is it not you who sacrifices for the family? Yet another pressed the sword tip against her sister's throat, questioning fiercely. You are far less talented than I am. Kill, kill, kill. As she watched, Li Qingwan suddenly realized her hands were moving. She looked down and saw that she also held a sword. The sword reflected her blood-stained face, smiling coldly like the other Li Qingluans. Are you relieved that it is not you who is married off? She heard herself say. The sword tip suddenly pierced her sister's throat, blood splattering across her face. Her sister's pupils dilated in shock, hands futilely grasping at her neck, making gurgling sounds of blood. Kill, kill. With each cry, another corpse fell before her. They either begged for mercy or expressed regret, but Li Qingwan showed no mercy. On the contrary, she felt only exhilaration. Li Qingwan could no longer distinguish whether she was watching or attacking. The air was filled with countless cries of kill, and with each cry, the sword tip pierced another body. Blood stained her vision, and she swung her sword mechanically, as if this body no longer belonged to her. When the last clan member fell, the entire world seemed to be left with only the sound of dripping blood. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of blood dripping from the sword tip oddly resonated with the cries for murder. It was all his fault, a whisper came from all directions, slithering into her ears like a venomous snake. It was all that person's fault. Which person? Li Qingwan looked around in confusion, the blood on the sword still dripping down. As she looked up, she saw a 5-year-old Qin Wangchuan standing in a pool of blood. He gazed at her quietly, without fear or anger in his eyes. She quickly walked over, the sword's edge pressed against his neck. It's all your fault, she heard herself say, her voice hoarse and terrifying. As long as you are dead. The sword blade pressed into flesh, blood trickling down the sword. Li Qingwan's sword blade sank deeper, the blood already staining Qin Wangchuan's clothes. At this moment, she was already blinded by rage, her memories in disarray, her mind filled with only one thought. Kill. But his calm eyes looked so unsatisfactory. Beg for mercy. She suddenly screamed, the sword edge trembling as it cut deeper into Qin Wangchuan's neck. Cry out for mercy like they did. Beg for mercy. Li Qingwan repeated again. No need. Qin Wangchuan still stood quietly in place, his voice calm as water. The voice that came from his cut throat carried a smile. Because Li Qingwan is very gentle. Li Qingwan is very gentle. This sentence struck Li Qingwan's consciousness like a dull knife. She froze. The sword edge still pressed against Qin Wangchuan's neck. Blood drops rolled down the sword, but the frenzied cries for murder suddenly stuttered for a moment. Gentle? How could this word be related to her? Hope, genius, sword immortal. These were the words that should appear in her life. But it seemed she had indeed heard it somewhere. Where? Fragments of memory surged suddenly. A charred plaque, half a broken wall in the ashes. A boy playing with wild grass like a child. Who is he? No, that is not my memory. I should be in the Li family now, right? The long sword in Li Qingwan's hand fell to the ground with a clang. She staggered back 2 steps, her pupils trembling violently. In the ruins of the Han family, she had only comforted him a few words. The boy suddenly turned to look at her, smiling. So gentle. That was the first time she heard such an evaluation. I remember now. Her voice squeezed out from a broken throat, each word carrying the breath of blood foam. Qin Wangchuan. Li Qingwan instinctively screamed, stumbling forward. Her fingers tightly grasped his collar, hugging him, repeatedly calling his name. Qin Wangchuan, Qin Wangchuan, Qin Wangchuan. Her hoarse cries mixed with the sound of her teeth chattering, each cry more urgent than the last, each more broken, until finally, it turned into meaningless whimpers. Qin Wangchuan's body gradually became transparent in her tightening embrace, transforming into wisps of black mist flowing through her fingers. His face still bore that calm smile, his voice light as smoke, drifting into her ears. It's time to wake up. Li Qingwan collapsed to the ground, trembling as she cradled the last wisp of dissipating black mist, her fingertips carefully gathering it, as if holding the world's most precious treasure. Thank you. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, filled with unprecedented tenderness. Thank you. In that moment, Li Qingwan suddenly understood. Why? In this realm of distorting and slaughtering illusions, was Qin Wangchuan the only one who remained unchanged? Qin Wangchuan, having you is my blessing. The mist swirled in her palm, finally transforming into scattered starlight and dissipating. The bodies of the slaughtered clan members, at this moment, were like sand paintings blown apart by the wind, falling away grain by grain. The entire blood-colored world began to collapse, leaving only the figure of Li Qingwan kneeling and the cool touch remaining in her palm. In the next moment, the heavenly gate opened, the sound of the great bell echoed. Li Qingwan entered the celestial realm. Just as the 10 Directions Immortal Court was engulfed in the turmoil of the celestial realm. In the Kanglan Sea region of Xiangzhou, the Wendiagong faced the greatest crisis in history. Powerful beings from the upper realm descended to seize treasures. Chapter 87. Fishing with Law Enforcement. You know this one. At the peak of Wendiagong, the clouds surged and the wind howled. Xianxiaaudiobooks was bound in place by 3 golden chains, the xianjing floating before her, casting a clear light to protect her. The girl bit her lip, but there was not a trace of panic in her eyes, just a cold gaze fixed ahead. Ha! Ants from the lower realm. How dare you possess such a treasure? Li Wuyo, a well-known rogue from the Yunxi region of Xiangzhou, stood in the void, playing with a green jade bottle in hand. Inside the bottle, several pills shimmered with a ghostly light, as if alive, trembling slightly. Having a treasure is a crime. Encountering me can only be said to be your misfortune. He smiled coldly, his gaze sweeping over Xianxiaaudiobooks like a venomous snake. But don't worry. Although you have the treasure mirror to protect you, I can't move against you for now. However, my companions will arrive soon. At that time, your entire sect will be wiped out clean. He paused for a moment, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Even the great figure who bestowed you with treasures would not know. You. A flicker of humiliation flashed in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes as she suddenly struggled violently, the chains clanking. I can't eat it. Those pills absolutely cannot be consumed. The anger of an ant. Li Wuyo looked at her helplessly furious expression and snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to the jade bottle in his hand. He was an extremely cautious person. Although he came from the Central Thousand State, he had been active in the Lower Thousand State for hundreds of years. There was no risk for him here. The downside was that most opportunities were like chicken ribs to him, until one day by chance. He learned that in the northern region of this world, the master of the Dao Inquiry Palace, Xianxiaaudiobooks, had received the favor of a powerful being from the upper realm and was granted a treasure. Not knowing was one thing, but being shocked upon discovering it was another. The treasure mirror in her hand was, of course, a priceless treasure, but unfortunately, it had recognized its master, and under the protection of the magical artifact, he truly had no way to deal with her. The focus naturally fell on that jade bottle. Even from 100 miles away, he could smell the divine fragrance of the pills inside. Moreover, they were highly likely to be from the upper realm. Under heavy treasure, there must be reckless fools. Li Wuyo was that reckless fool. After observing secretly for a long time, he finally made his move, suppressing the entire Dao Inquiry Palace with a thunderous force. The aura of this pill was mysterious and truly terrifying. After Li Wuyo seized the pills, he did not rush to consume them immediately. Instead, he frowned slightly, hesitating in his heart. However, I can't eat it. I really can't eat it. Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly shouted in desperation, her eyes filled with urgency. Li Wuyo raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. Is this girl so panicked because this pill truly has miraculous effects? His original caution was completely enraged by Xianxiaaudiobooks' reaction, and he became even more convinced that this pill must be a rare treasure. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued to shout, her voice growing more urgent. You can't eat it. If you eat it, you say I can't eat it, so I won't. I insist on eating it. I will eat it here. Li Wuyo laughed maniacally and tilted his head back, swallowing the pill in one gulp. The moment the pill entered his throat, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly stopped shouting. She quietly watched as Li Wuyo's Adam's apple moved, observing the triumphant expression on his face, watching him. Heh! A light laugh suddenly rang out. Li Wuyo abruptly looked down and saw that all the panic, fear, and pleading on the girl's face had vanished. The corners of her lips slowly curled up, and an eerie light flickered in her eyes. That smile was chilling. If you eat it, she whispered softly, as if sharing a sweet secret, you will die. Li Wuyo's heart trembled violently at her words. What? He instinctively wanted to vomit, but the pill melted instantly upon entry, and the medicinal power rapidly integrated into his limbs and bones. Boom. In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded, his skin cracking inch by inch, and the violent spiritual energy rampaged wildly within him. No, it can't be. This pill is poisonous. Bang. With a loud bang, Li Wuyo's body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in place, the barrier of the mystical mirror isolating all the blood. She gently raised her hand, catching a falling piece of purple robe, and with a light pinch of her fingertips. The pill is naturally not poisonous, Xianxiaaudiobooks said solemnly, bending down to pick up the jade bottle that had fallen to the ground. Even I only dared to smell the pill's fragrance. You actually dared to swallow it whole. You deserve to die. One down, for remaining. Although it's a pity, fortunately, this person also had many treasures on him, and many of them were directly usable. Xianxiaaudiobooks stared at the remaining pills, her gaze gradually becoming complicated. Hearing just now that he came from the Central Thousand State, he is indeed from the upper realm. Yet he couldn't withstand even one pill. Her voice grew softer, almost turning into a sigh. What level of cultivation is required to consume this pill that you bestowed upon me, young master? The mountain wind blew, dispersing her unfinished words. Xianxiaaudiobooks carefully stored the jade bottle, raising her head to look at the sky, her eyes flashing with a mix of awe and longing. After her reflection, she immediately commanded, "Come here, gather the bodies, and refine pills. Also, stay alert, the crisis is not yet over. Don't be fooled by how dangerous it was just now. Many people are actually watching this place. It seems I don't need to make a move." Zhao Yun, hiding in the dark, touched his chest. He almost wanted to summon the Azura slaying blade inside him just now. Having received the favor of Qin Wangchuan, he naturally couldn't watch the Dao Inquiry Palace face a crisis. However, the divine weapon inside him was a taboo. Once summoned, it would inevitably be recognized as a demon. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved. It seems I don't need to make a move. The disciple of the Dao Inquiry Palace transformed by Qin Shuangji nodded at this scene, then looked at the corpse and shook his head, wasting the pills. Is that all? Junior sister Chun Wan felt a jolt in her heart as she watched this scene. She had already notified her family. She was from the upper realms Qin family, and there, Shintian Pavilion, sold various items, resounding in the area. Originally, she thought she had come down to seek opportunities in this realm, but unexpectedly, she heard a word from the palace master's mouth. Qin. The Qin family that resonates throughout the heavens and worlds. Moreover, according to Xianxiaaudiobooks, the other party's strength was terrifying, yet very young. Likely one of the eldest sons of the Qin family from the Central Thousand State. Although there was a hint of flattery, she had been struggling for an opportunity for a long time. And now, the opportunity had arrived. Before Li Wuyo's corpse had even cooled, a pitch-black crack suddenly opened in the sky. Boom. 3 figures stepped out of the void, their pressure like a deep abyss, shaking the mountain gate of the Dao Inquiry Palace violently. Li Wuyo, this waste, actually died at the hands of ants from the lower realm? The leader sneered, his gaze like a knife sweeping over the crowd below. If that's the case, then we will personally take action and level this place to the ground. Before his voice fell, he raised his hand and waved. The magical artifacts behind him gradually enlarged, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils shrank suddenly. Although the clear light of the mystical mirror protected her body, it couldn't protect the entire Dao Inquiry Palace. But the Dao Inquiry Palace was not unprepared. Disciples of the Dao Inquiry Palace, heed my command. She shouted loudly, her voice penetrating the clouds, forming the 3 talents formation, establishing the 9 palace defensive stance. We obey the sect master's decree. Hundreds of disciples responded in unison, various magical treasures soaring into the sky, and in an instant, they formed a brilliant light curtain. Central formation I, prepare. Xianxiaaudiobooks' words had just left her mouth when they were abruptly cut off. For dozens of beams of light brighter than the morning sun suddenly lit up the horizon. Mere cultivators from the Central Thousand State dare to be reckless here? Chen Yan, the head of the Qin family, walked through the void, and with just a finger, he broke through the magical artifact that blocked the sky and sun. This scoundrel will be handled by my Qin family. After speaking, he opened his eyes wide in shock. He originally thought only his Qin family had set their sights on this opportunity, but he didn't expect others to have the same idea. Nonsense. It was clearly my Lu family that targeted it first. Get out of the way. I will handle these few people from my Wu family. In an instant, more than a dozen figures rushed out from all directions, scrambling to pounce on the 3 cultivators from the Central Thousand State. Li Wuyo's companions. They had just stepped into the void and hadn't even had time to make threats before they saw a group of powerful beings rushing in like hungry tigers, their eyes blazing as if they were looking at rare treasures. Gentlemen, hold on. We are just passing by. One person hurriedly spoke up. Passing by. Good. Then I will borrow your head for a moment. Whoosh. Sword light, blade aura, talismans, and magical treasures rained down. The 3 cultivators didn't even have time to resist before they were reduced to nothing. Ha! This achievement belongs to my Fong family. One swordsman laughed heartily. Nonsense. It was clearly me who killed them first. Another shouted angrily. You all look clearly. This person was killed by me. The crowd quarreled endlessly, and they almost started fighting right then and there. Xianxiaaudiobooks. She stared blankly at this scene, her mind a complete blank. Chapter 88. The Dao Inquiry Palace ascends. So soon? Who are these people? And why are they here? Moreover, their auras are all extremely terrifying. While they are far from the people beside the young master, they far exceed the strongest in this realm. Even the terrifying Li Wuyo from just now could only be considered a chick in front of these people. Why have so many powerful figures suddenly appeared, who are usually hard to come by? And why are they competing to kill Li Wuyo's companions? Ahem. Chun Yin lightly coughed, walked elegantly forward, and smiled. Everyone. Although this person is dead, The credit should naturally belong to my Qin family. Why? The crowd glared in anger. Chun Yin smiled without speaking, merely raising his hand gently. Boom. A magnificent phantom of the Xiantian Tower emerged, and the terrifying pressure instantly subdued the entire scene. Now, is there anyone who still opposes? He asked with a smile. The Tantian realm is a special domain connecting 3,000 Dao states, with Lower Tantian, Middle Tantian, and Upper Tantian. The Qin family can establish itself in Upper Tantian, which is naturally not due to trade, but strength. The crowd, damn it. The Qin family does not abide by martial ethics. In the end, under the strong suppression of the Qin family, the crowd could only retreat reluctantly, leaving while glaring at Yin Shiyue, as if saying, next time there's such a good thing, remember to notify us first. Even Yin Shiyue, who had seen much of the world, was momentarily at a loss in this situation. But now that it had come to this, she wanted to ask this senior from the Qin family about it. But unexpectedly, the other party approached her with a demeanor even lower than hers. Chun Yin adjusted his attire, wearing a smile that was almost flattering, and stepped forward to Yin Shiyue, even bowing his hands in greeting. Palace Master Yin, you are startled. I am Chun Yin, the head of the Qin family from Upper Tantian of Qianzhou. Today, I happen to be passing by your esteemed place. As he spoke, he stealthily observed Yin Shiyue's expression and, seeing her look of confusion, quickly added, I feel ashamed to say that my daughter Chun Wan has been cultivating in your palace for quite some time and has been under your care. Saying this, he even took out a colorful jade box from his sleeve. This is the 7-turn Ningxin pill, a specialty of the Tantian realm, a mere token of respect. Yin Shiyue instinctively took half a step back. The attitude of this respectable head of an upper realm family was too overly attentive. Although her asking Dao Palace was famous in the lower realm, how could it catch the eyes of these upper realm individuals? Not to mention, it was from Upper Tantian. Qianzhou. After a moment's thought, she understood the intention of the person before her. Yin Shiyue raised her eyebrows slightly and cautiously said, Is it to please the young master? Young master? Chun Yin did not hide it and straightforwardly replied, Exactly, it is for young Master Qin. This was a test. After saying this, he carefully looked at Yin Shiyue's expression, and seeing that she did not refute, he secretly rejoiced. Indeed, it was the Qin family, he had guessed right. Thinking of this, Chun Yan's smile grew even brighter. No need to call me senior, just call me old Chun. Yin Shiyue's gaze turned slightly cold, her voice carrying a hint of detachment. If the head of the Qin family wishes to use me to please the young master for some ulterior motive, I advise you to dismiss that thought early. No. Chun Yin hurriedly waved his hand, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Palace Master Yin has misunderstood. I have no such intention. He rubbed his hands, his face full of sincerity. You need not mention my name in front of the young master. Nor do you need to say a good word for me. It's just that the Asking Dao Palace is located in the lower realm and is extremely dangerous. If Palace Master Yin does not mind, how about letting my Qin family send someone to protect you? Or, Chun Yin cautiously suggested, simply move to Middle Qianzhou? When the time is right, my Qin family has several good cave abodes in Upper Qianzhou. If it weren't for the fact that people from Lower Qianzhou would be rejected by the laws if they directly went to Upper Qianzhou, he would have wanted to move the entire Asking Dao Palace up there. Yin Shiyue slightly frowned, about to refuse, but saw Chun Yin hurriedly add, Of course. This is all voluntary from my Qin family, with no hint of coercion. He lowered his voice, almost pleading, Just consider it an opportunity for my Qin family to serve. Yin Shiyue fell silent once more. What kind of identity did the young master have that made the dignified head of an upper realm family feel so uneasy like a servant seeking a reward? However, Yin Shiyue gently rubbed her sleeve with her fingertips, a flicker of ambiguous light flashing in her eyes. Middle Qianzhou. This thought exploded in her heart, like a stone thrown into a still pond, stirring up ripples that were hard to quell. She knew better than anyone that she was merely a speck of dust in the young master's eyes. Even if she were fortunate enough to receive a treasured gift, she would ultimately just be an ant in the lower realm. To become stronger, this obsession burned deep within her bones. Not like now, relying on the chances granted by others to survive, but truly, step by step, climbing upwards, starting from Lower Qianzhou to Middle Qianzhou, then to Upper Qianzhou, until the mountain wind brushed past her hair, and Yin Shiyue raised her head, her eyes burning with an almost obsessive ambition. She wanted to use this mortal body to step over countless corpses and reach that unattainable height, not to repay a favor, but simply to become the young master's strength. To have the qualification to make him look at me. All right. Yin Shiyue nodded in agreement to the request to move to Middle Qianzhou, but made a request. You must tell me about the Qin family. You don't know? Chun Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. But then he thought about it and found it normal. If she really knew what kind of existence the Qin family was, how could she face two scattered cultivators from Middle Qianzhou as if they were a formidable enemy? The Qin family is a very special family. whose strength is so formidable that it is called an imperial clan. Moreover, the Qin family's ancestral home is situated in the legendary. Shan Yin suddenly fell silent as if his throat had been choked, his face turning pale in an instant. He instinctively looked up to the sky, as if fearing some invisible gaze. That was close. I almost revealed the name of the Shifang Xianting. After a pause, he continued, anyway, that is the real heaven above heaven, a place we dream of going to. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, we can't reach heaven above heaven. The young master you encountered must be just a young master from a side branch of the Qin family. But even so, Shan Yin rubbed his hands, his eyes flickering with envy. To gain the favor of such a person is already a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. So the young master is actually a young master from a side branch of the Qin family. This title rolled off his tongue. Even more astonishing than Yin Shiyue had imagined. She initially thought the young master was merely a descendant of some great power in the upper realm, but did not expect him to be of the supreme imperial clan bloodline. However, what she cared about more was the name that had been deliberately concealed, heaven above heaven. Yin Shiyue instinctively murmured these 3 words, having heard them for the second time. Was it a coincidence? Qin Shuangji leaned against an ancient pine tree on a distant mountain, playing with a carved chess piece between his fingers, watching with great interest the figures of Yin Shiyue and Shan Yin conversing in the distance. It's burning, it's burning. He muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with playful light. This prairie fire is already burning upwards. The chess piece elegantly arced in his fingers, landing with a snap on the nearby stone table. No wonder ninth brother is not using the ready-made forces. Qin Shuangji's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He wants to cultivate from scratch. He narrowed his eyes, observing the almost obsessive ambition in Yin Shiyue's eyes. From being an ant in the lower realm, climbing step by step upwards, Qin Shuangji chuckled and shook his head. This is much more interesting than directly bestowing power. By the time she enters the eyes of the imperial clan, she will probably have grown to an unimaginable height. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he pondered, perhaps I should also find a seedling like this to play with? The mountain wind blew, dispersing his low murmurs. Qin Shuangji took one last look at Yin Shiyue, who was inquiring about the Qin family details from Qin Yin, before turning and disappearing into the shadows of the pines, leaving only a wooden chess piece slightly trembling on the stone table. Not long after, Qin Wangchuan contacted him, thinking of earning some simulation attempts. However, he unexpectedly learned an astonishing piece of news from Yin Shiyue. The Asking Dao Palace ascended? His brows raised slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chapter 89. Asking Dao Palace? Not familiar. We are from the Bloodslaughter sect. Yin Shiyue's voice was tinged with a hint of anxiety. The main base of the Wandao Palace has now moved to the Zhochang realm in the Central Thousand States. As she spoke, she cautiously raised her head and said urgently, please rest assured, my lord. Although the Wandao Palace has moved to the Central Thousand States, Shiyue and the core disciples are still stationed in this realm, and we will definitely prioritize the tasks assigned by you. You've grown quickly. Qin Wangchuan chuckled lightly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. It's almost impossible for ordinary sects to ascend, let alone in such a short time. The root of this is probably due to the hidden child of destiny, and not just one. From his observation, this sect of Yin Shiyue not only had those who were rejected in marriage, those who had lost their cultivation, those with amnesia, but also others with hidden treasures both inside and outside their bodies. It was simply a base for protagonists. It was quite impressive that she could manage so many extraordinary individuals. But it didn't matter. Given the situation, the task would eventually reach the Central Thousand States. It was enough to claim it for herself. A faint sound of fabric rubbing came from the other end of the jade slip, as if Yin Shiyue was nervously gripping her sleeves. It's all thanks to the treasures bestowed by you, my lord. Let's skip the formalities. Qin Wangchuan lightly waved his sleeve, and 3 green jade pill bottles appeared out of thin air beside Yin Shiyue. The Wandao Palace has achieved its current status thanks to your contributions. This bottle of 9-turn profound pill is a reward. And don't forget the disciples in the sect. The other 2 bottles should be given to those loyal and meritorious individuals. Yin Shiyue nodded in agreement. She still felt embarrassed to mention that she and the others couldn't take the 9-turn pills, having even struggled with the 7-turn pills given by the Qin family before. But Qin Wangchuan wasn't being intentional. This was the lowest grade pill he had, and there were no lower ones available. Prepare for the new task. New task. Wield the sword to punish evil. With your impressive strength, you travel to the eastern region and accidentally hear about a recent scandal in Hanyu City, where the city lord, relying on his cultivation from the 4 realms, has repeatedly forcefully abducted female cultivators in the city, coercing them to become his wives, and is planning to hold a concubine ceremony in 3 days. As a person of justice, you naturally cannot ignore this matter. Task objective. Rescue the forcibly married city lord's wife. Task reward. 1 simulation attempt, 150 origin points. This time there was no high-risk reminder. It seemed I was growing quite fast. Qin Wangchuan nodded and immediately issued the task. Xianxiaaudiobooks then passed the task on to Zhao Yun. But when Zhao Yun arrived in Hanyu City in the eastern region with a group of people, he was stunned. Junior sister Chun Wan tugged at Zhao Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Senior brother, I just inquired around the tea house. And the situation in Hanyu City seems to be different from the information we received." She handed over a jade slip with an image. Her expression troubled. The previous city lord, Li Han's Han, indeed committed many evils, but he was beheaded on the street 3 years ago by a mysterious sword cultivator. The new city lord has an excellent reputation. Junior sister hesitated, finally steeling herself to say, "Should we still take action?" "Take action? Of course. We need to rescue the city lord's wife." Zhao Yun found himself at a loss for a moment, but after thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since it's my lord's instruction, there must be a reason for it. Let's do it. Besides, we're not actually abducting her. We just need to take her out of the city and then let her go. Let us go." After saying that, the group immediately began to prepare, murmuring, "And last time, I worked as a handyman at the Yufeng sect for a month. Well, you're better off than me. I worked at the Yusho Hall planting flowers for 2 months. Shoo, that lord's will is not something we can guess. But the pills he rewards us with are indeed amazing. Just inhaling the fragrance of the pills for a day is worth several days of hard cultivation. Did you get any? That lord really gives out good stuff. What's wrong with completing some small tasks for this?" Amidst the chatter, a newly initiated disciple stood frozen, holding the black hood he had just received, unsure of what to do. "As senior brother, what are we doing?" Zhao Yun grabbed the junior disciple's shoulder and said earnestly, "Junior brother, there's an old saying in the cultivation world that when you are out, your identity is self-given." He pointed to the uniform black hoods on everyone's heads, and then to the blood slaughter sect token deliberately exposed at their waists. Wandao Palace's reputation has been bad enough over the years. So this time we're acting as the blood slaughter sect. Understand? The junior disciple looked at the masked group in front of him, not daring to shake his head, and hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "You understood. Very good." Zhao Yun patted his shoulder with satisfaction and casually stuffed a large stick into his arms. "Remember, when we act later, shout that we're from the blood slaughter sect and let the bystanders retreat. Anyone who doesn't listen gets hit on the head. It's fine as long as we don't kill them." The junior disciple hurriedly put on the black hood, suddenly feeling a bit teary-eyed. This was no longer the Wandao Palace. It was clearly a bandit training school. He glanced at the fake token just pinned to his waist. The word 6th under the supreme ancestor of extreme bliss still glowing red. How is this thing so realistic? Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Yun suddenly waved his hand. "Go." Remember, the demonic sect must have the appearance of a demonic sect. Everyone shouted in unison, "Rob the treasures, rob the money, rob the wives." The junior disciple followed weakly, his voice trembling, "Rob the wives." At this moment, he still thought it was just for the task, a temporary disguise. In fact, the Wandao Palace was a reputable sect. But reality proved he was wrong. After sneaking into the city lord's mansion at night, the originally cautious brothers suddenly straightened their backs, and the atmosphere changed dramatically. "Be quick." Zhao Yun kicked over a lantern and shouted, "Third, go to the storeroom. Fifth, grab the cook and ask for the location of the dungeon. The rest, come with me to seize the city lord's wife." The junior disciple watched in shock as his usually gentle senior brother was now grabbing the collar of a guarding cultivator and slapping his face. "Speak. Where's the city lord's little wife hiding? If you don't say, I'll turn you into blood pills." As senior brother, the junior disciple wanted to remind him not to get too into character. But he was interrupted by the second senior sister who shoved a sack at him. "What are you dawdling for? Go to the side hall and pack up all the valuable potted plants. Remember to shout your lines while you're robbing." She suddenly raised her voice. Fiercer than Zhao Yun, the 18 demon generals under the supreme ancestor of extreme bliss are here. Kill all the men and seize all the women. Even more absurdly, the usually shy fourth senior brother was now sitting on a beam, prying down luminous pearls and stuffing them into his arms, muttering, "The blood slaughter sect hasn't operated for 30 years. We must have a feast today." The junior disciple felt his legs go weak as he clutched the sack, suddenly realizing that this group of people wearing hoods was not a disguise at all. It was clearly a liberation of their true natures. Which rascal dares to wreak havoc in Hanyu City? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Everyone's movements froze in unison. Zhao Yun rubbed his non-existent beard and grinned. "The main character has arrived. Everyone shout." In an instant, the howls of ghosts and wolves echoed throughout the city lord's mansion. "The blood slaughter sect is on the job. Bystanders retreat. I am the 7th demon general under the supreme ancestor of blood slaughter." The junior disciple, mixed in with the crowd, despairingly discovered that he was also shouting along. "We found the person. Retreat quickly." Wandao Palace? What Wandao Palace? I don't know. We are from the Blood Slaughter sect. Chapter 90. Simulating again. The one who was digged for immortal bones. Task completed. Current origin, 501 times. Remaining simulation attempts, 6. The origin finally reached 50 times. As for the simulation attempts, there weren't many, but if I didn't need to use directed simulation, it would be enough. Qin Wangchuan nodded. What should I do with the simulation attempts? Naturally, it was time to activate the simulation. Year 0. You were born in the Shifang Xianting, in the northern domain of the Dian dynasty. You are the illegitimate daughter of the emperor and a palace maid, named Su Yingxue. When you were born, a piece of glazed immortal bone appeared on your back, attracting the phantom of the 9 heavens phoenix. Year 1. You were secretly raised in the cold palace, with only an old wet nurse looking after you. The immortal bone emits moonlight every 15th day of the month, helping you wash your tendons and marrow. Year 3. One day, a group of black-robed people suddenly broke into the cold palace. Consistent with what the national leader said, it really is an immortal bone. Take action. You are firmly pressed to the ground, and amidst the excruciating pain, you hear the cracking sound of your spine being forcefully excavated. Before losing consciousness, you vaguely see the figure in a black robe turning, revealing half of a gilded ancient character on their shoulder. Qin. Simulation paused. Wait a moment. Qin Wangchuan raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at the little girl whose bone was being dug out in the light screen. What a coincidence. The simulation happened to land on the main character. He naturally knows where his immortal bones came from. The Qin family has fought across the heavens, plundering countless extraordinary roots and bones. A mere piece of immortal bone is just an insignificant trophy among them. Back then, not only did he excavate 1,080 pieces of supreme bone to nourish himself, but there were also 108 pieces of immortal bone. This means there are still 107 people like her. He just didn't expect that today, a casual simulation would coincidentally hit the former victim. Interesting. The corner of his lips curled slightly. Where there is cause, there must be an effect. Then let me see how this effect will unfold. However, I spent 100 years at birth, and it has been a long time since the bone was excavated, right? Simulation continues. Year 4. After losing the immortal bone, you have completely lost your value to the dynasty, and many suggested killing you. After all, you are a body of immortal bones. Perhaps you still have some use. Your emperor father coldly waved his hand, sealing you in an ice coffin to be studied later. If you can reshape the immortal bone while frozen, you will have another opportunity to flatter the Qin family. Thinking of his previous actions, a last glimmer of hope remained in your heart. Perhaps father is harsh on the outside but soft on the inside. He didn't kill me because he couldn't bear to. Year 154. The imperial bloodline dwindled, and the emperor finally remembered you in the ice coffin. When the ice coffin was forcibly opened, your whole body was stiff, but you still held on to hope. You were 5 years old that year. Sure enough, you were still alive. The emperor, with neither sadness nor joy in his eyes, simply said, "Clean her up and bring her to see me." The palace maid scrubbed your body, frozen for many years, with brushes. And scalding hot water was poured over your skin, yet you didn't even have the strength to frown. I heard she used to have immortal bones. Now, she is just a useless person. His Majesty awakening her, could it be that he wants to? Amidst the whispers, you were dressed in splendid garments and dragged before the emperor. Surprisingly, you had reshaped half a piece of immortal bone while frozen. From this day forth, you began your cultivation. The emperor casually decided your fate. Year 155. You were assigned to a special residence, and the new teacher was very strict. But in order not to disappoint your father and to have a place to belong, you began to cultivate diligently. Year 160. You were 10 years old this year. And after 5 years of cultivation, you began to show your talent. That night, moonlight flowed around you, and the phantom of a phoenix appeared above the cold palace. "Father, will you look at me this time?" You waited eagerly for praise, but only received a cold edict. From this day forth, you are confined to the cold palace and may not leave without an edict. It turned out that your talent made the empress wary and frightened the princes. Year 161. You continued to cultivate at an astonishing speed, hoping for your father to look at you. But the more you did so, the more others feared you, and the less they dared to look at you. Year 162. Your existence gradually became a taboo, and no one mentioned you. Yet your father never looked at you once. Year 164. This year, the crown prince of Dian failed in his ascension to heaven and died. The Dian dynasty was shaken, and the emperor personally issued an edict, inviting the unparalleled talents who had ascended to heaven from all realms to the imperial capital to discuss the heavenly path and break the deadlock, to jointly discuss the way to ascend to heaven. Same year, you had been cultivating alone in the cold palace for nearly 10 years and finally lost the desire to continue cultivating. You were 14 years old this year. Anyone could ask you for help. You curled up in a corner, your nails deeply embedded in your palms, blood dripping to the ground through your fingers. Yet you felt no pain. Just one glance would be enough, even if it were just a charitable gaze. Look at me. You trembled, hugging your knees tightly, burying your face deep in your arms, as if this could hide that humble plea. Cold tears silently fell, spreading small water stains on the bluestone floor. In a long period of self-talk, another consciousness gradually emerged in your heart. It's all the Qin family's fault. It's all my father's fault. Year 170. This year you were 20 years old, and under the influence of another version of yourself, you finally broke free from the restrictions and escaped the cold palace. It turned out that the entire cold palace had long been set up as a cage. A cursed seed is still a cursed seed. The emperor's voice came from the 9 heavens. Raising you was merely preparing a generous gift for the Qin family. You suddenly laughed. You laughed so hard that your whole body trembled, and blood seeped from the corners of your eyes. So my existence's meaning is to be a qualified sacrifice? Year 963. You finally had the strength to break the restrictions. They are not worthy of being relatives. Why must you be a prisoner? The voice in your head echoed. In an instant, the moonlight around you transformed into pitch-black flames. You raised your hand to tear apart the restrictions, each step leaving behind blood lotuses. Since no one in this world would look at me, then let everyone be unable to look away. Year 1105. To evade pursuers. You hid your name and identity in thousands of states, entering the palace of inquiry and beginning to seek your own path. Year 1341. You broke through the 12th realm, attempting to kill your way into the Tao. Everything in the palace transformed into heart demons, whispering in your ears every night. Year 1684. You decided to take revenge. Let those people see themselves clearly. With a single sword, you seriously injured several powerful beings, but in the end, you were also gravely wounded. Year 1788. You once again charged into the palace. You fell into dead ends several times, but for some reason, the emperor always let you off. Year 1932. An invasion from another realm turned the entire Dian dynasty into a battlefield. It was then that you realized, as the emperor, your father had always had you in his heart. Confining you was also a form of protection. As for the initial offering of bones, it was a matter of helplessness. Same year, the emperor of the Dian dynasty died in battle, and the strong of the dynasty fell nearly to the last. When the breach to the foreign realm collapsed and billions of evil beings surged forth, you stood alone beneath the heavens, your immortal bone shining with brilliant divine light. The phantom of the phoenix reappearing, transforming into a barrier that blocked the sky and the sun. I have come. You spoke only 2 words. The power of the immortal bone erupted, and immortal light fell like a galaxy, exchanging life for life, forcibly erecting a blood-red barrier before the breach. Every second consumed your lifespan. Every breath burned your essence. The evil beings wailed, and the heavens trembled. With your own strength, you forcibly blocked this breach for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Finally, the sound of reinforcements' horns echoed. As you stumbled and fell, you saw countless streaks of light crossing the sky. But the price was that your immortal bone completely shattered, turning into a rain of light. Your body gradually dissipated in the morning light. You died. Chapter 91. Defying Heaven's Reward. Half a piece of immortal bone. Simulation ended. Final achievement. Immortal bone sacrificer. Survival time. 1932 years. Conclusion. Using bones to mend the heavens. Ultimately becoming a swan song. The pain of having bones excavated in childhood is etched in the marrow, and even when sealed in ice, the remaining hope is still clutched tightly. 100 years of lonely cultivation, 1,000 years of obsession turning into a demon, only to finally realize that the most painful betrayal is actually the deepest protection. When you burned out the immortal bone to mend the heavens' cracks, you understood. In those years that no one watched, someone was always laying plans in the corners you couldn't see. Those deep-seated hatreds were merely another pair of shackles that protected you. Even this earth-shattering sacrifice was written into your fate 1,000 years ago. From the day you were born with the immortal bone, you were destined to become a fragment for mending the heavens. The last thought that flashed through your mind. It turns out that my father's trembling sleeves were real. It turns out that the formation in the Forbidden Palace hid a way out. And it turns out that in this world, someone was indeed watching over me. Unfortunately, understanding comes too late. The celestial bone has turned into light rain, leaving only the unsaid words I will come, becoming an unnoticed masterpiece in the 10 Directions celestial court. Additional comment. If I had given up the last glimmer of hope in the ice coffin and completely succumbed to demonic influence back then, I might have been able to break free from the shackles of fate. Yet, this thought of kindness was not extinguished and ultimately became the cornerstone for mending the heavens. Respectable. Regrettable. Qin Wangchuan gazed at the dissipating figure in the light screen, gently tapping the table with his fingertips. The Dian dynasty has this calamity in its fate. The emperor should know this, which is why he has always been protective. As for Xianxia, he shook his head and chuckled softly. Her darkened vengeance target is actually to let everyone see her, foolishly so. After speaking, Qin Wangchuan stood up and looked towards the northern region. The father bets the nation's fortune to protect his daughter, while the daughter exhausts her celestial bone to save the nation. Both sides are good people. Only I am the villain. Now I've truly become the great antagonist. Please choose one of the following rewards to inherit. 1. 1932 years of lifespan. 2. Half a celestial bone. 3. 900 origin. Half a celestial bone. Qin Wangchuan's eyes flashed with brilliance upon seeing this, and he did not hesitate. I choose 2. As soon as the words fell, a piece of glazed celestial bone appeared in his hand. Just holding it could evoke the phantom of the 9 heavens phoenix. However, it was too small. Indeed, just half a piece. A defective celestial bone transplant is not only useless to humans, but will also produce various rejections. If used for nourishment, the effect would be too slow. As Qin Wangchuan spoke, he immediately thought of where to use this thing. He directly ordered Yi Jiani to bring the little golden crow. Moments later, Yi Jiani entered slowly, holding a ball of red fluff. Upon closer inspection, a few charred spots were on her snow-white sleeves. It had been increasingly restless lately. Before Yi Jiani could report, a chirp sounded. The little creature rolled up, its bean-sized eyes shining brightly, flapping its sparse wings, tracing a crooked arc in the air, and dove straight for Qin Wangchuan. Just as it was about to crash into his arms, its wings suddenly softened, and it fell onto the table with a thud, sparking a few miserable sparks. Qin Wangchuan reached out and caught it, bringing it to his eyes. The little creature immediately kicked with its delicate claws, its disheveled body wriggling, with stubbornness written all over its bean-sized eyes. However, he merely shook the glazed celestial bone in his hand. The little creature instantly froze, forgetting to flap its short wings, its round eyes following the bone as it moved side to side, resembling a hungry dog seeing a meat bone. It recognized its value. He casually tossed the celestial bone, and it traced a stream of light in the air. The little creature pounced and caught it, hugging it in its arms and gnawing at it with a crunching sound. After realizing it couldn't chew through, it surprisingly swallowed the whole piece in one gulp. In an instant, the red fluff body radiated a glazed light, and 3 tail feathers moved on their own without wind. The little creature let out a burp with sparks, its eyelids drooping, curling into a fluff ball and falling into a deep sleep, its body beginning to grow at a visible rate along with the light. This is the advantage of the race, Qin Wangchuan sighed. Fusion has rejections, and the nourishment speed is too slow, leaving only swallowing as an option. However, if an ordinary person were to swallow the celestial bone directly, no matter how talented they are, they would still be choked to death. But the demon race would not encounter this situation. Using celestial bones to nourish spirit pets, perhaps only he alone in the myriad worlds could be so extravagant. According to the Yin clan, this little creature would at least take 1,000 years to ride and 10,000 years to battle. Now with this half piece of celestial bone, it should shorten the time considerably. Young master, Yi Jiani suddenly spoke. You haven't named it yet. Qin Wangchuan glanced at the transforming little creature, only to see it unconsciously rubbing against his fingertips in its sleep. Yi Jiani, upon hearing this, did not immediately withdraw, her long eyelashes lightly quivering as her fingertips unconsciously tightened around her sleeve. She lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost lost in the air. Young master. I haven't played the zither for you in a long time. The hall fell silent. Only the soft gurgling sounds from the sleeping little golden crow could be heard. Yi Jiani's heartbeat thundered in her ears, fearing she might hear the words to withdraw. Qin Wangchuan did not hastily start the second simulation, but quietly listened for a moment. Yi Jiani had not only improved her strength, but also her zither skills significantly. Although she remained cautious in front of him, if placed in the outside world, she would be enough to overshadow those so-called prodigies. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation times, 4. Year 0. You are born in the northern region of the 10 Directions Celestial Court, in the Xia family, one of the 6 great families of the Dine dynasty. Your father is the current head of the Xia family, Xia Linyuan, with unparalleled cultivation, having led the family for 100 years, commanding respect in the northern region. Your mother, Luo Qingli, was once a world-renowned prodigy, who became connected with your father through a monumental battle, ultimately marrying into the Xia family and becoming the matriarch. You possess a natural 9-orifice spiritual vein and are regarded as the hope of the Xia family. Your father is delighted and personally names you Xia Qing. Qin Wangchuan. Are there still masters in the Dine dynasty?